I'm really a villain. Chapter 1497 to chapter 1585. Of course, he wasn't referring to the exciting fight between the two of them. Instead, it was the strength that Shang Wanwaner displayed that caught everyone's attention. Just one palm was enough to make little tyrant Wang Chong beg for mercy. Wang Chong stood up from the ground, feeling a little embarrassed and angry. But he knew that even if he was given another chance, he would still choose to admit defeat. Just the wind from the palm was already hard for him to resist. If that palm really landed, his life would be in danger. Everyone said that Shang Wanwaner was a genius, but it was only hearsay in the past. They felt that it was just a myth. But now, it seemed like it was true. Wang Chong quickly walked down the stage to prevent the crowd from discussing further. On the ancient battlefield, after this battle, many people who were ready to make a move began to calm down. After all, people like Du Bujia who picked up scraps were in the minority. Most of the candidates sent by the 6 regions were actually very strong. There was a momentary silence among the 36 people. On the other side, the head of the Shangwan clan, Shangwan Xiongba, shot a glance at one of the 36 people. That person immediately understood. He walked out from the crowd and shouted, "I want to challenge you." Step by step, he walked into the ancient battlefield. He was dressed in white, and the occasional black spots on his white robe were like splashes of ink. He didn't wear shoes and walked barefoot on the ground. He had an unrestrained aura. His face was stern, his eyes were bright, and his body was upright. He carried a spear on his back. The spear was 2 meters long and purple in color. The tip of the spear was roaring in the arena. "It's Gui Jia," someone muttered when they saw the young man walking up the stage. Although he isn't very famous, his strength has always been a mystery. I heard that he is brutal and that he cultivates a dual cultivation technique of extreme yang and extreme yin. I also heard that the Shangwan clan is actually supporting him from behind. I wonder if it's true. Everyone was discussing. After all, there were many talents nurtured by such large clans. There were many uses for such nurtured people. For example, if the Shangwan clan couldn't do something for them due to their prestige and reputation, then, at this time, these people would secretly take care of it. And Gui Jia was a lunatic who worked for the Shangwan clan. As a reward, he could obtain cultivation resources. It was even a place of refuge. For a rogue cultivator like him, this was already something that he was extremely satisfied with. "Who do you want to challenge?" The Radiant Saint King asked in the sky. "Challenge him." Gui Jia pointed at the primal chaos flame realm. Then, he slowly placed it in the direction of Suzimo. "I heard that the primal chaos flame domain is full of talented people. Coincidentally, I also want to give it a try." A strange light flashed through the Radiant Saint King's eyes when he heard that. Then, he shifted his gaze to the Shangwan clan, as if he had figured out something. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he watched the upcoming battle with interest. "Child Su, be careful," Sect Master Bai reminded from the side. Su Zimo smiled. As he walked into the primordial battlefield, he yawned. He asked, "How does it feel to be a dog for the Shangwan clan?" Hearing Su Zimo's words, Gui Jia coldly snorted. Immediately, the long spear in his hand began to tremble. The lightning at the tip of the spear began to riot. It was as if the entire spear had disappeared, leaving only the lightning that covered the sky. At this moment, Gui Jia was like the god of thunder, looking at Su Zimo with a dignified gaze. "Die," he roared in anger. The long spear was still in his hand as he directly thrust it forward. At this moment, all the lightning seemed to have found a vent as they all rushed toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo raised his head slightly. He took a step forward with his left foot, then his right hand opened into a palm and directly grabbed the tip of the spear. There was a bang sound. He was not afraid of the lightning. He grabbed the spear with one hand and violently lifted it forward. Gui Jia's figure was directly lifted into the sky. Then, Su Zimo threw Gui Jia down again, causing him to fall directly to the ground. "Don't play with these, child's play. Take out something more interesting," Su Zimo replied. Gui Jia stood up from the ground and snorted coldly. For styles of thunder punishment, the first style, Thunder of Annihilation. He roared softly, and a powerful aura surrounded him. The lightning roared and rushed toward Suzimo. The power of the lightning burst out, covering the sky and the earth. The world where Suzimo was at was filled with lightning. When the lightning descended, he was indifferent. He allowed the lightning to destroy everything as he bathed in a sea of lightning. Seeing this scene, Guijia's expression changed slightly. Two styles of thunder punishment, Haotian's deer, floating lion, beast thunder. As soon as his voice fell, a divine deer that was in charge of thunder punishment stepped on the air. A lion formed by lightning appeared. The two thunder demonic beasts almost destroyed everything in their path. Suzimo smiled. He clenched his fists, and two more bang-bang sounds of explosions were heard. Wherever his fists crushed, whether it was the divine deer or the lion, they were all blown away. Three styles of thunder punishment, endless heavenly thunder, death thunder explosion. Another destructive divine thunder flew over. This time, not only did the lightning have a violent power, but there were also explosive aftershocks between them. Boom 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 sounds of explosions were heard. Between the void and the void, between lightning and lightning. The spatial turbulence was repeated over and over again without stopping. Still too weak. Suzimo shook his head slightly. He clenched his right fist, and an endless amount of hostility burst out between his fist and palm. No matter how violent and overbearing the lightning in the sky was, Suzimo smashed it with one punch. Only to hear a boom sound, this punch seemed to have smashed the firmament. The rumbling sounds that came from the crowd's ears were endless. Even some of the people with a short cultivation base had a ringing sound in their ears. Under Suzimo's punch, a black vortex was created in the sky. All the lightning was swallowed by it. Damn it. Guijia snorted. He used the last style of 4 styles of heavenly punishment. Thunder and me as one. Lightning raged around him, and his whole body was covered in light purple lightning. Under this lightning, he looked like a purple man made of lightning. He charged at Suzimo at the speed of lightning. The electric arc under his feet suddenly exploded. When he was a few meters away from Suzimo, a ghost shadow suddenly appeared behind him. A huge ghost head opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Suzimo. This is extreme. Someone hurriedly shouted. Everyone knew that Guijia cultivated an extreme and extreme yang cultivation technique. Extreme yang was the lightning, the most yang and violent power in the world. As for extreme, it was the ghostly figure that was entwined around his body. The ghost shadow swallowed everything. It kept biting at Suzimo. This combination of yin and yang was very powerful. The tyrannical shadow came out of its sheath. Suzimo steadied himself and looked at the ghost head that was about to bite him. He directly put the tyrannical shadow in the other party's mouth. The tip of the saber pressed against the ghost head's upper jaw. The handle pressed against the ghost head's lower jaw. When the ghost head bit down, the tyrannical shadow directly pierced through his lips. The bone-piercing pain attacked all the nerves in his body. Even the ghost head screamed in pain. Seems like that's all you've got, Suzimo waved his hand. With a flip, he stepped on the other party's chest. He pulled out the tyrannical shadow and stabbed it into Guijia's neck. Pu sounds could be heard. His neck was quickly pierced with several bloody holes. Blood spurted out like magma. Guijia's corpse fell on the ancient battlefield in a daze. He died with his eyes wide open. His neck was still bleeding, and his eyes were wide open as he lay on the ground. This method was a little too cruel. In the quiet surroundings, Guijia's screams before his death seemed to be echoing. Suzimo kicked Guijia's body and sent it flying. It landed heavily in front of the Shangguan clan, kicking up a cloud of dust. You can do it next time, he looked at Shangguan Wan'er and smiled. Shangguan Wan'er also looked at him, unwilling to let him do the same. She replied, then I hope you won't be like Wang Chong and only know how to talk. The two of them were at loggerheads. The Holy King in the Sky smiled and said, Suzimo won this battle. But because Guijia is dead. So his spot belongs to Child Su. Actually, under normal circumstances, if they were like Wang Chong and admitted defeat in advance. Even if they lost, the spot would still belong to them. But with Guijia's death, his spot had to be filled. Suzimo walked down from the ancient battlefield. He originally wanted to invite Purple Cloud Saint to go in with him, but Purple Cloud Saint was a human. At his level, he was not interested in the origin of the fire tribe. Suzimo looked around and didn't see anyone familiar here. Thus, the slot was given to sect leader Bai. Sect master Bai was in disbelief. Initially, the celestial land of immortals had only come here to broaden their horizons. All of a sudden, he was given a spot. The development of the situation was no different from a dream. After the competition ended, the Sun Palace naturally couldn't avoid a speech. Basically, it was just some pleasantries. Suzimo couldn't be bothered to listen. In the end, when the Sun Temple was about to open the origin grounds, Suzimo finally perked up. The Radiant Saint King stood on the strongest side. He took out a sun-shaped crystal. "I won't hide it from you. Actually, the origin ground is right beneath your feet," the Holy King of Light said with a smile. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. This mountain ridge looked ordinary. In fact, none of them had ever been to the origin ground, so they naturally did not know where it was. However, this ordinary-looking mountain ridge didn't look like the place of origin at all. But in the next moment, everyone put away their thoughts. This was because the mountain ridge had already been set up with a heaven-covering formation. At this moment, the formation was activated. Endless light shone out, and the light in front of them shone on everyone. Along with a rumbling sound, there was a rumbling sound. The entire world spun and the stars moved, constantly changing. The Earth's crust moved, and the void and the dimension began to merge. And above the top of the mountain, a door that led to the origin ground appeared. In this door, a fire dragon was roaring on the left, and a fire tiger was raging on the right. It seemed that no one was allowed to approach this place. And as soon as the sun-shaped crystal in the Radiant Saint King's hand appeared, the dragon and tiger instantly prostrated themselves. They were guarding the origin ground. Don't underestimate these two beasts. They had the power of the origin ground. Making an enemy of them was making an enemy of the entire origin ground. "Everyone, you may enter. You must know that the origin ground is the place where our fire tribe was born. It has a long history. Many seniors of the fire tribe lived in it. Before the earliest members of the fire race entered the blazing fire realm, they lived in the land of origin for generations." The Radiant Saint King smiled and said, "This is a trip of opportunity. Whatever you can get from it will belong to you. If you don't get anything, there won't be any opportunities. It will last for 2 days. After 2 days, you will be forcibly expelled." After the Radiant Saint King finished speaking, he left. As for the 50 people who were chosen, they all flew towards the land of origin. Suzimo was no exception. On his left was Xianxia, and on his right was sect leader Bai. 2 beauties followed on both sides. It was a unique feeling. Although Xianxia was unwilling, according to the Fire Ancestors' order, the people of the Chaos Fire domain still had to stay together. So he could only follow Suzimo. When everyone entered the Door of Flame, they did not experience any space-time travel. Instead, they directly came to another world. This world wasn't very big, but after they looked around, they realized something. They saw that the ground was full of green grass. The air was filled with refreshing oxygen, and this world was like spring all year round. Blue sky and white clouds, green mountains, and clear water. This place was simply like a paradise. As everyone knew, the fire tribe yearned for fire. The blazing fire domain was surrounded by flames, and there were 9 suns above their heads. But who would have thought that the origin ground of the fire tribe was so beautiful? Did we come to the wrong place? Sect leader Bai asked with some doubts. How is that possible? Behind the Door of Flame is the passage to this world. Xianxia shook his head and said. This place doesn't look like the fire tribe, sect leader Bai replied. No one has been to the origin ground. So no matter what the origin ground looks like, don't be surprised. Suzimo waved his hand and smiled. What should we do? Sect leader Bai asked. Logically speaking, entering this world should be to look for opportunities. But they didn't know anything about this world, so how could they find opportunities? Aren't there people who know the business here? Suzimo looked at Xianxia and smiled. If Xianxia entered the origin ground, the fire ancestor would definitely tell him everything he knew. The origin ground is actually not big. This world is made up of the 5 elements, Xianxia said. Among the 5 elements, fire is the strongest. As for the other 4 elements, they are slightly weaker. A long time ago, the other 4 elements combined could compete with the fire element. However, with the passage of time, the fire element has gradually become the dominant force. Xianxia briefly told him what he knew. Because this world was incomplete, the ancestors of the fire tribe left the origin ground. They came to the blazing fire domain to find a new home. This is the history of your fire tribe, sect leader Bai said. That's right. In fact, this matter is not a secret in the fire tribe, Xianxia also said. When the fire tribe went to the blazing fire territory, it was because the land of origin was no longer habitable. But there is one thing you definitely don't know, Xianxia replied. Before the ancestors of the fire tribe left, they actually saved some of the land of origin. Otherwise, it wouldn't have existed until now. The 5 elements were out of balance and it would have been destroyed long ago. How did they save it? Sect Master Bai asked curiously. They added thunder element to the 5 elements. Thunder is more violent than fire. They used thunder element to forcibly suppress fire element. In the end, the 5 elements began to be balanced, Xianxia said. So speaking of opportunities, the place we are looking for must be these 5 elements and thunder element places. There must be a lot of opportunities there. You have a map, right? Suzimo said with a smile. Yes, how do you know? Xianxia looked at Suzimo in surprise. The fact that the fire ancestor gave him a map was top secret. Even the other higher-ups of the Chaos Fire territory didn't know about it. It was estimated that no one else knew about this map except for the fire ancestor. Don't be nervous, I'm just guessing. If the fire ancestor didn't give you anything, I would feel strange. Suzimo said with a smile. There is a map, but to be precise, it's just an incomplete map. Xianxia didn't hide it. He took out the map directly. The map was made of an unknown material, and it was heavy in his hand. There was a lot of dirt on it, and it was very old. Suzimo opened the map with interest. He knew that the fire ancestor asked him to take care of Xianxia not just because of a favor. These things were probably shared by Xianxia. The map was drawn with white lines. Where is this place? They looked at the map and were all confused. Because it was an incomplete map. So they couldn't find their current location. Let's walk around, Suzimo said. He memorized all the locations on the map. Because the surrounding vegetation was lush, they decided to walk out of the forest first. The speed of the 4 was not slow. It only took half a day to walk out of the forest. It reached the outside world. At this moment, the sky was already dark, and the entire world seemed to be covered with a layer of black gauze. Do you know what dangers there are in this world? Sect leader Bai asked. Dark nights always gave people a feeling of unease. Logically speaking, the seniors of the fire tribe shouldn't be in any danger when they leave. But after all, so many years have passed, no one can say for sure. Xianxia said with a smile, I guess only the Sun Palace who often comes here knows about it. There's a battle ahead, Xianxia suddenly said. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone frowned. In the beginning, the aftermath of the battle was not big, so it was normal that no one felt it. The shockwaves from the battle were getting stronger and stronger. The entire ground began to shake, and it felt as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Let's go and see if it's the people who came in with us or the natives of the land of origin, Suzimo said. The 4 figures turned into streaks of light. Soon, he stepped into the air and arrived at the core of the battle. At the center of the battle, dust flew everywhere. Dust filled the sky, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Only a few powerful forces were clashing. As long as the battle didn't stop, the dust wouldn't settle. In Suzimo's eyes, one of the 10 divine techniques, samsara, opened. Passing through the endless void, passing through all kinds of dust, it landed on the ground. On the 2 sides of the battle. On the left was a group of elves in fiery red clothes. That's right, elves. The men were handsome, the women were beautiful. Each of them had a graceful figure. The female elves held staves, while the male elves were shooting arrows with bows. A powerful force gathered around him. Their strength was hard to judge. If you said they were strong, they gave off a very weak feeling. But if you said they were weak, each of their arrows was equivalent to a strike from the great emperor. Each of them was incredibly powerful. And on the right were the enemies of these elves. They were huge and ugly monsters. Their bodies were as tall as mountains. Every attack was earth-shattering, and earth-shattering. The dust all over the sky and the cracks on the ground spread, and the range was getting wider and wider. What should we do? Xianxia looked at Suzimo and asked. Do you want to go down and help? He was now following Suzimo, so he naturally had to listen to Suzimo. These two species seemed to be natives of the land of origin. It would be great if they could get information. Who should we help? Xianxia asked. For the time being, they didn't know which side was good and which side was bad. Before they could make a decision, the elf spoke first. Friends in front, are you the Lords of the Sun Palace? Can you help us defeat these fire-poison beasts? Hearing this, it was easy to make a judgment. After seeing Suzimo and the other three, those monsters, which were the fire-poison beasts, began to roar. Their eyes kept turning blood-red. Unexpectedly, a fire-poison beast was charging towards them. You don't know what's good for you, Xianxia stood in front and shouted. Let me deal with him. His hands were full of flames, and a powerful force burst out. His fists were like meteors, directly shattering the whole world. The fire-poison beast, which had just rushed over, was directly sent flying by the punch. The fire-poison beast kept roaring. Its body fell to the ground and twitched. It could be seen that the power of this punch was extraordinary. Roar. Seeing this scene, the other fire-poison beasts looked away from the elves and fixed their eyes on Xianxia. Come and fight. Xianxia's battle clothes were thick. A powerful force was fluctuating around. Before the fire-poison beasts attacked, he took the lead to kill them. His figure turned into a red line. He directly fell into the midst of the fire-poison beasts. The chaotic fire body was activated, and a powerful force spread out. Every punch and kick was constantly exploding. Xianxia was very powerful. Since the last defeat, his strength seemed to have improved a lot. At this moment, compared with the huge bodies of those fire-poison beasts, he was not eye-catching. But at this moment, he was like a wolf rushing into a flock of sheep. He almost crushed all the fire-poison beasts. Not long after, a raging fire burned, and all the fire-poison beasts' corpses fell to the ground. As expected of the Lords of the Sun Palace, your strength is admirable. Among the elves, an older elf walked over quickly. Suzimo and the others were identified as from the Sun Palace, and they didn't refute. It seemed that these natives only knew about the Sun Palace. After all, for these natives, other than the Sun Palace, they could not come into contact with the outside world. Not to mention the other forces and existences. Suzimo and the others could use the Sun Palace's name to get some information. Why are you fighting with these fire-poison beasts? Suzimo asked. These fire-poison beasts want to invade our home. We have no other choice but to fight, the elf replied. Actually, there's something you might not know, Suzimo said with a smile. Although we're from the Sun Palace, it's our first time here. There are many things we don't understand. We're just here to train. It's okay. The Sun Palace has always been on good terms with us fire guardians, the elf said with a smile. They were not elves, but fire guardians. This was also the first time Suzimo heard this name. Your fire guardians? Compared to Suzimo's confusion, Xianxia said with surprise. Aren't fire guardians extinct? Actually, they're not extinct. The Sun Palace protected us and provided us with cultivation resources. We're slowly becoming stronger now. Of course, we're still some distance away from fighting against the fire-poison beasts, the man said with a smile. He then introduced himself. I'm Lai Zhongxing, a disciple of the Fire Guardian tribe. What's a Fire Guardian? Suzimo asked in confusion. You're not from the Fire tribe? Lai Zhongxing looked at Suzimo. He could not feel the flames in Suzimo's body. How can a human enter the origin place? Isn't this nonsense? Suzimo did not expect the other party to have such a strong reaction. He explained, although I'm a human, I'm here to protect them. The situation is a little different this time. What do you mean? Lai Zhongxing asked with a frown. Is there a problem with your fire origin? Su Zimo asked. What nonsense are you talking about? Lai Zhongxing quickly scolded. Our fire guardian tribe has guarded the fire origin for so many years. When has there ever been a problem? Even if our tribe is destroyed, there won't be any problems with the fire origin. It was no wonder that Lai Zhongye would have such a huge reaction. The fire guardian clan existed for this very reason. It was their duty to guard the fire and pass on the incense. If there was a problem with the fire source, it was simply slandering their faith. Don't get too excited, Su Zimo said with a smile. The problem I'm talking about is not an external problem, but a problem with the fire source itself. Is there something different about the fire source in recent years? Hearing this, Lai Zhongjin frowned a little bitterly. In the end, he replied, that's right. In recent years, fire sources have been particularly prone to violent outbursts. Many of our fire keepers were injured by the riot. That's right. Su Zimo confirmed his thoughts. The Sun Hall has its own plans for this matter. Actually, we're not the only ones who came in this time. There are also many others. Some of them have impure motives. You guys have to be careful. Thank you for the reminder. Lai Zhongqing nodded slightly. However, it could be seen that he was still very wary of Su Zimo and the others. By the way, you haven't told me yet. What are your fire keepers? Su Zimo asked. In fact, the so-called fire keepers are a kind of consciousness. When the ancestors of the fire tribe left the land of origin and went to the blazing fire territory, they created this kind of consciousness. They were asked to guard the fire source, Xianxia explained. Since then, generations after generations, they have taken it as their duty. Stories about them have also been circulating in our fire tribe. However, it is said that 1,000 years ago, due to some special reasons, the fire keepers were completely wiped out. I didn't expect to see them again. It's really an honor. What about the fire poison beasts? Su Zimo asked. What are those? I think they are also a kind of flame. They are formed by the harmful substances left after the fire burns them to ashes. If there are too many of these things, it will inevitably affect the land of origin. Therefore, every once in a while, we will carry out a cleanup of the fire poison beasts. Lai Zhongxing took the initiative to introduce, but since what happened 1,000 years ago, their strength has been unable to resist them. Now, not to mention clean up, I'm afraid they have to be careful to protect themselves. Lai Zhongxing sighed slightly, and it could be seen that he was a little sad. Can we go to your guarding place and have a look? At this time, Xianxia asked in a timely manner. He gave Su Zimo a look. These firekeepers must know the land of origin best. If they wanted to find opportunities, they would definitely be right to follow them. I'm afraid that's not possible, Lai Zhongxing refused without thinking. Everyone, please understand that our guarding place is only accessible if you have the token of the Sun Temple Master. Otherwise, I can't make the decision. That's not right. We all pay attention to reciprocity, Su Zimo said with a smile. We saved your lives. Shouldn't we repay you? We have a deal with the Sun Temple. Saving lives is what we should do, Lai Zhongxing replied. The deal between you and the Sun Temple has nothing to do with me. Su Zimo waved his hand. He smiled and said, I want to see the flame you guard now. What do you think? Su Zimo's thoughts had been exposed. He wanted to see the flame, and Lai Zhongxing naturally wouldn't agree. He suddenly had a feeling that he had just escaped from a wolf's den and entered a tiger's den. His figure took a few steps back. Everyone, don't be embarrassed. Then let's take you down first. Su Zimo waved his hand. Xianxia, Xianxia, and sect leader by behind him also understood. They surrounded the group from 4 directions, not letting the firekeepers escape. The firekeepers were indeed very important to the fire tribe. But that was a long time ago. Since the Sun Temple ruled the land of origin, the land of origin no longer belonged to the fire tribe. It was more like the Sun Temple's private property. So this time, it was rare to enter the land of origin, so no one cared about this. They were all here for the opportunity to become stronger. The things in the land of origin must be of great benefit to the fire tribe. Run, Lai Zhongxing shouted at the firekeepers behind him. Unfortunately, it was too late. After Su Zimo's powerful suppression, these firekeepers only felt their bodies stiffen. It was as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. Xianxia also waved his right hand, and flame ropes flew out one after another. The group of firekeepers were tied up firmly. As a member of the fire tribe, how dare you kill the firekeepers? Lai Zhongxing said angrily. Who said I was going to kill you? Xianxia shook his head. He replied, actually, we can cooperate. Who are you? You're definitely not from the Sun Temple, right? Lai Zhongxing also reacted at this time. At least, the people of the Sun Temple would never attack the firekeepers. It would do them no good. There was an agreement between the Sun Temple and the firekeepers. It doesn't matter if you are from the Sun Temple or not. But I must know the fire source you are guarding, Su Zimo said. The tyrannical shadow behind him was trembling, as if it would come out at any time. Give up. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you, Lai Zhongzong sneered. You won't. What about them? Su Zimo pointed at the firekeepers behind him. No one from the Fire Guardian clan is afraid of death, Lai Zhongzong sneered, unmoved. Su Zimo turned to look at Xianxia and Xianxia. In fact, as a human, it didn't matter to him whether he killed the firekeepers or not. The fire tribe's business had nothing to do with the human race. But after all, he had 2 fire tribe members with him. Threatening the firekeepers was already the limit. If he really killed them, these 2 wouldn't be able to accept it. I'll leave it to you too. If you can't get any useful information out of him, I'll leave him to you too. If you don't get any useful information, then don't blame me for killing them. Su Zimo patted Xianxia's shoulder. He walked forward for a while, leaving Xianxia and Xianxia alone. It was better to leave the fire tribe's business to their own people. After Su Zimo left, sect leader Bai also followed him. Child Su didn't come for the fire source, did he? Sect leader Bai suddenly asked. Why do you say so? Su Zimo smiled. The fire source of the fire tribe is useless to us humans. And with Child Su's strength, I think entering the land of the fire source will only be a matter of time. Just luck alone can't satisfy you, said Sect Master Bai. Ever since the 2 of them got to know each other, Su Zimo had been refreshing her understanding. Sect leader Bai had always guessed that Su Zimo should be at the level of a supreme saint. Once he became a supreme saint, he would no longer be interested in this place, just like Xianxia saint. Yes and no, Su Zimo replied ambiguously. He didn't come for the fire source. He himself did not need it. However, he would not allow the fire source to fall into the hands of his enemies. Moreover, with a fire source, there was a type of item that could be sold as a package. Wouldn't there be room for a premium? As for you, it's enough to find your own fortuitous encounter. There's no need for you to understand or guess my matters. It won't do you any good, Su Zimo said. While they were chatting, on the other side, Xianxia and the other man also finished negotiating with Lai Zhongzong, the keeper of the fire. After all, they were from the fire race, so it would be much easier to negotiate with them. The fire keeper didn't seem to believe in humans like Su Zimo. How is it? Su Zimo asked. He agreed to take us to the place he's guarding. But the condition is that we can't touch the fire source. Xianxia smiled bitterly. They were here for the fire source. Otherwise, why would he go to the guarded land? However, this was the bottom line of the fire keepers. If they didn't agree, they would rather die. Therefore, they were now at a dead end. Promise him, Su Zimo said directly. Ah. Xianxia was stunned. She said, then what are we going to do? The condition is that we can't touch the fire source, but it didn't say that others can't. Su Zimo said with a smile, if someone snatches the fire source, and we take it back from that person, it's a different matter. That's a completely different matter. You want to lead others to the place of the fire source? Xianxia instantly understood. Can't I? Su Zimo asked back. I haven't thought about this. Xianxia thought for a while and finally nodded. But he still asked, now that we have the fire source, how do we divide it? Divide it? You're dreaming. Su Zimo laughed. If you follow me, of course the fire source is mine. Then I won't get anything, Xianxia replied. That's not the case. You can cultivate around the fire source. I believe it will benefit your fire race a lot, Su Zimo replied. Also, the fire source is the root of the place of origin. Do you think the Sun Temple will let you take it out except for me? The Sun Temple said that as long as it's found, it belongs to us, Xianxia argued. Why do you think the Sun Temple let you enter the place of origin? Su Zimo asked, don't be silly, kid. You're just a bystander. You should know what you should take and what you shouldn't take. No wonder the fire ancestor asked me to take care of you. You're also a fool. Why are you scolding me? Xianxia was not convinced. Scolding you? If you don't want to, you don't have to follow me. Su Zimo waved his hand. He didn't want to argue with Xianxia. Xianxia walked over and replied to Lai Zhongjin. Everyone agreed to his condition. It was only then that Lai Zhongjin and the other fire guardians were released. They stood up and looked at Su Zimo with unfriendly eyes. Human, you attacked the fire keepers. Sooner or later, you will be punished by the fire god, Lai Zhongjin said. It's a pity that your fire god is dead. Otherwise, I really want to see him. Su Zimo smiled carelessly. Lai Zhongjin led the way in front, and Su Zimo and the others followed behind. Xianxia chatted with Lai Zhongjin for a while, intentionally or unintentionally. Everyone also knew a lot about the place of origin. In fact, there was more than one fire source in the place of origin. There were a total of 6 fire sources. They corresponded to metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder. These 6 forces corresponded to each other and formed the world of origin. To be precise, this could only be regarded as half a broken world. Because this world had no growth. It could only be like this forever. And they had to be careful of the balance of the 5 elements. The slightest carelessness could lead to destruction. If you dare to seize the fire source and destroy this world, we will all die together. You will always be the sinners of this world, the fire keeper warned. Su Zimo just smiled and didn't say anything. The fire keepers didn't understand, or they would never understand. Because they were only created, they were not real life. After following these fire keepers for an hour, Li Mu and the others walked together. Finally, everyone arrived in front of a cave. This cave led straight to the ground. It was deep and serene, and this cave swallowed all perception. Even Su Zimo's divine sense couldn't detect it. Is this the place? Xianxia asked. Follow me. Don't wander around. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you, Lai Zhongjin reminded. It's already against the rules for me to bring you into the guarded ground. Don't get me killed. Everyone nodded slightly. Lai Zhongjin walked to the cave and first shone his palm at the mouth of the cave. With his palm as the center, countless dense runes appeared and began to spread in all directions. These runes exuded an ancient aura. And they couldn't stare at them for too long. If they stared at them for too long, they would feel that the runes had turned into flames that were going to burn them. This should be the seal left behind by the ancestors of the fire tribe, Xianxia sighed. The moment the runes appeared, he and Xianxia, the 2 people from the fire tribe, began to try to comprehend them. In just a moment, they had already gained something. Naturally, they were amazed. As the runes continued to spread behind them. Finally, the surface of the cave was opened, and hot waves surged out from inside. Come in, Lai Zhongzong said. Su Zimo nodded slightly. He took the lead and was not afraid of any danger. After entering the cave, it was not as dark as the outside world. There were layers of stairs under their feet, and on both sides were luminous pearls that illuminated the path along the way. Except for the thin air inside, it was no different from the outside world. They walked along the steps under their feet. Houses began to appear on both sides. Only then did Su Zimo realize that this place was like an underground maze. The roads crisscrossed and seemed to extend in all directions. And there were secret rooms on both sides. Some of them had been opened, while others had been closed. Don't break into these secret rooms. Some of them worship the ancestors. Don't disturb their peace, Lai Zhongzong reminded them worriedly. Where is the flame? Su Zimo asked. I have to report to the patriarch first before I can take you there. Otherwise, I can't break into the place guarded by the patriarch, Lai Zhongzong replied. Then go quickly. Su Zimo waved his hand impatiently. Lai Zhongzong seemed to be a little worried about Su Zimo and the others staying here. Before leaving, he found 2 women from the Fire Guardian clan to accompany Su Zimo and the others. Looking at Lai Zhongzong's back, Su Zimo and the others sat down on chairs in a room. The 2 women from the Fire Guardian clan next to them were making tea. What do you think? Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and asked. Actually, I can vaguely feel the place where the fire source is. However, there are many powerful forces around, so I don't dare to get too close. Xianxia said. There are quite a few experts in the origin grounds. Let's be careful. In fact, the fire race and the fire source could sense each other within a certain range. This was because there were rumors that the fire race was created from the fire source. Let's be careful, Xianxia also reminded. Little sister, what's your name? Su Zimo smiled and looked at the female fire guardian ancestor who was brewing tea. My name is Lai Yun. Her name is Lai Zhuang. The woman hurriedly replied. Are all of you fire keepers as pretty as you? Su Zimo asked with a smile. Young master, you're exaggerating. We only have ordinary appearances, the woman replied. You don't have a high status among the fire guardians, do you? Su Zimo asked again. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to deal with us. This time, another woman by the name of Lai Zhuang said somewhat angrily. It's because Big Sister's personality is soft that she was ordered around by him. Otherwise, there's no need for us to listen to him. Zhuanger, stop talking. Lai Yun hurriedly sighed. Why didn't you tell the chief? Su Zimo asked. So what if he's the chief? He's still on Lai Zhongjin's side. Lai Zhuang wrinkled her nose. We fire guardians believe that everyone is equal. But in the end, we still don't fit in. It's just our fate to be ordered around. Maybe one day, the fire poison beasts will come and we'll be the first batch to fight. The fire poison beasts won't go that far. At least the Sun Palace will protect you, Su Zimo said again. The Sun Palace won't do anything. Not only do they have deals with us, but they also have deals with the fire poison beasts. As long as we don't go extinct, the Sun Palace won't get involved. Lai Zhuang spoke without thinking. Back then, the Holy King of Light, she had just said a few words when there was a coughing sound outside. Lai Zhongjin walked in with a dark face. Lai Zhuang was so scared that she shrank her neck and hid behind Lai Yun. Okay, you can go out. Lai Zhongjin waved his hand. This time, there was a group of people behind him. Most of the people in this group were old men. All of them had white hair, but the aura around them was very strong. As for the leader, he was a middle-aged man with long hair. He wore a purple robe and had a burly body. When he walked, his legs seemed to carry the wind with them. He slowly stopped in front of Su Zimo and the rest. You can go out first. He looked at Lai Yun and ordered. Yes, clan leader. Lai Yun nodded and walked out fearfully. When there were no outsiders, the middle-aged man then looked at Su Zimo and the rest. Let me introduce myself. I'm the clan leader of the Fire Guardians. You can call me clan leader Lai. The middle-aged man smiled. First of all, thank you for saving the members of the Fire Guardians. There's no need to thank us. You should know why we're here. Su Zimo did not want to be hypocritical and said directly. Since clan leader has agreed, we naturally won't go back on our words. Clan leader Lai nodded and said, but there's something I have to remind you. You can cultivate under the fire source, but you're not allowed to touch it. I can only give you half an hour. It should be enough. Su Zimo thought for a while and finally nodded. Okay, we agree. In fact, there was no need for a conflict at this time. After all, this was the nest of the Fire Guardians. Clan leader Lai also nodded and said, I'll take you there myself. Clan leader Lai said and walked out of the room first. Suzimo and the others followed closely behind. I asked you to lead the others. Did you do it? Suzimo looked at Xianxia and asked in a low voice. I left the mark of the fire tribe along the way. If people from other fire regions saw it, they would definitely follow. Xianxia nodded. He said, the only thing I'm not sure about is how strong the defense of the entrance is. Can those people open it? If they can't even open it, they're too useless, Suzimo said. Can we still count on them to snatch the fire source? Xianxia nodded slightly. They didn't want to fight with the fire guardians. Not only would it be a thankless task, but they would also bear the infamy of the fire tribe. Everyone followed behind clan leader Lai and didn't know how many tunnels they went through. Finally, they stopped in front of a door. This was also a fire door. Clan leader Lai stopped in front of the fire door and first took out an incense stick from the side. It looked like an incense stick. He inserted the incense stick in front of him and muttered. Suddenly, the incense stick spontaneously ignited and smoke rose from it. The smoke was stirred up and directly enveloped the whole world. The fire door seemed to be burning more and more vigorously, accompanied by the fragrance of the green incense. Wisps of fragrance enveloped Suzimo and the other three. This fragrance seemed to be the catalyst for the flames. The flames burned along with the fragrance and directly pounced on Suzimo and the others. Sect leader Bai was a little scared and seemed to want to dodge. Patriarch Lai's voice also came. Don't worry, these flames have no offensive power. I'll just put on the flame cloak for you to enter the guarded land without being repelled. Why don't you put on the flame cloak? Sect leader Bai asked. Our fire guardian clan is born from the same root as the fire source. We were created and evolved from the fire source. Why would it repel us? Patriarch Lai explained. Suzimo was not afraid and just nodded. When the flames wrapped around him, they indeed had no offensive power. Only a faint warmth could be felt. Let's go. Remember what you promised me. Patriarch Lai reminded them and then took the lead to walk into the flame door. Suzimo and the others followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the fire source, they saw a volcano. The space here was not big. There was only one volcano. Under their feet was the color of volcanic ash. When they stepped on it, it was still a little soft. It was a bit like a swamp. It was quite scary. Following Patriarch Lai's footsteps, everyone came to the bottom of the volcano. In fact, Suzimo and sect leader Bai, the two humans, did not have any reaction other than feeling hot. On the other hand, Xianxia and Xianxia's reactions were unexpectedly big. The sound of their hearts beating seemed to be particularly eye-catching. And the two of them unconsciously burned with their own flames. This? Xianxia and Xianxia looked at each other. They had never experienced such a situation. You can cultivate under this volcano, Patriarch Lai said. Wait for an hour before you can leave. Remember, don't enter the volcano. Understood. Xianxia nodded. He and Xianxia sat cross-legged at the foot of the volcano. The flames around them burned brightly. In an instant, he entered a state of mind. Their expressions were solemn. Vaguely, they seemed to sense the aura inside the volcano. From the volcano, wisps of flame spread out. They fused into the bodies of the two. Their auras were also growing stronger bit by bit. Suzimo, on the other hand, had nothing to do and started chatting with Patriarch Lai. Are all of you from the Fire Guardian clan related to each other? There is a connection, but it's rare. Normally, everyone would guard the various fire sources and would not leave. They will only ask for help if they are facing a calamity. Clan leader Lai did not deny it. If the fire source is taken away, will this place of origin really be destroyed? Suzimo asked again. I can tell you very responsibly that I will. Clan leader Lai nodded. When the time comes, the entire origin grounds will turn into ruins and eventually be swallowed by the universe's black hole. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. In fact, the land of origin has long been fragmented. Now, I'm just hanging on by a thread. Nothing must happen to the fire source. Clan leader Lai spoke very solemnly. He was mainly afraid that Suzimo would not believe him. Since it's so important, why do you think the Sun Palace let us in? Suzimo asked. What is their purpose? I don't understand this. The Sun Palace is only in a cooperative relationship with us. We are not superior and subordinate. Clan leader Lai shook his head. While the two were chatting, there was suddenly an explosion. Rumble. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked open. The land of the fire source began to shake. What happened? Clan leader Lai frowned slightly. Outside the land of the fire source, a fire guardian hurried in. Clan leader, something bad has happened. Someone is attacking the place we are guarding. Who is it? Is it the fire poison beast? Clan leader Lai asked. No, it's some people from the fire tribe, the fire guardian replied. Hearing this, clan leader Lai's gaze changed. The powerful aura around his body came crashing down in a crushing manner. He looked at Suzimo and the others with an unfriendly gaze. Everyone, do you want to give me an explanation? Clan leader Lai, you misunderstand. This matter definitely has nothing to do with us, Suzimo waved his hand and replied. We don't know other people from the fire tribe. You may not know, but there are 50 people who entered the land of origin this time. We are all from different forces. 50 people? Clan leader Lai's frown deepened. Is the Sun Palace crazy? They let so many people in at once and didn't even inform us. It really has nothing to do with you? Clan leader Lai stared at Suzimo. He wanted to see if he was lying. However, Suzimo was very calm and shook his head. This time it's the 6 fire regions and some other forces. We're not on the same side as them. We'll only be enemies. There's no possibility of cooperation. No matter what, you guys should leave the land of the fire source first, clan leader Lai said. Suzimo nodded. He woke up Xianxia and Xianxia from the state of cultivation. The two of them looked regretful and were somewhat reluctant to leave. What a profound flame. Just touching the side branch has benefited me a lot, Xianxia sighed. If I can comprehend it again, it will definitely bring me to a higher level. There's no time. Let's go out first, Suzimo said with a smile. So fast, Xianxia was surprised. Originally, he left the flame mark and thought that he wouldn't encounter anyone from the fire tribe in a short period of time. He didn't expect that someone would attack here as soon as they stepped in. It seems that someone has descended in the same place as us, Suzimo said with a smile. But this was exactly what he wanted. Everyone followed clan leader Lai and left the land of the fire source. It was obvious that clan leader Lai was very vigilant against them. No matter what he did, he made them follow him closely. He brought them to the meeting hall of the fire guardian tribe. The people in this hall were basically great emperors. However, on the left and right sides, the leaders were 2 old men. They vaguely emitted the powerful aura of a great sage. Clan leader, everyone greeted when they saw clan leader Lai. How can outsiders enter our meeting hall? The old man on the left saw Suzimo and questioned first. Huatu Laozu, let's talk about the important matters first, clan leader Lai waved his hand and said with a headache. He didn't want to bring Suzimo and the others in. But the current situation was that he didn't trust Suzimo and the others at all. He was afraid that they would harm the land of the fire source. Therefore, he had to be right under his nose to truly be at ease. The people outside are very strong. I don't think our formation will last long. Elder Huatu replied. I'm mainly afraid that we won't be able to deal with the fire poison beast when the time comes. I'm afraid that something big will happen. Are they all from the fire clan outside? Patriarch Lai asked. I can feel it. They should all be from the fire clan. Huatu Laozu nodded. Then can we negotiate and ask them to stop attacking? Patriarch Lai asked. After all, we are the fire guardians. Patriarch, you should understand that we fire guardians haven't appeared for too long. The fire clan doesn't have much respect for us now, Elder Fiery Demon on the right said. I think we should suppress those people as soon as possible. Everyone argued for a long time, but there was no good result. When Patriarch Lai looked at Suzimo, his eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled and said, Can you all do us a favor? Patriarch Lai, don't tell me you want us to be your lobbyists? Suzimo said with a smile. That might not work. We are all enemies. Patriarch Lai shook his head in disappointment. Finally, he stood up and said, "Fine, I'll talk to them personally and see if they want to fight or make peace." He stood up, and under the accompaniment of the crowd, walked out of the guarded ground. Suzimo and the others followed behind. Suzimo could feel that there were several eyes secretly watching them. On the surface, it looked calm, but if they had bad intentions, they would probably be destroyed instantly. Therefore, he appeared very calm. "I wonder who those people outside are," Xianxia said. "If they make peace, won't our plan fail?" "It's fine. There will always be some ambitious people." Suzimo smiled. Outside the black hole, Patriarch Lai walked out alone. "I wonder which friend of the Fire Clan you are. Please tell me your name." After Patriarch Lai appeared, the 5 people who attacked the guard ground also appeared. They did not belong to the factions of the 6 fire regions. Instead, they were itinerant cultivators who had passed the Sun Temple and obtained the 32 spots. World Sword Sex Li Jingfeng. Fire Cloud Palaces Wang Chong. Fire Cloud Reds Li Zhuang. Itinerant cultivator Wang Dong. The 4 of them reported their names to each other. After coming to the origin ground, the 4 of them formed a team and worked together. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage if they fought alone. "Since you are from the Fire Clan, why are you attacking us Fire Guardians?" Patriarch Lai asked. "We are supposed to be of the same origin. We've made a fool of ourselves in front of you, sir. We don't really want to attack this place. It's just to attract your attention." Wang Dong smiled and said, "We are here for the opportunity of the fire race. We don't really want to be your enemy. If you want to find opportunities, you can go to the ancient lands." "Why would he have the opportunity to come to us?" Clan leader Lai replied. "Everyone, please leave. We can let bygones be bygones and pretend that nothing happened." The ancient land he spoke of was the place where the ancestors of the Fire tribe once lived. Because it had existed for a long time, it was called an ancient land. "Your Excellency, it looks like you do not wish to talk to us," said Fire Cloud Palace's Li Zhuang with a smile. "Since we've come, we can't return empty-handed. Do you want to become sinners of the Fire tribe?" Patriarch Lai scolded. "What's the point of talking so much?" World Sword Sex Li Jingfeng said impatiently. "I'm a human, so I don't have to worry so much. If you don't dare, then I'll go first." He was wearing a Confucian robe. Powerful sword intent burst out from his body. Behind him, 3 swords were unsheathed. These 3 swords were like heaven, earth, and man. The sword intent that burst out was very powerful. It was as though they had split into countless heavens. They cut through the void like tofu. "Kill." Li Jingfeng held the heaven sword in one hand. Beside him, the earth sword and man sword revolved around him. After Li Jingfeng attacked Patriarch Lai, the other 3 looked at each other and attacked without any hesitation. "Protect the Patriarch." At that moment, countless fire guardians rushed out of the cave. They clashed with the 4 figures. With the strength of these 4, they shouldn't be able to barge in. Xianxia looked at Suzimo. He suggested, "Should we go up and help?" "If you help, the situation will be different." Suzimo shook his head. He said, "Do you think the 4 of them look like idiots? How can anyone who can pass the Sun Temple's test be idiots?" Xianxia said. "If they're not idiots, why would the 4 of them dare to attack here so openly? If they encounter a powerful existence, they'll lose their lives." Suzimo said. "If it were you, what would you do?" "Of course it would be to lure those fire poison beasts," Xianxia said subconsciously. Then he stopped talking. "You mean, let's wait and see?" Suzimo nodded. The battle outside the black hole was still ongoing. Although these 4 people were only peak great emperors in the entire place. If the 2 great saints didn't come out, it seemed that the others couldn't do anything to the 4 of them. Fiery demon Laozu couldn't wait any longer. He looked at Hutu Laozu and said, "You hold the line for me. I'll go and capture these people." His figure flew out, and the might of a great saint descended from the sky. Boundless power shrouded everything and continuously burst out from his body. The purple evil fire around Elder Fiery Demon seemed to have a life of its own. It engulfed everything around him. He shouted coldly, "Since you're from the fire tribe, surrender and I'll let you live." "Then try it." Li Jingfeng snorted coldly. Fiery demon's palm fell, and the purple flames almost engulfed everything. Li Jingfeng groaned. The heaven, earth, and man swords in front of him all merged together, forming a huge sword with flowing lights and vibrant colors. The giant sword blocked the palm strike above his head. However, the power of the palm was already so terrifying that Li Jingfeng had a hard time dealing with it. It should be about time. Li Jingfeng turned his head and asked Wang Dong. Wang Dong nodded slightly. Then he clapped his hands. A beast roar suddenly sounded. Fiery demon Laozu was about to attack again, but when he heard the sound, he quickly turned his gaze. He saw that the land where he was standing was ablaze for no reason. The raging flames were like a sea of fire, destroying everything. These flames surrounded fiery demon Laozu. "Break!" Fiery demon Laozu roared. He waved his hand, and a powerful flame surged out. The entire void began to boil. When the flame fell, a huge fire-poison beast broke out from the ground. The fire-poison beast's strength was shocking. Even fiery demon Laozu, a great saint, was sent flying when he faced it head-on. "Damn it!" Fiery demon Laozu snorted coldly. Elder Huatu's figure stepped on the air and came to his side. "These people have joined forces with the fire-poison beast," Elder Huatu said solemnly. "Let's deal with this fire-poison beast first." Fiery demon said. "One fire-poison beast is nothing. I'm just afraid of more fire-poison beasts," Huatu Laozu said with an ugly expression. As soon as Elder Huatu finished speaking, the whole world rumbled. The fire-poison beast roared. And it was roaring one after another. Almost the whole world was echoing. "Hurry up and move to the land of the fire source." "Use the space jump," Patriarch Lai shouted anxiously. The reason why the Fire Guardian clan could live peacefully in the land of origin was that they could still guard the fire source even when their strength was inferior to the fire-poison beast. The spatial jump played an important role in this. Every time a member of the Fire Guardian clan was discovered, the Fire Guardian clan would be killed. They would use the space jump to escape and then find another place to hide. The fire-poison beast had no choice. At this moment, hearing Patriarch Lai's words, the formation of the entire land of defense was activated. The power of space emanating from the powerful formation almost enveloped the entire void. It could be seen that this space formation was really powerful. Because ordinary space teleportation formations could only teleport one person out at most. But now, one could imagine the difficulty of teleporting a continent. Xianxia looked at Su Zimo again. He asked, "Should we destroy it? If they really let these Fire Guardian clan members escape, then all their previous efforts would be in vain." "No, let's wait and see," Su Zimo shook his head and said. He wouldn't make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. He wouldn't consider making a move unless these rogue cultivators and the fire-poison beast were still too useless to keep others. Outside the cave, Li Jingfeng and the others also noticed this situation. Wang Tong said, "Cover me, I'll go break open the cave." "Okay." The other three nodded. "All the swords in the world are mine." Li Jingfeng of the World Sword Sect roared. The 3 swords in his hands suddenly evolved into thousands of sword chi. These sword chi surrounded his body. They were sharp. Whenever a member of the Fire Guardian clan approached, they would instantly attack. What the other party was facing was a sea of swords. "Charge," Wang Tong roared. Under the cover of the others, he quickly walked to the entrance of the cave. "Can you open it?" Wang Chong asked anxiously. "Don't worry. Although I'm a rogue cultivator, I once had a fortuitous encounter when I was traveling in my early years." Wang Tong said, "I'll gather all the strength in my body on one point." Then, he blasted the hole open. This cave entrance was already on the verge of collapsing under our attacks. "Great!" Everyone was overjoyed and tried even harder to protect him. Wang Dong narrowed his eyes, and the spirit chi in his body surged like a long river. It rose and fell majestically. Shockingly, the direction in which the spiritual aura river was surging was between his right index finger. He slowly raised his right finger. This was the final finger. All of the power condensed at the tip of his finger, and it seemed to be getting stronger and stronger, as if there was a supreme radiance sprinkling down. Wang Dong knew that his index finger would be completely crippled if he were to use this finger. Moreover, it was the kind of disability that was difficult to repair. But now, there was no other way. They couldn't delay it any longer. When all the power was gathered, he let out a furious roar and his fingertip completely crushed and annihilated everything. The next moment, there was a boom sound, and an earth-shattering explosion was heard. At the side, the fire-guarding clan's members, who were dealing with the fire-poison beasts, had a drastic change in expression. "Patriarch, the seal has been broken," someone shouted. "Stall the fire-poison beast first," Patriarch Lai shouted. Because he knew very well that compared to the fire tribe, the fire-poison beast was the real enemy. Even if these fire tribe people went in, they would only cause some destruction and look for some opportunities. But the fire-poison beast had been their enemy for generations. That was a monster that really wanted to destroy everything. Their fire guardian tribe would really be finished. Therefore, at this moment, he would rather let the fire tribe people in than stop the fire-poison beast. "When this matter is over, I must find the Sun Palace and ask for an explanation." "They betrayed us," Patriarch Lai said angrily. When Li Jingfeng and the other two entered the cave, only a small number of fire guardians came to stop them. But at this moment, looking at the densely packed maze that extended in all directions, the four of them were also dumbfounded on the spot. "How do we get here?" Wang Dong asked. "I don't know either. Why don't we catch a fire guardian and let him lead the way for us?" Li Jingfeng said. "Don't think about it. The fire guardian would rather die than lead the way for us." Wang Dong shook his head. In the distance, Su Zimo, who saw the scene, smiled. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Now it's your turn to lure them to the land of the fire source." "I understand." Xianxia nodded. Just when Wang Dong and the others were lost in this maze, they suddenly saw the flame mark. The flame mark seemed to be guiding them, paving the way forward. This flame mark again. Li Jingfeng frowned slightly. The flame mark played an important role in them being able to find the fire guardian tribe. They originally went to the lair of the fire poison beast. They were almost wiped out. It wasn't until they saw this flame mark that they found the right way out. "I wonder which friend of the fire tribe you are." "Please show yourself," Li Jingfeng shouted. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Xianxia to answer him. Because he had set up the flame mark and arrived in front of the land of the fire source. The few of them looked at each other. In the end, it was Wang Dong who said, "We'll deal with it as it comes. We have no other choice at the moment. Why don't we go and take a look? Who cares if it's a conspiracy or not?" Everyone followed the flame mark and finally arrived in front of the land of the fire source. They looked at the flame gate in front of them. Excitement flashed in their eyes. Inside, there seems to be something special that attracts me," Wang Chang said. "I can feel a very strong flame power." The few of them present, except for Li Jingfeng, were all from the fire tribe. Naturally, they could feel the flame power in it. "Let's go in and take a look," Li Jingfeng said. However, the four of them obviously underestimated the power of the flame. Li Zhuang was only touched by a trace of the flame. He felt a scorching heat swallowing him. This flame seemed to burn him into ashes. "Be careful," Wang Chang reminded. It took Li Zhuang half of his life just to extinguish this small flame. "What should we do?" He looked at the flame gate and was completely confused. This flame was rare in his life, and he had no way to break it at all. Everyone shook their heads. Li Jingfeng waved the long sword in his hand, trying to destroy the flame gate. Unfortunately, the long sword was completely burned as soon as it touched the flame. "The meat is already in our mouth, but we can't eat it," Wang Dong said regretfully. "In my opinion, the stronger the seal, the more precious the thing inside is." "At least we're in the right direction," Li Zhuang said immediately. On the other side of the void, Su Zimo saw that everyone was blocked in front of the flame gate. He slowly stretched out his right hand. Wisps of flame spread out from his palm. When they entered the land of the fire source, it was clan leader Lai who lit the incense and covered his body with flames before bringing them in. After Su Zimo came out, he purposely kept the flames away. It was to be used when they entered again, just in case. He blew the flames gently and they floated in the void, shrouding Li Jingfeng and the others. When the flames fell from the void, Li Jingfeng and the others reacted instantly. "Watch out!" Wang Tong yelled. He moved nimbly, trying to dodge the flames. However, he was still a step too slow and his entire body was shrouded by the flames. "I'm going to die!" he yelled. However, in the next moment, Wang Tong was stunned. That was because the flames did not hurt him. Instead, they gently covered his body. What's going on? The four of them looked at each other. Could this be the key to entering the Gate of Flames? Wang Chong guessed. "Let me try." This time, Wang Tong reached out to the Gate of Flames. However, there was no reaction. His entire body seemed to have melted with the Gate of Flames. "It's true. It's fine," Wang Tong said in surprise. He looked around. Finally, he bowed and said, "May I know which senior secretly helped us? The four of us are very grateful." In fact, he had guessed in his heart. The person who left the flame mark or helped them enter the Gate of Flames might be the same person. As for the other party's purpose, he could only wait and see. However, with the opportunity in front of them, they would definitely not give up. The four of them quickly passed through the Gate of Flames and arrived at the land of the fire source. In the void outside, Su Zimo and the others also walked out of the void. "What do we do next?" Sect Master Bai asked. "Don't let them escape. When the time comes, we'll snatch the fire source from them," Su Zimo ordered. "Also, be careful of the Fire Guardian tribe. They will probably be discovered soon." After Li Jingfeng and the others entered the land of the fire source, the first thing they saw was the volcano. "It's in there. I can feel an unprecedented opportunity." Wang Tong smiled foolishly. "Let's go." The four of them quickly stepped into the air. He flew past the volcano and arrived at the top of the volcano. This was an active volcano with thick smoke billowing from it. It looked like it could erupt at any time. "The temperature in here is too high. Only the fire race can go in," Li Jingfeng said with a frown. He was a human, so he naturally couldn't do that. "Let's go in and take a look," Wang Chong suggested. The three of them nodded and excitedly flew towards the bottom of the volcano. After the three of them entered the mountain of flames, even though they were members of the fire tribe, they still felt the heat. It was as if his body was being baked, making it unbearably hot. This active volcano was completely shrouded in smoke, and no one could see very far. "I can feel it," Wang Chong said. As the three of them went deeper into the volcano, the volcano seemed to have sensed something and erupted completely. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions continued to ring out. Countless streams of molten lava transformed into fiery dragons that charged up into the sky. Because there were too many torrent pillars, Wang Tong couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying by the impact. It landed on the side of the volcano. Wang Tong screamed and his clothes were all burned up, turning him into a man of fire. "Are you okay?" Wang Chong quickly asked. "I'm not dead yet." Wang Tong took a deep breath and struggled to stand up. "Why do I feel that the thing below is conscious and is deliberately stopping us from going down?" "Who cares? Fortune comes from danger. Are you going to back down now?" Li Zhuang asked. "Of course not," Wang Tong quickly shook his head. "I mean, let's hurry up. I'm afraid we won't make it." The three of them were moving faster and faster, and soon, they had reached the bottom of the volcano. It was already a sea of fire. The molten lava was boiling, and bubbles kept popping out of it. The temperature of hundreds of thousands of degrees was enough to melt everything. "Look at the center," Wang Chong shouted. They looked in the direction of his finger and saw a blue flame in the center of the sea of fire. The flame was different from all the other flames around it. It gave people a kind of dreamy and hazy beauty. It was like a lantern in the sea of fire. It was burning and was placed in a transparent cover. "Watch me." Wang Tong waved his right hand. The flames around him condensed into a whip and lashed at the blue flame cover. Is this the legendary origin fire of our fire tribe? Wang Chang asked excitedly. If you get this fire, you won't have to worry about not becoming a supreme saint. They suppressed the excitement in their hearts. Wang Tong's flaming whip lashed out at the transparent shield and wrapped around it. Wang Tong reached out his hand and tried to pull the transparent cover and the blue flames inside it toward him. Because the temperature below was too high, they couldn't go down at all. Wang Tong pulled, but the transparent cover didn't move at all. He looked at it slightly, used all the strength in his body, and began to pull with all his strength. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, and countless blood vessels on his arms seemed to be about to explode. What are you looking at? Come and help! Wang Tong shouted. Wang Chang and Li Zhuang reacted this time and both of them grabbed one end of the rope. They pulled hard on the flame rope in their hands. Finally, with everyone pulling with all their strength, the transparent cover finally moved a little bit. Although the blue flame kept struggling, its speed was also very slow. In the end, it moved. They watched as the transparent cover was pulled out little by little. Wang Tong reminded them, "Don't let go. If you let go at this time, all the previous efforts will be wasted." "You don't need to remind us," Li Zhuang roared. After a period of stalemate, the transparent cover finally fell in front of the three of them. The three of them looked at the dreamy flame in front of them and laughed. "Okay, we got it. Let's go." Wang Tong was the first to react and reminded them. "If the fire-guarding tribe knows, they will probably go crazy to kill us." The fire-guarding tribe valued the flame more than their own lives. The three of them quickly went out of the volcano. When the blue flame was put away, they could feel that the land of the fire source was beginning to collapse. The temperature inside was getting lower and lower. It was no longer as hot as before. "Got it?" Li Jingfeng asked. "Let's go." The three of them nodded quickly. When they stepped out of the flame door again, the flame at the door had disappeared, leaving only a bare door. When the four of them left the gate of flame, there was no one stopping them. Now, the entire land of the fire source was falling apart. Almost all the fire guardians were fighting against the fire poison beasts. They had no time or energy to care about the four of them. After the four of them left the gate of flame, they were familiar with the path and fled outside. Because the four of them also knew that once the fire guardians found out, they would probably abandon the fire poison beasts and attack them regardless of everything. "Let's go." Li Jingfeng used the sword energy of the 10,000 swords to open a path in front. The others followed closely behind. Finally, the four of them left the black hole. They came to the outside world. "Where are we going?" Wang Tong asked. "It doesn't matter where we go. Let's get away from here first." "The farther the better," Wang Chang suggested. "I think these fire guardians will go crazy." After the four of them discussed, they all fled to the northernmost side. After the four of them fled for a while, the fire guardians discovered the abnormality inside. This was because the land of the fire source was usually blazing hot. However, as the fire source was taken away, the temperature here was slowly cooling down. "Clan leader, the fire source has been stolen," a fire guardian screamed at the top of his lungs. "How is that possible?" Clan leader Lai, who was fighting, trembled and almost lost his balance. "With the gate of flame in the way, who can enter without my permission? But the fire source is really gone." "We've already seen it," the fire guardian shouted. Clan leader Lai was a little absent-minded. When he was not paying attention, a fire poison beast charged at him and sent him flying. "It's those humans." The moment clan leader Lai fell to the ground, an idea flashed through his mind. He shouted, "Can you still find those humans?" "They're gone." Someone shook his head. "Now, immediately. Mobilize all the fire guardians and stop those humans for me," clan leader Lai roared. "Whether they are from the fire clan or the human clan, they must die." As his voice fell, the fire guardians had already begun to retreat. They did not bother with the fire poison beasts at all. The space jump formation was also activated. The fire poison beasts could not do anything to them. On the other side, Li Jingfeng and the other three kept running. They were happy. With this flame, we can definitely enter the Great Sage realm, Wang Chang said happily. No, it's not just the Great Sage. I think it can be even higher, Li Zhuang quickly replied. But this flame is only useful to the fire race. How do we split my share? Li Jingfeng asked. He was a human, so the origin flame was of no use to him. Therefore, Li Jingfeng had to consider this point. If he couldn't get any benefits, then it would be a waste of effort. Brotherly, don't worry. If we can find the inheritance, we'll be able to find it. What do you think? Wang Tong asked with a smile. If we don't have any inheritances, we can compensate Brotherly with our own treasures. In fact, Li Jingfeng had no choice but to nod. Before he came in, he had thought that since this was the land of the fire race, the opportunities inside would definitely be of great use to the fire race. As for the other races, it was a little uncertain. Therefore, he was prepared for anything. Wang Chang glanced at Li Zhuang and then at Wang Tong as the four of them ran away. The three of them exchanged glances. Wang Tong was the first one to make his move when they were a short distance away from the black hole. He took the initiative to attack Li Jingfeng. His speed was very fast, and Li Jingfeng was caught completely off guard. Li Jingfeng was struck in one strike. His figure was sent flying backward. By the time Li Jingfeng stood up, his chest had caved in and he was covered in blood. What are you doing? Li Jingfeng bellowed angrily. Brotherly, go in peace, said Wang Tong with a smile. This is the land of our fire race's origins. Why is a human like you meddling in it? You want to hog the fire essence for yourselves. Li Jingfeng instantly understood. How can we hog it for ourselves, said Wang Chang with a smile. The three of us will split it equally. After all, Brotherly has no use for the fire essence. My Xianxia sword sect will not let you off, bellowed Li Jingfeng coldly. My fire cloud palace is no pushover either, said Wang Chang coldly. And Li Jingfeng, we aren't 3-year-olds anymore. You can't scare us with the faction behind you. Wang Chang and company approached Li Jingfeng step by step. At that moment, there was a round of applause. Nice. We haven't even started, but all of you are already biting each other. This saves us a lot of effort. Who is it? Upon hearing the voice, Wang Chang and company hurriedly turned their heads. Su Zimo and company walked out of the void unhurriedly. Who are you? Wang Tong was the first to ask. People from the Chaos Fire realm. Li Zhuang recognized them. His expression was solemn as he chuckled. He said, elites from the Chaos Fire realm, what's the matter? Hand it over, said Xianxia directly. What is it? Wang Chang took a step back and said with a smile. Alright, stop pretending. Let's be honest, Su Zimo said. We were the ones who left the flame mark. We were also the ones who helped you obtain the fire essence. Do you really think trash like you can barge into the land of the fire essence? So it's you. Wang Chang and company wore ugly expressions. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to get someone else to do your dirty work? You aren't worthy of getting someone else to do your dirty work. However, you are right about one thing, replied Xianxia. I have to thank you for helping me bring the fire essence out. I'm afraid you have forgotten that this is the land of origin, not the blazing fire realm. We are not afraid of the chaos fire realm. Wang Chang's aura was powerful. Bang, bang, bang. The aura kept echoing in the surroundings. If I need to use my aura to deal with you, then I'm too weak. Su Zimo smiled and said, I only have one hand. The four of you can come at me together. Who are you looking down on? Wang Chang shouted coldly. Raging flames burned, and he was the first to attack Su Zimo. His speed was astonishing, especially the flames around his body, which vaguely burned the void and turned him into a man of fire. The remaining two, Li Zhuang and Wang Tong, looked at Li Jingfeng and smiled. Brotherly, there are outsiders here. Why don't we work together? Let's abandon our prejudice and deal with them first. Funny. Do you think I will still believe your words? Li Jingfeng sneered. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Wang Tong explained, anyway, you have to understand that if we die, they will also kill you. You won't survive either. Why don't we work together to deal with them and let you go? Hearing this, Li Jingfeng thought for a moment. That was indeed the case. However, he didn't believe that Wang Tong and company would let him go, but he had his own plans. Okay, I agree, Li Jingfeng stood up and said. Su Zimo looked at Wang Chong, who was charging towards him. He sneered. He used the heaven-swallowing good fortune finger. The heaven-defying fingertip fell with the will of heaven-swallowing good fortune, engulfing everything. Rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. The fingertip looked like a pillar that supported the sky. Wang Chong only felt an irresistible force coming towards him. Everything in his line of sight disappeared. That finger was the only thing that filled his vision. Then, a loud explosion was heard. Wang Chong only felt as if he had crashed into a pillar of heaven and earth. He had no chance to resist. He was sent flying. Wang Chong, Li Zhuang shouted. Wang Chong fell to the ground and twitched. His body was already a bloody mess. After one blow, Wang Chong was already unconscious. Let's join forces, Li Zhuang and the others said in horror. At this time, they couldn't care less about any grudges. They just wanted to live. Boundless Great Emperor aura burst out from the three of them. The three great emperors went in three different directions. Sword chi surged around Li Jingfeng's body, and endless sword intent burst out continuously. With a wave of his hand, it was as if countless sword intents were reverberating between heaven and earth. Around Li Zhuang, fiery clouds began to swirl around him, dyeing his entire body red. As for Wang Dong, although he was an itinerant cultivator, his strength was the strongest among the three of them. He clenched his hands tightly, and the roars of wild lions and tigers could be heard. Kill, the three of them roared continuously. When Su Zimo saw this, he chuckled softly. He leaped into the air and kicked forward with his leg. Only a boom sound was heard. Li Zhuang's figure was sent flying. Under the powerful force, the fiery clouds around him shattered, and everything turned into nothingness. However, he stretched out his hands and grabbed Li Jingfeng and Wang Dong's arms. His figure quickly spun in the void. In the end, with Su Zimo as the center, there was even a tornado. Su Zimo let go of his hand slightly. The two of them were sent flying at the same time. Leave the fire source and I'll give you a quick death, Su Zimo said with a smile. Li Zhuang and the other two struggled to get up from the ground. Run! Li Jingfeng roared. With just one move, they were scared out of their wits. They weren't even on the same level. Therefore, they would rather run away than fight. It should be known that when the three great emperors joined forces, there was basically no one they were especially afraid of. Who knew that Su Zimo was actually this strong? You think you can escape? Su Zimo smiled. He stretched out his right hand and tore the void in front of him apart. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the path that Li Zhuang had to take in order to escape. He directly threw a punch. Under the other party's horrified gaze, his head exploded like a watermelon. Then, he crossed the void and arrived. He appeared in front of Li Jingfeng. Spare me. Before Li Jingfeng finished, he was burned into ashes by Su Zimo with the fire of Zhu Rong. The last one was Wang Tong. As he ran, he looked up and saw Su Zimo standing in front of him. He wanted to change direction and escape. Unfortunately, no matter where he went, Su Zimo blocked his way. I'll give you the fire source, and you let me go, Wang Tong said. He slowly took out the transparent cover. The blue flames inside were constantly dancing. You think you have the right to bargain with me? Su Zimo smiled. If you don't agree, I'll destroy this fire source. None of us will get it, Wang Tong said. Then why don't you try and destroy one? Su Zimo smiled indifferently. He walked towards Wang Tong step by step. Wang Tong's throat trembled, and he swallowed again. Don't come over, don't come over. Seeing that Su Zimo didn't care about his threat, Wang Tong made up his mind and a powerful flame burst out from his right hand. He wanted to break the transparent cover. Unfortunately, he seriously underestimated the strength of the flame cover. No matter how he hit it, it wasn't damaged at all. Moreover, his attack seemed to be blasphemous and seemed to have angered the blue flames. The flames directly exploded. It wrapped Wang Tong's entire body and then swallowed him in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, Su Zimo shook his head and laughed. The blue cover fell to the ground, and Su Zimo reached out to pick it up. As soon as he touched the blue cover, a loud shout came from not far away. "Put down the fire source." The fire keeper had already arrived. Elder Huatu directly stepped on the air and slapped towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo also snorted coldly. He picked up the transparent cover with one hand and slapped Elder Huatu's palm with the other. The palm collided with the other party and exploded. Su Zimo didn't move, but Elder Huatu flew backwards. Elder Huatu steadied himself and took a deep breath with a serious face. On the fire keeper's side, Patriarch Lai also walked up. "Child Su," he said. "Patriarch Lai, don't misunderstand, this fire source wasn't taken by us." Su Zimo smiled and said, "It was stolen by these people. We happened to meet them when we were leaving, so we took it back." "We know, we followed them here," Patriarch Lai nodded. He smiled and said, "We also have to thank you for retrieving the fire source for us. You are the great benefactors of our fire keeper clan." Patriarch Lai seems to have misunderstood. Su Zimo smiled. "Who said this fire source was retrieved for you?" Patriarch Lai's smile froze, and he quickly asked, "Child Su, what do you mean? You know, this fire source is something that our fire keeper clan guards." "I know, but we took it from the hands of these criminals. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the fire keeper clan," Su Zimo smiled and said. Hearing this, Patriarch Lai forced himself to calm down. In the end, he said, "Please state your conditions, we agree to all of them." "I don't have any conditions, I want this fire source," Su Zimo said as he put away the fire source. On the fire keeper clan's side, all the fire keepers were faintly visible, surrounding Su Zimo's group. "Child Su, I'm afraid you can't take this fire source away today," Patriarch Lai said. "What? You want to stop me?" Su Zimo smiled and said. "Then you can try, the blade in my hand is very sharp." Everyone seemed to be in a deadlock. Patriarch Lai wanted to take back the fire source, but he was afraid that he and the others were not Su Zimo's match. "If you take away the fire source like this, the land of origin will be destroyed. The Sun Palace will definitely not allow it," Patriarch Lai said. He could not threaten Su Zimo, so he could only use the Sun Palace as an excuse. The Sun Palace dominated the blazing fire domain, and no matter what force, they had to give them some face. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo just smiled. She looked at him with pity in her eyes. "Patriarch Lai, times have changed, your thinking is still stagnant. Have you ever thought that this is the Sun Palace's intention?" Hearing Su Zimo's words, Patriarch Lai frowned slightly. "What do you mean? What do you mean by the Sun Temple? Have you ever thought about why the Sun Temple let us in?" Su Zimo asked. "This?" Patriarch Lai pondered slightly, as if he was still a little unsure. "Actually, to be honest, the flames in the land of origin are incomplete." "I'm afraid you know this," Su Zimo said again. How do you know?" Patriarch Lai was stunned. At this moment, not only Patriarch Lai, but even Shangguan Xian and Xianxia were shocked. They were all members of the fire tribe, so how could they not know this? What exactly is going on? "It seems that you know about this, then it's much easier for me to explain. So I don't have to waste my breath," Su Zimo said with a smile. "The incomplete flames caused all the fire tribe members to be unable to reach the final place. Other than you, I'm afraid only that person from the Sun Temple knows about this. He is currently the only person in the fire tribe who is qualified to reach that realm," Su Zimo said. "So whether it's for the entire fire tribe or for himself, this flame has to be completed, right? What does completing the fire source have to do with you bandits who steal the fire source?" Patriarch Lai replied. In fact, he had gradually begun to believe Su Zimo's words. Because the other party knew too many things. Even many things he didn't know, the other party could say. To complete the fire source, to put it bluntly, you need some key things. But you have been searching for many years, but you still can't find that thing. Su Zimo smiled and said, "So the Sun Temple came up with other ways to complete the flame. Unfortunately, it's still a little lacking. Let me guess the agreement you made with the Sun Temple. The Sun Temple promised to protect your fire guardian tribe from extinction. And you have to agree that as long as the Sun Temple doesn't take away the fire source, you can have the land of origin. Because once the fire source is taken away, the land of origin will be destroyed, and you will die with it. The so-called fire guardian is not only guarding the fire source, but also the hope of the fire tribe, but also their own lives. In addition, the Sun Palace must have an agreement with the fire poison beast. It is impossible for the Sun Palace to help you exterminate the fire poison beast. Otherwise, without a natural enemy, you will escape the control of the Sun Palace. Therefore, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight is the best way. Hearing Suzimo's words, clan leader Lai even felt that the other party had not missed a single word. It was as if he had really participated in that agreement. You. He pointed at Suzimo and was speechless for a long time. In the end, he said, you still haven't said what the Sun Hall's goal is. There are 3 objectives. The first is to borrow our hands to bring the fire source out of the origin grounds. On the other hand, they didn't have to bear the infamy and could sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. As for the land of origin, or you fire keepers, they should have perished long ago. You are the remnants of the old era, and in order to accept the completion of the flames of the new era, sacrifices are unavoidable. Secondly, it was to get rid of some of the fire race's deviants and those with evil intentions. There's a third reason. Maybe he wants to see me. Suzimo smiled and replied, I will definitely take the fire source away. You can't stop me. Leave early and enjoy the last moments of your life. It's time for the fire source that you've guarded for your entire life to do other things. Hearing Suzimo's words, clan leader Lai and the fire keepers laughed bitterly. I believe what you said, and it's just as you said, clan leader Lai replied. But we've guarded the fire source for our entire lives. In the end, we're willing to live and die with the fire source. Clan leader Lai waved his hand and shouted, everyone, kill with me and take back the fire source. He watched as dozens of fire keepers attacked from all directions. Suzimo shook his head slightly. Sometimes, he actually admired these people. They knew that death was the only way out, but they still fell on the path of their mission without hesitation. Alright, then I'll send you off on your last journey. Suzimo clasped his hands together, and a powerful force gathered in his palms. Xianxia. Ever since he entered the Great Saint Realm, he rarely used this move. At this moment, a huge Xianxia spread out above his head. The Xianxia almost covered the entire world. Suzimo clapped his hands downwards. Like azure purgatory, this Xianxia flowed with thick blood. Some people said that Xianxia was an ancient symbol. It was once one of the marks of Tibetan Buddhism. However, Suzimo used the Xianxia to reverse the situation, making it seem like hell, filled with an evil aura. When the Xianxia fell, the world was in a riot. For a time, the world spun, and the sun and moon changed colors. When all the fire keepers looked up, they only felt an irresistible force crushing down on them. Some of the weaker ones were directly crushed into ashes by you. Even the 2 great saint powerhouses, Huatu and Fiery Evil, were in unbearable pain. You were born because of the fire, and you will also die because of the fire. Suzimo said lightly. This is the end, the beginning and end of fate. With a boom, the huge Xianxia finally fell. A deep pit in the shape of the Xianxia appeared on the ground. And in the center of the field, all the fire keepers were turned into ashes. Sigh. Xianxia sighed deeply. After all, the fire keepers were their fire tribe. Now that they had disappeared like this, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Don't sigh, let's get out of here first, Suzimo said. He pointed to the distance. The world in the distance had begun to collapse. It was really collapsing, the kind where the world was destroyed. Suzimo also knew that there were a total of 6 fire sources in the land of origin. The one they took away should be a fire source of the water attribute. Then, all the water elemental realms would be reduced to ashes. If all 6 fire sources were taken, the land of origin would also completely disappear. The world in front of them was dissipating. If Suzimo and the others didn't dodge in time, they would be annihilated with the world. Therefore, the 4 of them were also on guard, not daring to relax in the slightest. Where should we run? Sect Master Bai asked. North. That should be the land of lightning, Suzimo said. The four of them stepped into the air and quickly headed north. Behind them, the destruction of the world was chasing after them. The earth was disintegrating and the sky was collapsing. Many rare natural disasters began to appear. Tornadoes, earthquakes, mudslides, all kinds of apocalyptic scenes were in sight. Faster, faster, Suzimo shouted. Halfway through, Sect Master Bai couldn't dodge in time and was hit by a huge rock from behind. Her whole body was almost swallowed by the destruction. Fortunately, Suzimo grabbed her and threw her forward. Thank you. Sect Master Bai thanked him in fear. Focus, it won't be difficult to escape. Suzimo frowned and replied. The four of them ran in the air. Sometimes tearing through the void, sometimes 1,000 miles in a single step. Finally, in the evening, they left this destroyed world. They came to the land of the thunder fire source. At the edge of this land of the fire source, they could almost see that the previous world had disappeared. Where the two worlds connected was an endless abyss. Anything that fell down would not make a sound, and would not be able to come up again. This place led directly to the bottom of the universe. The end of the world that never dies. Sect Master Bai was already exhausted, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath. We're safe. Sect Master Bai said. Can I see the flame? Xianxia said to Suzimo. You want to use this flame to cultivate, right? Suzimo looked at Xianxia and Xianxia and said. Both of them nodded. Maybe they won't be able to touch the fire source for the rest of their lives. Or maybe this is their only chance in their lives. Alright, I don't want to get all of the 6 fire sources anyway. Just one is enough. Suzimo gave the two of them a transparent cover. Looking at the two of them sitting cross-legged and cultivating the fire source. He also sat on the side with Sect Master Bai. So far, I haven't encountered your opportunity. Suzimo said. If I do, I'll give it to you. It's okay, this is the land of the origin of the fire tribe, there's no need to force opportunities. Sect Master Bai hurriedly shook his head and smiled. Gongzi, it's enough for me to come to the land of the origin and broaden my horizons. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Seeing Sect Master Bai's open-minded attitude, Suzimo smiled. Contentment is happiness, this is not an easy thing. Unfortunately, in this world, everyone is too greedy, resulting in tragic deaths and injuries. Are we going to find other fire source next? Sect Master Bai asked curiously. No need, one fire source is enough. Suzimo shook his head. The next step is to find some ancient lands and watch the show. Watch the show? Sect Master Bai was confused. What about you? Just watch more, listen more, and ask less. Do you understand? Suzimo said. Sect Master Bai hurriedly nodded. They rested there for a night. It was not until the next morning that Xianxia and Xiaoyan woke up from the state of cultivation. How's your comprehension going? Suzimo asked. Xianxia nodded slightly and replied, I'm not far from becoming a sage. As for Xianxia, she seemed to have entered a meditative state. The aura around her was not strong at first. It was just that he had been brewing for an entire night. Only now did it erupt. A powerful aura soared into the sky, and the immortal spirit fire around her grew stronger and stronger. Is he going to become a saint? Xianxia said in surprise. He had originally thought that his talent was already not bad. In a short time, he had comprehended the path to becoming a saint. But who would have thought that Xianxia would directly become a saint? A powerful force lingered around Xianxia. The immortal spirit fire burned into a sea of fire. The profound meaning around her was also transforming bit by bit towards the power of law. This was a transformation of an extreme flame. It was very strong, especially the immortal spirit fire. In Xianxia's body, the 10th meridian was constantly being patted. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her internal organs were constantly being broken. But a powerful force was still attacking her meridian. This was the best time for her to become a supreme saint. When the flames were rolling, Sect Master Bai looked at this scene with some envy. If the immortal land had a supreme saint, they wouldn't be afraid of being bullied by other forces. She was wondering if she would have a chance to become a saint in this life. However, Su Zimo's words pulled her thoughts back. Someone is coming, Su Zimo looked into the distance and said. In fact, Xianxia's breakthrough to become a saint had caused such a big commotion that it would attract some people. These were all within Su Zimo's expectations. But he didn't know if these people were just here to watch or to cause trouble. Su Zimo looked up. There were a total of 3 people who were not from the 6 great fire territories. They seemed to be some rogue cultivators. Among the 3 people, 2 of them were twins. Other than the clothes they wore, they looked almost exactly the same. The 3rd person was a woman. She was wearing a pair of blue shorts, revealing her slender and straight legs. Her upper body was wrapped in a red silk robe. She was holding a sickle in her hand. The scythe was golden, and it spun quickly around her wrist. Who are you? Xianxia stood in front of them and asked. So it's you from the Chaos Fire territory, the young man in white on the left of the twins said with a smile. We are the brothers Luan Wen and Luan Wu from the Golden Wing sect. This lady is Miss Hua from the Colorless sect. Colorless sect. Xianxia frowned and glanced at the woman with the sickle. Although the Colorless sect was not as powerful as the 6 great fire territories, they were very famous. It was said that this sect only recruited women. And the women they recruited were all as beautiful as flowers. They had once broken the mind of a supreme saint. As for the Golden Wing sect, Xianxia had never heard of it. It should belong to a third-rate force. Someone is breaking through ahead. No matter what you want, you can't get close, Xianxia said directly. Of course, Miss Hua said with a smile. We're just here to take a look. We won't disturb you. While they were chatting, Xianxia's breakthrough had reached a critical moment. There was a bang sound coming from her body. A phoenix full of immortal qi and burning with immortal spirit fire flew out of her body. Finally, it dissipated into the void. The powerful holy power swept through the whole world. And finally swallowed everything. Xianxia took a long breath and finally slowly opened her eyes. She broke through, Su Zimo asked. I was lucky to comprehend the fire source. The shackles in my body were opened, Xianxia said with a smile. Entering the land of origin helped her to step into the Supreme Saint. Just this alone made this trip worth it. Thank you for protecting me, Xianxia said. When she broke through, even she didn't expect it. If there was no one protecting her, the breakthrough would most likely fail. Congratulations on stepping into the Saint realm, Luan Wen said with a smile. They didn't do anything just now. Now that Xianxia had broken through to the Supreme Saint, it was naturally impossible for them to do anything. What are you doing here? Su Zimo asked. We found an ancient land ahead. Are you interested in taking a look? Yunwen replied with a smile. You found an ancient land and didn't explore it yourself. Instead, you told us, Su Zimo said with a smile. This doesn't seem right. Don't misunderstand. We're not the only ones who discovered this ancient land. There are also people from the Immortal Fire territory, Luan Wen hurriedly explained. The most important thing is that the entrance to the ancient land is below the lair of a fire-poison beast. We don't have a clue how to enter. If we alarm the fire-poison beast, the loss will outweigh the gain. Ancient land, let's go and take a look, Su Zimo said. As for the Immortal Fire territory, he remembered that he had a conflict with them before and almost killed the guy named Su Fengyun. Su Zimo found it interesting and wanted to meet them. He wondered what kind of expression they would have. We can lead the way, Yunwen said with a smile. Su Zimo nodded and did not refuse. On the way, Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said with a smile, How do you feel about the great sage? I'm adapting to the power in my body, Xianxia said. The laws are indeed wonderful, and the soul of life and death is even more strange. There are too many things worth exploring in the great sage realm. It seems that this trip to the land of origin was not in vain, Xianxia replied. You'll be there soon, Xianxia said. I'll work hard. I can't let you surpass me, Xianxia replied. After all, he was second in the quota for the Chaos Fire territory, and Xianxia was only third. Under the lead of Yun Wen and the other two, Su Zimo and the others soon arrived at the ancient land. It was a cliff of a canyon. The canyon was unfathomably deep, and the mountain walls on both sides were at least as high as a cliff. Furthermore, the inside of the canyon was verdant and lush, with a hazy fog. Their vision was a vast expanse of white. On the cliff, occasionally, monsters flew by, but their figures were quickly annihilated by the fog. They came to a protruding cliff. Miss Fiery pointed to the opposite cliff and said, "Do you see that? The ancient land is over there." "I can't see anything clearly," sect leader Bai said after watching for a long time. "The fog is too thick. I can't even see the lair of the fire poison beast, let alone the ancient land." "Of course you can't see it. In fact, we didn't notice it at first. It's just that there was a strange phenomenon in this ancient land, so it attracted our attention," Miss Fiery said with a smile. "Then let's fly over and take a look," Su Zimo suggested. Everyone leaped into the air, stepping on the white fog, and headed straight for the cliff on the other side. When they were about to approach, Su Zimo reminded everyone to slow down. "Don't alarm the fire poison beast inside." He wasn't afraid of the fire poison beast, it was just some unnecessary trouble. "I saw it." Xianxia was the first to speak. Everyone raised their heads to look, only to see the lush green mountain wall covered by the dense forest. First, there was a red hole that sucked in energy. The hole was like a quagmire. It stuck to the wall and kept squirming. "This is the entrance to the fire poison beast's lair," Su Zimo said. "That's right. Look down there." Miss Fiery pointed down. At first, he didn't think much of it. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was a painting underneath. There were pictures of the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. It was a painting of the four symbols. The painting was vivid and carved into the inside of the mountain wall. "What ancient land is this?" Xianxia looked at the murals of the four symbols and pondered. "I don't know." "I'm afraid we can't know until we get inside," Miss Fiery shook her head and replied. While they were observing, Su Zimo suddenly shouted softly, "Be careful." 3 auroras flew over from a distance. They were so fast that when they wanted to stop them, they found that these auroras were not going to kill them. Instead, they fell on the fire poison beast's lair. With a boom, the whole fire poison beast's lair exploded. The surrounding mountain walls slid down and the big trees exploded. The whole canyon shook violently. This kind of shocking explosion naturally attracted the attention of the fire poison beast. One by one, fiery red arms stretched out from the quagmire-like entrance. "Damn it, they want to kill us with a borrowed knife," Yunwu said angrily. Su Zimo turned his head and looked in the direction of the auroras. On one side of the canyon in the distance, 3 figures stood in the void and stared at the crowd. The man in the middle of the 3 figures was also Su Zimo's old acquaintance. Su Fangyun from the Immortal Fire Territory. He was beaten half to death by him. If the Temple Master of the Immortal Fire Territory hadn't intervened to save him, he would have been dead by now. The other 2 should be other contestants from the Immortal Fire Territory. Su Zimo was not familiar with them. They were taking revenge. Su Zimo instantly understood. After the 3 people from the Immortal Fire Territory alerted the fire poison beast, they left directly. At this moment, as more and more fire poison beasts reached out one after another, more and more fire poison beasts gathered here. And each fire poison beast was very powerful. 2 or 3 of them faintly emitted the aura of a great sage. Most importantly, there were a large number of fire poison beasts in this lair, and they were still coming out. "We can't continue fighting," Su Zimo and the others immediately judged. If there were only a few fire poison beasts, it wouldn't matter if they killed them. But this was obviously a big lair. There were hundreds of fire poison beasts. After killing them with great effort, someone might reap the benefits. "Retreat," Su Zimo said. As soon as he finished speaking, a great saint-level fire poison beast had already launched an attack. Its huge body moved over. With a boom, it exploded on the ground like a cannonball. Its claws fell on Su Zimo's head. The tyrannical shadow behind Su Zimo was directly unsheathed and shielded above his head. Even so, when this huge force came, Su Zimo was already pressed down to the point that he bent over. He snorted coldly. He stood up straight little by little, and the tyrannical shadow was directly pulled out from the fire-poison beast's claws. One slash broke through 10,000 mountains. The saber essence swept across the sky with a rumbling sound, and the fire-poison beast's two huge claws were directly cut off. The fire-poison beast was roaring. "You guys go first." "I'll take the rear," Xianxia said. "Can you?" Xianxia asked. "I've just become a great sage." "I also want to try my strength," Xianxia said with a smile. "Don't worry." Su Zimo was not worried about Xianxia. Except when facing the Shangguan family, Xianxia was generally very calm. She was very good at doing things that she was not sure about. But when facing the Shangguan family, she seemed to have lost her mind and her IQ dropped to 0. He didn't know what kind of great hatred there was between her and the Shangguan family. Su Zimo and the others stepped on the air and went to the opposite canyon. As for Xianxia, who was behind them, she almost went all out. The immortal fire burned into a wall. The wall of fire burned everything, enveloping all the fire-poison beasts. "Go down." She stepped on the air with one foot and directly kicked a fire-poison beast away. After shaking off the fire-poison beasts, everyone stopped in the canyon. Their expressions were a little ugly. After all, it was not a good thing to be plotted against. "When we entered this ancient land, they stopped us from entering," Yunwu said angrily. "I thought they had already entered, but I didn't expect them to still be around. They want to plot against us this time." Yunwu did not know about the conflict between Su Zimo and the Undying Fire territory, so he thought they were against them. "They're just a bunch of ants." "What's there to be afraid of, but ants can be quite annoying sometimes," Su Zimo said. "Let's find them first and kill them before entering the ancient land." "How?" Xianxia asked. "They're probably hiding. They must still be around." "They won't give up on this ancient land," Su Zimo said with a smile. "As long as they're around, it'll be easy to find them." He stretched out his hand, and the compass slowly rose from his hand. In terms of finding people, Su Zimo had never seen anyone better than him. The compass spun quickly and Su Zimo began to capture the aura of the people from the Undying Fire territory. It was very fast. In less than 3 minutes, the compass had stopped spinning. The arrow pointed to the east. "Follow me." He quickly stepped into the air and headed to the east. Everyone followed closely behind as they charged into the lush valley. Actually, if one were to look down from the heavens, this place would look like an endless and ancient forest. Looking for people here was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention hiding a few people in the vast forest. It would be difficult to find hundreds of people. At this moment, in the depths of the canyon forest, in front of a big tree, Su Fengyun stood in the middle. There was a young man standing on each side of him. The young man on the left was called Chang Hu, and the young man on the right was called Mu Zhe. Both of them were direct disciples of the Undying Hall Master. They were also the top experts of the younger generation in the Undying Fire territory. They were even much stronger than Su Fengyun. But Su Fengyun's identity was different. He was the youngest son of the Undying Hall Master. He had been respected since he was young and had all kinds of resources. Therefore, in front of Su Fengyun, the two of them were inferior. At this moment, Chang Hu opened his mouth and said, "Those rogue cultivators have allied with those from the primal chaos flame realm. The situation is not good for us. I haven't even done anything to that guy from the primal chaos flame realm yet, but now he's here," Su Fengyun said angrily. Last time, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Su Zimo and was almost killed. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was young. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. "Don't be rash. We're definitely not their match," Mu Zhe advised. "Of course I know. But even if I'm disgusted, I'll make them feel disgusted too," Su Fengyun replied. "We can't enter the ancient lands, and we can't let them in either." Chang Hu raised his head and looked at the sky. He said, "They have begun to look for us everywhere. Even if they searched for a lifetime in this boundless forest, they might not be able to find it," sneered Su Fengyun. "They seem to be coming for us?" Changhu said uncertainly. Because the figures that Su Zimo and the others descended from the sky were on their side. That's impossible. It must be a coincidence, Su Fengyun replied. Let's hide well and see what they're up to. In the sky, Su Zimo and the others stopped in the depths of the forest. He looked around. Then he looked at the guidance above his head and sneered. How is it? Xianxia asked. You guys, come out. Stop hiding, Su Zimo said with a smile. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was no reaction. Did we find the wrong one? Yunwen asked. Su Zimo snorted and pulled out the tyrannical shadow in his hand. He directly threw it out. The tyrannical shadow turned into a stream of light and stabbed into a nearby tree. There was a miserable scream. The tree started to bleed, and Changhu's figure flew out. How did you find out? Changhu asked in shock. You don't know what kind of existence you're going against, Su Zimo said with a smile. Die. Seeing that they couldn't hide anymore, Su Fengyun attacked from behind the tree. The purple undying flame burned fiercely on his body. The undying bird appeared behind him. It let out a sharp cry. The void melted, and the surrounding trees started to burn. I've been waiting for you, Su Zimo said with a smile. He took a few steps back and dodged Su Fengyun's attack. The moment the two brushed past each other, Su Zimo raised his right foot. A strong gust of wind came from his foot. With a boom, Su Fengyun's figure was kicked away. Are you okay? Changhu quickly helped Su Fengyun up. There's one more person. Why? Are you not going to come out? Su Zimo said. On another tree nearby, Muze slowly walked out. What do you want? He asked. I want you to die, Su Zimo grinned. I'll give you this ancient land, how about that? Muze said. Do I need you to give it to me? If I kill you, this ancient land will still be mine, Su Zimo sneered. So there's no way to negotiate? Muze said. Kill him. Su Zimo looked at Xianxia and ordered. Xianxia's right hand turned into a palm and slapped toward Su Fengyun. Among these people, Su Fengyun's status was the highest. Changhu and Muze naturally had to protect him. Muze stood in front of Xianxia and met her palm. However, Xianxia was no longer the same as before. Her strength was extraordinary. Her powerful strength was like the surging waves of the sea. Muze was sent flying, his body slamming heavily into a nearby tree. With a crack, more than a dozen trees were cut in half. Run! Muze roared. In just one exchange, he knew he was no match. There was no point in fighting. Changhu and Muze hurriedly stood up and ran into the depths of the canyon forest. You think you can escape? Su Zimo smiled. The tyrannical shadow in his hand shot out countless rays of saber energy. For a moment, it was like a purgatory sea of saber energy. It covered the top of the two's heads. An endless sea of saber energy fell down. Behind the three, true fates appeared. They were all purple undying birds. Their huge bodies burned with raging flames as they blocked the attacks above their heads. If it were a great emperor, they could still fight. Unfortunately, there was an insurmountable gap between a great saint and a great emperor. Only a boom sound was heard. Changhu and Muze's figures were heavily injured, but they barely made it through. However, Su Fengyun was slightly weaker. Su Fengyun's back seemed to have caved in. His bones were dislocated. The power of this attack was almost beyond what Su Fengyun could handle. He fell to the ground, covered in blood. He struggled to raise his right hand and asked Changhu and Muze for help. But the two of them were scared out of their wits. They didn't have the guts to save Su Fengyun. Or rather, not only would they not be able to save Su Fengyun, but they would also be killed. They usually respected Su Fengyun because he was the palace lord's youngest son. But when it came to a critical moment, no one would recognize who you were. As the saying went, it was better to die than to die. The two of them ran away without looking back. But Su Zimo had so many people, how could he let them escape? Xianxia and Xianxia stepped into the air. They stood in front of the two of them. Changhu's eyes were fierce as he roared, "Get out of the way, I won't fight for this ancient land. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death." You think you're worthy of fighting to the death? Xianxia snorted. Her supreme saint aura reverberated around her. The immortal spirit fire burned around her body. Her jade-like hand fell, and a palm print as big as the sky fell. Changhu's expression changed. The undying flame burned out, incinerating the entire void. The undying bird formed by the undying flame flapped its wings and flew, roaring. That's all the undying palace has, Xianxia snorted. When her palm fell, a powerful force swept through everything. Only a boom sound was heard. Because the aftershock of the explosion was too great, many people heard a busy tone in their ears. The undying bird was scattered and turned to dust. As for Changhu's figure, he was also hit with a single blow, creating an especially large crater in the ground. Changhu couldn't be blamed. He looked very weak. Those who were able to enter this origin ground, which one of them wasn't exceptionally gifted? They were all complete freaks. His undying bird wasn't as weak as he thought. But the difference was that Xianxia had already become a supreme saint, while they were still peak great emperors. However, this step was an insurmountable chasm. This short step was enough to defeat countless great emperors. Thus, Xianxia was not affected at all. If Xianxia had not broken through to the great sage, it was hard to say who was stronger between the two. On the other side, Xianxia and Muzhe were locked in a fierce battle. Muzhe was able to represent the entire undying fire domain to obtain a spot and participate in the battle. It could be said that she was definitely not an ordinary person. Xianxia, who was in the same realm as him, couldn't do anything to him in a short time. There were even a few times when he was forced into a perilous situation. Xianxia, can you do it? Su Zimo smiled. Why don't we get someone else? Xianxia snorted coldly. Before this, he was the strongest of the young generation in the Chaos Fiery realm. After being defeated by Su Zimo, what he cared about the most was that Su Zimo looked down on him. Hearing this, he coldly replied, no need. I'll take him down in 5 rounds. Shameless boasting. Seeing that he was being looked down upon, Muzhe coldly shouted. It's not certain who will win yet. Then let's try, Xianxia said tit for tat. Flames burst out from his body. That was the power of the Chaos Fiery body. The Chaos Fiery body was one of the 10 divine bodies. In fact, to be precise, the Chaos Fiery body was one of the 10 divine bodies. But later, under the changes of the Origin Fire Ancestor, the Chaos Fiery body became the Chaos Fiery body. Although it was changed, its power was still the same. It was even more compatible with the fire race. The moment the Chaos Fiery body appeared, a scorching wave of fire directly fluctuated. Many people couldn't bear this flame. Even the fire race felt hot. Kill! Xianxia roared. The flames on his body almost soared 100 times. His whole body seemed to have jumped out of a sea of fire. The Chaos Fiery body spread all over. The 2 palms collided in the void. The Chaos Fiery realm directly swallowed the undying flame and burned Muzhe's whole body. Muzhe seemed to feel the scorching heat. He began to roar non-stop. An endless stream of undying flame spread out from his body, trying to disperse the Chaos Fiery body. Unfortunately, the Chaos Fiery body was also famous among the flames. It was even stronger than Xianxia's immortal spirit fire. At least in Su Zimo's knowledge, except for his own fire of Zhu Rong, there seemed to be no flame stronger than this Chaos Fiery body. Under the support of the Chaos Fiery body, the powerful force kept lingering. In just a few moves, Muzhe's body would be burned black. It was like scorched earth. He looked like he was dying. It was ridiculous. The dignified fire race would be burned to death by the flames in the end. Xianxia dragged the dying Muzhe and threw him directly in front of Su Zimo. Then he snorted arrogantly. Well done, Su Zimo said with a smile. He looked at the 3 people in front of him. Almost all of them were seriously injured and half dead. After you die, when you go to the Nether Realm, remember to tell them my name, Su Zimo said. The 3 of them still wanted to beg for mercy, but it was too late. The tyrannical shadow in Su Zimo's right hand fell, and the 3 heads flew into the sky. Then the 3 bodies and souls were all destroyed. There was almost no chance for them to be resurrected. After the three of them died, Su Zimo looked at the three rogue cultivators, Yun Wen, Yun Wu, and Miss Fiery. To be precise, these three people were not on the same side as him. The three of their faces changed slightly. Yun Wen took the lead and said, "We don't want to fight for the ancient land. We just want to follow you. You eat the meat, we'll drink the soup." After all, the death of the three people from the immortal fire realm could be said to be a deep stab to them. They didn't dare to be stubborn at all. The best result was to admit defeat. "It's okay to drink the soup, but you guys will take the lead later," Su Zimo said with a smile. "You." Yun Wen and the others' faces changed. They didn't know what the ancient land was like. If there was really danger, they would be the ones to die. "What? You want to drink the soup, but you don't want to pay anything?" Su Zimo said. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a dangerous aura in his eyes. "Don't worry, we'll take the lead." "We'll take the lead," Miss Fiery hurriedly replied. If they agreed to this request, they would still have a breath of life. However, if they didn't agree, they would probably be sent away by Su Zimo directly. "Then let's go." Su Zimo waved his hand. Everyone once again stepped into the air and flew toward the entrance of the ancient land. This time, they could be said to be very careful. They didn't alarm the fire-poisoned beasts above. Finally, after arriving at the entrance of the ancient land, Su Zimo first sized it up. The entrance was very old, and the surface was wrapped by vines and branches. "Please come in," Xianxia said. Miss Fiery and the other two hesitated for a moment and then entered the cave. The cave was very narrow. To be precise, the cave was originally very big, but it had been there for a long time. It became narrow, and the top had begun to collapse. If they wanted to go in, they had to hide. Moreover, they didn't dare to destroy it at will, for fear of disturbing the fire-poisoned beast above and destroying the ancient land. Although the ancient land was blessed by a mysterious force. If the fire-poisoned beast destroyed it by force, it wouldn't last long. "I wonder which senior of the fire tribe left this behind?" Xianxia asked curiously. In fact, there were quite a lot of ancient lands in the land of origin. Many seniors of the fire tribe would leave their places of residence. In terms of danger, there were basically few. But there were inevitably some extreme people. Therefore, everyone was very careful and didn't dare to be careless. After a period of time, the collapse above finally disappeared, and everyone could walk normally. It was very dark around, and the air was a little turbid because it hadn't circulated for a long time. "Look, there's a part of the mural here," Miss Fiery suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over and saw a very conspicuous mural in the dim light. It was very similar to the mural at the entrance of the cave. It was also the four divine beasts. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. The only difference from the mural at the entrance was that the images of the four divine beasts on this mural were particularly lifelike. And the momentum of the mural was more majestic. The green aura on the azure dragon was like a long river, surging and bursting out. On the white tiger, a white murderous aura was reverberating, and it blended with the azure dragon. White and green gases were surging. As for the vermilion bird and the black tortoise, one represented fire, and the other represented water. Water and fire were incompatible. The vermilion bird looked down at the world, and flames burned around its body. The black tortoise roared to the sky, and the water gathered into a sea. On the turtle shell on its back, the sea was surging and roaring. Seeing this mural, everyone kept thinking. The senior of the fire tribe who lived here must be related to the four divine beasts. "Let's go in and take a look," Su Zimo said. Everyone walked forward, and finally, it didn't take long for them to come to a gate in this ancient land. It was an iron gate. It was tightly shut, and dust was flying everywhere. One could imagine how long it had been since anyone had come here. "Let me see if I can open the door," Miss Fiery said. Flames spread out from her right hand as the might of a great emperor surged. His palm landed heavily on the iron door. The buzzing sound reverberated in the silent void. Everyone raised their heads to look, only to see that the iron door remained motionless. "So heavy." Miss Fiery withdrew her hand. He said with some apprehension. Even with her strength as a great emperor, she couldn't open the door. When his palms landed on the door, it was as if he wasn't facing a door, but a whole new world. "I can't open it," Miss Fiery said frankly. "Let me try." Xianxia stood up and said. She was surrounded by Saint Aura as strands of power of law wrapped around her body. When her palms fell, the door also made a loud bang sound. It was as if there was a rebounding force. Xianxian's figure was directly sent flying. However, the door shook violently and was almost pushed open. "It's attacking me?" Xianxian said with uncertainty. Because when she hit the iron door, the other side also sent a force flying. "This door has spiritual intelligence?" Su Zimo frowned. He walked to the iron door and said lightly, "You can understand what we're talking about, right?" The door didn't move at all, and there was no movement. "How can a door have spiritual intelligence?" Xianxia said with a smile. Su Zimo glanced at him and didn't explain. Instead, he drew out the tyrannical shadow in his hand and directly slashed at it. There was a boom. His saber chi was directly rebounded. "Then give it a try," Su Zimo snorted coldly. The saber chi in his hand was vibrating, and countless power vortexes were surging in his body. The power of heaven shaking wrapped around the saber and began to riot. Su Zimo slashed out with his saber again. This time it could be clearly felt that the door took a few steps back. But it still rebounded the saber chi. "Go on," Su Zimo snorted coldly. The law phenomenon in his body was directly activated, and the divine demon visualization picture kept spinning in his mind. There was the power of heaven shaking outside, and the divine demon visualization picture inside. His momentum had reached an indescribable level. Su Zimo seemed to be still not satisfied, and summoned the heavenly gate of 3 lives. Under the blessing of the gate of life, the gate of death, and the gate of eternal life. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was quite strong, and it felt like it could kill any god or Buddha in its way. "This is too fierce. I don't want to play anymore," a cry of surprise sounded. A face, 2 arms, and 2 legs grew out of the iron gate. It actually shouted. "I don't want to play anymore, I don't want to play anymore." What kind of monster is this?" Xianxia said in surprise. "This is the door you said has no spiritual intelligence?" Su Zimo laughed. "You people are too violent. You hit me as soon as you came." "Can't you talk nicely?" the iron door replied. "Who are you?" Su Zimo asked. "Listen up, I am the only one in the world. The strongest 4 symbols fire ancestor in history," the iron door said proudly. "You're the 4 symbols fire ancestor?" The people next to him didn't believe it. "How can the fire ancestor look like you?" "Right, what's the 4 symbols fire ancestor?" "I've never heard of it." Everyone was discussing. The iron door was so angry that it almost changed color. He shouted, "You little bastards of the fire tribe don't even know your own Laozu sect. The 4 symbols fire ancestor is one of the oldest Laozu sects of the fire tribe. You're not the 4 symbols fire ancestor. At most, you're just a broken door," Su Zimo replied. The iron door didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, it said, "If you want to enter here, you have to fulfill my request." "Why do we have to fulfill your request? Can't we just force our way in?" Su Zimo asked. "If you force your way in, you won't get anything," the iron door threatened. "Then I'll tear down your broken door," Su Zimo snorted. "You don't care about reason at all," the iron door replied. "I won't hide it from you. We are the 4 symbols fire ancestors' divine door that sealed heaven and earth. If you want to get me, you have to get our approval." Hearing this, Su Zimo raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand. "Let's talk nicely. Don't hit me." The iron door was scared and took a few steps back. "Can we go in?" Su Zimo asked. "You can talk, but can you put down your blade?" the iron door replied. Su Zimo put down the blade in his hand. He asked, "If you tell us properly, we can let you go. Otherwise, I'll tear down your door. What do you want to know?" "You have to at least ask before I can answer," Iron Gate helplessly replied. "Who are the 4 symbols fire ancestors?" Xianxia was the first to ask. "Laozu of your fire tribe, why are you asking me?" Iron Gate replied, "In the land of origin, they were the oldest group of fire race. Among them were the four symbols fire ancestors. What about you? What are you? Xianxia asked. Even the four symbols fire ancestors are dead, how are you still alive? I'll say it again, I am Divine Gate, the four symbols fire ancestors once used me to seal a world. Iron Gate replied, I'm not a living being. I'm just a dormant consciousness. I live as long as the world itself, as long as the world doesn't die, I won't die. Isn't that awesome? Hearing that, Suzimo thought for a bit. He then asked, what's behind you? No, nothing. Iron Gate hurriedly replied. If it's nothing, then why are you so nervous? Suzimo asked. This time Iron Gate remained silent. Do you want to see if your Iron Gate is hard enough, or if my blade is sharp enough? Suzimo replied. We're all civilized people, it's not good to fight. Iron Gate hurriedly said. Behind this door is a world that the four symbols fire ancestors once imagined. Xianxia and the others were surprised. That's right, as the first fire ancestors, the four symbols fire ancestors once imagined the future of the fire tribe. A world that they created with their own hands. Unfortunately, after implementing it, they realized it was too difficult and failed in the end. Iron Gate sighed, this world is probably his hope. We want to take a look, Xianxia said. No, Iron Gate's reaction was fierce. This world is an independent existence. The reason it's been preserved until now is because it's been sealed. It's completely isolated from the outside world. If we open the Iron Gate and let the outside world come into contact with this world will probably be destroyed. Do you think this world can be preserved even if we don't look at it? Suzimo asked. Why not? Iron Gate asked. Someone wants to seize the fire source here. Once the fire source is gone, it won't just be the world you protect. Including you, I'm afraid you can't even protect yourself. Didn't you say that you coexist with this world? Let's see if you'll die then. That's impossible, Iron Gate said in shock. With the Fire Guardian clan here, the Sun Temple will not allow the origin grounds to be destroyed. Looks like you don't know anything either, Suzimo said with a smile. I've been asleep for too long, but I don't know much about the outside world, Iron Gate replied. But I don't believe you. Even if someone wants to steal the fire source, it should be you people. We did steal the fire source, but it wasn't the fire source here. Suzimo shook his head. There were a total of 6 fire sources in the land of origin. In fact, he only needed one source of fire. Too many wouldn't do him any good. While speaking, Suzimo took out the fire source. In the transparent cover, a light blue flame was slowly burning. You bandits, Iron Gate said angrily. You should take care of your own safety first, Suzimo said. Have you thought it through? Will you let me in or not? Do I have a choice? Iron Gate replied helplessly. If Suzimo and the others were determined to go in, it didn't matter whether Iron Gate agreed or not. Is there any opportunity here? Xianxia asked again. Iron Gate didn't seem to want to talk to them. He directly said, go in and see for yourself. Around Iron Gate, there was a rumbling sound of explosion. A circular ripple spread out in all directions. In this circle, there was thunder and lightning bursting. Iron Gate began to split open little by little, as if opening up another world. The space jump was connected here. With a pop, something was split open, and the Iron Gate was completely opened. Everyone, please come in, Iron Gate said. Let's go, Suzimo took the lead and went in. As soon as they entered, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Below their feet was a large red plain. Of course, this red plain was not a grassland, but a jumping red fairy. They were looking up. The green was as tall as a tree, and red trees were growing all over the world. Tens of thousands of branches descended from the sky, enveloping countless large trees within. If one looked carefully, they would find that these were not real trees, but still illusions of fire spirits. Under the trees, on the grass. One by one, the animals were galloping. There were rabbits leaping, elks in the forest. There were sparrows in the void, eagles thousands of miles away. There were also all kinds of animals. But without exception, these were not real animals. They were all illusions of fire spirits. Standing in front of this world, everyone could imagine its magnificence and majesty. I seem to know the vision of the four symbols fire ancestor, Xianxia said. He wants to create a world created by fire spirits. That's right, fire spirits can create all things, and the fire spirits can really dominate a world. Suzimo nodded and said, this is really a big vision. Not to mention a vision, it can be said to be a delusion. Even the human race can't do it. This world is dissipating, Xianxia suddenly sensed. Ever since they came in, it was like ink falling into a pool of water. The clear water instantly began to turn dark and turbid. The originally fiery red world began to darken bit by bit, and then everything turned to ashes. The fire trees died, the fire grass withered, and the corpses of all the fire spirits fell to the ground. It was a mess, and corpses were piled up like a tide. This world was dying. It could be seen that Iron Gate did not lie to them. After the outside world came into contact with this place, this world was really going to be destroyed. Before this, the time and space of this world were still, and even life was still. Therefore, everything here could still be preserved after tens of thousands of years. Everyone sighed. Such a scene was rare and only existed in imagination. It was indeed a pity that it disappeared in front of him. Let's go in and take a look, Suzimo said. He felt that these seniors of the fire spirits were basically lunatics. How could they have such thoughts? This was already intolerable by the villainous heavens. Why was the villainous heavens powerful? Because he was the god of creation. He created everything. Time and space, the five elements, yin and yang, and the chaos. Everyone who lived in this world was just a part of it. That was why all the people who tried to challenge the heavens in the past all failed. In the world of the villainous heavens, it was too difficult to defeat him. No matter how peerless you are, you can't escape from the hands of the villainous heavens in the end. But the fire tribe's idea was simply against the heavenly Tao. They wanted to create a world of their own. Just like Suzimo's divine land, it existed independently and was not controlled by the villainous heavens at all. In the divine land, the villainous heavens couldn't do anything because Suzimo was the god of creation. The fire tribe probably had the same idea. It was just that they chose an even more unrealistic path. To create a world, it required countless forces. They wanted to use the fire spirits to create it. The difficulty of this could be imagined. So in the end, they failed. The four symbols fire ancestors used the divine gate to seal this world. In the end, they only regarded it as a beautiful vision. Until the land of origin became unstable and the fire tribe all entered the Chihua domain, this divine gate never opened again. Because the world had been destroyed. When Suzimo and the others came in, they saw barren land under their feet. It was dry and barren, without any trace of life. Even the earth was dead. After walking for a while, they almost didn't gain anything and were about to return. Miss Fiery suddenly pointed to the front and shouted, "Look, what's that?" Everyone looked up. In front of them, there were a few rays of light flickering little by little. "Let's go and take a look." Everyone was shocked and quickly said. They stepped on the air and flew away quickly. After passing by a few deathly silent mountains, they finally saw the outlines of the glowing spots. They turned out to be four pillars of light that shot straight into the sky. One was green, one was red, one was white, and the last one was blue. These four pillars of light rose into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky. Although these pillars of light looked very clear, they were actually very far away. Everyone stepped on the air for an hour, but they still hadn't reached the light pillars. Finally, after more than 2 hours, when they were close to the light pillars, they were blocked by a transparent barrier. Was this set up by the four symbols fire ancestors? Xianxia asked. Let me try. Xianxia's holy aura surged as she directly slapped over. Bang, a loud sound was heard. The large palm landed on the barrier. Unlike the metal door, the barrier did not reflect damage. However, it was incomparably sturdy. Facing Xianxia's aggressive palm strike, it actually did not budge at all. It's this broken door again, Xianxia said angrily. Break the door, come out. Ever since she had become a great sage, she had been brimming with confidence. Who would have thought that she would stumble twice in a row today? Who is it? Why are you calling me? Lazy Sheep's voice came from the iron gate. It seemed to be able to move freely in this world. With a single spacetime jump, it appeared in front of everyone. He looked at the land of death. He said regretfully, "Look at you people. It's a perfect fantasy world. Just like that, it no longer exists. Tell me first, did you set up this barrier?" Xianxia asked. "What barrier?" Iron Gate was stunned. Then, its gaze fell on the transparent barrier. "This shouldn't be. Why is there a barrier here?" It carefully examined the barrier. "Just now," he replied, "why can't I sense this barrier? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have known about this barrier at all." Iron Gate used its own power to touch the barrier, but it was rejected. "Could it be that the four symbols fire ancestors set it up without telling you?" Someone asked. "How is that possible?" "Before the four symbols fire ancestors left, they brought me to look down on the entire world." "You have entrusted everything to me," Iron Gate replied firmly. Its gaze looked inside the barrier again. As if it had thought of something, its expression changed drastically. "Oh no, someone is stealing the four symbols flame crystals." "What are you talking about? What four symbols flame crystals?" Suzimo and the others were puzzled. Before the four symbols fire ancestors left, they knew that their time was up. So, they stored the natal flame crystals that they cultivated in this world. Iron Gate explained simply, "I've been sleeping for thousands of years. But I can't sense the four symbols flame crystals just now. Logically speaking, I can go anywhere in this world. But this barrier can actually cut off my control of this world. Someone must have entered long ago." "Didn't you just say that you're some divine gate that sealed a world?" Xianxia said. "Now, someone has entered without anyone noticing." "You didn't even notice. You only know how to brag all day." "I'm not bragging. The person who entered is definitely extraordinary. Why don't you contact the Sun Palace?" "I'm afraid you can't handle it," Iron Gate said hurriedly. "We can't handle it? Wasn't this world left to you by the four symbols fire ancestors? Then what are you doing?" Xianxia asked. "Of course I'm retreating strategically," Iron Gate replied confidently. "This existence can steal the four symbols flame crystals without alerting me. How can I fight against it? In my opinion, among all of you, only this young master is worth looking at." Taiman looked at Suzimo and said with a grin, "You'd better come with us." Suzimo grabbed Iron Gate with his hand. He was about to enter the barrier. "Young master, let's talk nicely." "A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists," Iron Gate shouted. "Like a pig being slaughtered." "Then let's see if the power of your Iron Gate can break the barrier," Suzimo said. "What do you want?" "I'll tell you. I'm already old. I'm just a pile of old bones. I can't take it anymore," Iron Gate shouted. In fact, from a certain point of view, Iron Gate was also a weapon. A powerful force erupted from Suzimo's hand. A steady stream of power poured into the Iron Gate. The Iron Gate began to shake. A divine power appeared and waves of fluctuations came. Suzimo shouted softly. He opened his arms and grabbed the Iron Gate with his right hand. He shattered time and space and threw it at the barrier. Only a rumbling sound of explosions could be heard. Everyone subconsciously closed their ears. Suzimo didn't hold back in this attack and used all his strength. Holy power surged and demonic energy was like clouds. There was a cracking sound. The entire barrier shattered like a piece of glass. The moment the barrier shattered, the powerful aura inside surged out. A surge of energy almost knocked everyone to the ground. "Let's go look at the four symbols flame crystals," Iron Gate shouted. Everyone stepped into the air. This time, they were heading towards the source of the four symbols flame crystals. A few minutes later, they stopped in front of an altar. The huge altar seemed to hold up the sky. Colorful lights flickered all around. On the altar, all the power turned into a torrent that swept through the void. The focus of this torrent was the four crystals not far away. These four crystals were like the power of the four symbols. They represented the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. The power of the four crystals gathered and formed a human figure that fought against the torrent of the altar. At this moment, Tai Men saw the figure formed by the four symbols flame crystals and shouted, "For symbols fire ancestor." Only then did everyone look at the figure. The vision of the four symbols fire ancestor had shocked everyone, so they were curious about what kind of person he was. He looked to be about 30 years old. He wore a green robe with the four symbols beast printed on it. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being that could overturn the universe. His posture was tall and straight, and his face was filled with a sense of concealment. His eyes were as wild as a demonic beast's. One could imagine how crazy he was when he was alive. He had a high nose bridge, and half of his hair was red and half black. He stood there, and all the flames around him submitted to him. Amazing. As a member of the fire tribe, he separated himself from the flames. He's already surpassed the limits of this tribe, Su Zimo exclaimed. The fire tribe couldn't leave the flames. Or rather, look at the blazing fire domain. The place they lived in had to be hot. But the four symbols fire ancestor was different. He separated himself from the flames and became a member of the fire tribe, controlling all flames. He was also an independent existence that wasn't bound by the flames. If that's the case, doesn't that mean the flaws of the fire tribe won't affect him? Su Zimo thought in surprise. Back then, water god Gong-Tu wanted to fix the flaws of the fire tribe with absolute power, and in the end, he created the myriad water torrent. But now, Su Zimo saw a second way. Jumping out of the fire tribe's restraints didn't have such a flaw. But there was a fundamental difference between the two. Water god Gong-Tu's method could solve all the problems of the fire tribe once and for all. However, the method of the four symbols fire ancestors seemed to be only effective on individuals, and was unable to be popularized. But no matter what, for him to be able to reach this step, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was unparalleled throughout the ages. Similar in spirit, but in terms of temperament, it's still impossible to imitate, sighed Tai Men. The final owner of the four symbols flame crystal was the four symbols fire ancestor. Therefore, when they encountered danger, they would condense the appearance of the four symbols fire ancestors to deal with their enemies. However, in the end, he was unable to imitate the aura of the four symbols fire ancestors. That was the aura of a powerhouse. Some were incomparably domineering, while others were ethereal and otherworldly. The four heavenly pillars fused together to resist the power of the altar. However, if one were to take a closer look, one would realize that the true value of the altar was not to destroy the four symbol flame crystals. Instead, it was to stall them, or rather, to prevent the four manifestations flame crystals from attacking. Beside the four symbols flame crystals, there was something devouring their power bit by bit. This thing was black and looked like a pipe. No one could recognize it. Due to the existence of the altar, the four symbols flame crystal had no time to care about the black tube and could only allow it to devour it. This way, it would not be a problem for a short period of time. However, in the long run, as more and more of the four symbols flame crystal's power was devoured, it would not be able to resist the altar. At that time, it would shatter. Mother **Cur, luckily I came early. Otherwise, it would have succeeded, Tai Men said angrily. Weren't you trying to escape earlier on? Su Zimo asked with a faint smile. That was a strategic retreat. I was prepared to look for reinforcements, all right, Tai Men argued. Otherwise, it would only be a pointless sacrifice. Do you recognize this thing? Su Zimo asked. No, Tai Men shook his head. I don't even know when this thing came in. Su Zimo walked to the altar first. He took a closer look. The altar was very tall and emitted a powerful aura with an ancient aura. Because too much time had passed, the surface of the altar was already full of potholes. However, Su Zimo could still make out two words at the bottom right corner. Heaven refinement. He read it out in a low voice. The others didn't know, but Tai Men seemed to have thought of something. He asked in surprise, Heaven refinement fire ancestor, how is this possible? Impossible, impossible. Tai Men's words were inexplicable and he took a few steps back. And it was the kind of words that didn't make sense. Heaven refinement fire ancestor is clearly dead. It doesn't make sense. Besides, what does he want the four symbols flame crystal for? Not much. It's not Heaven Refinement Fire Ancestor, it's just the Heaven Refinement Cauldron. No wonder he could come in without anyone noticing. What are you talking about? Xianxia asked curiously. The real name of this altar should be the Heaven Refinement Cauldron. It's an item owned by the oldest fire ancestor of the Fire clan. This fire ancestor is called the Heaven Refinement Fire Ancestor. If you really want to trace its origin and history, it's even older than the Four Symbols Flame Ancestor. It's the Laozi that already existed in the primordial era. Tai Man recovered from his shock and began to explain. It's just that the Heaven Refinement Fire Ancestor was later killed. Since then, the Heaven Refinement Cauldron has disappeared. Now it seems that someone got the Heaven Refinement Cauldron and wanted to steal the Four Symbols Flame Crystal. The Heaven Refinement Cauldron only exists in legends and I've never seen it. It's said that there's nothing it can't refine. I think the Heaven Refinement Cauldron refined this world, so I didn't know about it. How could the Heaven Refinement Fire Ancestor be killed when he's so powerful? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Actually, I also heard about it. The Four Symbols Flame Ancestor mentioned it by chance. There was a great battle in the primordial era. The Heaven Refinement Fire Ancestor fought in the wrong camp and was torn apart alive. He died a terrible death. Tai Men sighed. Are you talking about the Demon Ascension? Xianxia instantly reacted. He was the next fire ancestor of the Chaos Fire realm. Therefore, he more or less knew a little about the ancient history of the world. Some people said that after the primordial era was the ancient era. But in fact, the real big shots all knew that after the primordial era was the Demon Ascension era. The demon race ended the primordial era. The Heaven Refinement Fire Ancestor should have stood on the side of the primordial era. In the end, the primordial era was defeated and he died. But the Demon Ascension era was not long. After the Demon Lord started the Third War of the Heavens. After the defeat, the entire 9 regions began to counterattack. After the demon race was defeated and exiled, the ancient era began. These are all ancient things. Who knows the truth? Tai Men replied helplessly. Our main task now is not to discuss the past. Let's think of a way to save the Four Symbols Flame Crystal first, Iron Gate suggested. He looked at Su Zimo and pleaded, I'm afraid I can't do it with my strength. I need your help. Why should I help you? Su Zimo asked. Hearing this, Iron Gate didn't know what to say. He could only look at Xianxia and Xianxia. Miss Fiery and the others said, You're all from the Fire tribe. Don't you care about the matters of your elders in the tribe? We came with Child Su this time. He has the final say in everything, Xianxia said directly. Her meaning was also very clear. If Su Zimo said he would help, then he would help. If he didn't, then he wouldn't care. Yes, yes, yes. We'll all listen to Child Su. Miss Fiery, including Yunwu and the other 2, also nodded and replied. Iron Gate had no choice but to look at Su Zimo again. Then what do you want? Just say it, Iron Gate said. You don't have anything that interests me. Su Zimo shook his head. Just as Iron Gate was in despair. Su Zimo suddenly said the word but. But I'm interested in the Four Symbols Flame Crystal. How about this, I'll help you kill the guy who stole the Four Symbols Flame Crystal. You give the Four Symbols Flame Crystal to me. How about that? Then what's the difference between you and the robber? Iron Gate shouted angrily. There's no difference. Su Zimo shrugged. But this guy stole it, and I took it openly. And I'm kind enough to tell you. Iron Gate choked and couldn't say anything. I think you've been thinking about the Four Symbols Flame Crystal since just now, Iron Gate said. Su Zimo smiled. He looked at the Four Symbols Flame Crystal. The power flowing out of it was indeed coveting. He was now at the second realm of the Great Sage, the origin primordial chaos. In fact, Su Zimo had a premonition. If he absorbed the power of the Four Symbols Flame Crystal, he would be able to do so. It was very likely that he would reach the 3rd level of the Great Sage level, which was the eternal level. Therefore, he was determined to obtain the Four Symbols Flame Crystals. I can't stop you. Do whatever you want. Iron Gate seemed to have accepted his fate. With his strength, there was no way he could stop Su Zimo. Things in the world were just so helpless. Of course, if he knew that Suzumo's true identity was the devil master who casually tore apart the refining heaven fire ancestor, who knew what kind of expression he would have. Let's deal with this guy first. I want to see what it is, Suzumo said. He walked up to the black pipe. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was unsheathed, and a powerful force was constantly surging. The saber will swept across and slashed at the pipe. Only a bang sound was heard. The pipe was neatly cut into 2 halves. Suzumo picked up the cut half and carefully observed it. He was finally sure that this was not a pipe. It was a lump of meat, like the nose of a creature. Why is there no reaction? Xianxia said. As soon as he finished speaking, the other half of the nose suddenly shrank back quickly. Then a rumbling sound was heard. The ground under their feet began to shake. In other words, not only the ground under their feet, but even the space where everyone was completely shaking. Everyone stabilized their bodies and looked at the creature that was about to appear. In the sky, a fiery red vortex appeared. First, a hoof stretched out of the vortex. With the appearance of the strange hoof, most of the monster's body had also squeezed out. What is this? Xianxia's eyes twitched wildly as she asked. Because at this moment, the monster had revealed its full appearance. Have you seen an octopus? The monster's full appearance was somewhat similar to an octopus. It was just that the octopus's bottom was all tentacles. But this monster was different. In addition to the white tentacles under its body, there were also soft legs and arms. On the dark white legs, there were small skulls. And in its hand, it held a bloody heart as if it had just been pulled out. Its tentacles, legs, arms, and tail all hung down under its body. Its belly was very big, directly split in the middle, which was a giant abyss mouth. From the giant abyss mouth, a purple tongue stretched out. Its head was very small, without hair, and there were only a few teeth. There were also 2 hands holding iron chains on its head. When the monster appeared, everyone was confused at first because they had never seen it before. But when they looked carefully, they found that it seemed to be somewhat similar to the fire poison beast. Is it a fire poison beast, a mutated one? Xianxia said. I have never seen such a fire poison beast. Unlike ordinary fire poison beasts, it has a strong consciousness. Suzumo shook his head and said. In fact, we should have thought of it. This ancient relic is located below the fire poison beast's lair. It should have discovered it long ago. It should not be a coincidence that the fire poison beast's lair was in the same place as the ancient relic. It was the other party's intention. You disturbed my sleep. And my evolution, all of them deserve to die. Damn it. The monster looked weak and was even stuttering when it spoke. It seemed that it was not awake and was in a half-awake state. The monster looked down at the world and then roared softly. Its tentacles fell one by one, and a powerful force swept over. Every tentacle was filled with the power of death. The tentacles came to tie everyone up. Run, the Iron Gate shouted. Where are you going? Suzumo grabbed it directly. Now that he was using this Iron Gate, it could be said that it was very handy. The Iron Gate itself was a powerful weapon, containing a strong sealing power. It was almost the kind that was rare in the world. It was not wrong to call it a holy gate. With the Iron Gate in hand, Suzumo looked at the tentacles attacking him and directly stepped into the air. Take care of yourselves, he said to the crowd. Seal. The sealing power spread out, and all the tentacles rushing towards him were sealed by the void. It seemed to feel that Suzumo was the most difficult to deal with in this group of people. The monster set its eyes on Suzumo. One of its legs came across the void. When the leg came over, the surrounding void froze. Suzumo could not break it for a while. He blocked the Iron Gate in front of him, and the leg stepped on the Iron Gate heavily. A strong force attacked. Suzumo's figure was stepped on from the ground, and the monster's leg began to extend infinitely. It seemed to want to stomp Suzumo through the ground. Ouch, it hurts, the Iron Gate cried out in pain. When the leg grew to a certain extent, Suzumo did not know that he was tens of thousands of meters underground. He felt that the impact was slightly weaker. Suzumo took a few steps back and his body was stuck in the deep pit. Only then did he stop the tentacle from burying him. "Wow, it's at least a Saint King," Suzumo said. There was no doubt that this monster was very strong. Just a single tentacle had such power. Suzumo directly summoned the heaven-shaking giant. The heaven-shaking giant directly held the huge tentacle and threw it into the sky. The tentacle was forcibly pulled, and the monster seemed to feel it. The two behemoths were in a stalemate with each other. In the end, the monster won and directly pulled out the tentacle. However, when the tentacle was pulled out, the heaven-shaking giant also flew out of the ground with Suzumo. They reappeared on the ground. Suzumo looked around and found that among everyone, only Xianxia and Xianxia were the strongest. They could easily deal with the monster's tentacle. The other three had been tied up by the tentacle. Their hearts were taken out bit by bit and swallowed by the skull. "Save me!" Yunwen shouted from the sky. But Suzumo naturally didn't care about them. "Let's retreat first," Xianxia said. Because he knew that he couldn't hold on for long. This was just the monster's tentacle. It hadn't used all its strength yet. "You guys retreat first," Suzumo said. He was determined to get the four symbols flame crystal. "Brother, let me go too," Iron Gate shouted in his hand. "No, you must live and die with this world," Suzumo said, shaking his head. "I'll stay. After all, I'm a great saint. I can still hold on for a while," Xianxia replied. "You've just become a great saint. It's useless for you to stay. Instead, I have to take care of you." Suzumo shook his head. He said, "Now this monster is confirmed to be a fire poison beast. You guys go out and clean up the other fire poison beasts in the nest. Leave this monster to me." "Then be careful," Xianxia reminded. Suzumo nodded his head. Only after watching the two figures leave did he turn around with a solemn expression. With a wave of his hand, the passage to the divine land was opened. Seven-faced demon general, demon of despair, scarlet blade ox demon, demon marshal Tianpeng. Demonic chi surged around the four demon generals as they walked out step by step. "Oh, looks like it's a big guy this time," Baimont chuckled. "Master," the demon generals greeted. "Slay it with me," Suzumo said. He activated his suppressing hell devil body, and a dense devil chi burst out. The devil chi around his body was constantly rioting. It was as if waves of demonic clouds were floating away. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was also contaminated by the devil chi and turned into a devil blade. The dark purple lines on his face were filled with great power. "Kill!" Suzumo shouted. Looking at the tentacles that were coming at him, the devil's blade displayed its sharpness and seemed to be able to destroy everything. The tentacle was cut in half. The monster was roaring. Paimon and the other three even encircled the monster, blocking it from escaping. Baimont's demonic chi of despair condensed into countless ghost faces and swallowed the monster's entire tentacle. Seven-faced demon general held the seven-faced demonic lotus in his hand. When the demonic lotus fell, it carried with it a desolate killing intent, and the lotus flowers split apart. They turned into tens of thousands of lotus flowers, spreading across the entire world. The Scarlet Blade Ox Demon and Demon Marshal Tianpeng's battle was even more simple and violent. They directly stood on the monster's shoulder with their bare hands. One of them grabbed one of the monster's arms. Because the monster was holding a chain in its hand, they wanted to snatch the chain. The two demon generals snatched the chain, and the monster was also desperately resisting, but its strength was still inferior to the two demon generals. Furthermore, due to the fact that the chain was connected to his arm, the chain was connected to it. When the Scarlet Blade Ox Demon and Demon Marshal Tianpeng grabbed the chain, they not only snatched the chain, they even forcefully broke the monster's arms. The monster roared angrily. Although it was strong, the people present were also Saint Kings. They didn't give the monster a chance to resist. Looking at the monster's two arms being torn off, Suzumo, Demon General Bai Meng, and the others looked at each other. They attacked the monster's legs and arms. Around him, the godly demon visualization diagram, lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, and heaven-shaking power were activated at the same time. At this moment, Suzumo was also a giant as big as the monster. His body was huge, and as he stepped on the ground, demonic chi shot up into the sky. He directly ran towards the monster. He grabbed the monster's head with both hands and slammed it heavily on the ground. Boom! The monster's huge body fell to the ground. It struggled to stand up, but Suzimo pressed it to the ground, and his fists covered in demonic chi continuously smashed it. After a series of violent beatings, the monster seemed to be exhausted. "This guy looks good, but he's useless," said the Scarlet Blade Ox Demon. But just as he finished speaking, the monster's body started to emit red flames. First, a tongue shot out. The Scarlet Blade Ox Demon was careless and was sent flying. When it stood up, it saw that its chest had been pierced through, and the wound was burning with pain. "Is it angry?" said the Scarlet Blade Ox Demon. At this moment, the monster had started to change greatly, as if it was its second form. Originally, there was a huge abyssal mouth on its stomach, and its tongue kept sticking out. Now, the stomach had become its head. It seemed to have become a creature of the void, and the huge abyssal mouth was like the mouth of a man-eating flower. The tentacles on its body grew out again. It was no longer a monster giant, but a real man-eating flower, rooted in the ground. The tongue in the man-eating flower's mouth could be infinitely long. When Suzimo slashed it with his sword, he couldn't cut it at all. With the toughness of the tongue, it could pierce through almost everything. Apart from the tongue, the monster's countless tentacles danced wildly like a demon, constantly waving about. "Cut off its tentacles first, and cripple its limbs," said Suzimo coldly. Yes, all the demon generals obeyed. The 5 of them were dodging and attacking the tentacles. Besides the tongue, the other tentacles weren't so tough that they couldn't break through anything. It seemed to feel that its tentacles were getting fewer and fewer. The man-eating flower monster started to panic. It opened its huge abyssal mouth, and a destructive power leaked out from it. A purple destructive wave shot out from it. It directly destroyed everything, from the void of space. "Dodge," shouted Suzimo. Everyone hurriedly retreated. This destructive light wave was like a laser. Anything that came into contact with it would be melted immediately. The destructive light wave swept up, down, left, and right. Suzimo's group hurriedly dodged. If they were hit, even if they didn't die, they'd lose a layer of skin. "We have to stop it," shouted Suzimo. "I'll do it," shouted the Scarlet Blade Ox Demon. The sound of a bull's roar came from the void. In the blink of an eye, the Red Blade Bull Demon turned into its true form. It was a chaotic bull demon. It roared at the sky, its whole body shrouded in devil chi. Inside the devil chi, the chaotic bull demon's eyes were blood red. When the piranha flower's purple laser swept over, the chaotic bull demon didn't dodge this time. It ran into it head-on. When the two collided, the purple laser annihilated the devil chi and almost overturned the chaotic bull demon's huge body. However, the chaotic bull demon managed to resist it. After it took dozens of steps back, it gradually got used to the power of the laser. The devil chi on the chaotic bull demon shrouded it again. It lifted its hind legs slightly and rubbed them on the ground. The sound of the bull's roar became louder and louder. It seemed to break through the sky. The roar was like thunder. The chaotic bull demon stared at the oppressive and destructive laser and rushed toward the piranha flower step by step. At first, it was easy. But the closer it got to the piranha flower, the more destructive the purple light above its head became. When it was dozens of meters away, the chaotic bull demon couldn't move forward anymore. The hair on its forehead was destroyed by the laser. The two were in a deadlock, motionless. "Quick, lend old bull a hand," Suzimo shouted. He picked up the tyrannical shadow. The devil blade's blade intent was rolling like a sea of purgatory blades. Under his already imposing body, the demonic saber had also become several hundred times larger. Suzimo slashed the piranha flower heavily. And the other devil general's attacks came one after another. Boom! The explosions kept ringing. The piranha flower was in pain and began to scream. At this moment, the purple destructive light in its abyss mouth weakened. The chaotic bull demon roared. The two horns on its head were filled with dense and dark devil chi. It moved forward and plunged into the piranha flower's abyss mouth. The purple light was destroyed. The piranha flower's scream was also heard. The horns kept moving forward and flipped the piranha flower to the ground. Many devil generals grabbed the piranha flower's tentacles and fixed it so that it couldn't move. Suzimo directly stepped into the air. A powerful force gathered on the demonic blade. On the demonic saber, it was as if a sea of blood had descended into the world. It was like purgatory, with thunder rolling and demonic energy rampaging. Suzimo used almost all of his strength to hold the demonic saber with both hands. With a roar, a black ray of light streaked across the sky. From top to bottom, it slashed heavily on the man-eating flower's body. The attack this time could be said to have landed on a fatal spot. The man-eating flower began to struggle and its aura became weaker and weaker. I can't accept this, the voice sounded again. If I had more time, I would definitely be able to absorb the power of the four symbols flame crystal. His strength will improve further. You're dreaming, Iron Gate shouted. Tell me honestly, how did you get the heaven refining cauldron? The monster didn't answer him. It just struggled one last time before it died. His roar resounded throughout the world. From the man-eating flower's body, bright red blood flowed out bit by bit, and its life aura also dissipated in his perception. The man-eating flower's limbs began to stiffen. Seeing that the man-eating flower was completely dead, Iron Gate started to become arrogant. He started to clamor at the side. Aren't you arrogant? Come, show me your arrogance again. That's enough. Suzimo waved his hand. He walked towards the four symbols flame crystal step by step. The four symbols flame crystal also had its own consciousness. It could fight against this monster before, but now it was also on guard against Suzimo. A powerful force burst out, preventing Suzimo from approaching it. Iron Gate, do you want to talk to it? Suzimo asked. Iron Gate nodded as if he had accepted his fate. Then he came in front of the four symbols flame crystal and started to talk to it. It was unknown what method the two of them used to converse. After a while, Tai Men finally walked over. He said helplessly, the negotiation failed. It doesn't want to recognize you as its master. Who told it to recognize me as its master? I want its power, Suzimo replied directly. Without its power, the four symbols flame crystal is equivalent to a useless crystal. How could they agree? Iron Gate said. Then tell them that if they don't agree, they'll be crushed by me, Suzimo replied. I have no choice, Iron Gate refused. They don't listen to me at all. Suzimo knew that Iron Gate must have seriously communicated with it. After all, it didn't want to see the four symbols flame crystal being crushed to pieces. But since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. He looked at the four demon generals and said, hold the line for me and suppress the four symbols flame crystal. I need its power to enter eternity. The four demon generals all agreed. The four demon generals held the line. A powerful demonic aura penetrated and shrouded the entire void. The sky turned pitch black. The four symbols flame crystal wanted to break through here. The four symbols divine beast stirred up the demonic aura in the void. However, iron chains fell from the demonic clouds one after another. They tied up all the four symbols divine beasts. Suzimo stepped into the air and slapped down. The powerful force in his palm directly imprisoned the four symbols flame crystal. In addition, with the four demon generals holding the line, it couldn't cause much trouble. Suzimo extracted the power of the four symbols flame crystal bit by bit. He sat cross-legged and prepared to enter the eternal realm. The moment he closed his eyes, Iron Gate wanted to sneak away. However, it had only taken a few steps when Suzimo's voice sounded. What do you want to do? Iron Gate's figure stiffened and smiled embarrassedly. Then it replied, you misunderstood. I'm just taking a walk. I know you want to leave, but can you really leave? Suzimo said. It won't be long before this place of origin is destroyed. When the time comes, creatures of the old era like you will be destroyed. As an ancient creature like you will be destroyed along with this world. Suzimo had mentioned this before. But Iron Gate didn't believe him. Now, he mentioned it again. Iron Gate was somewhat doubtful. You think I'm lying to you? Suzimo sneered. You should know what kind of person I am. There's no point in lying to you about this. Sun Temple doesn't want the land of origin anymore? Iron Gate asked. It's not that I don't want it. To be precise, I'm abandoning the old and welcoming new hope. Suzimo shook his head. He replied, there are some things that I can't explain to you clearly now. If you believe me and serve me in the future, I'll take you away from here. If you don't believe me, then leave. The reason why Suzimo said this was because he cherished talent. The iron gate was indeed easy to use. The sealing power within it was something that even he had never seen before. After Suzimo finished speaking, he no longer cared about Iron Gate. Instead, he calmed down and began to comprehend and absorb. In fact, he had already secretly warned it. Once Iron Gate decided to leave, the 4 great demon generals would immediately capture it. Suzimo's thoughts were also very simple. You still want to leave when you can't be used by me? Then I'll tear down your door. The reason why he didn't say it explicitly was to win people's hearts. If Iron Gate didn't insist on leaving, wouldn't everyone be happy? There would be so many fewer steps. Suzimo had no time to care about other things. He wanted to enter eternity with all his might. Unlike the chaos element, the power of eternity was just like its name. It was said that there was once an eternal powerhouse who slashed at Mount Buwang. The mountain was split into 2. As for the sword intent left behind in the mountain, even after hundreds and thousands of years, it was still as vast as the sea and hadn't dissipated. This was the power of eternity. If one was seriously injured by an eternal powerhouse, if one wasn't as strong as the other party, then the serious injury wouldn't heal for thousands of years. These were all symbols of the power of eternity. Of course, eternity was already considered a very strong existence in the Great Sage 5 realms. It belonged to the 3rd realm. Suzimo had an epiphany in peace. With the 4 demon generals guarding him, he basically didn't have to worry about being disturbed. His consciousness entered a patch of darkness. The soul in Suzimo's body, which was the divine land, began to spin rapidly. With the help of the divine land, his speed of comprehension could be said to be doubled. If the original laws were only as thick as a finger, then at this moment, after entering eternity, they had become as thick as an arm. The power of laws began to grow stronger bit by bit. This was a long process. And Suzimo wasn't in a hurry. He just felt the changes in the power of eternity. Because the divine land was closely related to him. The current divine land had gradually evolved from a small world to a medium-sized world. Suzimo became stronger. Then the divine land would be wider, and the heavenly Tao would become stronger. Just like before. When Suzimo was a great emperor, then the indigenous people of the divine land could not surpass the great emperor at most. Because the power of heaven and earth, as well as the laws and rules, were not enough to support them to surpass the great emperor. And now, Suzimo had walked a long way on the path of a great sage. Then, the residents of the divine land could naturally step into a higher realm. Suzimo had been fed by the divine land. The 2 complemented each other. The 2 life and death souls in his body. At this moment, they were sitting cross-legged, one on the left and one on the right. His appearance and posture were exactly the same as the real Suzimo. Their heads were facing the sky as they inhaled and exhaled the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As he breathed in and out, countless laws were surging. As for Suzimo's devil body of purgatory, it was also steaming with devil chi. Under the support of the power of law, it was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if a terrifying head was about to grow out of the chest of the demon body. This was a new change in the demon body. Demonic chi continuously roared through the 10 meridians in his body, passing through his 8 extraordinary meridians and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Even their souls were bathed in the laws. Suzimo did not know how much time had passed, he only felt that he was wrapped up in an ocean of laws. It was a feeling of enjoyment all the time. Basically, all the precepts had evolved, and an eternal aura erupted from his body. Even if the sea turns into mulberry fields, it would still remain eternal. I live and die with the heavens and the earth. When all the laws evolved, the spiritual energy in Suzimo's body was like a long river. It was constantly roaring. The power around him was getting stronger and stronger. At some point in time, he suddenly opened his eyes and let out a furious roar. His voice soared into the sky, shaking the entire small world. With him as the center, this power directly destroyed everything, and the ground began to gradually collapse. The rumbling sound resounded throughout the entire world. Everyone, retreat, the 4 demon generals shouted. They hurriedly retreated. Dust filled the sky, shrouding everything. Suzimo slowly stood up. The eternal force surged out. Congratulations, Master, the 4 demon generals descended from the sky and congratulated him at the same time. Suzimo nodded slightly. He grinned and said, it feels good to become stronger. He raised his head and looked at the 4 symbols flame crystal above his head. Originally, he thought that the other party's power should be the 4 symbols, but when he evolved the laws and absorbed the power, he realized that this was a very pure power. It didn't look like the 4 symbols at all. Suzimo also had an estimate in his heart. The original power of this crystal should not be the 4 symbols flame crystal. It was only later obtained by the 4 symbols fire tribe, which gave it the name 4 symbols flame crystal. The power inside was one of the purest powers in the world. At this moment, this power was completely absorbed. The surface of the 4 symbols flame crystal was already full of cracks. It could shatter at any time. Suzimo said, you don't know what's good for you. If you had obeyed me before, I could have left some power for you to protect yourself. Now, only destruction is left for you. He reached out and gently tapped the 4 symbols flame crystal. With a crack, the 4 symbols flame crystal directly shattered into powder and dissipated in the void. Suzimo would never be soft-hearted towards things that went against his will, regardless of whether it was a person or an object. He turned his head and saw Iron Gate beside him. He smiled and said, you haven't left yet. I thought about it, it's still safest to follow you, Iron Gate replied. However, after that, he added another sentence. Although you're more dangerous. That's a wise choice, Suzimo said with a smile. By the way, apart from here, did the 4 symbols fire ancestor leave behind any other legacies? No legacies, just a few divine powers that he was proud of, but I don't think you're interested. Iron Gate replied. I'm not interested, but those people who came with me are useful, Suzimo said with a smile. Do you really want to squeeze me dry? Iron Gate complained. However, he still obediently handed over the cultivation methods of those divine powers. How long did it take me to reach the Eternal Realm? Suzimo asked. About 7 days, Baimont replied. It's been so long, Suzimo muttered to himself. He waved his right hand, and all the passages to the divine land opened. You guys go back and cultivate first. After watching Baimont and the others leave, Suzimo grabbed Iron Gate and said, let's go out and take a look. I wonder how they're doing. They walked out of this ancient land. Suzimo had clearly felt that the lair of the fire-poison beasts above had been destroyed. The battle should have been over a long time ago. He spread out his divine sense and instantly perceived the location of Xianxia and the others. He directly tore the void in front of him and teleported over. The next moment, he appeared in front of Xianxia and the others. They were in the open space below, waiting for Suzimo. You finally came out, Sect Master Bai said quickly. We were afraid that something would happen to you. Suzimo smiled and threw the divine powers left by the 4 symbols fire ancestor to Sect Master Bai. These should be useful to the immortal land. Cultivate well, and it won't be difficult for you to challenge those of a higher level, Suzimo said. Thank you, young master, Sect Master Bai hurriedly replied. She didn't look at what it was and just put it away. Because she now absolutely trusted Suzimo. How could anything given by Suzimo be bad? Have you dealt with all the fire-poison beasts? Suzimo asked. Although we encountered some trouble, we basically killed all of them, Xianxia replied. That's good. Suzimo nodded. You also dealt with that monster? Xianxia asked in surprise. He had seen how powerful that monster was before. Even if he stepped into the Supreme Sage realm, he felt that he was no match for it. He suddenly understood why Fire Ancestor asked him to follow Suzimo. The other party was stronger than him, and it was a kind of strength that he couldn't imagine. And it seemed that after not seeing him for a few days, Suzimo's aura seemed to have become stronger. At least the sense of oppression it brought to him was much stronger. This meant that Suzimo had become much stronger. And Xianxia was also eager to enter the Supreme Sage realm. It didn't feel good to be stagnant and constantly being pulled apart. It's not a big problem. It's just that it's a little bigger, Su Zimo replied. Did you have any accidents in the past few days? We did find something. When we destroyed the nest of these fire-poison beasts, we seem to have alarmed the fire guardian of the Thunder Field. Fire guardian? Su Zimo asked with interest. Then do you know the land of the fire source that they guard? There were a total of 6 fields in the land of origin. Among them were the metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and the Thunder Field. Every realm had a source of fire. Although Su Zimo wasn't interested in the fire source of the Thunder Field, it was time to end everything. We couldn't find it, but they said hello to us, Xianxia said immediately. We invited them to destroy the other fire-poison beasts. Looks like they're treating you as free labor, Su Zimo said with a smile. We pretended to agree, but it's still up to you, Xianxia replied. We don't need to care about the fire-poison beasts. Even if they don't need us to do anything, they are not far from extinction. Su Zimo said, let's meet them first and find out where they are guarding. We agreed to meet here. They should come, Xianxia said. Then let's wait. Su Zimo nodded. Everyone waited here for 3 days. No one knew what Su Zimo was thinking. Perhaps he had other motives for snatching the Thunder Dominion's fire source. However, Su Zimo never explained anything, so they couldn't ask. 3 days later, a ball of fiery red flame appeared on the horizon. This flame was like a cloud of fire, burning in the surroundings and quickly moving over. They're here. Everyone seemed to have sensed something and raised their heads. More than a dozen fire guardians walked out from the cloud of fire. Among this group of people, the strongest was a supreme sage. Even the weakest of them was a great emperor. The aura surrounding their bodies was very strong. When they descended, there was almost a crackling sound of flames burning around them. After seeing Su Zimo and the others, the leader of the fire guardians, who was a supreme sage, frowned slightly. He said directly, "You have some new faces." "They are our friends," Xianxia explained. "Are they reliable?" The old man asked worriedly. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the boss of this group of people. I have the final say in their matters," Su Zimo replied. The old man glanced at Su Zimo. His first impression was not particularly good. He felt that Su Zimo was a little arrogant. He asked, "Then what do you mean?" "I don't think you need to kill the fire-poison beasts," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Why?" "Someone will kill them." "I want to go to your place to take a look," Su Zimo replied. "I sense malice from your words." The old fire guardian frowned. "I hope you can take back what you said. We can still be allies." "What's the benefit of being allies with you?" Su Zimo shook his head. Then he said, "I think it's better to keep you here and talk about other things." He directly waved his hand and grabbed at the old man. The old man snorted coldly. His holy aura surged, and endless flames burned behind him. A giant snake dozens of meters long appeared behind him. The giant snake spat out its tongue and directly swallowed Su Zimo. Unfortunately, although the old man was a supreme sage, his strength was not strong. And after Su Zimo stepped into the eternal realm, his strength had increased greatly. When his palm landed, a powerful oppressive feeling attacked, and there was a violent explosion with a boom. The giant snake was directly crushed and shattered. The old man was shocked. He didn't expect Su Zimo to be so strong. Such an ordinary palm seemed to be about to smash his head. Not good. The old man struggled to escape. Su Zimo held back a little, but still, his palm fell on the old man's back. A line of blood came out of the old man's mouth. He fell to the ground and didn't get up. "Run!" The old man struggled to stand up and shouted at the other fire guardians. Xianxia and the others were about to stop him, but they were stopped by Su Zimo. "Let them escape." Watching Huiyun leave in a hurry toward the horizon, Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. He said, "Catch up and find their place." A group of people stepped into the air and followed behind Huiyun. They were the kind of people who chased without attacking. And Su Zimo didn't want to hide at all. He chased after Huiyun openly. Huiyun kept running, as if he wanted to pull away, but unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. Finally, after Huiyun ran for half an hour, he suddenly disappeared above a piece of heaven and earth. There was no premonition. Su Zimo and the others also chased here. What's going on? Xianxia asked. This should be the place where they are guarding. There is a separate world inside. It's just that we can't find a way to enter this world, Su Zimo replied. Then what should we do? Xianxia asked. Wait. Su Zimo landed on the ground and found a tree comfortably. He began to lean on it and wait. Wait for what? Xianxia asked curiously. Everyone is here. Isn't the good thing just beginning? Su Zimo said with a smile. Master Bai, you stay here. You are too weak. Xianxia, you and Xianxia go out and ask for information. What kind of information? Both of them were confused. There are 6 regions in the land of origin. The fire source of the water region has been obtained by us, and the water region has been destroyed. We are now guarding the water source of the thunder region. Of course, you are going to ask about the other 4 regions. Su Zimo ordered, I want to see how fast these people are. When can they destroy the other 4 domains? You mean, the fire source of the other 4 domains will also be taken away, just like we took away the fire source of the water domain, and then everything will be destroyed? Xianxia said in surprise. They came to the land of origin this time to look for ancient lands and inheritances. Why did they want to destroy the land of origin now? Wouldn't the Sun Temple go crazy? It's not crazy. I guess the Sun Temple is secretly laughing. Su Zimo chuckled. What do you mean? Xianxia didn't seem to understand. I told those fire keepers before. Do you think I'm lying to them? Su Zimo asked. The Sun Temple wants us to seize the fire source and then destroy the land of origin. Why? Xianxia was very puzzled. What is the meaning of the land of origin? Su Zimo asked. Xianxia thought for a while. After a long time. He just replied, although no one has said it, in fact, we all know it in our hearts. The land of origin represents the orthodoxy of the fire tribe. Whoever owns the land of origin will be the orthodoxy of the fire tribe. Look at the 6 fire domains. In fact, the sun domain is more noble than the remaining 5 fire domains. You're wrong. This is just a shallow view of you people. The land of origin exists to store these fire sources. Let the fire sources have a home. Su Zimo shook his head and replied. Now, the Sun Temple wants to have the fire source and start a new era. They are bound to destroy the old ones. Whether it's these fire sources, the fire keepers, or even everything in the land of origin. In the eyes of the Sun Temple, they will be buried. Start a new era? Xianxia was a little confused. What kind of era? You will know this later. Su Zimo smiled mysteriously. But don't worry, this era is only beneficial to your fire tribe. You should be glad. You are about to live in such an era and have the possibility of walking on a stronger path. Su Zimo didn't want to disclose, so Xianxia naturally couldn't force him. In fact, Su Zimo had told the fire keeper about this before. But Xianxia didn't care. He thought Su Zimo was lying. How could he destroy the land of origin, now? It seemed that the Sun Temple had opened up the origin grounds for no reason and allowed the entire blazing fire domain to participate. That was probably their goal. It couldn't be that the Sun Palace was being kind. Xianxia didn't believe it. Go and investigate the destruction of the other 4 regions. Maybe we'll all gather together when the time comes. Su Zimo smiled. But when the time comes, it will be a good show for the fire race. As a human, I can be a spectator. Xianxia and Xianxia didn't quite understand, but they still nodded and did it. The 2 of them took to the air and headed for the other fire regions. Su Zimo and sect leader Bai stayed behind. Since you still have some time, you should practice the magic left behind by the 4 symbols fire ancestor, Su Zimo said. All right. Sect master Bai quickly nodded. She took out the cultivation scrolls and began to carefully comprehend them. She was quite talented. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become the sect leader of the immortal land. Su Zimo chatted with Iron Gate. Iron Gate had been passed down from the oldest era of the fire race with the four symbols fire ancestor. The things that it knew, even the secrets, could not be said to be few. Suzumo asked Iron Gate many things. Iron Gate also told him everything. After all, he was now following Suzumo, so he had to perform well. In fact, speaking of the fire race, their history and origin weren't any weaker than the human race. In the era of the ancient gods, the fire race was one of the ancient gods. After so long, the fire race now ruled the blazing fire domain. They even had their own land in the 9 regions. Suzumo took out the heaven refining cauldron again. This heaven refining cauldron was left behind by the heaven refining fire ancestor. According to Iron Gate, it could seal heaven and earth. And this heaven refining cauldron could refine heaven and earth. It was like a key and a lock. This heaven refining cauldron just happened to restrain it. Otherwise, the fire poison beast wouldn't have been able to sneak in so easily. Looking at the heaven refining cauldron, Suzumo directly poured his fire of Zhu-Rong into it. In an instant, the heaven refining cauldron seemed to have been activated. The powerful flame seemed to be able to melt everything in this world. They were stronger than any other flames. Actually, it's funny when I think about it, Iron Gate said with a smile. What? Suzumo asked. You, a human, have the strongest flames in the world. As a member of the fire race, I'm inferior to you in terms of flames, Iron Gate replied. I'm curious. Where did you get your flames? There's nothing to be curious about. Because my flames came from the ancient gods, Suzumo said with a smile. You mean, the legendary fire god Zhu-Rong? Iron Gate was surprised. It seems that you know a lot, Suzumo replied. I've heard the story of Zhu-Rong. In other words, everyone in the fire race knows about Zhu-Rong. Iron Gate nodded. But now the fire race doesn't seem to pay much attention to the legend of Zhu-Rong. Some people even question the authenticity of Zhu-Rong. But I know that there's an ancient god called Zhu-Rong in this world. How are you so sure? Suzumo asked. I once followed the 4 symbols fire ancestors to a place left behind by an ancient god. There were statues of the 9 ancient gods there. That's how I know about the fire god. Iron Gate explained, actually, the fire god has always been a mystery. Some say he's from the fire race. Some say he's from the human race. Anyway, there are rumors of all races. Suzumo nodded slightly. In fact, when he saved the Red Blade Bull demon, he didn't know much about the fire god Zhu-Rong. He was indeed a mystery. He turned his head and looked at Sect Leader Bai's cultivation. Sect Leader Bai's body turned fiery red, and a fire dragon circled around her. Her expression was uncertain, and her aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Finally, something went wrong, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. You failed? Suzumo asked. Sect Leader Bai nodded slightly. He pondered for a moment before saying, I clearly followed the instructions in the book strictly, so why did I fail? It doesn't make sense. The 4 symbols fire ancestors left this ability for the fire race. The human body structure is different from the fire race. So it's normal for you to fail. Suzumo smiled. You don't need to follow the instructions strictly. You just need to be in the most comfortable state. Then I'll try again. Sect Leader Bai was enlightened. There were many differences between the fire race and the fire race when she was a human being. She finally understood after Suzumo's explanation. In the next few days, Suzumo had been waiting here. Sometimes he would feel the sealing power of the iron door, and sometimes he would control the fire of the heaven refining cauldron. It could be said that he lived a fulfilling life. Finally, 7 days later, Xianxia was the first to bring news. The Earth Realm had been conquered by the Hell Tiger clan. The fire source had been taken away, and now the entire Earth Realm had begun to be destroyed. A few days later, Xianxia also brought news. In the Metal Realm, the Shangguan clan of the Divine Crow Fire Realm had destroyed the Fire Guardian and obtained the Fire Source. In the 5 Fire Realms, the Earth Realm had been destroyed by the Hell Tiger clan, the Metal Realm had been destroyed by the Divine Crow Fire Realm, and the Water Realm had been destroyed by the Chaos Fire Realm led by Suzumo. Then the Wood Realm had been destroyed by the Vermilion Bird Realm. Although Du Bujia of the Vermilion Bird Realm had been killed by Li Guan before this. But the Vermilion Bird Realm was one of the 6 fire realms after all. In addition to their own strength, they had also cultivated some people. This time, in the land of origin, there were 3 itinerant cultivators who had already joined forces with them. It was estimated that these 3 itinerant cultivators should have been cultivated by the Vermilion Bird Realm. After they entered the land of origin, in addition to attacking the Wood Realm, they also sent people to search for traces of Li Guan. They wanted to kill Li Guan and avenge Du Bujia. At the same time, they also wanted to restore the prestige of the Vermilion Bird Palace. They couldn't be looked down upon after losing face. As for the last fire realm, it was said that itinerant cultivators had destroyed it. The 5 fire realms had all been destroyed. Now, only the Thunder Realm guarded by Suzimo was left. Although the place guarded by the Fire Guardian was very hidden, and it was difficult for ordinary people to find it. But the prodigies who entered this time also had their own ways. On this day, the 5 fire realms were destroyed. Suzimo and the other 3 sat cross-legged here. Xianxia was the first to speak and said, "Next, everyone will probably gather here." "Yes, we'll have to trouble you next." Suzimo smiled. "Before everyone is gathered, no one is allowed to attack the area guarded by the lightning field. The audience hasn't arrived yet, so don't overturn the stage." "Don't worry." Xianxia nodded. Now that the lightning dominion has been destroyed, the origin grounds are finished as well. Xianxia sighed. "That's normal. There are talents in every generation, and each of them will lead the world for hundreds of years." During this period of cultivation, Sect Master Bai had gradually grasped the sacred art left behind by the 4 symbols fire ancestor. Her cultivation base had also become much stronger. Sect Master Bai wanted to thank Suzimo but was rejected. "Someone is coming." Xianxia suddenly looked into the distance and said with a serious expression. "Don't worry. Is it a loose cultivator or someone from the fire field?" Suzimo asked. "A rogue cultivator," Xianxia replied. Suzimo shook his head and replied, "Then let's wait a little longer. The great fire domains are really slow." When this group of people arrived, one of them was holding a compass, surrounded by the power of the Heavenly Dipper and Earthly Dipper. "This is the place. It should be right," the man muttered to himself. "Brother Wang, don't look for it. Someone is already 1 step ahead." Someone next to him pointed at Suzimo and his group and said. There were a total of 5 people in this group of rogue cultivators. They were all unfamiliar faces, and Suzimo and his group didn't know them. As the representatives of the Chaos Fire Field, Suzimo and his group were naturally familiar with them. "Are you the geniuses of the Chaos Fire Field?" These rogue cultivators were very humble. Xianxia stood out and nodded. "Are you also here for the fire source of the Lightning Dominion?" The rogue cultivator asked again. If they were all here for the fire source, then they were all enemies. It didn't matter if it was a fair competition or some kind of conspiracy. The name of the Chaos Fire Field couldn't scare anyone here. "We have no intention of getting the fire source, but the fire source here can't be touched for the time being," Xianxia said directly. "Why can't we touch it?" the rogue cultivator asked. "The land of the fire source can only be opened when everyone is here," Xianxia replied. "There's no reason. This is the rule we set." The rogue cultivators looked at each other. In fact, they wanted to resist, but after looking at Suzimo and the others, they began to wait silently at the side. They didn't know what the people of the Chaos Fire Field were up to. They were obviously here to snatch the fire source. The fewer people there were, the higher the success rate because there were fewer opponents. Why wait for everyone? As time passed, more and more people gathered here. Hearing that it was the Chaos Fire Field, some people fell silent and began to watch the show. And some people were naturally troublesome. So what if it's the Chaos Fire Field? The fire source of the Lightning Dominion is something everyone can fight for. A young man in a black robe walked out with an evil smile. "Your Chaos Fire Field is in charge of everything. There are so many of us here. Do we have to listen to you? If you ask me, you are all cowards. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of the chaos fire field? After the young man finished speaking, everyone began to talk and the voices began to become noisy. Most people agreed and stood on his side. They began to criticize the chaos fire field for going too far. Suzimo didn't say anything. Xianxia slowly stood up. He asked, "Do you need me to solve it?" "Let me do it." Suzimo shook his head. He slowly walked out and looked at the young man in black. "What's your name?" "I'll never change my name." The young man in black sneered. "My name is Yuan Onkong. I'm the sect leader of the Black Crow sect." Hearing this name, the surrounding people also began to talk. Yuan Onkong? Is he the legendary abandoned child? It's said that he was abandoned by the Black Crow sect when he was young. When he grew up, he directly destroyed the entire Black Crow sect. Then he rebuilt himself and began to be the sect leader. This person has a tyrannical personality and is proficient in scheming. While many people were discussing, Yuan Onkong's face was also full of pride. He shouted, "Shouldn't the primal chaos fiery realm give an explanation to all the people here?" "You want an explanation? Okay, I'll give it to you." Suzimo pulled out the tyrannical shadow on his back and grinned. Although it was a smile, in Yuan Onkong's eyes, it was very serious. It was as if the other party was looking at a dead person. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He also felt embarrassed. He had also walked out from a pile of corpses and his hands were stained with blood. "Who's afraid of who?" he coldly snorted and asked, "What explanation do you want to give?" As soon as his voice fell, the tyrannical shadow in Suzimo's hand had already swung out. The powerful blade chi swept through everything. With the power of a supreme saint, it destroyed everything and swallowed Yuan Onkong. Yuan Onkong was shocked and all the hair on his body stood up. It was as if he had encountered a life-and-death crisis. He wanted to escape, but the pressure brought by the blade chi was too strong. Yuan Onkong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he made up his mind. He pulled out the big sword at his waist. The big sword was black, and there was a carving of a black crow on the hilt. He waved the sword, and countless black crows flew out. The black crows seemed to fill the sky, and the whole sky turned black. The black crows wanted to devour everything. But when Suzimo's saber light fell, no matter how many black crows there were, or even the sharp sword chi of the sword, they were all devoured by the saber chi. Even Yuan Onkong felt that the world in front of him was leaving him when he opened his eyes. The world spun around him, and he lost consciousness. Only the everlasting saber chi burst forth, occupying his entire world before his eyes. Boom! Everything was over. Yuan Onkong didn't even have time to scream before he was swallowed by the saber chi. He was reduced to ashes, and not even his bones were left. "Everyone here, if you're stronger than him, you can continue to jump," Suzimo said lightly. "Here, my words are the rules. Whether you're convinced or not, bear with it." Hearing Suzimo's words, they looked at the eternal saber chi where Yuan Onkong stood before he died. Some people shuddered. Even if some people had some complaints, they didn't dare to say anything. How many of them dared to say that they were stronger than Yuan Onkong? Basically, they were all about the same. The most important thing was that Yuan Onkong was killed with only one saber strike. One saber strike was eternal and indestructible. This kind of strength was already very strong among the supreme saints. Suzimo ignored the crowd. He returned to his original place and sat cross-legged. Before the audience arrived, he didn't allow anyone to smash the stage he had set up. Xianxia and the others were around him. As more and more people gathered here, the people from the 6 fire regions gradually arrived. The first to arrive was the people from the Vermilion Bird Flame region. After hearing Suzimo's rules, the rogue cultivators who were watching the show thought that there would be a big battle. After all, they were all from the same fire region. Why should they be afraid of him? However, to everyone's surprise, the Vermilion Bird Flame realm actually chose to back down and silently waited off to the side. "I asked you to investigate the situation in the various Great Fire domains. Is there any news from the Sun Hall?" Suzimo opened his eyes, looked at Xianxia and Xianxia and asked. "Speaking of which, it's strange. The people from the other fire domains are all seizing the opportunity to seize the fire source. However, the people from the Sun Palace seem to have disappeared. There was no news of them at all. Go ask those rogue cultivators and see if they know anything about the Sun Hall, Su Zimo said after thinking for a while. Tell them, if anyone has any news about the Sun Palace, then tell them, if anyone has any news about the Sun Palace. We can enter the lightning domain's fire source first. Are you afraid that the Sun Palace is plotting something? Xianxia asked. I'm not afraid. I'm very sure, Su Zimo said with a smile. Xianxia and Xianxia also walked into the group of rogue cultivators and began to inquire. Upon hearing that they could be the first to enter the land of the fire source, many people could not wait any longer. However, the news that Xianxia brought back was confusing. Some people said that they had seen the Sun Palace in the metal domain. Others said that they had seen the Sun Palace in the wood domain. Later, in the 5 domains, people had seen the people from the Sun Palace. It seemed that the Sun Palace was not seizing the fire source. They had gone around the 5 domains. As for their goal, it was not clear. However, the Sun Palace was definitely up to no good. Su Zimo began to ponder. Following the arrival of the Vermilion Bird domain, the Xianxia family of the Divine Crow Fire domain also arrived. The Xianxia family was led by Xianxia. Their arrival immediately caused the crowd to discuss. The Primal Chaos Flame domain is too arrogant. Someone should teach them a lesson. The Xianxia family came at the right time. I heard that the Primal Chaos Flame domain has a grudge with the Xianxia family. It seems that they also severely injured the family head of the Xianxia family, Xianxia Xiongba's youngest daughter. Your information is too outdated. Do you see that woman over there? She's called Xianxia. She's Xianxia Xiongba's second daughter. Everyone was discussing. After the Xianxia family arrived, the leader was the white-robed Xianxia. Her gaze was as calm as still water. Xianxia's expression was slightly dazed. Her hands were clenched tightly. That's enough. Su Zimo patted her shoulder. He said, learn from her. Be calm. I'll fight her sooner or later, Xianxia said. It's not that I'm looking down on you. Although you've become a great sage, you're not her match, Su Zimo said as he shook his head. How do you know I'm not her match if I haven't fought her? Xianxia said unhappily. She trusted Su Zimo in everything. However, when it came to the Xianxia family, it was as if she had lost her mind. If you don't believe me, you can challenge me. But this time, I'll say it. If you're beaten to death, I won't save you, Su Zimo said. He had saved Xianxia previously because of their friendship. However, he was not Xianxia's nanny. That was all he had to say. It depended on what the other party thought. Xianxia was silent for a moment. In the end, she calmed herself down. Subconsciously, she imagined Su Zimo. Because Su Zimo had never been wrong about anything he said. After the Xianxia family arrived, there were a total of 3 people this time. In addition to Xianxia, there were 2 men. They were called Xianxia Hu and Xianxia Long, whose name was second only to Xianxia in the Xianxia family. After the 3 of them arrived, they naturally knew the rules set by Su Zimo. Xianxia Long and Xianxia Hu looked at Xianxia. The 2 of them obeyed Xianxia's orders, and they were sincerely convinced. Xianxia didn't say anything. She just took a step forward and began to explore the place of suppression. You can't enter the place of suppression, Xianxia stepped forward to stop her. Xianxia glanced at him. Without saying anything, she directly slapped down with her palm. Xianxia's face was filled with shock. In fact, he had always thought that he had heard of Xianxia's name. But at this moment, when he really collided with her, he could feel the real sense of oppression. Among his peers, he seemed to have only felt this kind of oppression from Su Zimo. He didn't have time to think too much and directly activated his chaotic fire body. Dense chaotic flames enveloped his body. There was a boom sound. The 2 palms collided, and countless sparks flew in all directions. Xianxia stood still in place. On the contrary, Xianxia, who had activated his chaotic fire body, was at a disadvantage and took several steps back. Good. When the people around saw this scene, they actually cheered. The chaotic fire realm was too arrogant and had angered everyone. At this moment, with someone supporting them, they could destroy their prestige. Naturally, they were popular. We should have done this a long time ago. Let the Chaos Fire Realm know that they can't do whatever they want here. That's right. Shangguan family, come on. Defeat the Chaos Fire Realm. Hearing everyone's words, Xianxia looked embarrassed. He looked up at Shangguan Wan'er. Just as he was about to take the initiative to attack, a pair of hands patted him on the shoulder. That's enough. Go and heal yourself. Su Zimo slowly walked out. Be careful, Xianxia said solemnly. Su Zimo nodded with a smile. He walked out and looked up at Shangguan Wan'er. She was also looking at him. I have the final say here. The guarded place can't be opened. Shangguan Wan'er still ignored him, but her right palm fell directly. With a raging flame. The flame was black, thick and sticky, as if it was burning from hell. The flames were filled with death. Just by looking at it, one could feel that one's life was flowing away. The 9 underworlds flame, the spectators said in surprise. Legend has it that it's 30,000 kilometers underground. Someone once set up a 9 underworlds hell. Anyone who was an enemy of that person would be locked in hell and then tortured to death. Over time, countless people died in that hellish prison. No one could calculate. That place was even worse than hell. Later, when the resentment of countless people was ignited, a flame called the 9 underworlds flame appeared underground. It was the origin of death, the real death. Shangguan Wan'er's palm fell. In addition to the shocking momentum, the burning 9 underworlds flame was about to kill people. Su Zimo sneered. He also returned the palm. His palm was burning with the fire of Zhu Rong. It could be said that few people could really recognize the fire of Zhu Rong. Feeling the heat from the flame, Shangguan Wan'er frowned slightly. There was a bang. The 2 palms of condensed spiritual energy collided in the air. This time, in front of Su Zimo's fire of Zhu Rong, the 9 underworlds flame was like a piece of paper and was directly broken. The power of the palm print didn't decrease, and it once again attacked Shangguan Wan'er. Shangguan Wan'er took a few steps back. Using her hand as a sword, she gently slashed through the air. An earth-shattering sword chi burst out of nowhere from the void. Only a boom sound was heard. The sword intent directly split the big palm, and only then did Shangguan Wan'er's figure stabilize. Unknowingly, a black longsword had appeared in her hand. Even if he called it a sword, it didn't look like one. This was because there were chains wrapped around the hilt of the sword, and each chain seemed to have a skull screaming in pain. You're the guy who seriously injured my sister, Shangguan Wan'er said with narrowed eyes. When Su Zimo defeated Shangguan Jin, Shangguan Wan'er was not present. However, she had also heard of this matter. Yes. Su Zimo smiled. If you want to try, I don't mind letting you follow in your sister's footsteps. Or even worse. Don't you think you're too arrogant? Shangguan Wan'er narrowed her eyes. Arrogant? I've always been arrogant. What can you do to me? Su Zimo sneered. Shangguan Wan'er held the black sword in her hand. The sword intent circled around the palm of her hand. Night of 3 worlds, one night of sacrifice to the heavens. Her sword intent was mournfully wailing. The body of the sword was a powerful sacrifice, and traces of black chi lingered around it. Wherever the black chi passed, it seemed to plunder the entire world. Some people accidentally touched the black chi. They were instantly swallowed. Everyone, be careful. This black chi is used for sacrifice. Don't touch it, someone shouted in panic. Once you touch it, it will be used as a sacrifice. Apart from people, everything in this world, even the air, and this world. It could be used as a sacrifice. The sacrificial chi became denser and denser, and finally condensed into a huge black sword. It directly slashed towards Su Zimo. They wanted to devour Su Zimo as well, as a sacrifice. Interesting. Su Zimo smiled. The tyrannical shadow in his right hand went towards the tyrannical shadow. The tyrannical shadow slowly slashed towards the sky. Heaven splitting 8 directions, Su Zimo shouted softly. I'll let you devour it. Su Zimo had not used heaven-splitting 8 directions for a long time. Someone had passed it on to him when he was a great emperor. The saber intent in his hand had the power to split the sky. The saber intent burst into an extremely bright light. The light became brighter and brighter, as if a new sun had been born. Suddenly, the saber intent burst out. The sky cracked, and countless void turbulence throbbed in the surroundings. When the saber intent of heaven splitting 8 directions collided with the devouring sword intent, the expected explosion did not happen. Instead, 2 extremely powerful forces were fighting against each other. The devouring sword intent directly drowned the saber intent. However, in the next moment, the saber intent burst into the sky and exploded the devouring sword intent. Xianxia frowned slightly. Su Zimo was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. 3 styles of night descent, summon the king on the second night. This time, she placed the long sword in front of her. Everything that the black gas had swallowed before was completely sacrificed at this moment. This sacrifice was to summon an even more powerful creature. A demon from the infernal hell? Someone muttered to himself. The 9 serenities hellfire came from hell. This black sword should also be an item from hell. In fact, from this simple observation, it was obvious that the black sword could devour some things. Then, it would be used as a sacrifice to summon the demon. At this moment, all the sacrificial items were devoured. In the original darkness, the black gas directly soared into the sky, enveloping half of the world. Su Zimo looked up. A huge creature slowly walked out of the black gas. "Little girl, what did you call me for?" A majestic voice came from the darkness. "God of hell, please send down the punishment of darkness and destroy him." Xianxia pointed at Su Zimo and said. "Little girl, remember to find something delicious next time. These things aren't to my taste," the voice in the darkness replied. Then, the darkness moved forever. The monster revealed its true appearance. Its body was very large, like a mountain. Its entire body was filled with a thick aura of death. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that this monster's body was not made of flesh and blood. Instead, it was made of countless corpses. One could see the heads, broken limbs, and a bloody mess. When someone saw this monster, they couldn't help but feel nauseous. The monster raised its head and looked at Su Zimo. Wait, the monster's expression suddenly changed, staring at Su Zimo as if it wanted to see through him. You're that guy?" Su Zimo was a bit confused. Su Zimo knew very well that he didn't know this monster. So why would it be so nervous after seeing him? You. The monster stuttered, unable to speak for a long time. "What's wrong with me?" Su Zimo frowned and asked. "Didn't you die?" "That doesn't make sense, you clearly died in the final battle." The monster took a few steps back. "Oh? Seems like you know me." Su Zimo coldly laughed. He already had a guess. The monster probably didn't know him, but had seen the previous demon lord. The previous demon lord existed during the Age of Demons. After the Age of Demons, the demon lord died in the final war of the heavens. Ever since the age of old, the matters of the demon race had been passed down in legends. Very few people knew about them anymore. Since this monster had seen the demon lord, it should be a creature from the Age of Demons, or perhaps the Age of Immemorial. Su Zimo hadn't seen many such ancient creatures before. An antique like you would actually become someone's hired thug. Su Zimo chuckled. Who's hired thug?" the monster replied. Su Zimo looked up and pointed at Xianxia. "What right does she have to order me around?" the monster explained with a rough voice. "She sacrificed a creature for me to fight for her. After she summons me, I can eat everyone here." "What?" Hearing that, everyone's expression turned ugly. They originally thought that Xianxia had simply summoned a monster. They didn't think that they would all unknowingly become her sacrificial offering. What a vicious plan, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By sacrificing us, not only did she feed the monster, but she also eliminated the competition. She can take the fire source for herself, someone angrily rebuked. This woman is even more despicable than the people of the Chaos Flame Realm. For a moment, Xianxia also became the target of everyone's anger. Xianxia didn't care and only coldly laughed, We're already enemies, isn't it normal for me to kill you? You think I'll stand up for you? You're just a bunch of ants." After saying that, Shangguanwan looked at the monster in the air. He said, "I will sacrifice these people to you so that you can kill him." "Why are you so worried this time, Nine Underworld's Hell King? This isn't your style." The monster looked deeply at Su Zimo and then asked Shangguanwan, "Do you know who he is?" "Humans from the primal chaos fiery realm," Shangguanwan replied with a frown. The monster took a deep breath. Narrowing his eyes, he seemed to recall that nightmarish scene. In the distant demonic era, the demon race's order resounded throughout the 9 territories. Wherever the devil army went, all races would submit. It didn't matter if you were an ancient monster or a sacred lineage. Great sages were nothing more than ants. All of them had to crawl under the cavalry of the demon army. In the depths of the 9 zones, in an unknown corner, the legend of the 9 underworlds flame was actually true. Moreover, the real situation was even more frightening than the legends. The 9 underworlds Hell King was the main character of the legend. It had built a hellish prison tens of thousands of meters below the ground. At that time, it was carrying out cruel experiments. Corpses and blood were the main style of that world. Screams and wails were the norm there. It didn't know how many people it had killed. So much so that no creature dared to come close to 1,000,000 meters away from that place. It was desolate and uninhabited. When the cavalry of the demon race arrived, it naturally couldn't obey the orders of the demon lord. It commanded an army of millions of zombies to fight against the demon race. It was that battle that became the nightmare of its life. The man with the soaring lance descended from the sky. Just a glance from him was enough to freeze his soul and solidify his blood. The soaring spear stirred the sky, and the laws of heaven and earth were at its disposal. Under the soaring spear, the army of millions of zombies was turned into ashes. The 9 underworlds Hell King thought that he was not afraid of anyone in the world. But with just one blow, his soul was scattered. In the end, he was lucky to retain a trace of his weak soul and cultivate it for countless years. From the ancient era to the Middle Ages, and then to the present, he had gained so much power. The 9 underworlds Hell King slowly opened his eyes and stopped his thoughts. He looked at Shangguanwan and said faintly, "I refuse this time." "Why?" Shangguanwan asked with a frown. According to what she knew about the 9 underworlds Hell King, he was extremely crazy every time he devoured. This was the first time she had seen him refuse. "No reason. I advise you not to provoke him," the 9 underworlds Hell King said coldly. "You have to think carefully." Shangguanwan's face darkened. "If you don't devour this time, I don't know how long it will take for me to let you out. You're actually being threatened by such a small fry." Su Zimo gloated from the side. He could feel that the 9 underworlds Hell King was very strong. If he was at his peak, he would be even stronger. And Shangguanwan was just a supreme saint of the origin. Although she was strong enough, it was really puzzling that she could threaten the monster. "You still dare to say that it's all because of you?" The monster looked at Su Zimo with resentment. "If you hadn't destroyed my soul back then, I would have been underground. I'd been recovering underground for countless years, and I've experienced several eras. Later, I met Shangguanwan. He had no choice but to sign an agreement with Shangguanwan. He gave the 9 underworlds hell fire and some inheritance to Shangguanwan. He could even fight for her. But the condition was that Shangguanwan had to take him into the outside world and let him devour enough creatures to recover his strength. In this regard, he had to rely on Shangguanwan. Otherwise, if he waited in the dark underground, he would never have a chance to recover. Although the monster was very resentful, he really didn't want to be an enemy of Su Zimo now. These countless years of nightmares would almost become a demonic barrier to his cultivation. "Don't threaten me." The monster glanced at Shangguanwan with a strong sense of oppression. Then he looked back at Su Zimo. He said, "If you can kill her, I will work for you." "That depends on whether I like it," Su Zimo said. "How about you compared to Xianxia? If I was at my peak, the number of people who could make me worry is less than one hand." "It's not here or something like that," the monster said proudly. "Okay, then I will take you." Su Zimo smiled. The monster roared, and then the demonic aura around him directly dissipated. Shangguanwaner, who was next to him, looked embarrassed. The summoned monster didn't do anything, but betrayed her. Go on. Let me see what other tricks you have, Su Zimo said with a smile. Everyone says that you're talented. Now it seems that you just have the help of the ninth Hell King. Do you think you know everything? Shangguanwaner sneered. There are some things that you're just a lost person in the fog. You don't have the right to lecture me. Su Zimo shook his head. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was already emitting endless sword intent. On Shangguanwaner's side, her pitch-black sword intent swept across the world. In fact, her Knight Descends the Third still had one last move. Unfortunately, the ninth Hell King didn't cooperate, so she couldn't use it. The death aura in Shangguanwaner's hand began to spread. Of course, this was not the only move she knew. Even without the help of the ninth Hell King, she still believed that she could defeat Su Zimo. Just as the two were about to attack. Suddenly, a chuckle came from the distant sky. It's quite lively here. You guys seem to be in the mood. Everyone looked up. When they saw who it was, they all focused their eyes. A golden sun exploded in the void. 3 people from the Sun Palace stepped on the air not far away. These 3 people were led by Murongqing. After all, as the Sun Palace's holy maiden, she had the best status among the younger generation. Child Su, we meet again. Murongqing said with a smile. She was wearing a golden robe, which completely covered her graceful figure. His long hair had unknowingly turned into a head of golden hair. The golden light gave people the style of the western region. The Sun Palace came just in time, Su Zimo said. Yes, it's quite lively to see everyone gathered here, Murongqing replied. When Murongqing walked in front of Su Zimo. When she got close to his face, she was in a very ambiguous position. But only the 2 of them could hear her voice. She said, Child Su, you should know. This is a big event for the Sun Palace. You're not going to mess up our plan, are you? I'm not a partner in your plan. I don't even know what your plan is. How is that messing up? Su Zimo laughed. You should be able to guess it. Just do me a favor, Murongqing replied. You can settle your grudge with her later. Our Sun Palace will definitely stand on your side. I don't care which side you're on, but it's interesting that you're here to watch the show, Su Zimo replied. Didn't the main character usually appear last? It just so happened that he wanted to see what the Sun Palace was up to. Although he had already guessed a little. Didn't you say that once everyone is here, we will be able to open the guarded land? Someone shouted, now that everyone is here, let's have a fair competition for the fire source. Someone hasn't arrived yet, someone replied. Who is it? 4 of the 6 major fire territories came, as well as the Hellfire Territory and the Undying Fire Territory, someone replied. There's no need to wait for the Undying Blaze Realm. They're already corpses, Su Zimo said calmly. Everyone's heart trembled. This was the first fire territory to be destroyed. The Hell Tiger clan is here, someone shouted. Everyone looked up and saw a huge tiger moving through the void from the horizon. On the back of this tiger, standing on it were 3 youths who looked like tigers. Their gazes were fierce, their faces had tiger whiskers, and the word king was carved on their foreheads. This sign was very obvious. Only the people of the Hell Tiger clan would look like this. Sorry to keep everyone waiting, the 3 people of the Hell Tiger clan said with a faint smile after arriving. These 3 people were actually not very famous. Among the 3, one of them was the young master of the Hell Tiger clan. His name was Huba, and he was the most famous. As for the other 2, their names were a little random. One was called Hui, and the other was called Huer. Most importantly, Tiger 1 and Tiger 2 were unknown people before this. They were not very famous in the Hellfire Territory. This time, they were suddenly sent to represent the Hell Tiger clan to enter the Origin Land. Many people did not understand what they were up to. After the arrival of the Hell Tiger clan, basically everyone who came to the Origin Land this time was here. Someone looked at Su Zimo. Su Zimo chuckled. He said, don't look at me. Since the people of the Sun Palace are here, they will naturally be in charge here. Everyone, listen to me, Murongqing stood up and said. Before attacking the guarded ground, why don't we call out the fire guardian? If they are willing to give it up, they can avoid harm. Everyone nodded slightly. In fact, the fire guardian had a different meaning to the fire tribe. If the origin land was not controlled by the Sun Palace, they would have been estranged from the fire tribe long ago. No one would dare to casually kill the fire guardian. Where is the fire guardian? Someone shouted loudly. As soon as the voice fell, the fire guardian who had been waiting for a long time appeared from the void. A fiery red cloud floated out. This time a door appeared in the void. A white-haired old man slowly walked out. Everyone, the old man sighed. The fire guardian has guarded the fire source for so many years. Even if there is no merit, there is hard work. As long as you open the guarded ground, we can promise not to hurt any fire guardian, Morongqing replied. This is the Sun Palace's intention? The old man did not care about the others. He only looked at Morongqing and asked. Morongqing was silent for a moment. Then she nodded. In fact, she knew that the Sun Palace's intention and the other fire tribe's intention were two different concepts. The Sun Palace is really scheming, the old man said with a wry smile. Make a choice as soon as possible, Morongqing replied. The Fire Guardian clan does not have people who are afraid of death. The old man shook his head. Even if we die with honor. It is better than living a lowly life. In that case, there is nothing to talk about. Morongqing sighed and shook her head. She said, everyone can use the fire source of the origin land as you wish. Life and death are not discussed. After she finished speaking, she stepped aside. It was obvious that she was too lazy to care about this matter. And from the beginning to the end, the Sun Palace's goal was not the fire source. Hearing this, the rogue cultivators who had been suppressed for a long time roared and charged toward the guarded ground. A powerful force lingered in the void. Although the guarded ground's defensive power was amazing and under normal circumstances, it was difficult to break in. But with so many people gathered together, it was completely unimaginable how powerful this force was. Explosions continued to sound all around. In a short while, everyone destroyed the guarded ground's defense with absolute power. And inside, countless fire guardians charged out. Although there were a lot of fire guardians, their strength was still a little weak. Among the many people present, the weakest was a great emperor. Most of them were even peak great emperors. Under their fierce attack, the fire guardians couldn't hold on for long. In fact, the fire guardian clan was really admirable. Even though their fate was already decided. Even though they knew that they would die, they still generously faced death to complete the mission of the fire guardians. Regret was regret. But in this world, strength was king. The Sun Palace didn't participate in this battle. The Chaos Fire territory that Su Zimo was in didn't participate in the battle either. The Sun Palace had their own plans, and Su Zimo was purely not interested in the fire source. He just wanted to watch the show. He wanted to see who the traitor that the Dark King had mentioned was. How was the Sun Palace going to deal with it, finally, as the chaotic battle began? Now, the situation was gradually becoming clear. Everyone on this side had the upper hand. The place where the Lightning Dominion guarded was just like its name. It was located in a thunder valley. The valley was unfathomable. Looking down from the sky, it was oval in shape. And on the surrounding mountain walls, endless thunderbolts were rioting. Thunder wouldn't hurt people for no reason, unless you were struck down by the thunder. The fire guardians were getting weaker and weaker. All of them were in the Thunder Valley, and the rest were constantly retreating to the depths of the Thunder Valley. Everyone, charge and snatch the fire source, someone shouted. Everyone's emotions had been stirred up. One by one, they ran towards the depths of the Thunder Valley without any regard for their lives. Morongqing had unknowingly walked in front of Su Zimo. She asked with a smile, Child Su, are you not interested in the fire source? I'm a human. It's reasonable that I'm not interested in the fire source, Su Zimo said with a smile. On the other hand, your Sun Palace is actually indifferent. This is thought-provoking. If young Master Su is willing to join us, I can tell you everything since we've already come this far, Morongqing replied. There's no need to join you. I don't plan to get involved in the matters of the Fire Clan, Su Zimo waved his hand. Then Child Su, continue to watch. Everything will come to light, Morong Qing replied. He followed everyone into the valley. The scenery inside was already different. The lightning seemed to have a mind of its own and would take the initiative to attack the intruders. No, the people present were all very strong. At most, the lightning would cause some trouble, but it would not be able to force them to retreat. As the firekeeper retreated to the depths of the valley, there was nowhere else to go. In the end, one by one, the fire guardians fell in the depths of the lightning valley. Only the last great sage-level fire guardian remained. His body was also heavily injured. Why must you do this? Our goal is only to find the fire source, not to kill your fire guardian clan, someone said with a sigh. However, there were also people who were impatient. He soared into the air and charged toward the last firekeeper. Hand over the fire source, or I'll make you beg for death. The final great sage laughed bitterly. We were helpless, we couldn't protect the fire source. However, even if Jinri dies, he will still make you suffer. After the firekeeper finished speaking, he crushed a token in his hand that he had taken out at some point. The huge Thunder Valley was unexpectedly arranged with an array formation. The age of the array formation was very old. As the array formation was activated, the entire Thunder Valley began to riot, and countless thunderbolts began to move. If the thunderbolts here were originally attached to the mountain wall, then now, the thunderbolts were completely out of control. They spread throughout the entire Thunder Valley. The sky above was suddenly covered by dark clouds, and silver-white thunder dragons formed by lightning shuttled through the dark clouds. Suddenly, a thunderbolt struck down from the sky. There was a boom. A great emperor was actually smashed into pieces on the spot. Everyone was shocked. Someone shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid, it's just an array formation." Once the array formation is broken, the fire source will have nowhere to hide. As expected, human greed could sometimes overcome fear. Among this group of people, there were people who were very familiar with arrays. Isn't the array emperor son Xiaotian here? Someone's gaze fell on a young man. He was the young sect master of the divine array sect. He was dressed in an imperial robe and was born with the myriad array king body. It was said that when he started cultivating, he could form an array with a glance and was extremely powerful. At this moment, looking at everyone's gaze, Sun Xiaotian smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be anxious, let me see this array formation." Sun Xiaotian waved his hand. A circular array disc appeared in his hand. He slowly turned the array disc, and waves of thunderbolts filled the surface of the array disc. This array disc was the supreme treasure of the divine array sect. Not only could the array disc be used to set up arrays, but it could also be used to break arrays. The thunderbolts above the array disc exploded, turning into 7 thunderbolts that scattered in the surroundings. Sun Xiaotian looked at the place where the thunderbolts were scattered. He said, "This is the array core of this array formation. If everyone destroys the array core, the array formation will naturally be broken. However, there is one thing to note. The 7 array cores must be destroyed at the same time. Otherwise, it won't help if one is missing." Everyone hurriedly nodded. Huba the Hell Tiger clan was the first to walk out and shouted, "The first array core will be broken by our Hell Tiger clan. Then the second array core will be broken by our Supreme Volcano." Some itinerant cultivators began to shout. After a while, the 7 array cores had been broken and distributed. Everyone ignored the bombardment of the thunderbolts and rushed towards the array core. Rumble. Explosions rang out. After a wave of battle, everyone had suffered heavy losses. However, the good thing was, everyone was close to the array core. Huba was the first to roar, "I will count to 3. Everyone, attack the array core together. Destroy this array formation." Everyone agreed loudly. 1, 2, 3. Only a boom sound of explosion could be heard. Countless attacks exploded in front of them like a torrent. The entire Thunder Valley was almost destroyed. It was as if the sky was thunder, the valley shook, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. On the side of the mountain wall, countless rubble had already fallen. The mountain was landslide. As for the thunderbolt array formation, the 7 array cores were completely destroyed. The thunderbolts began to riot. They were also dissipating bit by bit. Everything turned into ashes. When everyone rushed towards the last fire guardian. In other words, when they were in front of the great sage who opened the array formation. Only then did they realize that the fire guardian was already dead. And behind him was a sea of lightning. It was a sea formed by real lightning. The fire source is definitely here, someone said with certainty. But with such a scale of lightning, how do we enter? Someone asked. Let me try, an itinerant cultivator stood up and said. He emitted a powerful force from his body, constantly bombarding the sea of lightning. But it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any movement. This sea of lightning seemed to be able to devour everything. However, at this point, some people had already started to have feelings for the opposite sex. As long as they obtained the fire source, they would become enemies with everyone. Everyone had their own ulterior motives. In the end, it was Huba from the Hell Tiger clan who suggested, I think we should break through this sea of lightning first. What do you think? If we break through the sea of lightning, what if your Hell Tiger clan snatches the fire source? Someone asked. We should think of a fair way. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Someone sneered. Since you don't dare to go up, then my Thunder Dragon clan won't be polite. A dragon's roar sounded. Then, a human-shaped thunder dragon shuttled out. Why was it called a human-shaped thunder dragon? Because its body was the same as a human's, but its entire body was covered in dragon scales. There was also a very long dragon tail behind it. Endless thunderbolts were raging all over his body. The thunder dragon did not belong to the fire clan. To be precise, they were the drakes. However, this clan was born with a fate with lightning. They were never afraid of lightning. It was just like how the fire clan was not afraid of fire. Being struck by lightning was even their cultivation method to become stronger. At this moment, the people of the Thunder Dragon clan could no longer hold back. The fire source was in front of them, and they happened to be in the sea of lightning that they were proud of. It would be a waste not to take it. It's Xianxia. Someone looked at the Thunder Dragon and shouted its name. Xianxia directly rushed into the sea of lightning. Even if the lightning was violent and could destroy the world. The dragon scales around its body blocked everything, and it was not afraid of any lightning at all. It was like a real thunder dragon, swimming proudly in the sea of lightning. I see it. Xianxia's face was filled with joy. Because in the depths of the lightning, there was a ball of glowing lightning fire that was very eye-catching. We can't let him get there first, someone shouted. The people who were still hiding their strength couldn't hold back anymore. The first to rush out was the people from Shu Mountain. They flew on their swords and split half the sky with one sword. That sword energy was very powerful. Long swords surrounded their bodies. When they rushed into the sea of lightning, the powerful sword intent was even more domineering. It actually suppressed the sea of lightning. From there, they forcefully opened up a path. And on the Hell Tiger clan's side, Huba took the lead. The spirit energy around him. It formed the shadow of a tiger. The tiger roared into the sky and rushed into the sea of lightning, but the lightning had no effect on it. Kill. Countless people began to use their strengths to snatch the source of fire from the sea of lightning. Rumble. The sound of battle shattered the void. Despicable scum from the sword sect, you actually dare to launch a sneak attack on me? We're already rivals. How can you say I'm despicable? Brother Cheng, we were just breaking the formation together earlier. Why must we become enemies now? If you withdraw from the battle for the fire source, I won't hurt you. A single fire source had blasted everyone out. Xianxia, who was the first to enter, was the first to touch the fire source. He directly grabbed the ball that wrapped the fire source in his palm. I got the fire source. I got the fire source. He was laughing heartily. However, as soon as he finished laughing, countless attacks rumbled toward him. He hadn't been complacent for long. He was annihilated by countless forces in the void. Even though the defensive power of his dragon scales was astonishing, they were still unable to protect him. Outside the Thunder Valley, Morongqing narrowed her eyes and watched this scene. Suzimo asked, when are you planning to take action? Soon, Morongqing replied. The location of the fire source has been changed. The destruction of the Thunder territory is about to begin. It's not just us. I'm afraid some people can't hold it in anymore. That's right. After Xianxia touched the fire source, the Thunder territory began to be like the other territories. It was destroyed bit by bit from the outermost area. Sect leader Bai seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed drastically as she asked, if the Thunder territory is destroyed, what should we do? Won't we be buried by the land of origin? That's right. If the land of origin is completely destroyed, everything will be buried, Morongqing replied with a smile. If you want to leave alive, you have to hand over the fire source. Hearing Morongqing's words, sect leader Bai was stunned. She seemed to know what the Sun Palace was planning. The Sun Palace had the final say in entering and leaving the land of origin. The Sun Palace didn't need to fight for the fire source at all. Because in the end, all the fire sources had to be handed over obediently. Otherwise, they would have to be buried with the land of origin. Most importantly, if the Sun Palace destroyed the land of origin and killed all the fire guardians, he was afraid that his reputation in the fire race would plummet. And now they were opening up the land of origin. It was equivalent to pulling everyone in. When the time came, no one would have to bear the responsibility of destroying the land of origin. Thinking of this, sect leader Bai shivered. The Sun Palace's schemes were too heavy. Sister, don't panic. If your child Su doesn't become enemies with us, you can leave safely. You can leave safely. Morongqing smiled again. In the distant Thunder Sea. After a battle, almost half of the people at the scene sank into the Thunder Sea. The remaining people were still unwilling to give up and wanted to continue fighting. But someone seemed to have sensed the changes in the Thunder territory. He shouted, "Listen, what's that sound?" Someone stepped into the air, his eyes burning. He looked at the distant skyline. Dust was flying there, the earth was collapsing, and the sky was shattering. For those who had experienced the destruction of other territories, this was the most familiar. The Thunder territory is about to be destroyed. Everyone, run. Run, where do we run to? The Sun Palace, they have a way to let us in. They might be able to send us out. That's right, go to the Sun Palace. The Sun Palace must have a way. Everyone who was still fighting for the fire source all calmed down. They looked in the direction of Morongqing. Morongqing knew that it was time for her to go on stage, so she smiled and shouted, "Everyone, don't be nervous. The Sun Palace will send everyone out." I knew it. The Sun Palace is the leader of our blazing fire territory. They definitely won't harm us. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. But there's something that needs to be resolved before everyone can go out, Morongqing smiled. What is it? Someone hurriedly asked. The Sun Palace kindly opened up the land of origin to let everyone in to find opportunities. But we didn't expect that everyone would directly snatch the fire source and destroy the entire land of origin. How can we explain this? Morongqing smiled bitterly. So, I hope that everyone will hand over the fire source. Only then can we let everyone leave. Are you kidding? Someone directly refused. The fire source is something we exchanged with our lives. The Sun Palace is too shameless. You want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor, right? We won't force everyone, Morongqing smiled. It's just that if everyone is unwilling, then the Sun Palace can't let everyone leave. You're threatening us, someone shouted angrily at Morongqing. Let's work together and force the Sun Palace to open the origin land and let us out. I can understand that. Are you declaring war on the Sun Hall? Morongqing narrowed his eyes and asked the person who had spoken in an indifferent tone. That person immediately shut up. The consequences of declaring war on the Sun Palace were not something he could bear. Everyone knew that the Sun Palace was truly powerful. Among the 6 major fire domains, it was also the strongest. In the hearts of many fire tribes, the Sun Palace was the leader of the fire tribe. Can we each take a step back? Du Heng walked out from the Vermilion Bird Flame region and said. Since Du Bujia died at the hands of Li Guan, Du Heng had become the person in charge of the Vermilion Bird Flame region. His reputation was not very prominent. But his strength was not bad, and he understood the big picture. He was also very steady and could convince the crowd. We've already taken a step back. You're in the origin land, whether it's the ancient ruins or any other opportunities. You can take them all, but not the fire source. Murongqing shook her head and replied. This is the bottom line, not the condition. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Everyone, make a decision quickly. The Thunder territory is about to be destroyed. There's not much time for you to think. Someone sighed. The Shangguan clan is willing to hand over the fire source. No one expected that the first to agree would be the Shangguan clan of the Divine Crow Flame region. This greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Shangguan Wan'er did not hesitate at all. The Shangguan clan had obtained the fire source of the metal region. This source of fire was placed in an ancient sword that had been forged. The sword had already gained sentience. The moment Shangguan Wan'er took out the sword, the golden sword kept struggling, trying to escape her control. Shangguan Wan'er did not say anything and directly threw the golden sword to Murongqing. The long sword cut through the shattered void. It carried a sharp golden aura and scorching flames as it was caught by Murongqing. Alright, the people of the Divine Crow Flame region can leave, Murongqing said with a smile. The Hell Tiger clan is also willing to hand over the fire source. On the Hell Tiger clan's side, Hu Ba was the second to speak. They had obtained the fire source of the Earth tribe. Alright, looks like our Vermilion Bird Flame region has no choice but to hand it over, Du Heng replied helplessly. What they obtained was the fire source of the Wood domain. On the side, there were still countless people fighting over the Thunder Dominion's fire source. At this moment, after learning of this matter, the fire source was like a hot potato, and no one fought over it. Murongqing waved her hand and took out the fire source from the Sea of Thunder. Everyone could only watch helplessly. Now, the fire sources of the metal, earth, wood, and lightning regions were all in his hands. Only the fire sources in the fire domain and the water domain were missing. The fire source in the water domain was in the hands of Su Zimo. As for the fire source in the fire domain, it was said that it had been taken by a loose cultivator. He reckoned that the person was still holding on to the hope of getting lucky and was unwilling to hand it over. Is there anyone else who hasn't handed over their fire source? Please cooperate, Murongqing said. Otherwise, no one would be able to leave the land of origin. Hong, long, long. The collapse of heaven and earth was already getting faster and faster, and that sound was not far away from them. Who hasn't handed it over yet? Hurry up. Do you want everyone to die with you? The crowd's discussion and condemnation grew louder and louder. Some people even suggested a body search. Finally, that loose cultivator could not hold on. He walked out carefully and said, I have the fire source in the fire domain. Where's the fire source in the water domain? Hurry up and take it out, someone shouted impatiently. After all, the destruction of the Thunder Dominion was already in sight. The last fire source is with me. Su Zimo's voice attracted everyone's attention. But I don't plan to hand it over. It's the Chaos Fire domain. Someone recalled Su Zimo's previous ferocity. He killed Yuan Onkong of the Black Crow sect with one slash. The words that were on the tip of their tongues instantly stopped. Child Su, even if you don't consider everyone's comfort, don't you plan to leave the land of origin yourself? Someone still tried to persuade him. Don't worry. Even if the land of origin is destroyed, nothing will happen to me, Su Zimo said with a smile. The Sun Palace's tricks are useless on me. Everyone looked at Murongqing again. Murongqing shrugged and replied, everyone, if we don't gather the fire source, we can't open the land of origin. You want everyone to pressure me, Su Zimo said as he looked at Murongqing. Child Su, I don't want to be your enemy. So naturally, I can't be the bad guy, Murongqing said with a smile. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. The people here were getting more and more irritable, and there were different opinions. At this time, Shangguan Wan'er took the lead and stood out. She said, everyone, I think we should unite our opinions. Am I right? How? Someone asked. If someone wants to disregard everyone's safety, I think it's better to just fall out with them. Shangguan Wan'er replied, if the Chaos Fire domain is stubborn, then let's unite and snatch the fire source. As soon as these words came out, many people agreed. Everyone from the Chaos Fire domain, hand over the fire source. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Suzimo sneered a few times. He walked out step by step and directly took the fire source of the water region in his hand. He replied, I'm standing here today. It doesn't matter if you're alone or all of you come together. I'd like to see who can snatch the fire source from me. The people didn't expect Suzimo to be so tough. Some people looked at each other, not knowing where his bottom line was. At this time, some people couldn't hold back and started to attack. A flash of sword light flashed through the void. In the next moment, the tip of the sword appeared behind Suzimo. Boom! Suzimo's speed was even faster than that person's. He grabbed the sword with one hand and pulled that person over. There was a rumbling explosion. That person's figure was directly stepped on by Suzimo. All 4 of his limbs were removed. His whole body was like a pile of soft meat, unable to move. It's Shuo Lang from Mount Shu, someone exclaimed. He was defeated in just one move. Let the 3 heroes of Mount Kong try. There was another loud shout. This time, no one launched a sneak attack. Instead, 3 identical triplets walked out. They cupped their fists at Suzimo and said, Fellow Daoist, sorry for the offense. We have to leave here alive. The 3 of them were still very famous. As soon as they appeared, they caused a lot of discussion. The 3 heroes of Mount Kong were the 3 people who cultivated the great art of annihilation and once fought the flame demon to a standstill, it should be. Other than the 3 of them, no one dared to use this name. The flame demon was one of the supreme sages. The 3 heroes of Kong Mountain were at the peak of the Supreme Emperor realm. Logically speaking, they should be very far apart. However, the 3 heroes of Kong Mountain were extremely powerful. They were able to fight the supreme sages to a draw. All of this was thanks to the great obliteration grinding technique that they cultivated. This technique required 3 people to cultivate. Moreover, the 3 of them had to be connected. If there was the slightest deviation, the 3 of them would definitely die. It was precisely because of such harsh conditions. As a result, almost no one had successfully cultivated this technique for tens of thousands of years. It was also the reason why the 3 of them were so famous. At this moment, the 3 heroes of Kong Mountain walked out. They looked exactly the same. Behind them, there were 2 large grinding disc-like gears that were slowly rotating. These 3 millstones were exactly the same. The only difference was that these 3 millstones were of different colors. One of them was a golden Buddha millstone. It was enveloped by Buddhist light, as if it was a Buddha who saved the world. It was merciful and compassionate, delivering all living beings from suffering. The second one was a black demonic millstone. This millstone was the opposite. It was the obliteration millstone. There were countless seas of bitterness, vengeful souls, hungry ghosts, and hell. It wanted to drag you into samsara at all times. The last one, which was the third, was a blue divine millstone. This millstone was surrounded by divinity. It was proud and aloof. It was not mixed with the divinity of the secular world. When these 3 millstones slowly rotated, the entire void was trembling. Their control over their power had reached the pinnacle of perfection. It could be said that they could do as they pleased. After the 3 of them came out, they were first in their own palms. One of them said, Fellow Daoist, we don't have any more worlds to waste on you. The 3 of us have the obliteration strike. Please reward us. The 3 of them stretched out their hands together. There were a total of 6 hands. Their hands formed the shape of a circle. Then, the 3 powers of God, Buddha, and demon began to merge on the circle. The millstone behind the 3 of them also condensed together. The 3 figures gradually disappeared under the envelopment of this power. What replaced them was a huge obliteration millstone. The millstone trembled heaven and earth. The power was so strong that many people looked sideways. They didn't even dare to approach the millstone, afraid that they would be swept in. Many people subconsciously began to retreat. The obliteration millstone started to spin at a speed that was close to the speed of light. The millstone flew quickly, and the world was solemn. I've heard that there is a millstone in heaven and earth. It determined the life and death of all living beings. However, the millstone seems to be in the hands of the villainous heavens. Su Zimo chuckled. I just don't know how powerful your forged millstone is. When he heard Su Zimo's words, he seemed to have been provoked. The millstone directly charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and did not dodge. Is he scared out of his wits? Someone asked doubtfully. And here I was wondering how powerful he was. Seems like he's just SOSO. The three heroes of Mount Kong have taken advantage of such a good opportunity. If we had known, we would have gone up first. Once we leave this place, we can go out and make a name for ourselves. Everyone was talking about it. However, his attention was still on Su Zimo. The world-exterminating millstone's speed was so fast that it seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. It had already arrived in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo sensed it for a while before shaking his head. It's a pity. If you were a supreme sage, it would be somewhat interesting. It's a pity that the three great emperors used the world-exterminating millstone. A great emperor is a great emperor after all. There is an insurmountable gap between the laws and profoundness. You're still too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the tyrannical shadow on his back. Powerful saber chi swept through the laws of lightning. With the support of the two life and death souls in his body, he slashed at the world-exterminating millstone. Thunder exploded in the void. Clouds kept appearing. Everyone only saw the saber slash through the entire world and split the sky into two. The sword chi fell straight into the sky. Boom! An explosion was heard. The world-exterminating millstone had almost no defensive power and was completely destroyed by the annihilation saber. When the saber chi of the tyrannical shadow dissipated, Su Zimo looked down. The corpses of the so-called three heroes of Mount Kong had already turned into mud and were all scattered on the ground. Why don't all of you come at me together? Su Zimo grinned and said. It's really not satisfying to fight like this. Lunatic, this person is definitely a lunatic. Someone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Under normal circumstances, under the pressure of so many of them, the others would have already given in. However, Su Zimo did not feel satisfied. Everyone, this world is going to be destroyed. If we can't gather the fire source, then there's nothing I can do. Morong Qing added fuel to the fire at the right time. Everyone, do you want to listen to me? Su Zimo suddenly laughed. Everyone's gazes were also attracted. Su Zimo laughed and said, since you've handed over the fire source, the Sun Palace should let you out. Right, I didn't hand over the fire source, so the Sun Palace can completely ignore me. There was no need to bind everyone here. It looks like the Sun Palace doesn't plan on letting you leave alive. When these words came out, regardless of whether it was true or not, everyone's expression changed greatly. One could say that Su Zimo was fanning the flames. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. That's right, Morong Qing. The Vermilion Bird domain has already handed over the fire source. You should at least let us out, Vermilion Bird domain's Duheng said. Someone next to him also began to shout. We're lone cultivators. We've never obtained the fire source. What does this have to do with us? I think the Sun Palace has ulterior motives. Do you still want to rule the entire blazing fire domain? The human heart could not stand up to scrutiny. They all instinctively chose to believe Su Zimo. Because they could not afford to offend Su Zimo, they could only place their hopes on the Sun Palace. We're going to die anyway. If the Sun Palace doesn't give us an answer today, then we'll all die together. Then let's die together. Someone directly stepped into the air. They gradually surrounded Morong Qing and the other two Sun Palace disciples. This was to prevent them from escaping. Child Su, you're really something. Morong Qing glanced at Su Zimo and sneered. I'm just stating facts. Su Zimo shrugged. Child Su, as long as you hand over the fire source, we can negotiate any conditions, Morong Qing replied. You have no right to negotiate with me. I'm not bragging. Because you can't give me what I want. You can't decide either. Su Zimo shook his head. I can let the palace lord talk to you, Morong Qing said. The Holy King of Light? He can't either. Su Zimo continued to shake his head. I want to see Huangzhu. No, more accurately, I want him to come see me. Child Su, I told you. Laozu is in seclusion. No one can see him, Morongqing said helplessly. And it's always only Laozu who comes to find us. How can we find Laozu? Looks like Child Su doesn't plan to hand over the fire source, Morongqing said. To be honest, the fire source is useless to me. Other than the fire source, I have many other things that are more important to the fire tribe. Su Zimo smiled and said, but you don't have the right to talk to me. Child Su, you know that the Sun Palace is willing to pay any price for the fire source, Morongqing said. Even if we have to be your enemy, we must get the fire source. I've given you my conditions. If I don't see the candle, I won't give you the fire source, even if I have to be your enemy, Su Zimo said with a smile. Morongqing narrowed her eyes. Around them, the rogue cultivators could no longer hold back. This was because the collapse of the Thunder Dominion was right in front of their eyes. Sun Palace, give us an answer. Are you going to open the land of origin or not? Hu Ba roared. If we die here, the Sun Palace will be targeted by all the forces in the entire Chihua domain, including the 5 major fire domains. I'm not asking you to leave because I'm afraid of you, but because you're not the target of this trip. Morongqing snorted. She formed a seal with her hands. The speed of the seal was very fast. In a few breaths, the void was filled with dense seals. Every mark was mysterious and unfathomable. When they gathered together, they instantly formed a key. A key that could open the land of origin and connect to the outside world. A powerful force hovered between the keys. It was as if the world was being created. The key swayed in the void, and a large piece of heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart from the middle. An extremely large devouring vortex appeared. The collapse of the thunder field was less than 3 kilometers away from them. Through this vortex door, the outside world will be the Chihua domain, Morongqing said. Except for Child Su, everyone can leave. After saying this, Morongqing looked at Su Zimo again. Child Su, I'm curious how you're going to leave this land of destruction. Why should I leave? Su Zimo replied with a smile. The show hasn't started yet. Why should I rush? Morongqing frowned slightly. Because at this moment, countless rogue cultivators could not wait to fly toward the devouring vortex. They all wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. On the whole, there were gains and losses this time. Some people tried their best to find the source of the fire, only to find nothing in the end. There were also some people who set their sights on the ancient lands from the very beginning, and ended up reaping great rewards. He watched as more and more people left. Right at this moment, the Hell Tiger clan was about to leave when they passed by Morongqing. She suddenly attacked Morongqing. A tiger's roar shook the forest as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Tiger Tyrant made the first move. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosion rang out. No one would have thought that Hu Ba would do such a thing and attack the people of Sun Palace. Morongqing was caught off guard and was sent flying by the punch. Give me the fire source. Hu Ba roared. The place where Morongqing stored the fire source was originally in her heaven and earth sleeve. This was a void that she had specially refined. This was because his own storage ring was unable to store these things. Some experts would really spend a lot of effort to refine a small world. Not only could it store things, but it could also store things. They could even let themselves or their loved ones live there. Although that small world was dead and could not be developed. At this moment, Hu Ba had already aimed at her heaven and earth sleeve. A powerful force surged over. A tiger's shadow swallowed the heavens and the earth, directly shattering the heaven and earth sleeve. After shattering, many things fell out. The most obvious were the 5 fire sources. Morongqing's expression changed drastically as she shouted angrily, "Put down the fire sources, what do you Hell Tigers want to do? There are others, this fire source cannot be snatched, this is a matter of the fire tribe. Your Sun Palace is too much of a hindrance," Hu Ba snorted coldly. The fire tribe should change. With your Sun Palace suppressing them, they can change even if they want to. Now is the time to eradicate you. Hu Ba and Morongqing began to snatch the fire sources in the void. Morongqing snatched the fire sources of the fire domain, lightning domain, and wood domain. On Huba's side, he directly snatched the fire source of the metal domain. Although the two of them were both saints and saintesses of their respective clans, the difference in strength was still very obvious. Under Morongqing's ferocious power, Huba could only barely protect himself. After putting away the 4 fire sources, the two of them set their eyes on the last fire source. It was the fire source of the earth domain. The two of them stepped into the air at the same time and reached for the fire source. However, at this moment, a large hand snatched the source of fire in front of the two of them and directly took it into its pouch. The expressions of the two men changed. Especially Morongqing. Because the person who snatched the fire source of the earth domain was Shangguanwaner. The 9 underworld's fire burned around her, and with one strike, she sent the two of them flying. Shangguanwaner had been hiding her strength all this time. In other words, she had been fighting seriously since the battle with Suzimo just now. Shangguanwaner, what is the Shangguan clan doing? Morongqing shouted. Is the divine crow fire domain betraying us too? The Sun Palace is not the ruler of the fire tribe. If you don't want to, then it's betrayal. Shangguanwaner sneered. What kind of bandit logic is this? That's not what I'm talking about. You should know what I mean, Morongqing said awkwardly. Are you with the Hell Tiger clan? No, no, no. Shangguanwaner shook her head. She said, I only care about myself. As for other people or things, they have nothing to do with me. Shangguanwaner smiled again after she finished speaking. You two can argue with each other. I'll take my leave after I'm done with you. She stepped into the air and flew toward the whirlpool. Morongqing did not stop her. She just looked at her coldly. Bang, a loud sound was heard. After Shangguanwaner's body touched the whirlpool, she was instantly struck down by a powerful force. Who is it? Shangguanwaner shouted. But no one answered her. Because it was a formation that knocked her down. It was a formation that spun in the void, causing winds and clouds to surge. The formation covered the entire whirlpool. Almost all the exits were sealed. From now on, no living thing could leave this place. Looks like you're prepared, Shangguanwaner looked at Morongqing and said. I just want to know, are you two in cahoots? Morongqing asked calmly. No, let me leave, Shangguanwaner said calmly. Hand over the fire source and come with me to the Sun Palace to confess. Then, I can forgive you, Morongqing said coldly. Wishful thinking, Shangguanwaner snorted. She looked at Huba and said, Hell Tiger clan, how about we join forces? Sure. Huba smiled sinisterly. The era of the Sun Palace should have ended long ago. Shangguanwaner nodded slightly. The 9 Serenity's fire in her right hand began to surge. A huge flame rose directly behind her, turning into a sea of fire that flowed like a stream. The sea of fire was burning. It was as if Shangguanwaner was wearing a black robe made of flames. Huba of the Hell Tiger clan next to her did the same. The hell fire turned into a flame robe. The flame robe was also wearing a hat in the shape of a tiger's head. The two of them surrounded Morongqing, one on the left and one on the right. Huba's eyes glowed with a dangerous light. He said coldly, kill Morongqing and we'll split the flame equally. I have no objections, Shangguanwaner said. Morongqing's expression was also ugly. She looked at Suzimo. Child Su, why don't we work together? Because Suzimo was the only one nearby. The rest of the people were useless. Under the temptation of the fire source, no one could be trusted. Why should I work with you? Suzimo shook his head and smiled. Didn't you just treat me as an enemy? Besides, when the Dark King tried to recruit me, I remember that you should have allies. Young Master Su, have you forgotten that the entire Undying Fire Realm died at your hands? Morongqing's eyes were filled with resentment as she replied. The immortal fire source was their ally. In fact, before this, they were not sure whether the other fire territories were friends or enemies. So to a large extent, they did not look for other fire territories to be allies. It was not easy to persuade the immortal fire territory. In the end, they were all killed by Suzimo. How could the Sun Palace think of such a thing? That has nothing to do with me. They provoked me. Suzimo shrugged. And I believe that allies are just external objects. The Sun Palace must be prepared, right? If the Sun Palace used the trash of the immortal fire territory as their trump card, they would be too stupid. The others were just spares. The only one they could really trust was themselves. Does Child-Su really want to be a spectator? Morongqing replied. Don't blame us if you accidentally injure him. It's your ability to injure me by mistake, Su Zimo replied directly. Why are you wasting time with him? Hu Ba snorted. She took the lead to attack Morongqing. His fist was wrapped in powerful flames. Bang! 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 Sounds rang out in the void. Tiger Tyrant's fists were mighty. One punch after another, so fast that only the afterimages of his fists could be seen. However, Morongqing was obviously not a simple person. The fire of the sun enveloped her. Her palms were like scorching suns as they transformed into two rays of golden light. No matter how strong Hu Ba's power was, it would be deflected and he would be unharmed. Let's work together. Hu Ba anxiously shouted at Shangguanwaner. Shangguanwaner chuckled. It tore the void in front of him apart. It was so fast that his figure could not be seen. There was only the 9 underworlds flame between heaven and earth. It kept floating. She was like an experienced hunter, guarding in the void, waiting for Morongqing's weakness. Suddenly, her figure was like a stream of light. She appeared beside Morongqing without anyone noticing. As her palm fell, the void rotated and countless forces burst out. The slap landed heavily on Morongqing's body. There was a boom. Morongqing's figure flew out directly. Morongqing steadied herself and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Shangguanwaner with bright eyes. Morong Saintus, open this place of origin. After I get out, you will naturally be able to defeat him, Shangguanwaner smiled. I have no intention of participating in this battle. I just want a source of fire. You think too much, Morongqing snorted coldly. She waved her right hand. It was just an ordinary wave of her hand, but the whole world seemed to shake. In the sky, the wind blew and the clouds rolled, stirring up the wind and clouds. The vortex should have been set up by an array. In this array, there was a powerful force gathered. Morongqing's right hand fell down. There was a boom. A torrent fell from the array. And this torrent had the ability to track, so Shangguanwaner had nowhere to run. She could only take this blow head-on. With a boom, the void shattered, and Shangguanwaner's figure was directly shot down. What a powerful force, below, sect leader Bai exclaimed. Did she win? We're still far from it. Su Zimo smiled. Then what should we do? The Thunder Territory is about to be destroyed, sect leader Bai asked worriedly. Don't worry, even if the Thunder Territory is destroyed, we will be fine, Su Zimo smiled. Because this world has been imprisoned long ago. There is no such thing as destruction. The so-called destruction is actually just a cover for Morongqing to deceive those people and obtain the source of fire. Ah, so that's the case, sect leader Bai replied in surprise. It was just as Su Zimo said. Because at this moment, the Thunder Territory was completely destroyed. The world where everyone was standing was the place where the source of fire was guarding. It was also the center of the Thunder Territory. When the Thunder Territory began to break, it revolved around this place as the core. At this moment, when everything was broken to the end. What entered everyone's eyes was such a scene. Boom, an unprecedented explosion was heard, and the entire Thunder Territory was completely shattered. It turned into dust and disappeared. As for the ground that everyone was standing on, it was obvious that it had disappeared as well. But the strange thing was that even in the void, they could still stand. It was as if there was a gravitational force attracting everyone to stand in the empty void. Below their feet was a bottomless abyss. It was as if they were in the void, and they could not see the ground or anything else. Seeing this scene, Hu Ba the Hell Tiger clan said with an ugly expression, "You lied to us." So what? Morongqing sneered. Even if I didn't lie to you, it will still be difficult for you to get out of this place of origin. How do you know? Hu Ba replied coldly. You should worry about your own safety first. Morongqing did not speak. She just silently controlled the array formation. In the sky. With the help of this array formation, it was as if she was assisted by God. The array formation was very powerful. Not only did it seal the entire place of origin, but it also forced Shangguanwaner and Hu Ba into danger. Thousands of torrents fell from the sky. Today, the two of you will die here, Morongqing said coldly. And the person behind you will also be destroyed. It seemed to confirm Morongqing's words. In the valley outside. When the other rogue cultivators escaped from danger, they were all still in shock. Obviously, they were almost destroyed together with the place of origin. What happened? Naturally, countless elders of the forces asked. Before those disciples could speak, the entire valley suddenly shone brightly. What's going on? Someone sensed the changes in the valley and shouted in panic. It's an array formation. Immediately, a powerhouse sensed it. An array formation? Who set up an array formation right under our noses? Someone frowned. Everyone present was the strongest fighting force of the blazing fire field. At that moment, the valley shook. Countless sky shatters flew up, and the void rippled. It was as if a sky full of yellow sand had soared into the sky, surrounding the entire valley. Let's go. A powerhouse sensed that something was wrong and shouted. He led his disciples and prepared to leave. However, as soon as they stepped into the air, a powerful pressure came over. When this pressure descended, Yi Zichen was stunned. Almost all the existences felt their bodies sink. It's time to restrict space, someone muttered. Because under this pressure, no one cared if they were peerless geniuses or Laozu from any sect. Even existences like the Chaos Fire ancestor. Even old monsters who had lived for many years could do nothing about it. Because no one could step into the air. One had to know that there were countless great sages among the people present. However, they still couldn't step into the air. The only one who could suppress a great sage was probably a Dao fruit powerhouse, someone muttered. Has that person from the Sun Palace appeared? There were also some who were unsure and even surprised. Because that person from the Sun Palace hadn't appeared for many years. Many people had never seen that person in their lives. What was going on? Why did they suddenly appear? In fact, many people knew that the opening of the origin ground was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. However, they couldn't come into contact with the details. They could only take one step at a time. At that moment, some disciples who had escaped from the origin ground also briefly explained what had happened. What? The origin ground was destroyed? The elders were all shocked. The destruction of the origin ground was secondary. Where did those fire sources go? When they heard that they had been taken back by the Sun Palace, the elders felt regretful and helpless. They could only admit that they were unlucky. It was impossible for them to really find the Sun Palace to judge. They might even be beaten to death. Apart from the 6 great fire domains, no one else could casually touch the fire sources. Only powerhouses were worthy of possessing heavenly treasures. Due to the activation of the array formation, it caused a brief panic. The power of the formation grew stronger and stronger. The yellow sand it brought with it had the intention of burying everything. Even if there were many great saint-level experts. Their eyes were filled with seriousness. Even they felt that this array formation was troublesome. Everyone, do not panic. At this moment, the voice of the radiant Saint King of the Sun Hall rang out. This directly broke the atmosphere of panic. The formation was set up by our Sun Hall, but it's not targeted at you. It's for some important matters of the fire race, said the radiant Saint King with a smile. At this moment, a powerful suppressive force suppressed everything. Some of them were unable to fly. However, the radiant Saint King was not affected at all. He knew what was going on. Saint King, what is the meaning of this? An expert stepped forward and asked. It was the Sun Palace's decision to open the land of origin. And we came here to follow the rules of the Sun Hall. Could it be that the Sun Temple still wants to punish us after the origin ground is destroyed? Everyone, don't be nervous. That's not what I meant. The radiant Saint King smiled. Today, I have a big secret about the fire race that I want to announce. What is it? Everyone was puzzled. Actually, the fire race is born with a flaw in our bodies. This flaw may not be felt in the early and middle stages. But in the later stages, if we don't solve this flaw, we will never be able to improve. The radiant Saint King said. This is true. I'm not exaggerating. I think some of you should have heard of it. There's such a thing? Everyone was shocked. This matter was not only related to one person or a group of people. It was related to the entire fire race. The fates of all of them were now involved in this matter. What evidence does the Sun Palace have to say this? Someone asked. Why do we need evidence? The Sun Palace has no need to lie to you, replied the radiant Saint King. All these years, we've been looking for a way to fix this flaw. Have you found it? Someone asked with concern. Everyone should know about those water beasts, said the radiant Saint King with a smile. Of course. Everyone quickly nodded. For the fire race, many people even hated water beasts to the core. This was because the water beasts had destroyed the life-fire realm. No one knew if they would be the next. We once killed a group of water beasts and obtained a sunflower. This sunflower was left behind by a senior of the fire race. According to our estimates, the sunflower can change the characteristics of the fire race and make up for the flaw. The radiant Saint King explained. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. No one thought that the Sun Palace had already set this up. What does the Sun Palace mean by this? Someone asked. What's the point of opening the origin ground and tricking us here? That's right. Since the Sun Palace is so powerful, you can make up for the flaw yourself. Everyone, listen to me. We paid a great price to get rid of this flaw. The radiant Saint King smiled. The only thing we need now is the fire source. Only with the 6 fire sources can we act. But the fire source is in the origin ground. We can't hand over the fire guardian. And the origin ground is the origin of the fire race, not the Sun Palace. So we decided to open the origin ground and let everyone have the right to enter. After saying so much, you still want all of us to work for you. In the end, you threatened to leave the origin ground and force us to hand over the fire source. Someone complained. Everyone here was as smart as monkeys. How could they be fooled by a few words from the Sun Palace? Everyone, don't worry. Listen to me, the radiant Saint King smiled. Our original plan was to come here. No matter what the fire source is, it's an internal matter of the fire race. It's just that some people want to betray the fire race and give the fire source to the Holy Court. In exchange for the right to rule the life-fire realm. What? Once those words were spoken, the crowd were all shocked. This was a much more serious matter. It was equivalent to betraying the race. This was even more despicable than traitors. Who? Someone asked directly. In the crowd, some people's eyes flashed with surprise. They took a few steps back. These people, I hope they can stand out, the radiant Saint King smiled. Let everyone see who they are. They're all traitors. Hearing the Holy King's words, the entire valley was in chaos. But still, no one was willing to step forward. Everyone was guessing who it was. Everyone from the Hell Tiger clan, is there any point in continuing to hide it? As the radiant Saint King finished speaking, the entire valley was silent at first. Then, those who were close to the Hell Tiger clan all distanced themselves. Like a plague, they couldn't avoid it in time, afraid of being infected. You dare to admit what you did. Why, are all of you so cowardly? On the Hell Tiger clan's side, the Tiger King stood in place with a calm expression. He wasn't affected by the changes in his surroundings at all. He just asked indifferently, Holy King, do you have any evidence for your words? Are you jealous that our Hell Tiger clan is developing too quickly and threatening the Sun Palace's position? That's why you're threatening us. King, I dare to say this because I'm not afraid of you asking or quibbling, the Holy King said with a smile. He clapped his hands. Heaven and earth seemed to shake. Countless spiritual energy began to gather. Immediately, an image appeared in the sky. Save the image and sound. Seeing this scene, some people's eyes narrowed. The so-called recording actually meant that it was a scene that had happened a long time ago. Someone used a special kind of stone to record it. The image in the sky began to change. Two figures appeared in the image. It was the peak of a cliff. On the peak, the figure at the front was dressed in a celestial robe. His entire body emitted dense celestial energy, and countless celestial lotuses bloomed around him. Each of these lotuses exuded a celestial aura. And the figure at the back was dressed in a tiger robe and had an imposing aura. On his forehead, the symbol of the word king was very obvious. This person was the Tiger King. Although they couldn't hear what the two of them were talking about, a mysterious force enveloped the two of them. Even if it was a recording, it still couldn't be seen. But just the two of them standing here was enough to explain many things. Tiger King, do you have anything else to say? The Holy King asked. If you still want to quibble, it's fine. As long as your Hell Tiger clan doesn't fight for the Origin Flame, I can apologize to you. Hearing the Holy King's words, the Tiger King snorted coldly. His voice echoed in the empty valley. He shouted coldly, I hate the Sun Palace's high and mighty appearance the most. Why can't our Hell Tiger clan fight for it? The other 5 regions are weaker than your Sun Palace. There has never been a distinction between the strong and the weak. For the sake of the Origin Flame, our Sun Hall has made up for our flaws. He had worked hard for countless years. The so-called respect and superiority is what we deserve, the Radiant Saint King said without holding back. In that case, may I know what your Hell Tiger clan has been doing all these years? Tiger Heavenly King did not argue with Radiant Saint King. Instead, he looked around at the other factions. He shouted, everyone, please listen to me. The era of the Sun Palace should be over. Everyone, please follow me. I've already discussed this with the Holy Court. As long as he gave the Origin Flame to the Holy Court, the Holy Court can help us make up for the flaws in our flames. How can the Holy Court be so kind? Someone questioned. Of course the Holy Hall has conditions. Tiger Monarch smiled. He wants to form an alliance with the Fire Race. When the time came, they could face some battles together and advance and retreat together. I feel that this is a win-win situation for both of us. Hearing Tiger King's words, Radiant Saint King snorted coldly. He asked, Heavenly King, I'm more curious. What benefits did the Holy Court give you? As the biggest beneficiary, you should get the most benefits, right? Petty, Tiger Monarch said indifferently. I'm thinking for the Fire Race. I've already thrown my personal glory to the back of my mind. Is that so? Why did I hear that the Holy Court agreed to let you become the ruler of the Blazefire domain? Radiant Saint King smiled. Nonsense, Tiger Monarch's expression changed and he snorted coldly. Radiant Saint King did not say anything more. Instead, he replied, if that's the case, our paths are different. Then let's see who's the real deal. This formation is the Yellow Spring Wind Destruction Formation. Today, with this formation, your Hell Tiger clan will be buried here. Let's not talk about the changes in the valley for now. In the origin ground, everyone was fighting in the void of 5. General Morongqing was powerful. She had already become a saint, and with this formation, it was as if she could control thousands of lightning bolts. She was already in an invincible position. As for Shangwanwaner, Su Zimo saw it clearly. She had been hiding her strength. Even if she was forced to the point where she had nowhere to run, she still had some strength to hold on. Tiger Monarch was even worse. Because he was from the Hell Tiger clan, he had been forced to reveal his true form. It was a huge tiger. It had a tiger head and a tiger tail, and it was 1,000 meters long. The tiger's aura was very strong, and it could be called the Hell Tiger. If it was anywhere else, Morongqing would probably not be its match. But at this moment, countless lightning bolts were like a rainstorm, densely packed and almost enveloping the Hell Tiger. Crackle, crackle, crackle sounds were constantly heard. The entire sky exploded. And the Hell Tiger was almost beaten to the point where he could not raise his head. Although he kept roaring. But in the end, the thunder was loud, but the rain was small. I'm afraid it's over, Xianxia stood at the side and said lightly. It's still far from over. These people are not the main characters of the battle, Su Zimo said with a smile. It was just as he said. When the powerful lightning fell, the Hell Tiger was finally knocked out. Tiger Monarch was beaten back to his original form, lying on the ground on the verge of death. Go to hell, Morongqing shouted coldly. Another powerful thunderbolt condensed. This lightning bolt destroyed everything, with the intention of killing Tiger Monarch. At this moment, the lightning bolt fell from the sky. Suddenly, there was a boom sound. A figure appeared in front of Tiger Monarch. The lightning in the sky was shattered by a punch. Who is it? Morongqing looked down and said coldly. Little kid from the Sun Palace, I'm a little impatient from waiting, a very harsh voice was heard. Hand over the fire source. Following the voice, there were two figures below. They were actually people who participated in the origin ground with Tiger Monarch. These two people were called Tiger 1 and Tiger 2. They were unknown before, and no one paid attention to them. At this moment, when the two of them stood out, Morongqing frowned. Then she said, You are not from the Hell Tiger clan. You guessed right, we are from the Sun Moon sect, Tiger 1 and Tiger 2 said with a cold smile. The two of them took off the masks on their faces. That should be a human skin mask. But when the masks were taken off, their original faces were revealed. The two people who took off their masks were a man and a woman. The man's forehead was engraved with the symbol of the Sun Palace. The woman's forehead was naturally the moon. It was worth mentioning that the symbol of the sun and the moon emitted a touch of divinity. The aura on it could not be imitated, and it was even difficult to form it in the future. This was the symbol of the Sun Moon sect. It was said that everyone in the Sun Moon sect would have the symbol of the sun or the moon on their forehead from the moment they were born. And it was not artificially imprinted. It was given by the fire god of sun and moon. This symbol would become more and more obvious as they grew older. Other than that, this man and woman were no different from other people of the fire tribe. However, when she saw the two of them, Morongqing was still shocked. The Sun Moon sect had been missing in the blazing fire territory for nearly 10,000 years. It was even thought to have been extinct. This was because no one had seen the Sun Moon sect ever since that incident happened back then. But what Morongqing did not expect was that the Sun Moon sect had been active in front of her. It was even secretly hidden by the Hell Tiger clan and brought to the place of origin. This is troublesome, Morongqing muttered to herself. Little girl, give us the water source and we'll spare your life, the man on the left said with a sinister smile. What do you want? Morongqing replied. The blazing fire territory does not welcome you. Do you want to repeat the mistakes of the past? The blazing fire territory is our home, where we originated. Whether it's welcomed or not is not up to a little girl like you, the moon woman on the right sneered. Since you don't want to cooperate, then we won't bother to talk nonsense. She waved her hand. Suddenly, powerful flames burned from all around her. These flames were in the shape of the moon. The powerful flames distorted the void and burned everything around them. Kill! The two of them shouted. Together, they charged towards Morongqing. One on the left and one on the right, two powerful flames burst out and kept echoing in the void. It was as if two extremely hot fireballs were attacking from the left and right. Suzima watched the scene. He said to the three people next to him, Get ready, we're leaving here. Leaving? Xianxia asked first. Are we going back to the blazing fire territory? What else? Suzima asked back. Aren't you going to help them? Xianxia asked. Then Morongqing seems to have a good relationship with you. Suzima shook his head and said, No need, they already have a plan. The real boss hasn't appeared yet, so there's no need to rush. These are just small skirmishes. At this point, Suzima smiled again. We should have a more interesting goal now. You mean? Xianxia slowly looked away. Xianxia also looked to the side at the same time. He said word by word, Shangwanwaner. She seems to have snatched the Earth Realm's fire source, Suzimo said with a smile. Make her spit it out. Suzimo stepped into the air, and the others followed closely behind. When Shangwanwaner saw them, her eyes narrowed. What? Do you want to fight? Let's fight, why should I be afraid of you? Shangwanxian snorted coldly. How do you want to fight? Suzimo asked with a smile. Do you want to fight all of us alone, or do we want to gang up on you? Is everyone in the Chaos Fire realm so shameless? Shangwanwaner said lightly. Or are you still afraid of me? You can't beat me. Whatever you say, we're shameless. So what? Suzimo smiled. He glanced at sect leader Bai. He said, you're a little weak, so just follow and protect yourself. Don't worry, I just want to try out the new 4 symbols fire ancestors theurgy. Sect leader Bai nodded. Go. Suzimo waved his hand, and the 4 of them instantly charged toward Shangguanwaner. Brother Tiger, help me. Shangguanwaner looked at Huba and shouted. Because in the battle just now, 2 people from the Sun Moon sect blocked a fatal blow for Huba. So Huba also escaped from serious injury, and now he was recovering his strength. Miss Shangguan, our cooperation ends here. We Hell Tiger clan won't get involved in your business. Huba sneered. When they besieged Murongqing just now, Shangguanwaner had been hiding her strength. He was almost struck to death by lightning. So, how could he help Shangguanwaner when they all had their own ulterior motives? The 9 serenities fire around them condensed here, facing the siege of Suzimo and the other 2. In fact, Shangguanwaner could deal with the others calmly, but Suzimo was the only one. She had been on guard. Because the 2 had fought once, Shangguanwaner knew that this was an opponent who was not weaker than her. He watched Shangguanwaner fight against Xianxia with one hand and Shangguanxian with the other. Suzimo's figure quickly swept through the void. He directly slapped her with his palm. In his palm, the Iphis seal kept spinning, madly stirring up the wind and clouds in the sky and the surrounding void. When the palm fell, Shangguanwaner hurriedly blocked it with her palm. There was a boom. This palm strike directly sent her figure flying. Half of her arm was directly torn apart by the powerful force. Shangguanwaner steadied herself with a fierce look in her eyes. I'm really angry. The spiritual aura around her began to riot. Her soul began to condense. Behind her, there was a figure. At first, it was just a huge black shadow. This black shadow seemed to be some kind of existence. First, it opened its eyes, and a black light shot out from its eyes. Then, its facial features began to gradually become clear. This was a woman who looked like a vampire. This woman's skin was green with black and purple. In her hair, there were small snakes wriggling all over her body. These small snakes gathered together, like long hair that had been permed. Her figure was graceful, and her upper body was only above her chest. She was wearing a black armor. And the lower body, she was wearing a pair of black leather pants. The woman's dress was very strange, and her facial features were very strong. It wasn't because of her makeup, but because she was born with it. Seeing this scene, everyone began to think. This seems to be Garona, Shangguanxian said. It's dark Garona, Suzimo said with a smile. It's also her soul. It's a very good soul. Garona was roaring angrily, with a sharp cry in her voice. Every small snake in her hair seemed to have come to life. They kept spitting out their tongues. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Garona spat out a mouthful of vicious air, and the entire void was collapsing. The power of darkness grew out. The wrath of Garona. At this moment, Shangguanwaner's eyes were tightly closed, and her eyes were solemn. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Powerful forces kept surging. Garona opened her eyes at the same time, and the world seemed to have darkened at this moment. On Garona's hair, countless black snakes were twisting their bodies. Each black snake was like an extreme torrent. The torrent was like a destructive light wave, flying towards them. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions kept ringing out. It was accompanied by Garona's roar. With a boom, countless black snakes rushed towards Suzimo and the others like dense raindrops. Suzimo raised his head slightly. He waved the big palm in his hand. All the spiritual energy gathered in the palm of his hand, and a vortex appeared in the palm of his hand. This vortex was directly magnified countless times. The vortex blocked in front of everyone, and all the small snakes were swallowed by the vortex. Seeing this scene, Shangguanwaner was not in a hurry. She clenched her right hand. She shouted softly, "Explode." With a boom, countless vortexes swallowed out, and all the vortexes that were swallowed exploded. Because of the explosion of the small snakes, the entire whirlpool seemed to be unstable. Boom boom boom, the sound was heard. The surrounding void began to riot. Suzimo snorted heavily, and the spiritual energy around him became more majestic. The power of the vortex became a lot stronger. Finally, it swallowed all the explosions of the black snakes. Damn it, Shangguanwaner said coldly. Garona behind her kept roaring, and this time, she directly raised her fist and smashed towards Suzimo. Let me do it, Shangguanxian shouted softly. His holy power rose and blocked in front of Suzimo. I know I'm not her opponent, but I still want to see how far I can go. I'll give you 3 minutes, Suzimo said. I don't want to waste too much time. No need, one move to decide the winner, 1 minute is enough, Shangguanxian shook his head and said. Looking at the giant fist that was close at hand and had already enlarged in front of his eyes, Shangguanxian also stretched out a fist. He smashed it over heavily. Only a boom sound was heard. 2 huge fists shattered in the void at the same time. The entire void shook violently. Suzimo looked up and saw that a black hole had appeared in the void due to the collision of the huge forces. A powerful devouring force devoured everything around it. My good little sister, I haven't seen you for a while. You've made great progress, Shangguanwaner said with a smile. Same to you. Shangguanxian snorted. I really can't bear to kill him, Shangguanwaner replied. I know. You've been targeting me since we were young. He wanted to defeat me, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so. However, you shouldn't have betrayed our Shangguan family because of this. That's really an irrational thought. Even if you lead the Shangguan clan, you are still no match for me. Did you think that I left the Shangguan clan to defeat you? Shangguanxian sneered. Isn't that the case? Shangguanwaner asked. Do you know how my mother died? Shangguanxian asked. The 3 daughters of the Shangguan clan were all sisters. However, the 3 of them had the same father but different mothers. They all had 3 different mothers. Shangguanxian's mother had died decades ago. No one knew the truth. However, Shangguanxian somehow found out that her mother had died in the hands of her father. It was also because of this matter. She left the Shangguan clan and began her own path of revenge. However, it was a pity that her strength was not strong enough to cause any harm to the Shangguan clan. I don't want to know about the past, Shangguanwaner replied. But now, since one of us has to live, then you will definitely die. Shangguanxian did not reply. The immortal qi around her was abundant, and the holy aura was as majestic as the sea. She had already begun to prepare her ultimate move. Shangguanwaner saw this scene and did not hold back anymore. Garona, who was above her head, kept roaring. A ray of destructive light shot out from Garona's eyes. This ray of light not only had the power to destroy, but also had the ability to freeze time and space. It looked as if it had been petrified. Everything that this ray of light passed through was completely petrified. And behind Shangguanxian, a fairy spirit bird was activated. Wrapped and enveloped by the huge fairy spirit fire, the fairy spirit bird's aura was powerful and oppressive. The destructive ray of light and the fairy spirit bird collided at the same time. This powerful force distorted the void, and even alarmed Murong Qing and the Sun Moon cult, who were fighting nearby. Boom! There was a loud noise, but it was not the sound of an explosion. Because the collision between the two was in a stalemate for a while, and then the fairy spirit bird's aura became stronger and stronger. It actually swallowed the ray of light and attacked Garona. Shangguanwaner saw this scene and gradually revealed a surprised expression. Interesting. As the fairy spirit bird exploded in front of Shangguanwaner, the powerful force directly distorted everything. Shangguanwaner and her Garona were all swallowed up. But Shangguanxian's expression was not relaxed. Because she knew that Shangguanwaner would not be defeated so easily. As expected, as the explosion in the void gradually subsided, Shangguanwaner's original position had changed. Around her, rich dark power surged. At this moment, her physical body was destroyed by the explosion, and only her soul with powerful divinity was left. This soul floated little by little. It directly merged into Garona's forehead. Suddenly, a powerful dark energy erupted from her glabella. Garona was completely resurrected. Along with a rumbling sound, a loud rumbling sound rang out. Garona's huge body began to move. Its power was really too strong. Almost every step it took, heaven and earth collapsed, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Garona kicked, and Xianxia crossed her arms to dodge. But under the opponent's powerful force, she was still kicked out. Looking at Xianxia's figure flying in the void, Garona's forehead, a ray of dark light destroyed. I have to clean up for you again. Suzimo shook his head slightly. He stood in the same place. He began to chant. If one listened carefully, they would find that he was basically chanting scriptures. And it was a kind of mysterious and obscure scripture. One of the 10 great divine techniques, there were 3 scriptures. These 3 scriptures combined to form the destiny nerve. The first scripture was called the Tathagata Sutra. The second scripture was called the Maitreya Sutra. And the third scripture was called the Future Death Scripture. As Suzimo chanted the scripture, it instantly turned into rays of golden light. If one looked carefully, they would find that the golden light was condensed from small scriptures. It enveloped Xianxia's body. Even if the light of darkness fell, this scripture also protected Xianxia, not letting her suffer any harm. This was the Maitreya Sutra. At this moment, Xianxia, wrapped in the scripture, had already jumped into the future. Unless this attack could be traced back to the future, then he would kill the past Xianxia. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Xianxia, who was from 2 different eras, to be hurt. Sure enough, even though Garona was powerful, the dark torrent destroyed everything. Even the void could not be restored. But Xianxia was still unscathed. Garona was roaring angrily. It fixed its gaze on Suzimo. Because Garona knew that the root of all this was on Suzimo's side. Only by killing Suzimo could it be considered a true victory. Alright, watch the battle from the side. Suzimo grabbed Xianxia and threw her to the side. Xianxia didn't try to show off. The battle just now allowed her to feel Garona's strength. If Suzimo hadn't saved her, she would have died. The current her was definitely no match for Xianxia. Suzimo smiled and walked towards Garona. The tyrannical shadow in his hand kept spinning at his wrist. What are you shouting for? Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket, Suzimo said with a smile. He stepped into the air. To be honest, the god-demon visualization picture strengthened the soul. The celestial phenomenon was like a giant. And the heaven-shaking method in his body condensed endless power. Among the 10 divine methods, 3 of them had the greatest enhancement to a giant's body. Suzimo waved his saber. The tyrannical shadow also became countless times larger. The saber slashed down, and the void shattered. At the blade, countless wind, fire, and lightning were rioting and entwining. Under the saber, it landed heavily on Garona's body. It was precisely because of its huge body that it became very difficult to dodge. The rumbling sound was still ringing out. One of Garona's arms was directly cut off. It's much weaker than I thought, Suzimo said with a smile. Garona roared in pain. It once again punched towards Suzimo. The power of darkness grew. Suzimo snorted coldly. Of course, he did not back down and responded with a punch. 2 huge fists exploded in the void. Both of them retreated. Suzimo only took half a step back, but Garona was sent flying. Again. Suzimo roared. The blade chi of the tyrannical shadow in his hand soared into the sky. Tyrannical shadow raised his blade and swung it again. Garona's other arm was also cut off. Garona became even angrier. Walala sounds came from Garona's body. Raising his head, Xianxia saw that, at some point in time, a raging river had appeared. Around it, the water of these rivers was black. On the surface, there was water, and on the inside, there was magma like fire. Dark flame. Xianxia shouted. She couldn't see him, but she could hear his voice. Descend and destroy everything. After the dark flame circled around, it directly attacked Suzimo. Suzimo naturally couldn't back down. He opened the heavenly gate of 3 lives behind him. The gate of life, the gate of death, and the gate of eternal life. These were the records of immortality. The gate of eternal life could temporarily block all attacks and injuries. He saw the power of death flowing in the sea of darkness. Su Zimo stood there motionless. As for the surrounding people, they retreated far away, not daring to get involved in the slightest. Garona roared angrily again. A powerful force was spat out from her mouth. Another torrent of darkness was spat out. You don't learn from your mistakes, Su Zimo sneered. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was aimed at Garona's mouth this time. At first, the torrent of darkness could stop the tyrannical shadow from moving forward. But as Su Zimo's momentum became stronger and stronger. Finally, with a sudden swing, the tyrannical shadow's blade fell directly into Garona's mouth. Garona's mouth was tightly clenched, as if she wanted to swallow the tyrannical shadow into her stomach. Wishful thinking, Su Zimo sneered. The tyrannical shadow's blade will become stronger and stronger. Like the sea of hell, the blade will swept between heaven and earth, mighty and mighty. Garona's mouth was cut in half. The blade chi burst out from behind Garona's head. With a hong sound, half of its head was cut off and fell directly to the ground. Su Zimo kicked her to the ground. Punch after punch landed heavily on Garona's broken body. He seemed to be tired of fighting. After a series of attacks, he directly pulled out the tyrannical shadow and stabbed it into Garona's stomach. Rumble. Garona's huge body exploded. The range and aftermath of the explosion were very large. Almost no one had time to dodge, and they were already enveloped in the aftermath of the explosion. Damn it, someone cursed. Su Zimo allowed the explosion to happen, and he only looked at the place where Garona had been after the explosion. Shangguanwaner's figure fell from it. Because her soul was destroyed, Shangguanwaner was now seriously injured. On the other side, Morongqing and the two Sun Moon sect disciples were also fighting to the end. Morongqing had a formation and could easily protect herself. However, the strength of those two Sun Moon sect disciples was simply too strong. Both of them were the kind of veteran experts who had already entered the Supreme Saint realm. They had rich battle experience and were powerful. Under the joint attack of the two men, Morongqing was in danger almost every time. If it were not for this formation protecting her, she would have been defeated long ago. The successor of the Sun Palace is just SOSO, the man from the Sun Moon sect said with a sinister smile. Then you can try to fight me one-on-one, Morongqing snorted coldly. 2 against 1, what kind of ability is that? Then if you have the ability, call for others, the woman from the Sun Moon sect replied. Alright, it seems that only the two of you came to the land of origin this time, Morongqing said. Naturally, there will be someone to fight with you later. What do you mean? The two Sun Moon sect disciples frowned slightly. Morongqing had already put her palms together. The powerful formation originally rotated clockwise. The violent thunder was incomparably powerful. At this moment, the formation began to rotate in a counterclockwise direction. Reverse yin and yang, restore time and space, open. Within the formation, a powerful force with a devouring power came. Originally, this formation imprisoned everything in the void, including time and space. Therefore, after the land of origin was destroyed, everyone was able to survive in the void. They were not destroyed along with the destruction. To be precise, this method of imprisoning time and space was to slow down the speed of the world's destruction. Now, Morongqing knew. If she continued to fight, it would only be disadvantageous to her. She originally wanted to find out the mastermind behind this. Now it seemed that with her ability, she could only find the two small fish from the Sun Moon sect. Bigger fish were not within the scope of her ability. Therefore, at this moment, she directly opened the formation and wanted to bring everyone out. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at the formation. He shook his head and said, this formation was opened at the wrong time. Because the formation was opened counterclockwise. In other words, this world would eventually forcefully expel everyone. However, Shangguanwaner saw the whirlpool in the sky. She laughed and said, the heavens are helping me. She did not wait for the world to expel her and took the initiative to escape toward the whirlpool. She was no longer Su Zimo's opponent. She naturally would not continue to fight pointlessly. If she continued, she would definitely die. Shangguanwaner's figure flew up quickly and escaped upward. Su Zimo followed behind. He turned around and shouted to Xian and the other two behind him, "Chase, it's time to go back." In an instant, everyone's figures were all swallowed by the devouring power. Then, the void of the land of origin was completely destroyed and fell into the rules of the universe. It would never exist again. At this moment, in the valley, as the formation was opened, the Sun Palace and the Hell Tiger clan were completely engaged. As for the other forces, they were not in a hurry to join any force at the moment. Instead, they were observing. "Everyone from the Hell Tiger clan, please break through the formation," the Holy King said. "Otherwise, you will all be buried here today." As soon as he said that, a burst of laughter suddenly came from outside the formation. A group of people appeared outside the formation unknowingly. This group of people wore black and white robes and yin and yang masks. This kind of decoration instantly made everyone's expression change drastically. Especially the Sun Palace. You are from the Sun Moon sect?" Holy King Light, the Tiger King laughed in the formation. "Do you think I am unprepared? I have already joined forces with the Sun Moon sect. Today is the day your Sun Palace will be destroyed." "That's right," the leader of the group of black and white robes said. He laughed and said, "It's time to avenge the blood feud from hundreds of thousands of years ago. And the humiliation back then is also about to be reversed. I will let your Sun Palace have a taste of that." "Who are you?" The Holy King stared at the man in the lead. It was as if his gaze was going to penetrate the mask on his face. He could see his true appearance clearly. However, this person was not afraid. He actually took the initiative to take off his mask. Under the mask was a distorted face. There were no facial features. Even his skin was distorted and wrinkled. This feeling was as if he had experienced a severe burn and his entire body was being killed. That was the only way to leave such a mark. "You're Wang Mingyang," the Radiant Saint King said in surprise. "You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you?" The faceless man, Wang Yangming, laughed. "Ever since I was lucky enough to escape from the heavenly flame pool, I've been living in seclusion ever since. I have always maintained this appearance. I want to constantly remind myself that there is a blood feud between the two of us. The Sun Moon sect and your Sun Palace will not rest until one of us dies. I never thought that you would still be alive. However, since I could kill you once back then, I can kill you a second time now." The Radiant Saint King snorted coldly. "Back then, you were only able to kill me because you used some tricks. If we were to fight head-on, it's hard to say who would win." Wang Yang shouted angrily, "Your Sun Palace has ruled the blazing fire domain for so many years, but you haven't done anything. It was time for a change in ownership. Only in the hands of the Sun Moon sect can the fire tribe live forever with the sun and the moon. With the sun and the moon, life is eternal. With the sun and the moon, life is eternal." The disciples in black and white robes shouted in unison. His voice resounded throughout the world. His voice reverberated throughout the valley. "With the sun and the moon, life is eternal. It's just a consolation between you ants." The Radiant Saint King said calmly. "Hundreds of thousands of years ago, I made a vow. Whoever dares to join the Sun Moon sect. If there are still people from the Sun Moon sect in this world, I'll kill them all. Even if I have to kill millions, I won't hesitate." While everyone was talking, they saw a change in the sky. A void gate rippled open. This was the origin ground being opened. Then, Shangguan Wan'er's figure rushed out in a panic. "It's Wan'er." Shangguan Xiongba was relieved to see that Shangguan Wan'er was fine. When Shangguan Wan'er didn't come out with the others, he was afraid that she would be killed. Shangguan Wan'er's strength was definitely in the top echelon, and Shangguan Xiongba was confident that no one could kill her. However, he was afraid of an accident. Now that his daughter was fine, Shangguan Xiongba quickly shouted, "Wan'er, come back quickly." But then, Su Zimo's figure arrived. The powerful saber chi was like a sharp blade. It was so fast that it was hard to see with the naked eye. It was so fast that everyone could only see a stream of light flying out and stabbing into Shangguan Wan'er's back. Shangguan Wan'er, who had just escaped, didn't even have time to breathe before she spat out blood. Her figure fell to the ground. When Su Zimo steadied himself, only then did everyone see his true appearance. It's that person from the primal chaos fire realm. It can't be, even Shangguan Wan'er was defeated by him? Wan'er. Shangguan Xiongba's angry voice sounded. Shangguan Wan'er was not only his daughter, but also the pride of the Shangguan family. She was trained as the next patriarch. Even Patriarch Laozu had made a prophecy. Shangguan Wan'er's future achievements might surpass anyone in the Shangguan family. The next step of the Shangguan family's glory was entrusted to Shangguan Wan'er. At this moment, Shangguan Wan'er fell down covered in blood. Shangguan Xiongba hurriedly caught her. Father, I'm fine. Shangguan Wan'er wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and struggled to stand up. She looked at Su Zimo. She smiled and said, "This is no longer the origin land, everything is over. Do you still want to kill me? What's the harm in killing you?" Su Zimo snorted coldly. Are you challenging my divine crow fire region? Shangguan Xiongba's voice sounded at the same time. What's the harm in destroying your divine crow fire region? Su Zimo said domineeringly. If you provoke me, I'll destroy your entire blazing fire region. Hearing this, after all, the scope was too wide. Many people began to discuss in low voices. This person is too arrogant. That's right, who gave him such confidence? He's young and impetuous, daring to speak like this. Primal Chaos Fire Ancestor, is this your attitude? Shangguan Xiongba's eyes were majestic. He looked at Primal Chaos Fire Ancestor. He asked, I remember that he's from your Primal Chaos Fire region. Child Su is indeed from my Primal Chaos, but his words don't represent the Primal Chaos Fire region. Primal Chaos Fire Ancestor shook his head. By saying this, he had already separated himself from the Primal Chaos Fire region. In fact, this idea was not wrong. The relationship between the Primal Chaos Fire region and Su Zimo was originally a transaction. Without any benefits, how could there be a real war between regions? Primal Chaos Fire Ancestor was not so irrational. Now, the Sun Moon sect and the Hell Tiger clan had joined forces to overthrow the Sun Palace and change the situation of the blazing fire domain. If one chose the wrong side or made even the slightest mistake, they would be reduced to ashes in the end. Especially in such a big turmoil, they had to be extra careful. Under his management, the Primal Chaos Fire domain had already slowly prospered. Therefore, for the Chaos Fire Ancestor, when the situation wasn't clear, he wouldn't take sides or start a war easily because of anything. Hearing the Fire Ancestor's words, Shangguan Xiongba sneered. This was exactly what he wanted. If the one standing behind Su Zimo was the Primal Chaos Flame Realm, then his Divine Crow Fire domain would start a war. In fact, it was really unknown who would win. If he was alone, then it would be interesting. Who gave him the confidence to fight against a fire domain alone? Are you done talking nonsense? Su Zimo asked from the side. I've been waiting impatiently. Shangguan Xiongba snorted coldly. He looked at Shangguan Wan'er and asked, did you get the fire source? Of the 6 fire sources, only one, Shangguan Wan'er replied. That's enough, Shangguan Xiongba said with a smile. You should know that the other fire domains don't even have one. Su Zimo has the fire source of the water domain. If we kill him, we can have another fire source, Shangguan Wan'er reminded. That's what I'm thinking. Shangguan Xiongba laughed. Then, he turned to Su Zimo. He said, you can't escape today. With just you? Su Zimo laughed. Shangguan Xiongba clapped his hands. Around him, the endless void began to fluctuate. Ripples appeared on the surface. Pairs of big hands tore through the void and flew out. When the owners of these big hands appeared, everyone was shocked. It was because they were 5 great saints. 5 great saints. It was no exaggeration to say that the Shangguan clan of the Divine Crow Fire domain had mobilized at least half of their experts. Even a powerful domain like the Divine Crow Fire domain had a limited number of great saints. According to many people's speculations, the number of great saints in the other fire domains should be around 7 or 8. Of course, this did not include the Sun Palace. Because the Sun Palace was too mysterious. Their true strength was not something that others could pry into. At this moment, around Shangguan Xiongba, the auras of the 5 great saints were like dragons roaring, tearing the void. They kept roaring. Even though they stood around and did nothing, they didn't even move a muscle. But they seemed to be the core of the world. These were no ordinary great sages. But, 5 Elements Great Sage, someone said their name. So the 5 Elements Great Sage really is 5 people. Someone sighed. What do you mean? Someone asked in confusion. Rumor has it that the 5 Elements Grand Sage is one of the strongest Grand Sages of the Shangguan clan. Sun, Shangguan clan God clan ancestor Saint God clan sect Great God of Fire Saint Great to Great God Great God domain. When the 5 Elements Supreme Sage was killed, many people regretted it for a long time. Great Saint of 5 Elements Great Saint divided his power into 5 parts: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Then, he gave these 5 inheritances to the 5 children who fought during the 5 Elements time. Later on, the 5 children cultivated successfully and used the power of the 5 elements to evolve yin and yang, thus reviving 5 Elements Great Saint. Isn't that a pity? 5 lives in exchange for 1 life. The key is that 5 Elements Great Saint did not become a Dao fruit. Someone retorted. If he could become a Dao fruit expert, then it would be worth sacrificing more great saints. Listen to me, the person explained with a smile. After 5 Elements Great Saint was revived, he did not take the power of the 5 elements. It didn't steal the power of the 5, but instead coexisted with them. The 5 Elements Great Sages before us are the true 5 Elements Great Sages of the past, as well as the 5 Elements Great Sages. This person's words were a little complicated, but most of the people present understood. After 5 Elements Great Saint was revived, he had not really fought. This time, no one expected. He actually followed Shangguan Xiongba to the Sun Palace. Laozu, I'll have to trouble you this time, Shangguan Xiongba said respectfully. 5 Elements Great Saint's status in the Shangguan family was much higher than his. Therefore, even he, the patriarch, had to be very respectful when meeting him. You're welcome, 5 Elements Great Saint said. The Great Sage of Fire Element nodded. He took a step forward, and his entire body was enveloped in flames. The clothes he wore were very strange. His top was a long robe with only half a sleeve. His left arm was covered by a long red robe, while his right arm was exposed above his head. The flames on his body were not very strong. However, they seemed to be able to burn endlessly. They were truly living flames. Fire Element Great Saint came in front of Suzimo. He asked majestically, "Are you going to surrender yourself, or do you want me to do it?" "I'm afraid you can't do it alone," Suzimo said with a smile. "Let your brothers do it together." "How dare you?" Fire Element Great Saint shouted. He stepped on the flames and kicked towards Suzimo, looking at the flaming foot that was approaching at an extremely fast speed. The void was fused. Suzimo, on the other hand, snorted coldly. He directly pulled out the tyrannical shadow. A powerful saber chi swept across the void. He slashed out. The tip of the saber and the flaming foot instantly collided. What surprised Suzimo was that this flame was really alive. Even if the saber chi tore through the flames, the other party could instantly fuse with it. Moreover, it was burning his saber chi. It was weakening the power of the tyrannical shadow bit by bit. "Get lost," Suzimo shouted softly. The power around him became stronger again. He directly sent Fire Element Great Saint flying. However, the moment Fire Element Great Saint flew out, he instantly turned into a stream of flames. His fists were like meteorites. He smashed heavily towards Suzimo. The two figures crossed each other in the void. In just a few seconds, they had already crossed each other thousands of times. Their fists collided countless times. In the end, the two of them were evenly matched. Their figures separated in the void. Fire Element Great Saint lowered his head and looked at his fists that were full of saber marks. He sneered and said, "You're much stronger than I imagined." "You're not bad either," Suzimo said. "But if that's all you've got, then you're barely passable." The saber intent in his hand was roaring. Tyrannical Shadow seemed to be exceptionally furious. The saber intent that could split the sky split open in the void. Suzimo stepped into the air and held the saber with both hands. At that moment, the sky was split into two halves. The saber blade stood on Fire Element Great Saint's body. Fire Element Great Saint crossed his fists and blocked the punch. Even though he blocked the attack, when the powerful force pierced through, it still directly shot down the Fire Element Supreme Sage. The two of them fell down together. There was only a boom sound. The Fire Element Supreme Sage landed on the ground, and Suzimo stepped on his head. The tyrannical shadow above slashed down bit by bit. It was as if it was going to split his neck into two. Fire Element, I'll help you. The other four Supreme Sages saw this scene. They hurriedly shouted. Together, they charged towards Suzimo. The Metal Element Supreme Sage held a huge axe in his hand. Every time the axe was swung, the void would shatter. The powerful metal element power tore the entire sky apart. And the wood element Great Emperor was not alone. Instead, it was in the shape of an ancient tree. His role was to heal. His powerful healing power could allow others to recover instantly. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as he was around, it was impossible for the people around him to commit suicide even if they wanted to. As for the Earth Element Supreme Sage, he controlled the ground under his feet. The ground distorted, the earthquake exploded, and the soil melted into the sky. It could be said that there were endless changes. As long as his feet were on the ground, his power was endless. As for the Water Element Supreme Sage, his body was surrounded by blue water currents. These water currents still seemed to have a life of their own. What was even more terrifying was that his body was like water currents. It could transform into any shape. Even physical attacks of any shape could not kill him. It was like using a sword to cut a river. The final result would be that you would never be able to cut the flowing river. After the other four Supreme Sages charged over, Suzimo also took a few steps back. He clenched his fists tightly. Then, he smiled and said, "This is much more interesting." After Suzimo fought with everyone. On the other side, outside the formation, the Sun-Moon sect had already begun to attack the formation. The Netherworld Phoenix slaying formation was really powerful. Whether it was on the outside or inside, it was very difficult to break this formation. The Holy King of Light stood in the void, looking down at everyone from above. He said coldly, "Where are the saints of the Sun Palace?" "We are here." A solemn and resounding voice sounded at the same time. Then, in the sky, around the huge Sun Palace, small suns appeared one after another. If one were to say that the Sun Palace was a true sun. No, it shouldn't be an if. The Sun Temple was refined from the real sun of a small world. Then, around the Sun Palace, these small suns were like planets orbiting around him. These little suns were the Tao of fire that the great saints of Sun Hall had comprehended by studying the sun. At a rough glance, there were at least 10 suns around the Sun Palace. That meant there were 10 great sages. Among the 10 great saints, some were great emperors from the Yuanyang continent. They had stepped into the great saint realm after entering the 9 domains. There was the Bailey Great Emperor, the Invincible Great Emperor, and the Xian Fan Great Emperor. The legends of these people were still circulating in the Yuanyang continent. When these 10 great saints appeared, it was enough to imagine how powerful the pressure that enveloped and suppressed them was. Many people below, even if they weren't targeted, still found it difficult to breathe. Some people even knelt on the ground. The Radiant Saint King looked at the Tiger King and smiled. "I wonder if you are like the Divine Crow Fire region. Bring all the great sages of your Hellfire realm here." Tiger Heavenly King snorted coldly. "The Sun Palace only knows how to do such despicable things. Using the land of origin as bait, you lure us to your territory and then defeat us with numbers. Such behavior is truly shameful." "You're wrong. The land of origin is open. We only said that everyone has a chance to enter. We didn't force anyone to enter. In the end, it's your greed that caused this." The Radiant Saint King sneered. "And you came with the Sun-Moon sect. Don't you have ulterior motives too? As the saying goes, the winner takes all. Why do you have to make yourself sound so innocent?" "That's right." Outside the formation, the Sun-Moon sect's leader, Wang Yangming, clapped his hands and cheered. "Tiger King, in my opinion, you have too many concerns. Since you've joined Forces with the Sun Moon sect, you should join forces. You're still guarding against this and that. You won't be able to do anything in the end. Hurry up and break the formation. I can hold on for a while. Tiger King snorted coldly. He looked at the radiant Saint King. He replied, "You're right. I am indeed different from the divine Crow Fire region. I didn't bring the great saints with me, but I brought something." Tiger King waved his hand. A strong light burst out from his hand. As it emitted a powerful aura, the item in his hand gradually revealed itself. It was a feather. A pure white feather that emitted an endless aura of chaos. Although it was only a feather. However, as soon as it appeared, the 10 great sages joined forces to lock down the void, and the sage might of the great sages crushed down even the netherworld wind-destroying formation. It was torn apart and shot into the sky. This power was something that no one or anything could stop. The Ancestor's Feather. Looking at the feather, the radiant Saint King said with a solemn expression. Speaking of the Ancestor, he was an earth-shattering person. Some people said that he existed in an era that was even older than the 10 ancient gods when the ancient gods sought the path. In the most ancient legends, the Ancestor was the first creature born in this world. Perhaps it was a human, or a monster, or even a plant. No one knew. Because even the legends and history were made up by later generations. No one had ever seen it. No matter how ancient the existence was, they had never seen it. If it wasn't for the Ancestor's feather that was occasionally found, many people might even think that he didn't exist. Looking at the Ancestor's feather, the radiant Saint King said, "You're really generous." It's said that the Ancestor's feather has the secret to finding the Ancestor. You're actually willing to waste it. This feather has been with our Hellfire tribe for countless years, and no one has discovered its secret. Rather than keeping it for no reason, why don't we use it to claim our lives? Tiger King said calmly. He waved his hand, and the Ancestor's feather instantly erupted with a powerful aura. At this moment, time, space, and everything else had been frozen by the laws, and profundities. No one could move. They could only watch as the Ancestor's feather began to grow. In the end, it became a pair of wings. The wings closed together and enveloped all of the members of the Hellfire tribe. Then, everything returned to normal. Everyone felt that they could move again, but the feeling that lingered in their hearts just now couldn't dissipate. Many people who had never seen the Ancestor's feather could only look at the sky from the bottom of a well. There's such an existence in this world? With the protection of the feather, Tiger King also gained confidence. Holy King of Light, try and see if you can break this primogenitor's feather in a limited time. Tiger Heavenly King laughed loudly. It's been almost 100,000 years since I obtained this primogenitor's feather. I haven't really seen its power yet. Holy King of Light seemed very calm. Looking at the 10 supreme saints who appeared around him, he said calmly, "Everyone, just do your best. There's no need to force it. The feather will eventually disperse, and the light of the sun will eventually shine on the earth." "I'll go first," Supreme Saint Feiyang shouted softly. He held the bow in his left hand and gripped the void with his right. When he appeared, the sun reflected in the sky immediately distorted. It turned into golden arrows. The arrow of the sun was placed on the bowstring and tightly pulled the bow. Powerful spiritual energy gathered on the bow and arrow. Rumble. A rumbling sound was heard. It was as if thunder had struck in the sky. He pulled the bow fiercely, and tens of thousands of forces gathered on this arrow. Someone stared at the tip of the arrow. His eyes were directly blinded by the arrow light. "Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Don't look at that arrow, it's the arrow of the sun." Finally, when Supreme Saint Feiyang released the arrow, there was a boom. The arrow carried an unstoppable force as it completely enveloped the entire void. The arrow turned into a sun in the void. The sun descended from the sky, destroying the world. Rumble. A rumbling sound was heard. An unprecedented explosion that shook the world and made ghosts and gods cry completely sounded. The sun fell on the primogenitor's feather. The primogenitor's feather also felt threatened. The light on it illuminated everything as if it had been there since ancient times. At the same time, the chaotic aura slowly rose from the wings formed by the primogenitor's feather. The primogenitor's feather emitted a holy aura. The wings slowly opened. Countless feathers spun in the void. The sun formed by the arrow of the sun was like a ball. And the countless feathers were accompanied by the chaotic aura. A large hand condensed in the void. When the sun set, the large hand directly held the ball in the palm. Rumble, rumble. The sun wanted to burn the primogenitor's hand, but unfortunately, the chaotic aura on it was impenetrable. As the primogenitor's hand continued to spin, the sun started to spin as well. Finally, with a boom, the sun hall's aura became weaker and weaker. In the end, it was crushed by the giant hand and disappeared in the palm of the hand. Upon seeing this, Great Sage Feiyang's eyes glistened as he backed off. Let me try. The invincible Great Sage stepped forward as well. At the periphery of the Yellow Springs Wind Extinguishing Formation. Under Wang Yangming's signal, the Sun Moon sect also began to attack the formation. They didn't look for the eye of the formation and dismantle it like they usually did. Instead, he was prepared to use his extreme strength to shatter the Yellow Springs Wind Annihilation Formation. Wang Yangming waved his hand. A dozen or so Sun Moon sect disciples dragged a particularly large Sun Moon into the crowd's line of sight. Half of the Sun Moon cult was the sun, while the other half was the moon. The sun and moon were perfectly fused together in such a huge sphere. Everyone, follow me, and form the Sun Moon seal, Wang Yangming shouted. He stood at the forefront. Forming hand seals with both hands, the dozens of disciples behind him did the same in an instant. The Dharma seal appeared. A sphere in the shape of a sun moon appeared in each of their hands. This sphere was a miniature version of the sun moon in front of them. Inside the formation, someone saw this magical scene. He asked curiously, "What's that?" The Sun Moon sect hasn't appeared in the world for so many years, and even their sect's most precious treasure. The Sun Moon Great Array has been gradually forgotten by people. Some of the old existences were reminiscing about the past. They began to explain, the Sun Moon Great Array is born from heaven and earth. It's a true supreme treasure. It's rumored that when this great array rotates, nothing in the world can stop it. No way. Then wouldn't the Sun Moon sect be invincible with this? Someone said. That may be the case, but ever since the Sun Moon sect obtained this great array, no one has been able to obtain it. No one has ever been recognized by it. Therefore, they can't unleash the full power of this great array. The person from before replied with a smile. Every time the great array is activated, they have to pay a huge price. You see the group of people behind Wang Yangming. They're all here to activate this formation. The true experts of the Sun Moon sect are still hiding in the dark. So strong. The Sun Palace is in danger this time, someone said. Danger? Kid, don't tell me you don't know the Sun Palace's background. The old man raised his head and looked deeply at the Sun Palace floating in the sky. He muttered to himself, if that kind of existence doesn't fall, how can it be? Dangerous? Inside the formation, the Five Elements Grand Sage had already surrounded Su Zimo in the center. After a great battle, they all had some injuries on their bodies. To the surprise of all the spectators, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Su Zimo was fighting 5 great sages alone, and there was no sign of him being defeated. Instead, he became more and more courageous. Earthen Rampart, the Earth Element Grand Sage roared. The ground under his feet suddenly protruded and turned into the shape of small mountains. They directly surrounded Su Zimo in the middle. Of course, this wasn't the end. The Water Element Grand Sage and the Fire Element Grand Sage joined forces. The powerful power of water and fire fused together because they were originally one body. Therefore, it was easy for them to cooperate and fuse. Outside the mountains formed by the Earth Element Grand Sage, the water and fire also added a layer of protection. Everyone, use the power of the 5 elements to kill him. The Wood Element Grand Sage reminded. He was already a little impatient. Because he was a healing Grand Sage, Su Zimo was like a madman, specifically targeting him to kill. Among the 5 Grand Sages, the Wood Element Grand Sage was also the most injured. There were several times when he almost died here. And at the center of the suppression, Su Zimo was holding the tyrannical shadow in his hand, his entire body dripping with blood. Some of it was his own, and some of it was the Grand Sage's. The 5 grand sages who had joined forces still gave him a lot of trouble. However, there was no fear on his face. Instead, he laughed loudly and said, again. This guy is really crazy. The fire element grand sage nodded slightly. He agreed to the wood element grand sage's request. 5 elements suppression. At this moment, the 5 of them sat cross-legged and muttered. Around his body, 5 types of powerful 5 elemental power burst forth. These powers reinforced each other. Just like the 5 elements, they reinforced and restrained each other. 5 different colored torrents soared into the sky and reached the horizon. Then, the 5 types of power merged together. Even the sky began to change. A very huge and mysterious vortex began to spin above their heads. And in the vortex, a powerful force was contained. After the 5 elements' power merged, it turned into the power of yin and yang. This was the so-called 5 elements into yin and yang into chaos. 2 giant dragons, one black and one white. One yin and one yang represented these 2 forces. The black and white dragon wrapped around each other like a rope. A powerful force swooped down. Finally, everything along the way was destroyed. The black and white dragon completely landed on Suzumo's body. A powerful aura spread out in all directions. "Hurry up and push it away," the spectators hurriedly shouted. Some people retreated in panic. But because they couldn't dodge in time, they were only hit by the wind. They were directly annihilated. A ripple of wind had such power. One could imagine how powerful Suzumo, who was at the center of the core, was under a full-force attack. Rumble. The explosion was so loud that many people subconsciously closed their ears. The black and white dragon of yin and yang gradually disappeared. From the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, it swooped down with all its power. A huge mushroom cloud exploded. "He should be dead for sure," the fire element supreme saint said uncertainly. Everyone stared at the place where the mushroom cloud dissipated. However, the mushroom cloud didn't disperse for a long time. The black aftermath of the explosion enveloped the surroundings. "There's something wrong with this mushroom cloud," someone finally reacted. "No, this isn't a mushroom cloud caused by an explosion. It's demonic energy." "It's a mushroom cloud formed by demonic energy," someone exclaimed after sensing it. The 5 elements supreme saint also felt that something was wrong. The 5 of them all retreated. In the void enveloped by demonic energy, Suzumo's figure began to appear bit by bit. At this moment, he directly activated the demon body of purgatory. The enormous demonic energy almost devoured the sky and Suzumo's body. The demonic energy surged, and the demonic might descended. His eyes spewed out demonic energy, and purple demonic patterns spread down from his neck. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was also wrapped in demonic energy, constantly roaring. And this demonic energy wasn't over yet. It lingered around Suzumo's body, and then directly soared into the sky. The demonic energy began to invade the entire sky. The change in the sky was very big. One moment, the fire of the sun burned everything, and the next moment, the ancestor's feather covered the chaotic sky. And now, it was the moment when the demonic energy dominated. Suzumo's eyes scanned the surroundings. He was like a demon king descending to earth. No, he was the reincarnation of the demon king. He looked down at the 5 elements grand sage from above. "Kill him." The 5 were furious. The power of the 5 elements fused once again, and the black and white yin-yang dragons drilled down from the sky. It was about to devour Suzumo. Suzumo sneered. "That's all you have left. 10 forms of the devil, the first form of the devil's realm. Seeing immortals in the limitless realm." This 10 devil styles was passed down to him by the previous devil lord. However, few of the opponents Suzumo encountered along the way could force him to use this move. Basically, the 10 great divine techniques were enough to deal with it. It was not difficult to become invincible in the same realm. But this time, he was facing 5 great sages, all of whom were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Suzumo felt that it was worth a try. This move was the pinnacle of space. Suzumo waved his hand, and the void seemed to split into 2. Above Suzumo, the black and white dragons kept roaring. What was surprising was that above the 5 elements grand sage, there were also two black and white dragons entwined together, roaring as they rushed down. Seeing this scene, almost everyone was in disbelief. "It's an illusion," the Wood Element Grand Sage was the first to say. "Have you ever seen an illusion with such power?" The Fire Element Grand Sage felt the two black and white dragons charging towards him. His entire body was fluttering in the wind. "Get out of the way," he shouted. However, the five of them felt the range of the black and white dragons and knew that they could not hold on. Rumble, rumble. Two explosions sounded at the same time. One was on Suzumo's side. The other was on the Five Elements Grand Sage's side. On the Five Elements Grand Sage's side, the black dragon stirred up the wind and clouds in the sky. An endless amount of power descended upon them. 5 elements against 5 elements. The screams of the 5 people rose and fell one after another. The main reason was that the Yin-Yang dragon came too suddenly, causing them to be unprepared. The entire space was destroyed. When the remaining power of the Yin-Yang dragon disappeared, everyone took a closer look. The 5 figures were already lying on the ground with heavy injuries. Even the Wood Element Grand Sage, who was healing. He no longer had any strength. "At most, we will die together. He won't be able to survive," the Fire Element Grand Sage struggled and roared. They looked at Suzumo. However, this one look left everyone dumbstruck. After the Black Dragon's Yin-Yang dragon landed, Suzumo did not dodge. Heavenly Demon style, Heaven Test. A powerful force was surging in Suzumo's hand. At this moment, he stretched out his hand. It was as if he was holding the world in his hand, plucking the stars and the moon. Looking at the Yin-Yang dragon, he directly grabbed it with his hand and actually pinched the 2 dragons in his palm. They were like ants that he casually pinched. The 2 dragons kept struggling, as if their dignity had been violated. However, under Suzumo's absolute power, their resistance could only be described with 2 words. Futile. It was really futile. Suzumo pinched the dragon's neck with both hands and punched it fiercely. There was a boom. The heads of the 2 dragons directly exploded. Even with such a powerful attack, he was able to easily neutralize it. "What other moves do you have? Just use them," Suzumo said domineeringly. "Otherwise, you will have no chance at all." When the 5 Elements Great Sage heard this, he snorted coldly. The 5 of them looked at each other. Then, they nodded to each other. The 5 of them stretched out their hands, and 5 rays of light erupted from their palms. These were the colors that represented the 5 elements. 5 elements returned to 1, the phenomenon of the Grand Sage. At this moment, the bodies of the 5 people seemed to be completely dead, lying on the ground without any signs of life. And at the place where the power of the 5 elements gathered. First, a colorful burst of energy burst out. Then, a figure slowly walked out of it. 5 Elements Grand Sage? Seeing this figure, even Shangguan Xiongba beside him, they all stuttered in disbelief. The 5 Elements Grand Sage was the pride of the Shangguan family. He was once known as the existence that was most likely to become a Dao fruit. Although the 5 Elements Grand Sage was resurrected in the future. But that was 5 people. It was not the oldest 5 Elements Grand Sage. At that time, the 5 elements were combined, and the power of the 5 elements gathered on his body. That was the Sage King. That was a true expert. No one would have thought that when the power of the 5 people was combined again. It was when the real 5 Elements Grand Sage appeared. This secret was probably not known to anyone other than these 5 people. How many years has it been? The figure who walked outside. On his body, the 5 forces gathered in a very balanced manner. It was as if this was how it should be. This figure stepped out of the 5 elements. Only then did everyone see his appearance clearly. He was wearing a long robe of the 5 elements. This robe seemed to have a spirit. It was very compatible with his body. His hair was a little pale, while his long hair was black and white. His face was thin, as if he had experienced countless stories. His deep eyes were deep and gloomy. It was as if he was not used to his new body. When the real 5 Elements Supreme Sage stepped out, his feet were paved with the great Tao of the 5 elements. although he was not a Dao fruit expert. Among the sage kings, he was one of the best. Very strong. This was everyone's first thought. The kind of unfathomable strength. The five elements supreme sage looked around and said in surprise, "It's so lively." Outside the formation, the Sun-Moon Sex Sun-Moon Great Tao had already begun to rotate, preparing to attack the formation. Within the formation, the 10 supreme sages each had their own strengths, constantly attacking the ancestor's feather. Su Zimo's side was filled with demonic qi, belonging to the third battlefield. "Greetings, Laozu." Shangguan Xiongba was the first to walk forward. He hurriedly said, "Laozu, I'm the current patriarch of the Shangguan clan." The five elements supreme sage nodded slightly. He looked at the fallen body on the ground. The 5 bodies of the 5 elements grand sage had already lost all signs of life. What happened? Even you can't handle it. Why did you have to call me out? Laozu, it's him. Shangguan Xiongba hurriedly looked at Su Zimo. He said as if complaining, "He wants to kill the people of our Shangguan clan." Laozu had no choice but to call you out. When Shangguan Xiongba said this, his face was filled with excitement. "Laozu, you have always been the pride of our Shangguan clan. Since the Shangguan clan was founded 1,000,000 years ago, you were also the most talented existence. Whether it was the former or the descendants, no one surpassed you. After that fall in the Sun Hall, we thought we would never see you again. I didn't expect you to still be alive." The 5 elements supreme sage shook his head and said with a smile, "All right, don't be happy. My body's time is limited. I hope we can deal with him in time." The 5 elements grand sage slowly turned his head and looked at Su Zimo. "Very strong devil chi. I didn't expect there to be such a young hero among the demons. Do you want to fight?" Chu Hanfeng asked. "So what if we fight?" The 5 elements grand sage laughed loudly. He threw a punch at Su Zimo. This punch contained the power of 5 different forces at the same time. Only a rumbling sound could be heard. Regardless of whether it was strength or speed, it was extremely shocking. He was completely different from the 5 so-called 5 elements supreme sages from before. The punch landed. Su Zimo immediately raised the tyrannical shadow in front of him to block. Rumble. The void shattered, and a powerful pressure exploded. Su Zimo's figure was directly sent flying. "You're very strong, but unfortunately, you're still 2 levels below me." The 5 elements supreme sage smiled and said, "If you were to fight against an ordinary sage king, you probably wouldn't lose. Unfortunately, you met me." The 5 elements grand sage said with a melancholy tone. "Back then, I was unparalleled in the world. Among tens of millions of people, no one could compare to me. It's precisely because I have to kill an expert like you that I feel a sense of accomplishment." Su Zimo grinned. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was raised. Demon 10 style, human demon style, destroyer of all things. Above the tyrannical shadow, amidst the surging and roaring devil chi. This time, there was an additional force of death out of thin air. This was not an ordinary death. It contained destruction and eternal death. Everything that was struck by the saber would fall into nirvana. Su Zimo stepped into the air and slashed down with his saber. Boom! Another sound rang out. In front of the 5 elements grand sage, the 5 elements shield condensed from the power of the 5 elements directly blocked. Break! The blade and shield collided, and the 2 extreme forces rippled out. The veins on Su Zimo's forehead popped out. He directly roared. The blade momentum suppressed the 5 elements shield bit by bit. Gradually, there was a crack sound. Cracks began to appear on the 5 elements shield. 5 elements escape technique, the 5 elements grand sage shouted softly. The moment before the shield shattered, his figure had already turned into a stream of light and disappeared. His speed was astonishingly fast. And after Su Zimo shattered the shield, he did not wait for him to make his next move. An array formation had appeared where he had been standing. 5 elements formation. The 5 elements grand sage controlled the formation from afar. 5 powerful forces enveloped Su Zimo's surroundings. What a difficult opponent, Su Zimo muttered to himself. These 5 forces began to transform. The metal element turned into a long blade. The wood element turned into a flying sword. The earth element turned into a shield. The fire element turned into a fire spear. The water element turned into a long whip. 5 different types of power transformed into 5 different types of weapons. Each of these weapons had their own consciousness. They actually surrounded Suzimo, besieging and fighting against him. Suzimo was momentarily overwhelmed. He snorted coldly. Sky Demon style, one who ascends to the heavens to test the Tao. The so-called Sky Demon style was the possession of a powerful force. Just like the heavens, it cut off the Tao and strengthened all aspects. At this moment, the demonic aura on Suzimo's body surged even stronger. Looking at the 5 weapons that were charging at him again, he stabbed the tyrannical shadow into the void, and a majestic demonic aura soared into the sky. With him as the center, the demonic aura exploded. The weapons in the surroundings all exploded as well. Disease Demon style, one who is plagued by karma. Where do you think you're going? Chu Hanfeng directly used the death style. A wave of death power descended from the sky and enveloped the 5 elements Grand Sage. This was the power of certain death. Once one was enveloped by the disease demon style, one's life would be constantly being consumed. What a powerful move. These few moves have all been used to the extreme. The 5 elements Grand Sage sighed. I'm not as good as you. Unfortunately, your strength is still a little weaker. As the 5 elements Grand Sage spoke, the power of the 5 elements reverberated around him. Under this power of the 5 elements, although the disease demon style's power of death was not completely expelled, most of it was suppressed. The loss of life was not that great. I don't have time to waste with you, the 5 elements Grand Sage said. His eyes narrowed. The aura around him began to condense. 5 elements absolute kill, a long and solemn voice sounded. Around the 5 elements Grand Sage, 5 forces were surging. These 5 forces respectively transformed into 5 divine beasts. The divine beasts that represented the power of the 5 elements. The green dragon that represented wood, the vermilion bird that represented fire, the black tortoise that represented water, the white tiger that represented metal, and the qilin that represented earth. These 5 divine beasts were not real divine beasts. Instead, they were divine beasts formed from energy. The divine beasts roared angrily as the 5 elements Grand Sage formed a seal with his hands. These 5 divine beasts sat in front of the 5 elements Grand Sage in a circle of the 5 elements. And when the 5 elements Grand Sage's seal grew larger, the moment he touched the 5 divine beasts, the 5 elements mark instantly became powerful. A 5-colored torrent burst out from the mark of the 5 elements. The incomprehensible power of the 5 elements was almost faster than a laser. Everyone only saw a flash of light. This power had already reached Suzimo's area. The torrent destroyed everything. Just like its name, it was a sure kill, a true sure kill. The moment the torrent appeared, the 5 divine beasts also entangled around the torrent and charged out together. Seeing this scene, Suzimo also became much more serious. This 5 elements supreme sage was really powerful. When the other party formed the seal and used the 5 elements sure kill, he had already begun to prepare. Fiend God form, the destroyer of heaven and earth. Divine power and demonic energy, 2 different powers, surrounded his body. Divine power was a power that was not weaker than demonic energy. In other words, there was no difference in strength. It was just that the person using it was different. If the person using it was strong, then it was strong. And Suzimo's fiend god power was not really using divine power. To him, divine power was just a supplement for the demonic energy to devour. The god and the devil were entangled together. This power could destroy heaven and earth. The god was mighty, and the devil lord was domineering. At this moment, the 2 powers also soared into the sky, and then they intertwined into a torrent. The god and the devil intertwined. If one looked carefully, they would find that the demonic energy was always the ruler. And the entangled divine power was just a supplement for the demonic energy. Finally, the 5 elements sure kill and the fiend god form collided. In the sky, the 2 ultimate powers could be said to destroy heaven and earth. These 2 powers collided, almost suppressing everything. Even the rotation of the sun, moon, and earth, and the protection of the ancestor's feather. They were all overshadowed by these two powers. However, after the two powers collided, the imagined explosion did not happen. Instead, the two powers were in a stalemate. Kill. The five elements' supreme sage directly rushed forward, wanting to suppress Suzumo. Kill. Suzumo was also not to be outdone. The power of the fiend god was through heaven and earth, destroying everything. The destruction of talent was nothing more than that. The two of them had ferocious expressions. It could be said that they had used their strongest power. Looking at the two of them with bulging veins and powerful energy circulating around them, the spectators couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The two of them had been locked in a stalemate in the void for a very long time. The power did not explode. Under such high intensity, it was enough to imagine how much control the two of them had over each other. In such a situation, it could only be said that the two of them were evenly matched. Then he maintained this sense of balance. Unless one side ran out of energy, it would be impossible to determine the victor. Looking at the two figures in a stalemate. Below, Xianxia's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, his saintly aura surged as he stepped into the air and charged towards Suzumo. Although he had just stepped into the great sage realm not long ago, he was still a great sage. However, he was still a great sage. The powerful power of the law surged. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people were a little surprised. Xianxia was the patriarch of the Xianxia clan. It represented the face of a large family, and even the face of the entire Divine Crow Fire region. To think that he would launch a sneak attack at this moment. By doing this, wasn't he afraid of ruining the reputation of the Xianxia clan? Despicable, shameless, Xianxia, who was watching the battle, roared in anger. She wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Because Xianxia was only one step away from Suzumo. Xianxia didn't care about what everyone thought. Because for the current him, Suzumo had to die. Before this, he only treated Suzumo as a junior and didn't care about conflicts and contradictions. But with the strength that Suzumo displayed, he hunted down Xianxia and defeated the Five Elements Great Sage. Even when the real Five Elements Great Sage appeared, their invincible Laozu couldn't do anything to Suzumo. Xianxia was already afraid. That's right, he was afraid. He didn't want this threat to live. This was his only thought. The Five Elements Great Sage also saw this scene. His face was ugly. He scolded, Xianxia, what are you doing? Laozu, I'm helping you, Xianxia replied. I don't need your help, the Five Elements Great Sage shouted coldly. Step back, this is my battle with him. Can Laozu win? Xianxia asked. So what if he wins or not? The Five Elements Great Sage replied. If I don't have the confidence to win, I won't leave such a threat to the Xianxia clan, Xianxia said. I'll say it again. What the Xianxia clan is like now, what you'll lead it to. That's the matter of your descendants, I won't care. But this is my battle. Don't tarnish my life's reputation. The Five Elements Great Sage scolded loudly, after this battle, you can do whatever you want, despicable person. I won't care, and I can't care. Laozu, I'm sorry. For the future of the Xianxia clan, I can sacrifice everything. Even my reputation, Xianxia replied with the same tenacity. Holy aura surged around him. With absolute power, he charged towards Suzumo. Suzumo wasn't nervous, and he just looked at him with a smile. His palm was about to hit Suzumo's head. Suddenly, a pair of big hands grabbed Xianxia's palm. A cold shout sounded. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. At some point, Paimon's figure had appeared in the sky. In fact, when Suzumo was fighting with the Five Elements Great Sage, these demon generals were guarding the surroundings. According to Suzumo's orders, they didn't interfere. He did not allow them to interfere in the duel unless there was a situation that he could not handle. Who are you? Xianxia exclaimed. The person who will kill you, Paimon's demonic aura surged as he shouted angrily. He slammed his palm down, and the demonic clouds in the sky fell. The aura of a holy king surrounded his body. The two of them stood together. The Five Elements great sage, who was fighting with Su Zimo, seemed to have sensed something. His expression suddenly changed. You won. The victor hasn't been decided yet, Su Zimo said. My body is about to dissipate. I'm afraid I won't have a chance, the Five Elements great sage said with a bitter smile. He raised his head and looked at the Sun Palace in the sky. The Sun Palace had never changed. This era is so beautiful, but I'm unwilling and miss it. It was worth it to die in the hands of that person from the Sun Palace. If the heavens give me another chance, I can still fight you and him. As the Five Elements great sage's voice fell, Su Zimo felt the other party's resistance weaken, and the power of the Five Elements gradually dissipated. The Five Elements great sage's body also disappeared in front of him. He's a respectable opponent. It's a pity that we weren't born in the same era, Su Zimo muttered to himself. The Five Elements great sage's body eventually dissipated, with his last infinite attachment to this world. Unfortunately, death was inevitable in this world. Whether it was gods, demons, or ghosts, they could not escape the fate of death. As for Su Zimo, he turned his gaze and looked at Shangguan Xiongba beside him. This Shangguan Xiongba was really shameless. He actually sneak attacked him at the most critical moment. In the hands of Baimont, Shangguan Xiongba was no match at all. He was forced into a dangerous situation. Every time Baimont hit his abdomen, he would vomit blood. Demonic energy rippled. Shangguan Xiongba was about to die. Su Zimo did not participate. He looked at Shangguan Wan'er. She had been cultivating and healing under his protection just now. At this moment, she saw Su Zimo walking over step by step. Shangguan Wan'er's eyes narrowed. She knew that this could not be avoided. Hand over the fire source, Su Zimo said. If I hand over the fire source, will you let me go? Shangguan Wan'er asked. No, killing you is the main thing. As for the fire source, it is only secondary. Su Zimo shook his head. Then let's fight to the death. I, Shangguan Wan'er, am not afraid of death, she shouted coldly. The 9 underworld hellfire burned again. The raging flames burned the void. A powerful force enveloped everything. Garona's huge figure appeared again, constantly roaring. After the flame and the giant appeared, they all rushed towards Su Zimo. This again. Su Zimo shook his head. He said, good, I will let you try my 10 devil style. Devil style, vengeful spirits and evil spirits. At this moment, Su Zimo's body was surging with majestic ghost chi. This ghost chi reflected the sky. A large ghostly face appeared in the void of space. This ghost face seemed to be able to devour everything. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Furthermore, countless vengeful spirits and wraiths were gathering around the ghost face. The ghost face roared and rushed towards Garona. He opened his mouth. Like a bloody mouth, it directly swallowed Garona's head. His head carried the aura of death. Garona began to struggle with all her might. But how could the ghost demon style be so easy to break free from? Die! Su Zimo shouted coldly. With a bang, Garona's head was bitten off by the ghost face. Garona was destroyed. Shangguan Wan'er's figure also fell down. Su Zimo slashed down with his tyrannical shadow. Boom! Shangguan Wan'er's figure was enveloped by the sharp knife intent. Countless saber intents swept down. Her body and spirit were all strangled to death within. While her god soul was being strangled, Shangguan Wan'er was still struggling to break free. I hate it. I shouldn't have fallen here. Shangguan Wan'er roared. You should hate yourself for provoking me, Su Zimo said calmly. In the end, the saber will in his hand grew even stronger. It completely ended Shangguan Wan'er's god soul here. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Xiongba's eyes almost popped out. Wan'er! He roared. You should take care of yourself first. Baimont shouted softly and directly stepped on his abdomen, kicking Shangguan Xiongba away. Boom! Shangguan Xiongba fell heavily on the ground, creating a deep pit, and for a moment, dust flew everywhere. Shangguan Xiongba staggered to his feet. At this moment, he seemed to have aged a few decades, and even the hair on the top of his head turned white. Brother Shangguan, Tiger King's voice suddenly sounded from the Hell Tiger clan's side. Why don't we join forces? We'll shake the Sun Palace together with the Sun Moon sect and help you kill this kid. Really? Shangguan Xiongba panted heavily and asked with a cold gaze. He looked at Su Zimo. His eyes were slowly filled with hatred and anger. Shangguan Wan'er was not only his daughter, but also the most proud disciple of the Shangguan clan. Some people said that she would even surpass the 5 Elements Supreme Saint in the future. But now, it was all gone. Shangguan Xiongba was willing to give up everything to kill Su Zimo. Of course, but we also have a condition. Your Divine Crow Fire region and our Hellfire region must stand on the same side, Tiger King said with a smile. Of course, he was not a kind person. What he valued was the power and foundation of the Divine Crow Fire region behind the Shangguan clan. Otherwise, how could he offend Su Zimo? If he wanted to fight against the Sun Palace, he would have a higher chance of winning if he could gather the 5 major fire regions. If you kill him, our Divine Crow Fire region will support you fully, Shangguan Xiongba said with certainty. Shangguan clan leader, don't make a mistake, Radiant Saint King snorted coldly. Sun Palace, if you're willing to help me kill him, I'll support you fully, Shangguan Xiongba replied. Radiant Saint King snorted coldly. That was impossible. Looking at Shangguan Xiongba's figure, Tiger King controlled the ancestor's feather. He opened a small gap. He said, Shangguan clan leader, come and hide. After all, the day and night sect was still outside. The current strength of these people in the formation was not enough to fight against the Sun Palace. Shangguan Xiongba did not say anything and directly rushed into the ancestor's feather. Seeing this scene, Radiant Saint King looked at Su Zimo and smiled. Child Su, how about we work together? I have no objections, Su Zimo replied. But your Sun Palace is a little too slow. You can't even deal with a small Hellfire region. What's the hurry? If we deal with them too quickly, how can we lure out the Sun Moon sect? Radiant Saint King laughed. It could be seen that their target this time was not only the Hellfire region, but also the Sun Moon sect. However, Su Zimo knew. The Sun Moon sect was not worthy of being the real boss. In these 9 regions, only the Holy Court was qualified to be called the boss. Only then did they have the ability to be feared by so many people. As if they had heard Radiant Saint King's words. Outside the formation, the Sun Moon sect was also very angry. The Sun and Moon Great Tao rumbled out, and when it encountered the Yellow Springs Wind Extinguishing Formation, it directly broke through in an unstoppable manner. Inside the formation, the wails of the Yellow Spring resounded in all directions and the wind of destruction whistled. But under the Sun Moon extreme temptation, everything was like a mirage. It was completely broken. However, the Sun Moon sect did pay a price. Those sect members who were forming seals to activate the wheel all fell to the ground after activating the Sun Moon wheel. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Sun Palace, your end is here, Wang Yangming laughed. Seeing the Sun Moon wheel coming over, Radiant Saint King looked straight at it and waved his hands. The heaven and earth in the valley changed. It was as if the heaven and earth were all under his control at this moment. The heaven and earth moved, and the stars moved. The heaven and earth that was originally protected by the ancestor's feather suddenly changed. What's going on? Tiger King and the others were shocked. They realized that the space they were in had been sealed along with the primogenitor's feather. Although the other party could not hurt them, they could not resist either. The other party has already refined the space, Shangguan Xiongba said with a heavy expression. If you want to see, you have to leave this valley. Here, they have absolute control. Damn it, Tiger King snorted. Those despicable people from the Sun Palace have planned everything. The Holy King in the sky smiled. I'm curious. Is the Sun Moon Great Law's attack stronger or the primogenitor's feathers defense stronger? Tiger King seemed to realize something when he heard that. What are you trying to do? You'll know soon enough, the Holy King smiled. In the next moment, the power of space around him spread. It was like a shadow. The primogenitor's feather appeared in the path of the Sun Moon Great Law. Seeing this, both Wang Yangming and the Tiger King were startled. Stop it. Stop it. Once the Sun Moon Great Law is activated, I can't do anything before I have complete control over it. Wang Yangming replied. Damn it. Do you want us to die? Tiger King roared. They had absolute confidence in the primogenitor's feather. However, the Sun Moon Great Law was also a powerful weapon. No one was willing to give their life to the unknown. Tiger King and the others were still shouting. Wang Yangming's eyes darkened when he saw that. He turned around and looked at the disciples who had fainted because of the activation of the Sun Moon Great Law. He made up his mind. Immediately, a huge palm that covered the sky with majestic spiritual chi descended from the sky. Everyone was slapped to death within. At that moment, the rotating Sun Moon Great Law stopped a few centimeters away from the primogenitor's feather. It was easy to stop the Sun Moon Great Law. He just had to kill the disciples who had activated it. This was indeed a little cruel. However, Wang Yangming knew that he still needed to rely on the power of the Hellfire Domain and the Divine Crow Fire Domain. Therefore, he could only choose one of the two and kill these useless disciples. Seeing this, the Radiant Saint King clapped from the side. He smiled and said, Brother Yangming is still as ruthless as ever. He didn't even frown when he killed these loyal followers of the sect. It's so sad. Everyone who joins the Sun Moon sect is prepared to sacrifice themselves for the sake of revitalizing the Sun Moon sect. Wang Yangming said calmly. This is their mission. However, I will settle their blood feud with you. You're quite strange, the Radiant Saint King said with a smile. You killed them with your own hands. What does that have to do with me? What's the point of saying so much? If it weren't for you today, would they have died? Wang Yangming snorted coldly. He raised his hand and pointed at the Sun Palace in the sky. 1,000,000 years ago, we failed to achieve our goal. There is only one master of the Sun Palace, and that is our Sun Moon sect. Hearing this, some of the younger generation simply did not understand. Even Suzimo didn't know much about it. However, many old antiques began to recall the past. Actually, it was a long time ago. When the Sun Hall was first established, there were a total of 2 forces within the Sun Hall. They were the Sun Moon sect and the Sun sect. The 2 forces complemented each other and ruled the vast Blaze Fire domain, leading the Fire Clan to prosperity. Hearing this, the Fire Clan members were surprised. They didn't expect the Sun Hall to have such a history. Most importantly, the Sun Hall really was the ruler of the Fire Clan a long time ago. The Sun Hall was powerful now. However, other than the Sun domain, their orders could not be used to control the other fire domains. Then why did it become like this? Someone asked curiously. I'm afraid only the people involved in the 2 sects know the specifics. An old man sighed. Legend has it that the 2 sects had different ideals. In the end, a great battle broke out, and many forces were implicated in it. The Sun Moon god of the Sun Moon sect was defeated. From then on, the Sun sect was the only ruler of the Sun Hall. As time passed, people lost the ideals of the Sun sect and all called it the Sun Hall. Although the Sun Hall won that battle, they were greatly weakened and could no longer rule the entire Blaze Fire domain. As a result, the Blaze Fire domain was divided into 7 and became the 7 fire domains. So that's the history of our Blaze Fire domain, someone said absent-mindedly. Actually, it's all in the past. The Sun Moon sect hasn't appeared for so long. Everyone thought that they were destroyed. Who would have thought that they were still alive? He ignored everyone's discussion. After Wang Yangming broke the formation, a spinning sun moon appeared in his right hand. After the sun moon split apart, everyone saw that it was a small teleportation formation. Interesting, the Holy King said with a smile. Just nice, I can wipe out the Sun Moon sect today. It's not certain who will be the one to destroy who, Wang Yangming sneered. At this moment, the formation was activated. A large hand reached out from the formation. Spatial power began to gather in the surroundings. This was the power of spatial teleportation. Almost in the blink of an eye, several figures wearing yin-yang robes walked out. Each of these figures was a great saint. They all emitted a terrifying aura. For the people watching the battle, they had never seen so many great saints in their lives. Such a vast battle. To say that one had no regrets in life was just this. 3 great saints from the Sun Moon sect. The Holy King narrowed his eyes. Looks like they're all old friends. Heaven Saint, Earth Saint, and Human Saint. After these 3 great saints came out, it was not over. Another old man wearing a starry robe walked out. The old man's expression was solemn and serious. However, the powerful aura emanating from his body was very eye-catching. Fire King Sidhu. It was not too late. Another fat man, who was wearing a kasaya and looked like a monk, walked out of the array. Smiling monk Shumi. The Holy King called out their names one by one. These were the remnants of the Sun Moon sect after the battle back then. Back then, Laozu was soft-hearted. He shouldn't have let you leave, the Holy King said. Everything in the world has its laws. Buddha is merciful. Today, it's time for the Sun Moon sect to take charge, smiling monk Shumi replied. Shumi, I remember that during the battle back then, you were still a great emperor. You were just a nobody. Now, you've grown. Holy King Light, so many years have passed. This penniless monk's growth is a very normal thing. It's just that the Sun Moon sect is like the sun and the moon, while the Sun Palace has been declining over the years. It's time for us to overthrow you, Shumi monk said with a smile. He was like the Maitreya Buddha. No matter what he said or did, he always had a smile on his face. Shumi, you're too arrogant, said one of the 10 holy kings of the Sun Palace. A powerhouse called the Nothingness Supreme Saint stepped forward. He snorted coldly. Have you forgotten how we chased your Sun Moon sect like stray dogs and forced you to flee from the Sun Palace? Nothingness, that's all in the past. Now that the times have changed, it's time for you to abdicate. At this moment, another voice came from the vortex. A middle-aged man with a scimitar on his back walked out slowly. He was surrounded by a sea of scimitars. The middle-aged man's eyes were very sharp. They were like 2 sharp blades. Holy Skyblade Watcher. Seeing the middle-aged man, the Nothingness Supreme Saint narrowed his eyes. During the battle with the Sun Moon sect. Although many of the people from the Sun Moon sect had been defeated, the Sky-Watching Saber Saint was one of the strongest people among them. Even when he was surrounded by several great saints, he could still respond with ease. He even killed several great saints back then. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Of course I'm alive. You're not dead either, Holy Skyblade Watcher said with a smile. It's just like what the sect leader said. Even if the people of the Sun Moon sect die generously, it's on the way to overthrow the Sun Palace. It's not a meaningless death. The 2 sides could be said to be at loggerheads. No one was weaker than the other. However, the expressions of the people watching the battle changed drastically. Is the sky going to be pierced today? So many great saints came at once. I'm afraid the Sun Moon sect is going all out to fight to the death. That's right. The Sun Moon sect has been dormant for 1,000,000 years. They probably want to fight to the end. Can the Sun Palace be their match? Someone guessed. Let's just watch. A battle of this scale is not something we can participate in. Radiant Saint King, aren't you going to invite Laozu? Suzimo smiled. We don't need Laozu to deal with them. The Radiant Saint King shook his head. At the very least, I still have a dozen or so great sages on my side. On the other hand, Child Su, you're on my side now. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? What's there to express? I don't care about the trivial matters between you and the Sun Moon sect, Suzimo said. I will only kill Shangguan Xiongba. Young master, can you give me some face? Wang Yangming looked at Suzimo. He smiled and said, let brother Shangguan off, you can name your conditions. Can you afford my conditions? Suzimo asked. If you don't tell me, how would I know? Wang Yangming replied. On the other hand, Shangguan Xiongba was furious. He had joined the Sun Moon sect as a representative of the Divine Crow Fire region. He didn't just want the Sun Moon sect to protect him. He even wanted the Sun Moon sect to kill Suzimo. However, Wang Yangming had his own plans. Let's deal with the Sun Palace first. As for this Suzimo, it's easy to deal with him. As long as the Sun Palace is gone, you can kill him however you want. This is called retreating in order to advance. Xianxia thought about it and felt that it made sense. He didn't say anything else. Wang Yangming looked at Su Zimo and asked, "What are Child Su's conditions?" "I want the Holy Court's Heavenly Emperor's head," Su Zimo said with a smile. "How about you use the Heavenly Emperor's head in exchange for Xianxia life?" As soon as he said that, Wang Yangming and Xianxia fell silent. This attack on the Sun Palace. It wasn't just a matter between the Sun Moon sect and the Hell Tiger clan. The Holy Court was also pulling strings behind the scenes. "Child Su, are you joking?" Wang Yangming said with a smile. On the other hand, Tiger Heavenly King sneered. "It seems that some people refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Tiger Heavenly King, don't be arrogant. Come up and fight me if you can," Su Zimo said directly. "Otherwise, don't blabber like a gossipy woman." Tiger Heavenly King was furious. But when he thought of the scene where Su Zimo beat up the Five Elements Grand Sage, Tiger Heavenly King still didn't want to fight. "Don't be arrogant. The seniors of the Hell Palace will be here soon. Then I'm really looking forward to it." Su Zimo smiled. On the other side, the Holy King of Light looked at the other fire domains. There was the Vermilion Bird Flame domain and the Chaos Fire domain. He asked, "Are the two of you willing to fight the enemy with the Sun Palace?" After all, the two fire domains were the strongest allies here. Like some other small forces, they would probably follow the attitude of the two fire domains. Among the 6 fire domains, the Hell Fire domain and the Divine Crow Fire domain had joined the Sun Moon sect. The Sun Palace was one of the fire domains. There was also the Undying Fire domain. But the Holy King of Light didn't ask, because in the land of origin, the people of the Undying Fire domain had all been killed by Su Zimo. The two sides had tacitly agreed to be enemies. Hearing the invitation of the Sun Palace, the Sun Moon sect naturally didn't want to be outdone. Wang Yangming quickly replied, "Everyone, you've seen it too. The Sun Moon sect has returned in full glory. The Sun Palace is about to lose its power. Come with us to overthrow the rule of the Sun Palace. You will all be heroes." "I'll only say one thing," the Holy King of Light sneered. "In the era of the Sun Palace, you are all the rulers of your own fire domains. We won't disturb your rule. I want to ask, if the Sun Moon sect rules the Blazing Fire domain, will it still be the same? Will the 6 fire domains be united?" The Holy King of Light said with disdain, "I'm afraid that's impossible. The Holy Court behind you won't agree. Am I right?" Hearing the Holy King of Light's words, Wang Yangming's expression turned ugly. The other party had hit the nail on the head. Indeed, the situation of the 6 fire domains was already set. If outsiders came to stop them, unless it was someone blinded by hatred like Xianxia, a normal fire domain would definitely not agree. No one wanted to be replaced. Soon, the fire ancestors of the Vermilion Bird Flame domain and the Primal Chaos Fire domain made their decision. "We're willing to advance and retreat together with the Sun Palace. But the Holy King of Light must guarantee that after the enemy retreats, we'll still be the rulers of our own fire domains. Don't worry, the Sun Palace will undoubtedly dominate the Blazing Fire domain. The Blazing Fire domain belongs to everyone," the Holy King of Light said with a smile. "Of course, everyone has to guard it together." "I'll join the Sun Moon sect," the fire ancestor of the Undying Fire domain said directly. He also knew that his disciples had all died at the hands of Su Zimo. He and Xianxia were brothers in the same boat. "Welcome, welcome. Hall Master Du has made the right choice," Wang Yangming said with a smile. When all the factions had formed their own teams, Wang Yangming was even more confident now. He looked at the Sun Palace in the sky and shouted, "The destruction of the Sun Fire realm will begin with the destruction of the Sun Palace. Everyone, listen to my orders. Destroy the Sun Palace first." "Yes," the surrounding great saints shouted in unison. On the side of the Divine Crow Fire realm, the Undying Fire realm, and the Hellfire realm, they had already begun to inform Laozu of their respective factions to participate in the exhibition. On the other side, the Primal Chaos Fire realm and the Vermilion Bird realm had also informed Laozu. This was a huge battle. Almost all the factions had participated. Because of Wang Yangming's words, many great saints had already begun to rush towards the Sun Palace in the sky. They wanted to destroy it. The 10 great saints of the Sun Palace naturally couldn't do nothing. The two sides quickly engaged in a battle. Boom boom boom. The explosion resounded through the entire sky. Powerful forces constantly fluctuated, and the torn sky above never healed. It could be said that those below the Great Saint realm were not even qualified to participate in this battle. Some of the smaller forces, such as the celestial land of immortals where sect leader Bai was from, could only try to survive and find shelter to escape. Fortunately, countless experts were fighting, and no one paid attention to these small factions. Even people at the level of Xianxia couldn't participate in the battle. Su Zimo didn't care about anything else. This was the fire race's matter. Even if they caused a ruckus, it was their own matter. Look at the holy court. They had only schemed behind the scenes, and the fire race had undergone a huge change. Even if the Sun Palace flourished, it would suffer heavy losses. Su Zimo didn't mind ruining the holy court's scheme. His first targets were naturally Shangguan Xiongba and the Undying Fire Realm's palace master Du Mingxiu. He looked at Du Mingxiu and sneered, "Originally, I killed the people of the Undying Fire Realm. I didn't expect you to be so eager to die." Du Mingxiu snorted coldly. He said, "A life for a life, a debt must be repaid. This has been the principle since ancient times. You want to end things after killing people? That's too simple." "Then I'll kill everyone in the Undying Fire Realm," Su Zimo replied indifferently. "Claiming to be undying, I'll turn all of you into corpses. You're too presumptuous." Du Mingxiu was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. At the side, Shangguan Xiongba comforted, "Brother Du, don't bother with this kid. When the time comes, he will die." "Shangguan Xiongba, don't say anything. Your Divine Crow Fire Region's fate won't be any better than the Undying Fire Region's," said Su Zimo. "When Laozu of our 2 fire regions comes, I hope you can still be so sharp-tongued," Shangguan Xiongba replied indifferently. "Then I hope the 2 of you can live until then," Su Zimo said. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into a stream of light. He directly charged towards Shangguan Xiongba and Shangguan Xiongba. The 2 of them were shocked. However, Su Zimo's figure was stopped in midair. "Benefactor, please wait." Laughing monk Shumi supported the Kasaya bag, his fat belly blocking Su Zimo's path. He smiled and made a Buddhist bow. He replied, "There's no need to be so angry. Why don't you talk to this poor monk?" "Fat monk, don't get in my way." Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was trembling. It couldn't wait to fight. Endless saber intent gathered around him. "Benefactor, since you have such a strong desire to kill, why don't you let this poor monk convert you?" Laughing monk Shumi smiled. The Kasaya in the sky instantly enlarged by a few thousand times. Su Zimo's figure was sucked into it. "Convert? With just you, even if the gods and Buddhas were here today, what can they do?" Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand. When the saber intent of the infinite saber fell, the Kasaya was directly split into 2, torn from the middle. But in the blink of an eye, the Kasaya merged back into one, trapping Su Zimo inside. Laughing monk Shumi laughed and shrunk the Kasaya countless times, draping it over his shoulders. He said, "Ba." Suddenly, the surface of his Kasaya turned red. Laughing monk Shumi was shocked. He hurriedly threw the Kasaya out. The surface of the Kasaya that was originally red instantly burned with flames that soared into the sky. The Kasaya was also burned to ashes. On the other hand, Su Zimo's entire body was burning with the fire of Zhu Rong, dyeing the entire sky red. At this moment, he was like the god of fire descending to the world, insufferably arrogant. He chuckled and said, "How about I let you die under these flames? It won't be an insult to you." He waved his hand, and the long dragon condensed from the fire of Zhu Rong surrounded him. Then, Su Zimo shouted, "Kill." The endless fire of Zhu Rong swooped down. The dragon's roar resounded through the world. Laughing monk Shumi was chanting Buddhist scriptures as he shouted loudly. Vedra palm. The palms in his hands turned golden. The golden palms pushed forward, and in an instant, a huge Buddha palm illuminated the world. It slapped towards the fire of Zhurong. Unfortunately, laughing monk Xumi had underestimated the domineering and intensity of the fire of Zhurong. The powerful fire dragon completely pierced through the Vajra palm and charged towards laughing monk Xumi without slowing down. Laughing monk Xumi jumped in fright. He jumped into the void and walked on air. He wanted to avoid the fire dragon. Unfortunately, the fire of Zhurong already had a spirit. No matter where he hid, it could always chase and kill him. Laughing monk Xumi sighed slightly. It's really difficult to deal with. He slowly took out a string of Buddhist beads. The Buddhist beads were completely golden. Laughing monk Xumi sat down cross-legged. All the Buddhist beads separated and floated in front of him. They formed a golden shield. When the fire of Zhurong roared and crashed into the golden shield, all the flames were blocked. The Buddhist beads only trembled a little. You're quite capable. Su Zimo smiled. If one fire dragon isn't enough, then try 10 million fire dragons. Su Zimo waved his hands. After rising to the sky, endless flames swept over the sky and covered the earth. Amidst these flames, there were also countless fire dragons roaming around. The dragon roars came one after another, illuminating everything. No way, they're coming again, laughing monk Xumi said in surprise. One after another, huge dragons rushed over to attack. At first, laughing monk Xumi's Buddhist bead shield was indestructible. But as the impact grew stronger and stronger, cracks finally appeared on the surface of the shield. Finally, with a boom, the shield completely shattered. The protective shield was completely shattered, and soon after, the Buddha beads exploded as well. Su Zimo's figure turned into a shadow. The moment the shield exploded, he charged over. Laughing monk Xumi couldn't dodge in time and was directly pierced through his abdomen, nailing him to the void. Benefactor, why do you have to do this? Laughing monk Xumi suddenly stopped smiling. The blood on his abdomen began to flow. Xumi, all things are empty. As great sage Xumi's voice fell, the surrounding space seemed to be imprisoned. Everything was stopped. Su Zimo looked up. In the sky, a mountain had appeared out of nowhere. Mount Xumi. Powerful Xumi chi enveloped him. In the records of Buddhism, Xumi meant that the four elements were all empty. The so-called infinitely light could also become infinitely heavy. The four elements were empty, but it could also be the four elements. Mount Xumi could be weightless, but it could also be the peak of heaven and earth. When Mount Xumi came crashing down, Su Zimo felt that he couldn't avoid it no matter what. Just like the struggling monkey under the Five Fingers Mountain, it was useless. Boom! Laughing monk Xumi's figure had appeared above him at some point. He stepped on the mountain with one foot. Rumble! A rumbling sound could be heard. Su Zimo was directly suppressed under the mountain. No matter how strong you are, when you meet my Mount Xumi, you will have to bow down obediently. Laughing monk Xumi laughed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt Mount Xumi shake. Demonic chi spread out from Mount Xumi. Mount Xumi shook non-stop. Laughing monk Xumi was shocked. The Buddhist light around him surged as he shouted, "Suppress!" The Buddhist light was effective at first. But then, there was an even more intense resistance. Only a boom sound was heard. Mount Xumi was directly flipped over and fell to the ground beside it. The God-fiend visualization diagram, heaven shaking earth, and heaven shaking art were used at the same time. Su Zimo was like a giant that shook the sky, destroying everything in his path. How could a small mountain be able to suppress them? Su Zimo directly punched over. Laughing monk Xumi hurriedly defended. Unfortunately, the power of this punch was too great. It directly overturned everything and sent laughing monk Xumi flying. Hurry up and support me, I can't hold on anymore, laughing monk Xumi shouted. The smile on his face also disappeared. If no one came, he wouldn't be able to protect him. Xumi, didn't you always brag that you were invincible in the same world? A loud laugh came from the side. Why can't they hold on in the first battle? Come and try if you have the ability. This brat is a little too strong, Xumi monk shouted bitterly. Su Zimo looked up. He looked at the other great saint who was stepping through the air. Great Sage Black Snake. One of them was originally a black snake. After becoming a saint, he did not choose to transform into a dragon. Instead, he continued to use the body of a snake to slay dragons. His upper body was that of a human. However, the lower half of his body was still a snake tail. He had escaped from the void and was now standing together with smiling monk Shumi. Suzimo stared at the two great sages, the saber will of the tyrannical shadow surging from his hand. He directly pointed his blade at the two of them. He smiled and said, I haven't eaten snake meat for a long time. I can try it today. Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Great Sage Black Snake said coldly. What a sharp-tongued brat. We'll know what you're made of later. Cut the crap. Both of you, come at me together. Suzimo waved his hand. The black snake Great Sage hissed. He raised his head. From his mouth, a rotten torrent of death directly swallowed out. This torrent could even corrode space and air. When Suzimo saw this scene, he only said softly, child's play. The tyrannical shadow appeared in the void and directly blocked in front of him. Although the torrent's corrosive power was very strong, it still could not do anything to the tyrannical shadow. The saber will of the tyrannical shadow rushed up along the torrent. There was a boom. Great Sage Black Snake was sent flying. Interesting, Great Sage Black Snake shouted coldly. Then, he looked at smiling monk Shumi and asked angrily, are you watching the show? I'll try my best to suppress him with Mount Meru. Big brother Black Snake, the rest is up to you, smiling monk Shumi replied. Great Sage Black Snake snorted coldly. However, he also knew that smiling monk Shumi was weak and could not compare to him. Great Sage Black Snake roared angrily. He directly revealed his true form and transformed into a huge snake that covered the sky. This huge snake had two heads. It looked very powerful. Every head was spewing green venom, and the two fangs were chilling to the bone. The serpent's body was several thousand meters long, and its black scales were arranged in a picturesque disorderly manner. People with trypophobia would probably not dare to look at it. The huge black snake roared angrily, and its huge body directly pressed down on Suzimo. Smiling monk Shumi was also helping from the side. Mount Meru, suppress. The huge mountain and the huge snake tail swept over at the same time. Suzimo's figure did not retreat. At this moment, with the support of several great divine techniques, he was a giant. One hand grabbed the snake tail that swept over. The other hand raised Mount Meru to suppress the sky. He could single-handedly take down several great sages. Suzimo roared angrily, and Mount Meru was flipped over to the ground. The snake tail was directly lifted up by him. As the snake tail was lifted into the sky, the huge body of the black snake was also flipped over. After Suzimo pulled the black snake and spun it a few times, he directly threw the black snake away. Great Sage Black Snake got up and roared at the sky again. His huge body brought with it a sense of oppression as he charged directly at Suzimo. His snake head pressed down on the void. He fiercely bit at Suzimo's head. Suzimo directly raised the tyrannical shadow and blocked in front of him. The snake head bit the tyrannical shadow. The corrosive green venom flowed down. The snake head hissed. Suzimo's gaze focused, and the heavenly gate of 3 lives behind him opened. His powerful strength was sublimated once again. The tyrannical shadow swung the blade downward, heavily shaking off Great Sage Black Snake and throwing him to the side. Suzimo roared. He was also furious. He jumped up and sat down on Great Sage Black Snake's body. He sat on the snake's body. Great Sage Black Snake seemed to have been humiliated. His body struggled more and more violently. Die, Suzimo roared. The tyrannical shadow directly stabbed into Great Sage Black Snake's head. A rumbling sound was heard. The black blood carried a foul stench as it continuously corroded the ground. Suzimo's fist came one after another as he continued to bombard him. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, after dozens of attacks, Great Sage Black Snake was smashed into a bloody mess. His entire body was covered in black blood. Big brother Black Snake, I'll save you. Laughing monk Shumi roared. The power of his Mount Meru had reached its peak. It had fused with his divine soul. Even the sky was in an uproar. Mount Meru once again crossed the void to suppress. Unfortunately, it was still useless. Because Suzumo could overturn Mount Meru with just one punch. For the first time, Mount Meru, which had always suppressed everything, could not suppress a person. This also made laughing monk Shumi helpless. Great Sage Black Snake's body was completely smashed into pieces. His divine soul escaped from his broken body and wanted to escape. However, how could Suzumo give him the chance? A powerful force continued to hover around. Suzumo grabbed Supreme Sage Black Snake's spirit in his hand. A powerful force continued to hover around. Unfortunately, it was useless. Let me go. Supreme Sage Black Snake roared. You still dare to be stubborn with me? Suzumo shouted coldly. A few punches landed. Supreme Sage Black Snake's soul was smashed until he saw stars and began to feel dizzy. Unless it was a special cultivation method. Otherwise, when the soul left the body, it would become much weaker. This was a very normal thing. Even the soul could not leave the body for too long. It would also die. What are you trying to do? Supreme Sage Black Snake began to panic. What do you think? Suzumo grabbed Supreme Sage Black Snake's soul with one hand and raised the tyrannical shadow with the other. No, let me go. I'll withdraw from this battle. Supreme Sage Black Snake struggled as he begged for mercy. Sumi, come and save me. When laughing monk Shumi saw this scene, he did not dare to continue fighting. He immediately fled. The great sages of the Sun Moon sect began to gather. Only then could they stay away from Suzumo and give him a sense of security. As for Supreme Sage Black Snake, he would rather die than die. The tyrannical shadow descended with endless saber chi. With a boom, a bottomless vortex appeared in the void as a result of the slash. Supreme Sage Black Snake's soul was directly destroyed by the saber. However, Suzumo knew that Supreme Sages would not die so easily. At least with the existence of the life and death soul, they could be revived. He took out the compass, traceless. Vanishing was spinning at a high speed. In a short while, he found the place where Supreme Sage Black Snake hid the life and death soul. Suzumo's hands burned with 2 balls of Zhu Rong's fire and disappeared into the void. These 2 balls of Zhu Rong's fire would burn along the compass that was searching without a trace. At that time, no matter how well hidden his life and death soul was, it would be useless. He had dealt with the Black Snake Great Sage and scared away the smiling monk Shumi. Suzumo then looked at Shangguan Xiongba and Du Mingxiu. The 2 of you can come at me together. Committing suicide in my hands is also a decent way to die. Hearing Suzumo's words, the 2 men's faces turned sinister. Shangguan Xiongba looked at Heavenly King Hu. He shouted, "Is this how you protect us?" He didn't expect the Sun Moon sect's great sage to be so useless that he couldn't even hold back Suzumo. However, when he thought of the 5 elements great sage of his Shangguan clan, Shangguan Xiongba felt relieved. He wasn't afraid of death. However, Suzumo's hatred has not been avenged yet. Naturally, Shangguan Xiongba was not willing to give up. Heavenly King Hu, the Divine Crow Fire region has joined the war. If I die, the Divine Crow Flame region won't help you, said Shangguan Xiongba. Tiger Heavenly King also felt helpless. In the end, he looked at Wang Yangming and said, "Brother Yangming, please assign more great sages to protect Brother Shangguan. It seems our brother Shangguan is scared out of his wits." You seem to be very brave, Suzumo looked at Tiger Heavenly King. Tiger Heavenly King's body stiffened. He quickly smiled embarrassedly. He explained, "Child Su, we are only protecting Brother Shangguan. We have no intention to be your enemy." "That's not important. Since you are my enemy, there is no need for me to keep you alive," said Suzumo. He directly rushed over with his scimitar. "Save me, quickly save me." Tiger Heavenly King's reaction was even more intense than Shangguan Xiongba and the others. When Suzumo's scimitar fell, a pair of palms emitting yin and yang energy blocked the scimitar. Suzumo looked up. He saw a young man standing in front of him. The young man's long hair draped over his shoulders. Half of his hair was black, while the other half was white. The young man wore a scholarly robe. Powerful yin and yang energy circled around him. He looked about the same age as Suzumo. However, some experts' appearances couldn't be judged. Some liked to grow old naturally. Some wanted to stay young forever. Yin Grand Sage, said the Holy King coldly after seeing the young man. There were many grand sages in the Sun Moon sect. However, there were only a few truly powerful grand sages who could make people tremble in fear. No matter how you looked at them, you couldn't avoid the Yin Grand Sage. When the Sun Moon sect and the Sun sect ruled the Chihua domain together, the Yin Grand Sage was one of the best. At this moment, the Yin Grand Sage appeared. He waved his hand and a powerful force swept over. Suzima was sent flying. Long time no see, Holy King, said the Yin Grand Sage with a smile. Long time no see indeed, said the Holy King after pondering for a while. You shouldn't have come. The failure of the Sun Moon sect is inevitable. This time, you will only be buried here. No one knew that a long time ago. The Holy King and the Yin Grand Sage were good friends. They appreciated each other's talents, and even when they were training together, they were once the best of brothers. Unfortunately, the differences between the two sects forced the two of them to stand on opposite sides. They were once good friends, but now they were enemies. To be honest, I didn't want to come either. After the failure of that battle, I began to prepare for the fruit of Tao. I've already made the decision for the Sun Moon sect. The Yin Grand Sage shook his head and smiled. However, this time, the Sun Moon sect doesn't dare to fail and wants to rise again. As Laozu, I have to help no matter what. 1,000,000 years of hard work, but you still can't reach the fruit of Tao, lamented the Holy King. In fact, wasn't he the same as well? It's too difficult. I don't have any hope in my life. The Yin Grand Sage smiled. Old friend, it's time to end the small talk. We're still enemies. It was obvious that the Yin Grand Sage was the leader of the Sun Moon sect's great sages. After all, the Yin Grand Sage was the strongest and had the most experience. How do you want to fight? Asked the Holy King. Do you want to overturn the Sun domain, or do you want to create a hole in the blazing domain? The entire Blazefire domain might not be able to withstand the battle of so many great saints. The Yin Grand Sage raised his head slightly. He smiled. There's no need for us to fight. For this battle, we'll all be led by our founding ancestor. Founding ancestor? Hearing this, the Holy King's heart skipped a beat. His expression became extremely ugly. Who are you referring to by founding ancestor? Holy King, you're confused. Other than the Sun Moon God, who else is the founding ancestor of the Sun Moon sect? Didn't the Sun Moon God die at the hands of our founding ancestor? The Holy King was still in disbelief. Stop lying to me. The Holy King did not want to believe it. Perhaps he really did not believe it, or perhaps he was just trying to avoid it. That was because he clearly knew that the mastermind behind the great battle back then was the Sun Moon God. He knew how powerful the Sun Moon God was. Apart from their primogenitor, no one else was a match for the Sun Moon God. However, he also knew that the Yin Grand Sage had no reason to lie to him about this. The Holy King looked at the Yin Grand Sage. He said, the Sun Moon God still hasn't given up after so many years. You're wrong. This was not planned by the primogenitor. He's just an executor, the Yin Grand Sage replied. The Holy King was confused by the Yin Grand Sage's words. With the Sun Moon God's status, who else in the Sun Moon sect could be more powerful than him to make him an executor? Summon the primogenitor, the Yin Grand Sage turned around and replied to Wang Yangming. Can't Laozi deal with them? Wang Yangming asked reluctantly. He did not want to summon the primogenitor so easily. He was still pinning his hopes on the Yin Grand Sage. I'll contact the Holy Court and ask them to send experts over to help us, Wang Yangming said. The Yin Grand Sage smiled. He replied, do you really think the Holy Court will show up so easily, or do you think they're ready to go to war with the Sun Palace? Isn't that so? Wang Yangming was confused. Now everyone knows that we have the Holy Court behind us. Knowing is one thing, actually starting a war is another. The Yin Grand Sage shook his head. You guys are still too naive. If you want the Holy Court to act, you have to let them see it. They'll only act when they see that we have the power to defeat the Sun Palace. To the holy court, if they were not confident in winning, they would not start a war so easily. Instead of doing it personally, it was better to control everything from the shadows. Regardless of gains or losses, they did not have to pay a price. Hearing the Yin Yang Grand Sage's analysis, Wang Yangming knew that he had underestimated the situation. He took out a key. The key was made of green jade and had a strange curve on it. The moment Wang Yangming took it out, the jade key gave off a faint glow. "Stop him. Don't let him summon the Sun Moon God," the Radiant Saint King shouted. Regardless of whether the Sun Moon God was still alive or whether this was true, the Radiant Saint King would not take the risk. He shouted loudly. He took the lead to attack Wang Yangming. The Yin Yang Grand Saint directly teleported and appeared before the Radiant Saint King. "Guangming, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. It just so happens that I haven't moved for 1,000,000 years, and my body is about to rust." "Yin Yang, are you really willing to be a dog of the Holy Hall?" the Radiant Saint King asked in disbelief. "This is different from how you were back then. I've already said that I'm just an executor now. I won't interfere in the decisions of the young ones," the Yin Yang Grand Sage replied, shaking his head. "All right. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude," the Radiant Saint King called out. He raised his hands high, and a golden sun shone out. The sun seemed real. The Holy King of Light threw the sun at the Yin Yang Grand Sage. However, the Yin Yang Grand Sage was not simple either. He opened his hand, and a Yin Yang disc appeared in his hand. The Yin Yang disc collided with the sun. Boom! There was an explosion, and both of them were sent flying. The Radiant Saint King seemed unwilling to accept this. He roared angrily, and 2 suns appeared on each of his fists. The flames of the 2 suns were enough to burn everything. The surrounding void was burned, and the turbulence in the void was shot out. The Radiant Saint King stepped on the ground, and his fists faced forward. His arms extended 100 meters. He threw a punch at the Yin Yang Grand Sage, trying to hold him back. The other punch was aimed at Wang Yangming. Wang Yangming had already entered the state of summoning. He sat cross-legged, and his body floated in the void, spinning 360 degrees. His expression, however, remained solemn and unchanging from beginning to end. On his face, a sun and a moon each occupied half of his face, and they were surging. When the 2 punches landed at the same time, the Yin Yang Grand Sage's eyes narrowed, and he retreated quickly. The moment he retreated, the Yin Yang disc beside him split into 2. The Yang disc blocked his chest. As for the other half of Yin, it rushed toward Wang Yangming to protect him. Bang, bang, bang. 2 explosions sounded again. A huge mushroom cloud exploded in the void. Everyone around retreated, leaving the main battlefield to the 2 of them. The Radiant Saint King steadied himself and looked at Wang Yangming. He saw that Wang Yangming was unharmed. Instead, the great saints on his side surrounded him, protecting him. "Damn it," the Radiant Saint King roared. Originally, these people would not be able to do anything. Everything was going according to his plan. Even the Yin Yang Grand Sage could not do anything. However, he missed out on the Sun Moon God. Actually, he could not be blamed. The Sun Moon God had died at the hands of the Sun Hall's founder. He had also participated in that battle, and he had seen many things with his own eyes. Unfortunately, a dead person had come back to life. No matter what method the Sun Moon sect used, he could not allow the Sun Moon God to reappear on the land of the Sun Domain. "You can't stop it," the Yin Yang Grand Sage said, looking at the Radiant Saint King. "No one can stop the founder's reappearance." The Radiant Saint King turned around, wanting to ask Su Zimo for help. However, he realized that Su Zimo was not in the mood to care about him. Instead, he walked step by step toward Shangguan Xiongba and Du Mingxiu. The Radiant Saint King also knew that they could not order Su Zimo around. He could only watch helplessly and anxiously. "You 2 continue to run," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Save us," Du Mingxiu shouted. However, the great saints of the Sun Moon sect were all protecting Wang Yangming. After all, the founder's matter was more important than anything else. They could not afford any mistakes. Therefore, they did not care about the lives of these people. "Wang Yangming, you lied to me," Shangguan Xiongba roared. He glanced at Du Mingxiu. He said, even if you die, you have to fight him and bite off a piece of his flesh. Why do you have to be so timid? How can we be the same? Du Mingxiu broke down. You were going to die. You had no choice but to join the Sun Moon sect to take revenge. However, I am fine. I joined on my own accord. Du Mingxiu was regretting it now. Su Zimo did not plan to kill him. Instead, he jumped out himself. Shangguan Xiongba snorted coldly. He slapped Du Mingxiu away, as if he was tired of his cowardly appearance. He looked at Su Zimo without the slightest bit of fear. He directly used his spirit energy to condense a blade. Holding the blade and sword in his hand, he charged towards Su Zimo. His way of fighting was very cruel. He was basically exchanging life for life. But in terms of ruthlessness, how could Su Zimo be afraid of him? Su Zimo grabbed the blade that was charging towards him and kicked Shangguan Xiongba's chest. Another punch landed on his opponent's face. Shangguan Xiongba's figure was directly sent flying. If you kill me, the entire Shangguan family won't let you off, Shangguan Xiongba roared. When he charged over again, Su Zimo directly grabbed his collar. A few more punches landed on Shangguan Xiongba, causing him to see stars. The only thing I hate is that I couldn't kill you. Shangguan Xiongba coldly shouted, I'll go first. I'll wait for you below. He actually opened up all his meridians and wanted to self-destruct. The self-destruction of a great saint was not to be underestimated. But Su Zimo was not afraid at all. The eternal three lives gate surrounded him. For a moment, he was invincible. When the mushroom cloud of the explosion fluctuated violently, he was not injured. And the strongest part of the explosion was definitely the power of that moment. As for the remaining power, it was not worth mentioning. Su Zimo walked out of the black explosion fog. He directly grabbed Du Mingxiu with a slap. Let me go. Du Mingxiu struggled with all his might. But Su Zimo directly twisted his neck and used his blade energy to shatter it. He yawned. It was a little better than nothing. This method is a little too cruel, the Yin-Yang Great Sage said. Cruel? Alright, don't make yourself sound like a saint. Su Zimo waved his hand. Which one of those who could become a saint wasn't a butcher? Which one of them didn't walk out of a sea of blood? After all, they are the rulers of the fire domain, the Yin-Yang Great Sage replied. They died a little too sullenly. It's their honor to die by my hands, Su Zimo replied. The radiant saint ruler beside him said hurriedly, Child Su, lend me a hand. The conspiracy of the Sun Moon cult. Why should I help you? Su Zimo laughed. If you don't help me, we'll all be killed once the Sun Moon God comes out, said the radiant saint king. He can't kill me. Even if the divine ancestor comes, he still can't kill me. Su Zimo shook his head. The radiant saint king had no idea why Su Zimo was so confident. However, he knew that Su Zimo was a person who would not be swayed by force or persuasion. He only cared about absolute benefits. Then what do you want? The radiant saint king asked. You can't give me what I want. Besides, why are you afraid of the Sun Moon God? Your ancestral candle is still here, Su Zimo replied. The radiant saint king did not reply. He turned to look at Wang Yanming. Wang Yanming's condition was getting worse and worse. He seemed to be devoured by a mysterious power. He attacked again. However, the Yin-Yang Grand Sage still blocked his path. He said, Radiant, you can't stop it. Look, the ancestral ancestor is coming back to life. As soon as he said that, he saw Wang Yanming sitting cross-legged on the ground. A ray of light from the sun and moon shot into the sky. Enveloped by the light, a sun and moon appeared in the sky at the same time. The range of the light became wider and wider. It also became more and more powerful. The radiant Saint King also knew that it was all over now. He took a few steps back. He said to the Grand Sage beside him, Don't panic. Let's wait and see. At that moment, Wang Yangming's figure had been completely devoured. His existence was like a medium that was specifically used to summon the Sun Moon God. That was why Wang Yangming did not want to summon the ancestral ancestor. He did not want to die. There was a roar. The radiant Saint King knew that he would never forget this voice. The ground began to shake and the sky began to collapse. Countless violent storms suddenly fell from the sky. On the horizon, a black vortex appeared above his head. Lightning raged within it. Seeing this, the Yin Grand Sage and all the Sun Moon sect members knelt down. They shouted, "Welcome, ancestral ancestor." As soon as the Yin Grand Sage finished speaking, first, a giant foot appeared from the vortex. The foot landed on the sky. It was covered with strange runes as if it was some kind of strange secret technique. The foot stepped on the river of stars and summoned the wind and rain. It was omnipotent. Then, half of the giant figure's body was revealed. The arm was wrapped in countless laws, which were fluctuating. The power of rules was the supreme power of heaven and earth. This was a power that could only be mastered after breaking through to the fruit of Tao. Even grand sages and grand sages only had rules. Rules determined everything. The moment the rules appeared, all rules bowed and all chi avoided them. Finally, the giant's figure was completely revealed. He was like a peerless Buddha. He looked like a merciful and compassionate person. He didn't have a detailed appearance. It was as if his face was changing every second. Changing into different faces. Buddha was formless. Appearances were born from the heart. You can see what kind of face you have in your heart. Behind the giant's head, another wheel was spinning. The inside of the wheel was the moon, and the outside was the sun. Now, his identity was naturally revealed. The Grand Sage King stared at the giant in front of him in a daze. The Sun Moon God has really revived. "Hall Master, let's invite our ancestral ancestor," someone shouted. "No." The Grand Sage King shook his head quickly. He replied, "The ancestral ancestor has decreed that unless he comes himself, we are not to disturb him. Now that the Sun Moon God has appeared, what is the ancestral ancestor doing?" Someone asked in confusion, "With our strength, how can we stop the Sun Moon God? Isn't this suicide?" Only the grand sages who had participated in the great battle had truly experienced the tragedy. Only then could they understand how terrifying the Sun Moon God was. But the Grand Sage King still replied stubbornly, "This is the ancestral ancestor's order. Even if we die, we must kill the Sun Moon God." The merciful Sun Moon God opened his eyes. At that moment, it was as if when he opened his eyes, it was as if it was day. When he closed his eyes, it was night. The entire world was in charge of him. He controlled the void around him, so he was the god here. He was the master. The Sun Moon God glanced in Suzimo's direction. It seemed to be meaningful. Then, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the Sun Palace. He sighed softly. He raised his arm and slapped toward the Sun Palace. There was a boom. The world shattered as if it was split into two. The grand sages of the Sun Palace naturally couldn't watch him destroy it without doing anything. 5 grand sages went forward to stop him. However, he was sent flying with a single slap of his palm. With one slap, the Sun Palace turned into ruins. Just a single strike had such destructive power. The Sun Palace's defense was originally shocking. Even a supreme saint couldn't hurt it at all. But now, this giant not only repelled all the supreme saints with a single attack, but also destroyed the Sun Palace. The Holy King of Light looked embarrassed. This was a show of strength right from the start. His opponent was still as strong as 1,000,000 years ago. It was suffocating. On the other hand, the Sun Moon sect's morale had greatly increased. Laozu is mighty. Many people shouted excitedly. The Sun Moon God raised his head again. He waved his hand and grabbed at the Holy King of Light. Eternal Sun, the Holy King of Light roared. The fire of the sun around his body began to burn, and the raging flames kept spurting out. And he actually turned himself into the sun. The scorching sun seemed to be reflected in the void, fusing into one. The scorching heat melted everything. When the Sun Moon God's hand approached, it also showed signs of melting. But the Holy King of Light didn't feel happy for long. Because the Sun Moon God's hand stopped and clenched in the void. They were dozens of meters apart. But at this moment, the Holy King of Light seemed to be trapped where he was. The space around him was pressuring him. It was as if the pressure was suffocating him. The Holy King of Light couldn't resist. He only felt that the power was extremely strong. All the space around him was condensing, and the density of the space became smaller and smaller. "Save the Hall Master," the supreme saints behind him quickly shouted. After all, the Holy King of Light was the person in charge here. And the Hall Master had been killed. It was too ugly. Their morale would probably be greatly affected. All the supreme saints used their strongest attacks at this moment. More than a dozen souls appeared in the void. A sword came from the west, splitting heaven and earth. A pillar reached the sky, connecting the heavens and falling to the underworld. The fire of the earth was like the sun, the bleak autumn. The lotus was like the path, the white jade was like a wall. At this moment, when all the souls of the supreme saints appeared, countless phenomena in the sky began to evolve. Such a grand scene was truly an eye-opener for everyone. The sword rules the world, the arrow rules the path, the ancient vine that reaches the sky, the fire of the earth erodes the autumn, the lotus sinks into the wall, the Tao tide beneath its feet. Rumbling sounds came from the void. The void above them had not stopped for a single moment. When the countless attacks were like a torrent, they exploded in the void with all sorts of colors. As if the sun-moon god was crushing down, the space that was pressing down on the radiant Saint King was instantly shattered. The spatial shackles disappeared, and the radiant Saint King was like a drowning person who had just breathed in oxygen. He directly left the void and traveled to the side. After breaking free, the radiant Saint King panted heavily. However, everyone's expression was still solemn. This was because the sun-moon god wasn't injured at all despite the attacks of so many great sages. It looked down on everyone in perfect condition. But to everyone's surprise, the sun-moon divine general turned his gaze. From the people of the Sun Palace, it actually landed on Suzimo. He waved his hand and directly grabbed at Suzimo. This attack was a little confusing. One had to know that the sun-moon sect's greatest enemy was the Sun Palace. No matter what, Suzimo was still an outsider. "It seems that this is the Holy Court's intention," Suzimo said with a sneer. Although he was now very strong. But Suzimo also knew that the sun-moon sect was beyond his ability to deal with. Therefore, when the other party's big hand grabbed at him, the void around him froze just like before. Moreover, it was extremely difficult for him to even circulate the spirit chi in his body. Whether it was the 10 great divine techniques or other moves, he couldn't use them. Suzimo knew that this was the suppression of the rules. In the face of such absolute power, unless he defeated it with the same absolute power. Otherwise, whether it was other moves or divine abilities, they would be of no use. Looking at the big hand coming toward him. At this moment, something seemed to flash behind Suzimo. No one saw what it was. But Suzimo had already broken free from the restraints of the big hand's spatial shackles and directly escaped from the cover of the big hand. This unforeseen event shocked everyone. That was the power of the rules. Even a holy king like the Holy King of Light couldn't help. He only escaped with the help of more than 10 great saints. And Suzimo wasn't even a holy king now. He could actually escape alone. Looking at the big hand in front of him, Suzimo gasped for breath. He had just consumed a lot of energy. Because he had just used the Divine Land's Azure planet. The other party had the power of the rules. But he didn't know that his divine soul of the Azure planet was a complete world inside. He could have anything he wanted. The power of the rules was at his fingertips. It was just that it was very difficult for Suzimo to use the power of the rules now. He had just used a trace of the power of the rules to break free from the sun-moon god's restraint, and it was already extremely difficult. The power in his body seemed to have been drained. The sun-moon god was a little stunned, but he recovered in the blink of an eye and grabbed at Suzimo again. Suzimo's figure quickly retreated. At this moment, the Holy King of Light's voice came from the side. "Child Su, give me a hand. How about we work together and destroy the sun-moon god?" Shameless boasting. Hearing the Holy King of Light's words, before Suzimo could say anything, the Yin-Yang Grand Sage next to him snorted coldly. Hearing that the other party wanted to destroy their ancestor, they were naturally unhappy. "How do we work together?" Suzimo looked at the Holy King of Light and asked. As for the Yin-Yang Grand Sage, he couldn't be bothered. If it weren't for the sun-moon god, he really wouldn't mind fighting the Yin-Yang Grand Sage. Our ancestor once left behind a set of formations, the Holy King of Light replied. It's just right to deal with the Sun-Moon God. Formations? Suzima was a little confused. What kind of formations could kill a Fruit of Tao powerhouse? At least he had never seen one. Child Su, didn't you notice that the Sun-Moon God is a little different? The Holy King of Light suddenly said. Suzima was shocked. He carefully sized up the Sun-Moon God. He did notice some strange behavior. The Sun-Moon God was filled with the aura of the rules. However, the power of the rules seemed to be depleted with every use. Moreover, the Sun-Moon God gave off a very dull feeling, as if it was a body without a soul. It didn't seem like a true Fruit of Tao powerhouse at all. It was inevitable that there was some death chi in its rich vitality. You noticed, the Yin-Yang Grand Sage said with narrowed eyes. That's right. Our ancestor, the Sun-Moon God, did die back then. However, we refined our ancestor's body and gained our current strength. The Yin-Yang Grand Sage admitted generously. In front of them was just the refined body of the Sun-Moon God, not the real one. The Yin-Yang Grand Sage's words sent chills down everyone's spines. Just by looking at this corpse, one could imagine how powerful the Sun-Moon God had been. This corpse had already defeated countless great sages. When he was truly alive, he was probably invincible. At least to everyone present, he was invincible. The Holy King also sneered. If he was a true Fruit of Tao expert, my formation would be useless. But he's already dead. The Sun-Moon God can no longer condense the power of laws. The power of laws he's using now was left behind when he was alive. When the power of laws is completely exhausted, the Sun-Moon God will die. The Holy King's words made sense. If it weren't for the power of laws, the Sun-Moon God's body would have rotted long ago. How could he have been left for so long? Suzumo's eyes lit up. That's right. Killing the Sun-Moon God didn't necessarily mean killing him. Actually, as long as his power of laws was exhausted, the Sun-Moon God would naturally die. Okay, I agree, Suzumo said. Hearing this, the Holy King smiled. He had to thank the Sun-Moon God. Otherwise, he might not have been able to pull Suzumo to his side. Now, everyone was in a situation where they would rise or fall together. Ancestral formation, the Holy King called out softly. He waved his hands in the air. Countless great sages of the Sun Palace knelt down. At this moment, everyone's power began to gather. In the sky, a multicolored sun was formed. It was the condensation of everyone's power. The sun shone on everything. All the light fell on the land beside it. At this moment, the heavens and earth were illuminated by the light of the heavens. It was as if something shocking was about to be born. Ancestor, stop it, the Yin-Yang Grand Sage shouted. The Sun-Moon God's body turned its head stiffly. Then, a palm slammed down toward that world. With a boom, everything was destroyed by the palm. However, when the palm was retracted, a formation slowly floated out. Only the formation was unaffected. Get the formation disc, the Yin-Yang Grand Sage shouted. At this moment, the two great saints on their side leaped into the air, intending to snatch the formation. However, no one from the Sun Palace stopped them. Instead, they looked at the two great saints with pity. The Yin-Yang Grand Sage also seemed to realize something. He hastily shouted, "Be careful." Unfortunately, it was still too late. When the two of them touched the disc array instantly swallowed them both. Not even the bones were left. It was swallowed up without a trace. This is a formation disc left behind by our founding ancestor. It's not something you can take away. A great sage snorted coldly. The Radiant Saint King took the disc and activated it immediately. In an instant, the formation plate dissipated and turned into a mysterious force that merged into the void. This mysterious energy rippled out, and no one could avoid it. They were all enveloped within. They were all experts, so they could sense the changes in their surroundings. However, under this mysterious power, some people felt that their bodies were undergoing subtle changes, but they couldn't sense anything specific. This really surprised them. The Radiant Saint King's expression was solemn as he muttered something. Then, he shouted. He pointed his finger at the sky. With him as the center, a golden spring appeared in the surroundings, enveloping everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. Within this spring, countless lines began to intertwine and intertwine, intertwining continuously. No matter how these lines changed, no matter how they intersected, they converged in the four directions of east, west, north, and south. I'll be the eye of the formation. As long as the formation exists, I'll live. If I die, I'll die. Guard the north, the radiant Saint King shouted. In an instant, the lines in the north began to glow, completely surrounding him. Everyone, guard the south for me. The radiant Saint King pointed with his right hand. On the south side of the formation, there was also an inner circle. The dozen or so great saints of the Sun Palace all leaped into the air and landed in the golden circle. As for the east, the radiant Saint King looked at Su Zimo. The east will be handed over to Child Su. Upon hearing this, it was immediately opposed by the crowd. Home Master, how can we give such an important position to an outsider? Yeah, and we have a dozen or so great saints to guard one direction. Can he do it alone? The formation is very important. No one can be careless. Hearing the voices in the surroundings, it was enough to imagine the radiant Saint King's trust in Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not explain. Instead, the radiant Saint King asked, since you're all objecting, who will go, can you guard this place for me 100%? As soon as this was said, the people who were originally arguing also fell silent. No one dared to say 100%. Then does he dare to say 100%? Someone mumbled. I dare, Su Zimo replied indifferently. He leaped into the air and arrived at the golden circle in the east. Currently, the radiant Saint King could only trust Su Zimo. There were no other good candidates. Then who will guard the west? Someone asked curiously. There's no need to guard the west. That's the land of destruction, the place where power is released, the radiant Saint King said with a smile. Of course it's for the Sun Moon God. As soon as he finished speaking, a circle of light appeared around the Sun Moon God. No matter how the Sun Moon God moved, it could not jump out of the circle of light. It was very surprising. Everyone, don't move. Watch me attract the rules of the sun, the radiant Saint King shouted. He pointed his right hand at the sky again. One by one, the marks that had been formed long ago soared into the sky. At the same time, the sun in the sky seemed to be attracted by something. The power of the sun merged perfectly with the formation. It should be known that this was a real sun. It was the sun of the 9 regions. It was not an artificial sun. The power of this sun was enough to incinerate any living thing. The Sun Moon God seemed to feel threatened. It began to destroy the formation. Every time it attacked, the formation would shake for a long time. However, at this moment, the formation had been activated. An endless stream of rules of the sun fell from the sun in the sky. This formation was extremely heaven-defying. It could forcefully steal the power of rules from the sun. The Sun Moon God roared. On the side, the Yin-Yang Great Sage saw where the radiant Saint King and Su Zimo were standing. He hurriedly said, the 3 of them are the formation. Kill the 3 of them. As long as we kill one, we can break the formation. As he spoke, the powerful power of Yin and Yang surged. It attacked the radiant Saint King. However, when his attack landed on the radiant Saint King, it hit empty air. It was as if the 2 of them were not on the same plane. It's useless, the radiant Saint King said as he shook his head. I'm the formation. You can't kill me. As long as the formation is not destroyed, I will not die, the Holy King replied. The Yin-Yang Grand Sage attacked a few more times and found that it was useless. He understood. He could not kill the Holy King without destroying the formation. He then glanced at the dozen or so great sages and Su Zimo. Then, he attacked with a Yin-Yang slash. With a loud boom, the place where the dozen or so great sages had been standing exploded. The Yin-Yang Grand Sage's eyes lit up. He understood that this formation was using the power of the laws of the sun to refine the Sun Moon God. The eye of the formation needed 3 people to guard it. The Holy King was the main eye of the formation, so he could not be attacked. As for the place where Su Zimo and the other great sages were guarding, it was the secondary eye of the formation and could be attacked. Suzimo's eyes narrowed. He looked at the golden circle in front of him. Unexpectedly, a sun was slowly rising. This small sun was what he needed to guard. The Yin Grand Sage beside him shouted. He shouted, "Destroy these two secondary eye of the formation and we can save the ancestor." Yes, the great sages all shouted. Suzimo felt that he had some kind of connection with the small sun. The two seemed to have merged into one. If he died, the small sun would also cease to exist. But if he was here, the small sun would be intact. Suzimo knew that this was the effect of the formation. Somehow, he connected himself to the sun that he was guarding. And Suzimo also felt that the power of the formation was flowing into his body. This formation was not bad. Not only did it let him guard it, but it also provided him with endless power. Suzimo felt that the power was shocking, as if it was going to exceed the limits of his body. And this power had a burning sensation, which should have been forcefully taken from the sun. Suzimo's body was burning, and he only wanted to fight. It was as if only a big battle could relieve the irritation in his heart. This formation is interesting. If it continues, I'm afraid it will turn the Guardian into a fighting machine. He muttered to himself. However, Suzimo did not stop him. Instead, he let nature take its course. The reason for that was because he knew that the current him was going to experience a great battle. He had to be filled with fighting spirit. At the place where the two secondary formation cores were located. On one side were a dozen great sages, while on the other side was Suzimo. Even a fool would know what to choose. Therefore, at this moment, countless people took the initiative to attack Suzimo. Suzimo snorted coldly. As the saying goes, one's life is in the hands of a white blade, and one's life is in the mortal world. With the tyrannical shadow in hand, he stepped into the sky. Fire Xianxia spewed out thick flames that burned the heavens and earth. It incinerated the entire sky, drowning the endless sky. There was no place for Suzimo to hide. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins. Suzimo did not even think about hiding, as he slashed out with his saber. The vast sky was split into two. With a boom, the sea of fire was torn apart, and Suzimo's figure rushed out of the sea of fire. He directly kicked Fire Xianxia's body. Unexpectedly, Fire Xianxia was already prepared. Behind him, a flaming monster ran out wildly. This flaming monster swallowed Suzimo in one gulp. Get lost, Suzimo snorted coldly. His tyrannical shadow was directly stuck in the flaming monster's mouth, making it unable to close its mouth. Therefore, he punched out and directly blew up the flaming monster. Sword of heaven, earth, and man. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly echoed in the void. There was only a boom. Before Suzimo had time to look up, a sword intent had already swept through the void. It shattered space and time for thousands of miles, and the sword intent was like the sea of hell. It directly slashed Suzimo's chest. A deep sword mark was left on Suzimo's chest. On the other side, the Xianxia Supreme Sage appeared. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, and a circular formation appeared in front of him. In the formation, a torrent rushed out and directly hit Suzimo. However, it seemed that it was not safe. The other Violent Thunder Supreme Sage of the Sun Moon sect also made his move. He held the thunder hammer in his hand and pointed it at the sky. Suddenly, endless lightning began to flicker in the sky and shuttled back and forth. When the thunder was rampaging, the Violent Thunder Supreme Sage roared angrily. 10,000 Thunder Heaven Attraction. In an instant, all the thunder seemed to have found a vent, and turned into a torrent of thunder, exploding in the void. It hit Suzimo's body. With Suzimo as the center, an endless stream of power was exploding. The tear in the void never recovered. The absolute attacks of several supreme sages, which made the audience below discuss. I'm afraid he won't survive. Even a supreme sage would be seriously injured by such an attack. What a pity, this young man's strength is not bad. Look, there seems to be something wrong in the sky. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and shouted. At the core of the explosion of the supreme sages, strands of black demonic chi began to spread out. The demonic chi grew more and more, and in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the entire sky above. And it wasn't just that. Because the closer it was to Suzimo, the denser the demonic chi became. It was as if it was about to materialize, as if a peerless demon king had been born. Finally, as the aftermath of the explosion settled down, Suzimo's figure became clearer and clearer. You seem to have found the wrong person. If you had attacked the dozen or so supreme sages of the Sun Palace, you might have had a chance to break the formation I. But today, you attacked me. I alone am enough to bury all of you. Suzimo slowly raised his head, and demonic chi spewed out of his eyes. Purple patterns spread down his body. He activated the demon body of purgatory. His body seemed to have broken through a shackle, and the power that was originally poured into his body by the formation had reached a limit. Now, this power surged again. It seemed to be endless. And Suzimo's body was like a bottomless pit that could keep absorbing power. Suzimo waved his right hand. He directly pulled the ancient tree of life out of the divine land and planted it in the void in front of him. He would have endless combat power, and he would also be endlessly healed. After the ancient tree of life fused with the tree given to him by the wood god Gomong, it had now reached a higher level. The power of life was unparalleled in this world. Its branches and leaves covered the sky and connected the entire sky. And its roots also connected the sky and the earth. Suzimo's body was surrounded by demonic chi, and he took the lead to attack the supreme sages. He came in front of Fire King Sidu. He shattered the other party's fire shield with a punch. He punched the other party's face. Fire King Sidu screamed, and his face seemed to be deformed. Suzimo once again stepped into the air and turned around. He came in front of the three supreme sages of heaven, earth, and human. In a battle of swords and sabers, my tyrannical shadow has never lost before. The tyrannical shadow slashed down and collided with the three swords at the same time. On the tyrannical shadow, the demonic chi transformed into ferocious faces. The demonic chi roared continuously. On the other hand, the three swords of heaven, earth, and man were full of Tao. The three swords of heaven, earth, and man were nurtured by heaven and earth. They were extremely rare treasured swords. The three swords were taken by these three people. Individually, they might not be very powerful. However, when the three swords were gathered together, they had the power to pierce through heaven and earth. The figures of the three people were in a stalemate. The demonic chi around Suzimo surged more and more. According to normal operations, the 10 great divine techniques were activated. There was the heaven-shaking giant, the lawful embodiment of heaven and earth, the celestial demon visualization method, and the heavenly gate of 3 lives. Boom boom boom, explosions sounded continuously. The more Suzimo fought, the fiercer and stronger he became. The tyrannical shadow's aura became more and more explosive. Finally, there was a boom. The 3 sages of heaven, earth, and man were sent flying. Suzimo turned and found the Xianxia Grand Sage's position again. However, the Xianxia Grand Sage was also very powerful. His figure was erratic as he shuttled back and forth in the void. The so-called Xianxia was something that was born on the day when heaven and earth were enlightened. The Xianxia Grand Sage's original form was a spacetime flower. It was a plant that was just born. Therefore, his compatibility with heaven and earth was very high. In addition, the Xianxia Grand Sage cultivated the way of spacetime. Therefore, in terms of speed and hiding, no one could surpass him. The Xianxia Grand Sage kept hiding in the void, changing his position. Suzimo could not attack him. In front of his eyes, torrents flew out from the mark. They attacked Suzimo. Suzimo snorted coldly. Samsara's eye opened. The powerful Samsara's power reversed everything. Even the void was sealed. In Samsara's eye, Suzimo's eyes were still mixed with thick demonic chi. At this moment, nothing could be hidden. Under Samsara's eye, the void where the Xianxia Grand Sage was started to distort. The void was like a spider web. Twisted and crumpled. The great sage of the apocalypse was at the center of the distortion, and the space for him to move became smaller and smaller. Finally, he was bound by the spatial distortion and was unable to move. Little ant, run. Suzimo pierced through the Xianxia Grand Sage's abdomen and dug out his organs. Then, Suzimo looked at the Wild Thunder Supreme Sage. This guy is too ferocious, someone below said. He's not just ferocious. So many great sages from the Sun Moon sect are no match for him alone. Don't be anxious. Just keep watching. Maybe there will be some changes later. The Wild Thunder Grand Sage roared. He turned into a thunderbolt and roared furiously. Countless thunderbolts raged in the void, striking towards Suzimo continuously. These were all lightning laws. The Violent Thunder Supreme Sage was also a madman. Back when he was cultivating, he had treated thunder and lightning as his own soul. The lightning reflected the divine soul. Purple light flickered in the void. Suzimo saw this and his eyes narrowed. 10 demon styles, the Yang demon style. The Tao protector. The so-called Yang demon was like the blazing sun. Like the sun, it could illuminate all things. Demons, on the other hand, could swallow all things. At this moment, with the demonic chi behind Suzimo, a golden demon rose from the ground. It was different from the black of the demonic chi. This demon's body was like the scorching sun, with a scorching aura. The demon opened its mouth. It was as if it was going to swallow all the thunderbolts. The thunderbolts dissipated bit by bit. The Wild Thunder Supreme Sage was forced to show himself. If he did not show himself, he would have been swallowed by the Yang demon. The moment he showed himself, Suzimo traveled through time and space and grabbed his hands. He tore them apart. The Wild Thunder Supreme Sage was also a tough guy. He forced himself not to scream. After losing both of his arms, he hurriedly retreated. Although the battle just now seemed long, it was actually only a few minutes. In a few minutes, these Supreme Sages were already seriously injured. Suzimo stood in the sky, his demonic chi enveloping everything. Wherever he looked, no one dared to look at him. There's such a great demon in this era. No wonder the Holy Court is in a hurry to kill you, the Yang demon great sage said. Suzimo slowly turned his head. Do you want to try too? That's what I was thinking, the Yang demon great sage said. He stepped into the air and slapped across the void. The power of yin and yang surged with this slap, like two yin and yang fishes spinning. Within the formation, the Sun-Moon God's power of rules was constantly being consumed. The Yang demon great sage naturally did not want to waste any more time. His slap seemed to have the power to turn the world upside down. Suzimo also shouted. Their palms collided. With a boom sound, Suzimo was sent flying. No wonder Suzimo underestimated his opponent. The main thing was that the Yang demon great sage was different from other supreme sages. Putting aside the power of a sage king, he had been an expert for many years. He was already a powerhouse who had accumulated strength for many years. In the entire Sun-Moon sect, there was probably no one who could match him aside from the Sun-Moon God. He was once known as the expert with the highest chance of reaching the fruit of Tao. Even though that hope had now been shattered. The Yang demon great sage's foundation was the strongest. With just one exchange of blows, Suzimo already felt a great sense of oppression. Again, Suzimo shouted. He let out a low roar. It had been a long time since he had fought to his heart's content. The so-called enlightenment. It was not just about finding a quiet place to sit cross-legged and comprehend. In fact, it was about meeting all the heroes in the world and comprehending through battle. To observe other people's Tao and light up one's own. His demonic chi surged as he fought the Yang demon great sage. In the beginning, Suzimo was no match at all. Every time they fought, he was beaten black and blue. But gradually, the Yang demon great sage also noticed. Suzimo was adapting to his rhythm, and he was getting stronger and stronger. Most importantly, he could not kill Suzimo. The tree of life behind him seemed to be indestructible. It constantly healed Suzimo. His body was filled with rich life force. The Yang demon great sage became more and more impatient. He frowned slightly. He abandoned Suzimo and attacked the tree of life. But unfortunately, he was wrong. If it was the previous tree of life, it could indeed be destroyed. But after Gomong's support, it was now very difficult to destroy the tree of life. At least, the Yang demon great sage could not. No matter what, he had to be a fruit of Tao expert. The power of yin and yang hit the tree of life. Apart from shaking the tree of life a little, it did not affect it at all. The Yang demon great sage snorted. He exchanged a palm with Suzimo, who was following him, and then pulled away. Today, I will use my great yin-yang art to completely end you, demon, the young demon great sage shouted. Great yin-yang art. Hearing this name, the holy king hurriedly reminded, be careful of his great yin-yang art. It's on par with our great light art. One represents the past, the other the future. Yin and yang, the past and the future. When cultivated to the extreme, it can even change a person's yin and yang fate. Speaking of the past and the future, it reminds me of something, Suzimo replied calmly. The yin-yang grand sage snorted. Light, you should take care of yourself. If this formation is destroyed, our ancestor, the sun-moon god, will also destroy everything. The holy king didn't say anything. He only reminded Suzimo to be careful. Suzimo recalled that among his 10 great divine techniques, one of them was a 3-part sutra. They were the Tathagata Sutra of the present, the Maitreya Sutra of the past, and the Lifeless Sutra of the future. This technique didn't just talk about the future and the past, it also talked about the present. Opposite him, the yin-yang grand sage had already begun to move. Around him, 2 forces, one yin and one yang, constantly burst forth. Under these 2 forces, heaven and earth were split into 2 halves. Then, yin and yang intertwined and began to rotate. The area covered by yin and yang wasn't large. It was only the size of the yin-yang grand sage's palm. But such a small amount of yin and yang was the core of the entire world. As the yin and yang forces rotated, the entire world began to rotate. The distorted heaven and earth directly enveloped Suzimo. Even his distorted figure was enveloped within and then swallowed. Look at your past. Kill your past and your present will also die. The yin-yang grand sage shouted coldly. This was the power of the great yin-yang art. If one couldn't easily kill the present you, then one could go back to the past and find when you were weak. Then one could erase your past. The past was already dead. How could the present still exist? Suzimo felt his body traveling through time and space. This traveling wasn't from one world to another. It was from the present to the future. To the place of the past. Suzimo knew that the great yin-yang art was obviously different from his 3 sutras. And he also wanted to see what he was like in the past. So he didn't stop it. After a long time, Suzimo's figure finally came to a stop. The penetrating power in the surroundings also slowly weakened. Suzimo's vision also became clear. However, Suzimo also discovered that he couldn't move his body. He could only look at everything in front of him. The yin-yang grand sage appeared beside him. Stop struggling, you can't do anything. I could only watch as you, whom I killed, disappeared from this world. He looked at the yin-yang grand sage. At this moment, he had arrived in the world of the past. This was a plain. It could be seen that the world in front of him seemed to be very ancient. There were barren rivers, wreckage, and yellow sand. There was also the earth-shaking roar in the distance. Looking at the horizon, one could clearly see that a great battle was taking place not far away. The scale of this battle was extremely huge. Both sides had millions of soldiers. Millions of people spread across this vast and boundless plain, looking down from the sky. Even if there were millions of ants, it would still be a spectacular sight. Roars, screams, and explosions of war rang out continuously in the area. Even the yin-yang grand sage was shocked. He had never seen a battle of such scale in his life. Even when the Sun Temple and the Sun Moon sect fought, the scale was not even 1% of this. What is this place? The yin-yang grand sage asked in shock. Didn't you want to kill my past? Perhaps this is my past, Suzimo said. The yin-yang grand sage didn't speak. Because the battle in front of him had no time to think. Countless great saint-level experts were fighting in the void. There really were countless great saints. He looked at the densely packed great saints in the sky. He had never seen so many great saints. He carefully identified them. One side was the devil race, while the other side was an extremely ancient race. They were called the far ancient royal race. Many people didn't know about the far ancient royal race, but those who knew about the history of the 9 zones knew. In the long, long history of the 9 zones. First, the 9 great ancient gods chased after the most barbaric time. Then came the far ancient era. It was a land that only existed in legends. All sorts of ancient sacred spirits coexisted. Countless experts. It was the most vast and powerful era. And the far ancient royal race was the only true god of the far ancient era. They ruled this era. Countless years passed. Countless years passed. But according to records, after the far ancient era ended, the far ancient royal race became extinct. At this moment, the battle between the far ancient royal race and the demons was still ongoing. The two races had victories and defeats. They seemed to be evenly matched. The Yin-Yang Grand Sage watched with unblinking eyes. Legend has it that the demons ended the far ancient era. Now it seems that the far ancient royal race perished at the hands of the demons, the Yin-Yang Grand Sage muttered to himself. At this moment, the Yin-Yang Grand Sage saw a figure emerge from the demon army. Dressed in battle robes and wielding a heaven-piercing lance, a man walked out. This man was accompanied by 4 Dharma protectors. And these 4 Dharma protectors were all Tao fruit experts. It was enough to imagine how powerful the demons were in the past. The man in battle robes sat on the throne, seemingly dissatisfied with the battle before him. He waved his hand. Only a boom sound was heard. In an instant, demonic chi overflowed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the million far ancient royal race members were wiped out. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, and blood flowed like a sea. A Dharma protector held the demon ranking and shouted coldly, "Wherever the demon ranking passes, it is as if the Lord has personally arrived. Wherever the Lord's gaze passes, those who do not submit will end up like the far ancient royal race today." As soon as he finished speaking, a resentful voice sounded from the depths of the far ancient royal race. "You demons deserve to die." A far ancient royal race elder stepped through the air, tearing through the void. A powerful Tao fruit aura reverberated around the old man. When he stepped through the air, because his aura was so powerful, the void emitted crackling sounds. The elder struck out with his palm. His palm seemed to contain an entire world. It was as if he was holding the speed of China. A powerful pressure assaulted. Before the man on the throne could do anything, one of the Dharma protectors beside him had already attacked. He directly met the elder's palm. A powerful force reverberated between the two of them. Rumble. The sky kept exploding. The battle between these 2 Tao fruit experts was not a small-scale explosion. Instead, it was the sound of an entire sky exploding. It almost affected the entire plane. "Feng, step back." The demon lord's voice suddenly came from the throne. The guardian who was fighting with the far ancient royal elder hurriedly stepped back. The demon lord raised his head and looked at the elder in front of him. The elder charged at him furiously. His murderous aura was like a rainbow, as if it was going to overturn the entire sky. The elder's power was increasing rapidly. However, when he reached the demon lord, all his aura stopped abruptly. The demon lord stretched out his hand and grabbed the elder's neck. He lifted the elder up and looked at him indifferently. "Old man 10 heavens, your era is over. You deserve to die." The elder struggled. "Everyone will die, and I've never avoided my own death. However, death to me is just a path that I have to take in life, not the end of life." The demon lord looked at the distant horizon. "Perhaps my entire life is between life and death. Samsara is immortal." As his voice fell, he did not hesitate and stabbed the sky-soaring lance into the elder's abdomen. The sky-soaring lance emitted a powerful force that swallowed the elder. After doing all this, the demon lord calmly sat on the throne. The far ancient royal family, who had flourished for countless eras, had finally lost their power. What followed them was destruction. "Didn't you want to kill my past?" Su Zimo laughed. "Go, he's sitting there. I have faith in you." The Yin-Yang Grand Sage was scared out of his wits. Because in the next moment, the demon lord's gaze slowly turned to him and landed on him. The demon lord did not speak, but the pressure was enough to make the Yin-Yang Grand Sage collapse. "Oh? You have the power of time. You're an elder from the future." The Yin-Yang Grand Sage roared and activated his great Yin-Yang technique. He did not want to kill anyone now. He only wanted to escape from this world. Because this world was too terrifying. However, the demon lord waved his right hand and the distorted world created by his great yin-yang technique was instantly stopped. The yin-yang grand sage looked at this scene in horror. He felt that his yin-yang technique was like a baby who had just learned to walk in front of the demon lord. However, what surprised the yin-yang grand sage was that the demon lord walked over step by step and completely ignored him. It was as if an ant like him wasn't even worthy of a glance. Step by step, the demon lord approached Suzimo. Their gazes seemed to be separated by thousands of years, and they were looking at each other in two different spacetimes. "You're here." The Devil Master was the first to speak. "It was just an accident, but it was a wonderful meeting," Suzimo said with a smile. "I hope that you won't follow in the footsteps of the past and truly find the end of everything and put an end to it." The Demon Lord smiled. He waved his right hand again. He looked at the yin-yang grand sage. At this moment, the distorted void in front of him began to change. "I'll bring you to the yin-yang grand sage's past. You can kill him easily. I hope that one day, when we meet again, we can fulfill the dreams of generations of devils." In the end, Suzimo had no power to resist. He was once again swallowed by the distorted space. When he appeared, Suzimo found that he had actually returned to the Sun Palace. No, not the current Sun Palace. It was tens of millions of years ago, before the war between the Sun Moon sect and the Sun Palace took place. Suzimo appeared here. It came from the yin-yang grand sage's memories. This was his past timeline. Finally, Suzimo saw a little boy skipping over from not far away. The little boy carried a yin-yang disc on his back, and a thick yin-yang aura surged around him. When the little boy came over, he also saw Suzimo. "You're the yin-yang grand sage?" Suzimo asked. "Master gave me the name yin-yang, but what's a grand sage?" The little boy asked. "I forgot that you haven't become a sage yet," Suzimo said with a smile. He directly grabbed the little boy. Under the little boy's terrified gaze, Suzimo banished him into the void. The distorted void directly strangled the yin-yang grand sage's past. And Suzimo's figure once again traveled back and forth. This time, he finally returned to his own timeline. At this moment, Suzimo looked at the yin-yang grand sage in front of him. Accompanied by the distortion of the yin-yang technique, the yin-yang grand sage's figure started to dissipate bit by bit from his feet. What did you do?" The yin-yang grand sage shouted in horror. "Just like you, I destroyed your past," Suzimo said with a smile. Hearing this, the yin-yang grand sage was extremely shocked. You're a demon king. Didn't you want to see my past?" Suzimo said with a smile. "What? Now you know fear?" The yin-yang grand sage struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, he was helpless. Without a past, how could there be a present? Doing this was erasing a person's fate in the long river of time. Only a true expert could do this. Even Suzimo, even with the 3 sutras, could only peek into the future and guide his future body. He couldn't travel to the future as he wished. Only an expert at the level of the Devil Lord could travel to the past as he wished. And the yin-yang grand sage had cultivated the power of yin and yang since he was young, and had been silent for thousands of years. That was why he had such strength. But every time he traveled to the future, the damage to him couldn't be healed. The death of the yin-yang grand sage was a heavy blow to the Sun Moon sect. Almost all the great sages attacked Suzimo crazily. And Suzimo wasn't afraid at all. Demonic chi surged around him, and a powerful force surged in the void. Looking at the figures that were charging towards him, Suzimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand, and his saber will swept across. The following battle was almost a battle to the death. He slashed his opponent, and his opponent punched him in return. Blood flowed from every slash, and every punch hit flesh. The great sages fought fiercely. At this moment, there wasn't a single part of their bodies that wasn't injured. And Suzimo was the same. His flesh was badly mangled, even though the tree of life was constantly healing him. But his injuries were still serious. But Suzimo was laughing loudly, as if he was enjoying the battle. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions continued to ring out. Again, Suzimo roared. And some of the great sages were already afraid. They weren't afraid of Suzimo, but they felt that if this continued, Even if the sun-moon god was killed by the array, they still couldn't kill Suzimo. This kind of battle was futile. But Suzimo was like a madman, and he actually took the initiative to attack. Sect leader, think of something, a great sage laughed. Wang Yangming's body, which had been devoured, appeared in the void. But at this moment, he was in the state of a divine soul. His physical body was long gone. Wang Yangming looked at Laozu's death, and he was also very angry. He looked at the sky and roared, "Holy Court, if you don't make a move, we will leave." So we retreated. It was understandable that Wang Yangming was furious. It should be known that the Sun-Moon sect had cultivated for tens of millions of years with the hard work of countless people. Thanks to the efforts of countless people, they were able to reach such a scale. They had the strength to fight against the Sun Palace. One could imagine how difficult it had been for them to live in darkness for tens of millions of years. And now, their strongest, Laozu, had died in battle. As for their ancestor, the Sun-Moon god, he was now trapped by the array formation and could be destroyed at any time. How could Wang Yangming not be furious? The Holy Court, who had originally joined forces with them, was nowhere to be seen. Wang Yangming was also furious. At most, he would retreat and continue to cultivate. It seemed to have sensed the Sun-Moon sect's angry roar. The originally quiet sky was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning, and the spiritual energy was like a sea. Boom boom boom, the sound of thunder continued to resound. Suzimo raised his head to look, only to see a huge hand grabbing towards him. This huge hand was not a fake Dao fruit powerhouse like the Sun-Moon god. It was the power of laws flowing on it. The suppressive aura that erupted from it revealed that the owner of this huge hand was a true Dao fruit powerhouse. It pierced through the void and even blocked the sun. It was as if this huge hand was the focus of everything in this world. Everyone's gaze was involuntarily attracted, seeing the huge hand grabbing at Suzimo. In the depths of the Sun Palace, a huge hand also stretched out. The aura of this huge hand was even stronger. And it was also a Dao fruit powerhouse. In one day, so many Dao fruit powerhouses had appeared. One had to know that these were Dao fruit powerhouses that only appeared once in 1,000 years. Usually, powerhouses of this level would not appear easily. Now, everyone's horizons had been broadened. The two huge hands that appeared at the same time collided. Under this power, everyone felt that they were incomparably small, like ants. They were being toyed with. The sound of the explosion sent the surrounding large hands flying, and Suzimo was no exception. At this moment, the figure in the depths of the Sun Palace began to speak. "Immortal Master, don't be so anxious. This is not a battle between us." Hearing this, the people of the Sun Palace were excited. "It's the primogenitor. Our primogenitor has appeared. Doesn't that mean we'll definitely win?" "That's right. Once the primogenitor is born, he's already invincible. Don't be happy so early. Didn't the Holy Court participate? That huge hand just now means that they also have a Dao fruit expert. It's the Immortal Master, the leader of the Weaver Immortal sect. It's said that he's the disciple of the Divine Ancestor." Someone muttered to himself. The Holy Court was too mysterious. Everyone only knew that he was in the Calamity Immortal domain, but no one knew his exact location. Therefore, people's understanding of the Holy Hall was very limited. He ignored the discussions of the crowd. The two tentative hands represented two Dao fruit experts. One of them was Sun Hall's primogenitor, Ho Zhu. The other was the celestial lord of the Holy Court. The two of them did not reveal their true bodies. After probing for a while, they did not appear again. The Immortal Master's voice sounded from the Holy Court. This voice was somewhat ethereal, as if it was neither male nor female. "Huang Zhu, this matter ends here. You want to leave after losing?" Huang Zhu's voice rang out. Neither of them showed their faces. They were just talking. However, everyone understood that their fates were in the conversation between the two of them. This was the world of the strong. "We didn't lose. It's just that the Sun-Moon sect is too useless. They have the Yin-Yang Great Sage and the Sun-Moon God, but they still lost," the Immortal Master replied. His voice was emotionless, and no one could tell what he was feeling. "So?" Huang Zhu said coldly. Since you lost, you have to pay the price. Do you really want to start a war with the Holy Court? I don't want to, but your Holy Court has crossed the line. Huang Zhu's voice fell. He waved his hand. He directly grabbed at the void. The void was torn apart by the huge hand. Only then did everyone discover that there was a ship docked inside. It was a ship hidden in the void, with several Saint Auras on it. Based on the ship overflowing with immortal chi, everyone understood that it was the Holy Court's ship. The huge hand grabbed at the immortal ship. Suddenly, several powerful Saint Auras erupted from the ship. What are you doing? The great sage on the ship was furious. They were the Holy Court, sacred and inviolable. They had always been the ones looking for trouble with others, and no one dared to provoke them. Run, it's a terrifying expert. They seemed to have sensed the insufferably arrogant aura in Huang Zhu's hand. It could suppress everything. The immortal ship directly erupted, tearing through the void and shuttling away, trying to escape. But unfortunately, under the huge hand, the immortal ship was like a monkey in the palm of the Buddha. No matter how much it flipped, it was useless. Because when the huge hand fell, everything was too late. The immortal ship was refined. The great sages on it only struggled for a moment before they were directly crushed to death. They were easily crushed to death. Their divine souls and life and death souls were directly wiped out. They didn't even have the chance to go to the nether realm. On the Holy Court's side, the immortal master saw the scene and didn't stop it. He watched as the immortal ship and several great sages sank. He knew that this was the price. The Holy Court paid a small price and then ended this matter. The Holy Court didn't want to start a war, and the Sun Palace didn't want to start a war either. So this was tacit agreement. At this moment, the immortal master spoke again. The matter between us and the Sun Palace is over. The Sun Moon sect has been lured out by you, and the Sun Palace can also be dealt with at any time. From now on, the Blazing Fire Domain's overlord status will be unshakable. In a way, you should thank me. And then? Huang Zhu asked indifferently. Do you think I don't know about the Sun Moon sect? Otherwise, why would I leave this array formation? I just wanted to give the Sun Moon sect a chance to live a stable life. Unfortunately, someone didn't cherish it. Why did he have to step into the sea of fire? Holy Court, didn't we agree to cooperate? What do you mean now? Wang Yangming hurriedly shouted at this moment, sensing that something was wrong. Idiot, cooperation is built on the basis of equality. The Yin-Yang great sage of your Sun Moon sect is dead. The Sun Moon God is about to disappear. What do you have to cooperate with me? The immortal master snorted coldly, his voice like thunder. It shook Wang Yangming so much that blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He couldn't stand steadily and almost fell down. You. He pointed at the sky, unable to say a word. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. At this point, Wang Yangming finally understood. From the beginning to the end, the other party had been scheming against them, taking advantage of the Sun Moon sect's desire for revenge. They worked hard for the Holy Court. But now, the Holy Court no longer cared about a small figure like him. The Immortal Master continued, since our matter is over. I don't think you'll care what I do next. I want to take him away, the Immortal Master said. A powerful aura directly locked onto Suzimo. That's right, their first target had always been Suzimo. And plotting against the Sun Palace was just a matter of convenience for the Sun Moon sect. Suzimo was definitely a huge problem for the Holy Court. It was more serious than any other person or faction. Therefore, they would rather put down the matter of the Sun Palace and take Suzimo away. Suzimo frowned slightly. He knew that with his current strength, he was not strong enough to fight against the Holy Court. Or a Dao fruit expert. But if he was really forced into a corner, Suzimo didn't mind using the power left behind by the previous Demon Master. At that time, it didn't matter if it was the Immortal Master or a Dao fruit expert. It was just a matter of a hand. But Suzimo also knew that the more he used, the less power he would have. It was used to save his life. Unless his life was in danger, he wouldn't use it. Hearing the Immortal Master's words, Xianxia sneered. He looked at Suzimo and said with a smile, Demon Master, how about we make a deal? I know what deal you want to make, Suzimo said. But I won't do it. Suzimo shook his head. Actually, he could. Guess it. He had the myriad water stream, and the Sun Palace must urgently need it. Moreover, he also had a few flames from the fire tribe. Xianxu's deal was nothing more than to protect himself and use these things to save his life. Suzimo had planned for so long. Naturally, he couldn't let all his previous efforts go to waste because of the appearance of an immortal master. He looked at the sky. The immortal master who was hiding in the void and suppressing the world. He smiled and said, I know you're very strong, but do you really think you can take me away? If you provoke me, I'll just lose some things today and bury you. I just don't know if that old man, the divine ancestor, is here. Hearing Suzimo's words, the immortal master snorted coldly. He seemed to be very angry at Suzimo's words. When Xianxu heard this, he also chuckled and said, Demon Master, although you said so, it's true. But I will still protect you. After all, we can't allow the myriad aqua stream to fall into the hands of the Holy Court. I would rather deal with you than with them. But if the two of you fight, it should be pretty good. Huangzhu's gloating voice could be heard. Suzimo and the immortal master snorted at the same time. Immortal master, what do you say? Xianxu asked. Fight or scram? Make your choice. Huangzhu, since you're here today, I'll give you face, the immortal master said. He then looked at Suzimo. Demon master, your end will always be death. No matter how hard you struggle, it's useless. I don't care about death. Suzimo smiled. I remember what someone said just now. Death is just a stop in my life, but it is not the end. Life and death, samsara is immortal. Death will only allow more people to shine brightly. The immortal master snorted coldly, and then his figure gradually disappeared. The suppressive aura that lingered around everyone also slowly disappeared. Just now, although the immortal master didn't target anyone else, his aura had been suppressing everyone. Suzimo looked up at the sky. In the end, he snorted coldly. On the other side, Xianxu finally looked at the sun-moon god trapped in the array. He sighed softly. You're already dead. It's time for you to be at peace. He waved his right hand. Waves of power of law permeated the air. This power of law wrapped around the sun-moon god's body. It seemed to constantly erase the sun-moon god's evil aura. The sun-moon god kept roaring at this moment. Although it had no consciousness, the hatred between it and Xianxu spanned tens of thousands of years. But it still existed. The sun-moon god broke free from Xianxu's power of law. It madly charged toward Xianxu. Xianxu sighed softly. Since you want to fight, then go to outer space. It's also the end of your life. Started by me, and also because of me. After Xianxu finished speaking, he waved his right hand. The distorted void swept the two of them away. And the Holy King of Light was also freed because of this. He looked at the people around him and said with a smile, Everyone, today's matter has frightened you. But I still hope that today's matter won't spread. It has nothing to do with you. Holy King, when can we leave? Someone asked. After all, they were still concerned about their own safety. You can leave at any time, but the Sun Palace is holding a banquet. It's to make up for the fright you've suffered this time, the Holy King of Light said with a smile. You can choose to leave, or you can choose to stay. We won't stop you. Hearing this, some people wanted to leave. But some people realized that this was an opportunity to be on good terms with the Sun Palace. After calming everyone down, the Holy King of Light went to Suzimo. Child Su, our ancestor will be back very soon. He asked me to invite you to the Sun Palace to rest first. Don't worry, I won't run, Suzimo replied. If I don't take advantage of the Sun Palace, I'll be ashamed. I've let myself down. The Holy King of Light smiled embarrassedly. Although he had guessed Suzimo's identity, he vaguely knew a little. But now it seemed that what he knew was only the tip of the iceberg. He regarded Suzimo as an important figure like the ancestor, so he couldn't say much. This matter could only be discussed with the ancestor. Suzimo was invited into the Sun Palace. This time it could be said that he was treated like an ancestor. Previously, the Sun Palace was destroyed by the Sun Moon God. But a treasure like the Sun Palace could repair itself. As long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it could be repaired. Su Zimo sat in a courtyard of the Sun Palace. At the door were two maids who served him. Their beauty was top-notch. Not long after, in the pavilion next to Su Zimo, the void was torn apart. And Ho Zhu's figure had already appeared. Ho Zhu sat on a chair. He was a middle-aged man in a black robe. The black robe was very long, draping over the air. And the middle-aged man's black hair was like ink. As for his face, there were black lines all over his body. These black lines seemed to be some kind of ancient rune. It revealed an obscure and incomprehensible concept. Apart from that, the middle-aged man had already returned to his original state. He looked like an ordinary person, ordinary and mysterious. Several auras appeared on this person at the same time. "It's really not easy to see you," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Well, you've seen me now," Ho Zhu said with a smile. "I was also helpless. It wasn't that I didn't want to show myself, but that a mortal master had his eyes on me. We were secretly competing, neither of us wanting to go out first. But in the end, I won." Seeing that Ho Zhu was smiling, Su Zimo said, "You won. Yours is better. I was the one who killed the Yin Yang Grand Sage." Huang Zhu smiled. "Fiend Lord, from a certain point of view, we should be on the same side. The Holy Court is our common enemy. Even if that's the case, even blood-related brothers have to settle accounts clearly, right?" Su Zimo replied. "If you ask me, if you had destroyed the Holy Court in your era, there wouldn't have been so much trouble." Huang Zhu replied regretfully. "But you clearly had the strength back then, yet you still kept them alive." "The previous Fiend Lord," Su Zimo muttered. The enemy in his eyes was nothing but the villainous heavens. As for the Holy Court, they were just rats struggling at death's door under his control. Would you care about a rat? No, but a rat can spoil a pot of soup, right? Huang Zhu smiled. "Name your price." Su Zimo knew that the price he was talking about was the 10,000 water stream. "You should know that this thing is priceless to the fire race," Su Zimo said. "But it's worthless to you, isn't it?" Huang Zhu said. Neither of them was willing to back down. But Su Zimo wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Huang Zhu, your Spirit Awakener race should still have Spirit Awakener stones, right?" "No problem, I can give it to you," Huang Zhu replied. "Don't worry, it's not over yet," Su Zimo smiled. "I want 10 drops of your true blood." "You're asking for too much." 3 drops at most, nothing more," Huang Zhu said directly. 10 drops of true blood. That was equivalent to 10 million years of cultivation. He had to cultivate for 1,000,000 years to get 1 drop of true blood. Materialized true blood was different from ordinary true blood. He would know this later on. 5 drops, let's both take a step back, Su Zimo smiled. "I'm afraid your initial goal was 5 drops, Huang Zhu snorted. "Same here," Su Zimo waved his hand. "Fine, I agree," Huang Zhu said. "There's more," Su Zimo said. "Don't go too far." Xiao Zhu stood up. He was a little angry. "Huang Zhu, don't put on an act. If you're such a temperamental person, then I'll feel at ease extorting you," Su Zimo said. He did not believe that Huang Zhu would be angry. This fellow was very shrewd. He was afraid that he would continue to raise conditions. "I've already given you enough." Huang Zhu sat down, calmed down, and said. "But it's not enough." Su Zimo shook his head. "If you're not willing to trade, then I'll leave." "What else do you want?" Xianxia asked helplessly. "Above the blazing fire domain is the ultimate heaven domain, right?" Su Zimo asked as he looked at the distant sky. The so-called celestial domain was also one of the 9 domains. However, this was a place ruled by the 10 great clans. Speaking of the 10 great clans. Actually, he had a lot to do with Su Zimo. The 10 great divine techniques he used belonged to these 10 great clans. It was said that in this world, apart from the 10 great clans, very few people knew about these divine techniques. They kept them very well. Su Zimo's 10 great divine techniques were obtained from the ancient heavenly court back in the Yuanyang continent. It was said that the sacred lord of the ancient heavenly court had left them behind. In addition to the 10 great divine techniques, Su Zimo had also obtained a token of the ancient heavenly court. However, after coming to the 9 domains, Su Zimo had never heard of the ancient heavenly court, so he had no use for this token. That's right. Above us is the ultimate heaven domain, Huangzhu said with a smile. As one of the 10 great clans, the Nangua clan should owe your Awakener clan a favor, right? Su Zimo suddenly asked. It's said that Laozu of your Awakener clan saved their Laozu's life. How do you know? Huangzhu asked. Judging from his attitude, this matter should be true. Su Zimo had actually found out by chance. When he had a conversation with the water god Gongtu, he had asked about Huangzhu. Gongtu had come from the era of the ancient gods. He was the ancestor of the fire tribe and was much older than Huangzhu. Gongtu had told him some things. As for those old stories, Su Zimo had also heard some of them. What do you want? Huangzhu asked with a frown. Give me that favor, Su Zimo said with a smile. It seems you're going to the ultimate heaven domain, Huangzhu replied. That's right. With your current strength, I'm afraid you won't need this favor from the Nangua clan. Su Zimo said with a smile, but it's just what I need. It's not a big deal to give you a favor, Huangzhu said. He really didn't need this favor. In any case, compared to the tangible true blood, this favor was not as painful. I heard you're collecting the inheritance of the ancient gods? You investigated me, Su Zimo said. The demon lord has appeared. I'm just interested, Huangzhu replied. You want to enter the banished land, right? That has nothing to do with you, Su Zimo said. It really has nothing to do with me, I just happen to have an ancient god's inheritance here, Huangzhu smiled. He wanted to threaten Su Zimo in return. Su Zimo's gaze became focused as he looked at Huangzhu. Huangzhu continued to smile. I originally wanted to make a deal with you for this inheritance. One less inheritance and you won't be able to enter the banished land, right? What kind of inheritance do you have? Su Zimo asked. Golden deity Shou, Huangzhu replied. Although this ancient god isn't from our fire tribe, I obtained it by chance a long time ago. Who would have thought it would be so useful now? So, what do you want? Su Zimo asked. You know, other than the myriad water stream, I'm not interested in anything else, Huangzhu said. I'll trade this inheritance for your myriad water stream, how about that? Nothing, just take this inheritance. Once I've collected all the other inheritances, I'll take the one in your hands with my own hands, Su Zimo stood up and said. If that's the case, there's no need to talk about it. It's said that the demon lord will never be threatened, Huangzhu smiled. The awakening stone, 5 drops of true blood, a favor from the Nangua clan, and the golden god shows inheritance. These 4 things in exchange for your myriad water stream, as well as the fire source you obtained in the origin grounds. Su Zimo thought about it for a while. In the end, he nodded and agreed. He knew that this was Huangzhu's bottom line. Furthermore, this was something he had already thought of before. Su Zimo trusted Huangzhu. He directly gave the items to Huangzhu. These were originally prepared by the water god for the fire tribe, so they were useless to him. Huangzhu quickly gave the 4 items to Su Zimo. The awakening stone was the most useful item for Su Zimo at his current stage. Because it could help Su Zimo reach the 4th stage of the Great Saint, which was the creation realm. From supreme, origin, eternal, and then creation. For Su Zimo, as long as he stepped into the creation realm, the next step would be the Sage King realm. In fact, under normal circumstances, Su Zimo would still need a few more years if there was no external intervention. No matter how fast he comprehended the Tao, he could only step into the creation realm. But with the Spirit Awakening Stone, Su Zimo could directly step into the creation realm from the eternal realm. It was different from the power of eternal indestructibility. The power of creation grew and multiplied endlessly. Some people said that creation was the creator of nature. The good of creation, the evil of creation. From a certain point of view, creation could create all things, but in the creation realm, it could not do this. Generally, in the creation realm, they could only create some dead things. Su Zimo sat cross-legged and found a very quiet place. In front of him was the Spirit Awakening Stone. This spirit awakening stone was like amber. Inside the transparent surface, there were fingertip-sized words. These words were not written, nor could they be created by humans. They were naturally formed by heaven and earth. This was the spirit awakening stone, also known as the Great Sage Stone. When every powerhouse of the Spirit Awakener clan died, they would condense their lifetime of cultivation and enlightenment. In the end, they would be refined into the Spirit Awakening Stone by heaven and earth. This Spirit Awakening Stone contained their entire life. And Su Zimo could use the Spirit Awakening Stone to comprehend the Tao and finally deduce his realm to the creation realm. He sat cross-legged. The spirit energy in his body was constantly gathering. And every time the spirit energy went berserk, it would undergo a qualitative leap. Su Zimo knew that only when the spirit energy gathered to a certain extent, only then would they be able to open the 11th meridian and step into the creation realm. Of course, this realm was very long. Su Zimo was not in a hurry. Meals needed to be eaten one bite at a time. He could reach the creation realm first. Because the last time he broke through to the eternal realm was not long, Su Zimo was not in a hurry to comprehend the Tao. First, he adjusted his state to the best. It took 3 days in a row for Su Zimo to recover to his best state. Finally, he waved his hand. The Spirit Awakening Stone slowly floated in front of him. The Awakening Spirit Stone began to rotate bit by bit. The layer of spirit crystals on the surface was also falling off, and the might of a great sage emanated from within. Naturally formed words floated in the air. What was important about the text was not its meaning, but its aura. Su Zimo felt that he was lost in thought. It was as if he had entered a special state. During the time Su Zimo was cultivating, Yi Zichen and the others were all stunned. In an unknown corner of the void of the 9 zones, a cloud of white mist floated in the air. The white mist condensed into a human face. Beside him, Miss Mirror, Fairy Jiayue, and Wu Zhaodi were all standing there. Aside from Miss Mirror, the other two had blank expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they were being controlled. "We've already delayed for too long," the white-faced man said calmly. "It is my fault," said the girl in the mirror. "Go, his next stop is the celestial domain." A voice came from the white fog. The plan failed step by step, and he became stronger and stronger. "I'm afraid our situation will become passive. Why don't we work with the Holy Hall?" Miss Mirror asked. Who knew that after she said that, the white fog made a big commotion. He directly scolded, "We're not on the same path, how can we work together? The Holy Hall is also hateful. It's just that compared to him, he deserves to die more." "We'll do our best to stop him," said Miss Mirror quickly. "This time, we'll target the 10 great families. Go, don't disappoint me again." A voice came from the white fog. "I can give you everything, and naturally I can take everything away from you." Miss Mirror's body trembled slightly. Then she quickly nodded and left with Fairy Jiayue and Wu Zhaodi. Cultivating without knowing how long it had been. Su Zimo had not broken through to the creation realm for an entire month. Finally, one morning, in the place where Su Zimo was cultivating in seclusion, an endless stream of creation chi rushed into the sky. The sky was stirred up by the gathering of the spirit chi, and the clouds in the sky were constantly turbulent. This aura was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, the creation chi in the sky had condensed into the shape of a vortex. The vortex was surging. "He's about to break through," murmured Huang Zhu in the Sun Palace. However, his figure had already disappeared. His voice also came from an unseen place. To him, unless the Sun Palace encountered something as big as this, he had to appear. Other than that, he was in seclusion to study the path of eternal life. He wanted to open the 12th meridian and truly break all the shackles to reach the other side of cultivation. Therefore, other than eternal life, nothing else could arouse the interest of a Tao fruit expert. "This young Master Su is not ordinary," the radiant Saint King murmured to himself. The Dark King beside him nodded slightly. "Fortunately, our Sun Palace has not clashed with him. Don't worry, Laozu left instructions before. We've dealt with him before in Sin Demon region." The Holy King smiled. "However, we've clashed with the Holy Hall time and time again, so we have to be extra careful." We'll probably be busy from now on. The Dark King smiled. The sunflower has matured. It's ripe. His tone was filled with emotion. They had nurtured it for tens of millions of years and thought that it was going to fail. They did not expect that what they lacked in the end was a water source for irrigation. After the fire source was replenished, they had to completely repair the fire tribe. At this moment, Suzimo. He was surrounded by an endless stream of fortune energy. He suddenly opened his eyes and a powerful aura erupted from his body. The spirit energy gathered into a sea and rumbled in his body. As for the power of the laws, it had been tempered countless times. Previously, it was the tempering of the eternal power. Now, it was the tempering of the power of fortune. Suzimo felt that he was getting stronger and stronger, but he was still far from opening the 11th meridian. Not to mention breaking through, he probably could not even reach the location of the meridian. He stretched out his right hand. The shape of a cat condensed in his palm. In an instant, the cat condensed from the power of fortune turned into a real cat. One had to know that creating life was the work of the damned heavens. However, the life created by Suzimo using the power of fortune could not last for long. The cat meowed a few times and was already dead. In the blink of an eye, the cat's corpse disappeared as if it had disintegrated into the void. Interesting. Suzimo sensed it for a while. Although it was still a far cry from his divine continent, it was already very interesting. No wonder some people said that opening 12 meridians would surpass heaven and earth. One could become a god who created the world. It was true. Suzimo withdrew his aura and walked out of the cultivation room. He walked out of the room. Congratulations, Child Su, for breaking through to the creation realm. Endless growth, creation, new life. The Holy King's voice sounded. I'm still far from it. It's just a creation. Suzimo waved his hand. Huangzhu had already left. Or rather, he went into seclusion after giving the 4 items to Suzimo. To him, the great Tao of immortality was the most important. Among the 4 items, the Spirit Awakening Stone had already been used by Suzimo. The remaining 3 items were a small bottle filled with blood. The inside of the bottle was dyed red, and he held it gently in his hand. Suzimo also knew that this true blood was actually very heavy. However, the bottle was special and he could not feel its weight. The second item was a token of the Nangua family. According to Huangzhu, Laozu of the Spirit Awakening clan had saved Laozu of the Nangua family. Hence, he had given him this token. Seeing the token was as if Laozu had come in person. It was a pity that this favor had not been used until now. Instead, it had benefited Suzimo. As for the 4th item, naturally, it was Rushu's inheritance. As the ancient god of metal, Rushu's inheritance was a piece of gold. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary piece of gold. But when one poured spiritual energy into it, this piece of gold would instantly be magnified countless times, emitting waves of divinity. This was divine gold. This kind of gold was currently extinct. It was said that only the ancient god of metal, Rushu, could create this kind of gold with divinity. And after the gold was magnified countless times, Suzimo realized that the words of inheritance were all engraved on the golden mountain. This golden mountain was slowly shining, showing off its sharpness. Among the 5 elements, gold represented indestructible. It was not as violent and burning as flames. Neither was it as flexible as the water flow. This metal was the cutting ability, the ultimate destruction. Suzimo decided to rest for a day. Then, he would deal with the inheritance of the ancient god of metal, Rushu. After chatting with the Radiant Saint King and the others for a while, Suzimo found Xianxia, sect leader Bai, and Purple Dawn Saint. Child Su. They had been waiting for Suzimo ever since the incident had ended. What are your plans for the future? Suzimo asked. I'm still the same as before. I want to revive the celestial land of immortals and restore the glory of our ancestors, Sect Master Bai replied. That's right. You've gained a lot this time. Go back and cultivate in seclusion. You'll probably be able to increase your strength by a few levels. Suzimo said, I'll talk to the Sun Palace and help you solve the threat of the Fire Python sect. Thank you, young master. Sect Master Bai immediately knelt down. The flaming python sect was a great threat to them. But to a force like the Sun Palace, they were just ants that could be wiped out with a wave of their hand. Su Zimo waved his hand and looked at Xianxia. My original life was to avenge my mother, to destroy the Shangguan clan while I was still alive, Xianxia said. Then your wish should be fulfilled, Su Zimo said. This time, the Shangguan clan has already lost the Five Elements Grand Sage and Shangguan Waner. And because of Shangguan Xiongba's wrong choice, the Divine Crow Fire region chose the wrong side. I'm afraid the Sun Palace will settle the score one by one. As for how they would settle the score, everyone could guess. It wasn't to destroy the Divine Crow Fire region. They just needed to destroy the Shangguan clan and choose a new force to manage the Divine Crow Fire region. It was very simple. If you didn't listen, they would replace you. Yes. Xianxia sighed deeply. She said, in the future, travel the blazing fire region and cultivate hard. In the years after leaving the Shangguan clan, I've been to many places. Unfortunately, the hatred in my heart has blinded my heart. That's good, Su Zimo said with a smile. In life, happiness is the most important. Xianxia Saint, what do you think? Young master, I came up with you from the sinful devil region, but now I don't want to leave. Xianxia Saint said with a smile, the Sun Palace wants to recruit me. I'll probably stay in the Sun Palace as a consecrator or something. I hope we can meet again in the future. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Then, young master, what are your plans? Xianxia asked. I guess you'll definitely go to the celestial domain, Xianxia Saint said with a smile. Young master's steps are firmer, and you never stop. It's not something ordinary people like us can understand. Yes, I'm going to the celestial domain. Su Zimo looked at the sky above his head. Many things are not my intention, but they are also my wish. Are you tired? Xianxia suddenly asked. Su Zimo sighed slightly. Along the way, he met countless people and countless things. Some were good, and some were bad. As for himself, how could he not want to stop and take a break sometimes, but he knew that the mission sounded very mysterious. There were many enemies behind him. If the villainous heavens didn't die, he wouldn't be at ease. Su Zimo smiled, looked at them, and cupped his fists slightly. We'll part here today, I hope everyone has a smooth journey in the future. Flowers will bloom again, and people will meet again. They all cupped their fists and finally slowly separated. Su Zimo returned to his room. He hadn't changed at all throughout the day. He adjusted his emotions and adjusted himself to the best state. Until the next day, he began to accept the inheritance. The divine gold in front of him floated in the void bit by bit. The sharp golden light exploded in front of him. Metal was indestructible and had a sharp edge. The words engraved on the divine gold began to fall off one by one, and finally formed a method of inheritance. The name of this method of inheritance was gold slaying the heavens. From now on, all of Su Zimo's attacks would carry endless sharpness. This was the powerful power of the metal attribute. Su Zimo sat cross-legged. The clothes on his body began to shatter in front of the sharp metal attribute law. The surface of his skin had even split open at some point in time. But Su Zimo was unmoved, as if he couldn't feel any pain. Because this was the baptism of the metal attribute law. He was comprehending the profound meaning of gold slaying the heavens and absorbing the divinity of the divine gold. After an unknown period of time, Su Zimo's body was already a bloody mess. His entire body trembled. A wave of green energy rippled out, and all the wounds healed. Su Zimo opened his eyes. All of a sudden, streaks of sharp golden chi burst forth. The void in front of him had unknowingly shattered. This was the metal attribute law. Of course, Su Zimo didn't just value the metal attribute law. He himself had the metal attribute law. Instead, Rushu's inheritance helped him deduce the law to the extreme. Just like the other ancient gods. He had mastered the path of the ancient gods, the extreme of metal. Su Zimo slowly stood up. Everything was ready. He knew that it was time for him to leave. Su Zimo walked out of the room. He took a deep breath, and the aura around him gradually calmed down. The sharpness of metal gradually disappeared. Su Zimo looked around and found the Holy King. Probably only the Sun Palace had a way to go from the blazing fire domain to the celestial pole domain. Crossing between domains was not as simple as tearing the void. Su Zimo had already felt it when crossing the previous few domains. When will Child Su go? The Holy King asked. Let's leave today, Su Zimo said with a smile. Everything is done. There's no reason for me to stay. The Sun Palace does have a way to go to the celestial pole domain. To be honest, the blazing fire domain and the celestial pole domain have been connected since a long time ago. The Holy King said with a smile, but there are a few things I want to make clear to Child Su. Su Zimo nodded and listened quietly. A long time ago, a great emperor came from your small world, the Yuanyang continent. Like you, he was constantly climbing the 9 domains, wanting to reach the key points of the 9 domains. His name is Great Emperor Zhenwu, the Holy King said with a smile. I talked to him back then. At that time, he had just become a saint and was not very strong. Su Zimo was stunned. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? Great Emperor Zhenwu, wasn't he the ancestor of Zhenwu Xingzong? After Great Emperor Zhenwu founded Zhenwu Xingzong, he carried the mandate of heaven and left. After that, Zhenwu Xingzong welcomed 3 great emperors. They were Great Emperor Sandao, Empress Hong Tian, and Divine Travel Great Emperor. After coming to the 9 domains, it was the first time Su Zimo heard about the Laozu sect. Child Su, what's wrong? The Holy King asked hurriedly. Nothing, Su Zimo came back to his senses and said with a smile. Go on. When I met Great Emperor Zhenwu, he was a little weak. His personality was especially candid. He stayed in the blazing fire domain for a while, and we quickly became good friends. The Radiant Saint King smiled and said, he joked back then. When he went to the celestial realm. We must build a channel to connect to the blazing fire domain and bring Zhenwu Xingzong here to form an alliance with our Sun Palace. Hearing this, Su Zimo also smiled. And then? What happened next is interesting. The Holy King of Light smiled. I thought he was bragging. But his bragging came true in the end. When he entered the celestial domain, he had just entered the great sage realm. However, hundreds of years had passed, and the true martial sage's name had spread throughout the entire celestial realm. It is said that even the 10 great clans are extremely courteous to him. And Zhenwu Xingzong, which he established, became an existence that could contend with the 10 great clans within a short period of time. However, good times don't last long. I don't know the exact reason either. I only heard that Zhenwu Xingzong's family has been annihilated. The family has been annihilated. Su Zimo frowned slightly. That's right. Of course, I don't know the exact reason and cause. After all, we are in the blazing fire domain, which is hundreds of thousands of miles away. The Radiant Saint King explained, and our Sun Palace hasn't sent anyone to the celestial domain for a long time. The teleportation formation between us and Zhenwu Xingzong has also not been used for a long time. Because Zhenwu Xingzong has been annihilated, we don't know if the other side of the formation can still be teleported. If you want to go to the celestial domain, I can't guarantee the stability of the formation for you. The Radiant Saint King then replied, of course, there is actually a safer way to enter the celestial domain. It's just a little troublesome. No, I'll take that formation to Zhenwu Xingzong. Su Zimo shook his head and said. Since it was his own sect, he definitely had to go and take a look. What exactly had happened? Where were those Laozu from Zhenwu Xingzong? If Child Su insists on going, I won't stop him, the Radiant Saint King replied. I'll get someone to prepare that formation now. Su Zimo nodded. Because the formation had not been used for a long time, Su Zimo waited in the Sun Palace until afternoon. The Radiant Saint King came late and said that the formation was ready. Su Zimo followed him to the back mountain of the Sun Palace. He could feel that this place was already very barren. The surroundings seemed to have just been cleaned up. Su Zimo could feel that the surrounding void was inlaid with spirit crystals. This was a large-scale formation. Every time it was activated, it would consume a huge amount of spirit crystals. When the formation was activated, countless spirit crystals began to erupt with a powerful force. At the center of his body, a circular array formation appeared. Su Zimo was at the center of the formation. He felt a powerful force distorting the void, and the spirit crystals around him all exploded in an instant. They turned into powder. Suzimo was directly swallowed by the distorted void and went through space-time travel. Suzimo did not resist. Moreover, he discovered that the higher he went, the stronger the resistance from the space-time travel. When he entered the ghost god domain from the ordinary realm, it was still acceptable. But when he entered the blazing fire domain from the sin devil domain, he was almost crushed, and it took him a long time to recover. And now, Suzimo did not know what was waiting for him. The long space-time travel was a kind of brilliance. His body was constantly being torn apart by the void. After an unknown period of time, Suzimo felt that his body was completely torn apart. Only his divine soul and life and death soul were still condensing. The power of the tree of life was constantly being absorbed. Another unknown period of time passed. Suzimo felt that the tearing of space gradually disappeared, but his consciousness was still groggy. He began to recover on his own. Zhenwu old site. This place had once suffered a great destruction. Now, after the destruction, a new Zhenwu was established. But in order to keep a low profile, this place was now called the True Martial Sect, not Zhenwu. Even the newly established True Martial Sect was just a third-rate force. The strongest person in the sect was just a divine pulse expert who had reached the end of his life. Today was the day of worship in the True Martial Sect. It was specially to worship the sect's former Laozu. Sect Master Wang Hingji led a group of elders and a large group of disciples to the ancestral grave. At a rough glance, there were at least 1,000 ancestral graves. The disciples began to prepare the items for worship. Sect Master Wang Hingji and a few core elders stood at the front. They looked at the only 30 or so disciples in the distance. He sighed and said, looking at how glorious Zhenwu was in the past. Worshipping and welcoming from all directions. I didn't expect that the descendants would be so useless that they would fall into our hands. Sect Master, don't blame yourself, the core elder next to him said. If it weren't for Laozu and you, I'm afraid that Zhenwu would have been extinct. It's not easy for it to survive now. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from not far away. Sect Master, there's a corpse here. Hearing the disciples shout, Sect Master Wang Hingji frowned slightly. This was the location of the ancestral tomb. If there was a corpse, it wouldn't be that Laozu, right? Wang Hingji didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly walked forward. Next to the ancestral tomb, a young man appeared. Of course, they couldn't really treat the young man as a young man. Many Laozu would retain their youthful appearance. Take a look, is he still breathing? Someone said. I'll check it myself, Wang Hingji replied. He half knelt on the ground and felt the young man's aura. The spirit energy around his body was surging. Green spirit energy enveloped Suzimo's entire body. He's still breathing, Wang Hingji shouted happily. He poured all his spirit energy into Suzimo's body, wanting to heal Suzimo's injuries. But his spirit energy. Compared to Suzimo, it was just a drop of water in the deep sea. Sinking into the mud, it was not worth mentioning. After a while, Wang Hingji's face turned pale. Because the spirit energy in his body had been exhausted, but it didn't have any effect. He stood up, but his body was in a daze and he almost fell to the ground. Sect Master, the disciple next to him hurriedly supported him. Is this our Laozu? Someone asked curiously. I don't know, Wang Hingji shook his head. I can't even detect whether he's dead or alive. He frowned. He's clearly breathing, but he's not awake. It's as if he's been sleeping. What should we do? The elder next to him asked. Who knows if he's a friend or an enemy? If he's an evil person and we save him, I'm afraid the true martial arts sect will be destroyed. No, he appeared in Zhenwu Xingzong's ancestral tomb. I believe he must be the fated person of Zhenwu Xingzong, Wang Hingji replied. Let's save him. Wang Hingji waved his hand. He said to a woman not far away, this fellow Taoist will be in your care. Wang Hingji originally wanted to address him as Laozu. However, the young man's identity was still unknown, so he still addressed him as fellow Taoist. The full name of the Yu he spoke of was Deng Linyu. She was the current holy maiden of the true martial sect. Master, you want me to take care of him? Dang Linyu was stunned. He looked at Su Zimo's motionless figure. I still have to cultivate. I don't have time to take care of him. This is an order. Wang Hingji frowned and reprimanded. Dang Linyu pouted, feeling wronged, and tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing her like this, Wang Hingji felt a headache coming on. It was all his fault. He had been too lenient with this disciple. Now, there was nothing he could do about her. Niece Dang, if you don't want to, then forget it. The court grand elder tried to smooth things over. He chuckled and said, this person's identity is unknown. Who knows if he has anything to do with our true martial sect? In my opinion, why don't we find someone else? Master, disciple is willing to take care of him. At this moment, a weak voice came from the side. Everyone turned to look. The Grand Elder's direct disciple, Xianxia, had taken the initiative to speak. Hearing this, the Grand Elder was so angry that he almost bled. Why is this disciple so disappointing? He was just comforting the sect master, but now he's the clown. Grand Elder, since Anan is willing, I'll let her take care of him. Wang Hingji said. Sect master, Anan is talking nonsense. The Grand Elder showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Master, I'm not talking nonsense. Xianxia looked at the young man in front of her. She doubtfully said, I don't know why, but when I look at him I feel a sense of familiarity. The Grand Elder was helpless. He really couldn't do anything about this disciple. Because this disciple wasn't just his disciple, but also his granddaughter. He couldn't hit her. He couldn't scold her either. I don't care. The Grand Elder was so angry that he flicked his sleeves and left. Wang Hingji smiled. He ordered someone to build a wheelchair and supported Su Zimo's figure onto it. The woman called Xianxia stood on one side. Wang Hingji smiled, if you have any requests, feel free to ask. The sect will help you. Xianxia nodded. You could see that she was a bit taciturn. She was the kind of person who didn't like to talk much. I don't have any requests. Xianxia shook her head. Wang Hingji also left. Because today was the time to pay respects to the ancestors. So Wang Hingji had to take charge of the situation. Seeing Wang Hingji leave, Dang Linyu came to Xianxia's side. He tried to persuade her, Junior Anan, are you stupid? This person's identity is unknown. If he's paralyzed for the rest of his life, are you going to take care of him for the rest of your life? Listen to me, don't waste your time. I'm going to talk to Master. It's fine. Xianxia shook her head a bit weakly. She explained, Senior sister, I don't know why. I feel that he's very close. I'll take care of him for now. If he's really paralyzed for the rest of his life, I'll take care of him for the rest of my life. Silly girl, don't regret it. Dang Linyu was a bit helpless. On the other side, Wang Hingji had ordered a few dozen disciples to place the offerings in front of the thousands of ancestral graves. The current true martial sect was in complete decline. It could be seen from the number of disciples alone that there were only a few dozen of them in the entire sect. However, these disciples were very loyal to the sect. Everyone loved each other and rarely schemed against each other. The atmosphere in the sect was very good. Wang Hingji arrived in front of an ancestral grave. This grave was actually very inconspicuous in front of so many other graves. The owner of this grave was called Wang Qianhe. People called him the Thousand-Crane Old Man. Perhaps compared to the other graves, the Thousand-Crane Old Man wasn't ranked at all in terms of strength or experience. But for Wang Hingji, the Thousand-Crane Old Man was the one he respected the most. Because no matter how strong the other Laozu were, he had never seen them before. And the Thousand-Crane Old Man was his master. He put down the offerings, lit the incense, then knelt down. Master, oh Master, you always sighed and reminisced with me back then. Zhenwu Xingzong was once so glorious. I also went through a lot of hardships to rebuild the true martial sect. But everything was so difficult. I don't even know how long the true martial sect can last, let alone rebuild its glory. If you know in the underworld, please bless the sect. Wang Hingji stood up and prepared to leave. At that moment, the sound of drums could be heard not far from the true martial sect. Wang Hingji's expression changed slightly. because he knew that the disciples would only sound the drums when the sect was facing a great enemy. What's going on? An elder frowned. Let's go take a look. Did something big happen? The disciples discussed animatedly. Wang Hingji took the lead and quickly walked towards the entrance of the sect. As for Xiaoanan, she followed closely behind while pushing Su Zimo's wheelchair. Let me help you. Dang Linyu turned around. Seeing that Xiaoanan's speed was too slow, he had no choice but to help push the wheelchair toward the sect gate. After arriving at the sect gate, in the sky, there was a very large divine dragon ship. The dragon ship floated in the air. The dragon's might surged, and the dragon's head seemed to come alive, facing the true martial sect. May I know why the people of the ancient dragon kingdom are here? Wang Hingji looked at the dragon ship, and his expression changed slightly as he asked in confusion. He knew that the other party was coming aggressively. It was definitely not simple. From the dragon ship, a figure stepped out of the air. This figure was wearing a golden dragon robe. Of course, the dragon robe was embroidered with a flood dragon. Only the emperor of the ancient dragon kingdom was qualified to wear a true dragon robe. And this man in the flood dragon robe had 2 horns on his head. It could be seen that he was not human, but had the bloodline of the dragon race in his body. The man stood in the air, and his aura fluctuated in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The sound kept ringing. His eyes were filled with dragon's might as he said directly, True martial sect, it's time for you to pay the money for protection. Didn't we just pay a few months ago? Wang Hingji replied. We agreed that we would pay once a year. The so-called money for protection. Actually, it was a little humiliating. After Zhenwu Xingzong was destroyed, this land was originally a treasure land. The spiritual energy was so abundant that it was about to materialize. After Zhenwu Xingzong was destroyed, the treasure land was directly destroyed. It was said that someone extracted the spiritual veins and eventually turned it into a wasteland. Wang Hingji brought his disciples here to rebuild the true martial sect. However, the ancient dragon kingdom had already turned this place into their territory. The other party harassed the true martial sect all day long. In the end, Wang Hingji had no choice but to pay the so-called money for protection. The so-called money for protection was to prevent the people of the ancient dragon kingdom from coming over to cause trouble. One had to know that when Zhenwu Xingzong was at his peak, the ancient dragon kingdom was not even worthy of carrying his shoes, let alone causing trouble. Only the people of the 10 great clans were qualified to talk to them. The ancient dragon kingdom was just bullying a tiger that had fallen into Pingyang. He was just a terminally ill tiger. Hearing Wang Hingji's reply, the man in the air sneered, the rules of the shelter money are set by us. Now, you have to hand it in once a month. Once a month? Where are we going to get so much money? Wang Hingji was trembling with anger. You've gone too far. If you don't have the money, then scram off this land. We don't care about that, the man said indifferently. Are you going to hand it over or not? If you don't hand it over, I'll chase all of you out today. Crown Prince Long Hai, you are doing this on purpose, Wang Hingji said. He could tell that the other party was looking for trouble today. What did he mean by once a month? That's right. I'm here to look for trouble. So what? Prince Long Hai said domineeringly. This land belongs to our ancient dragon kingdom. What I want to do with it is my business. Wang Hingji was so angry that he still wanted to say something. However, he was stopped by the elder beside him. Sect leader, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Imperial advisor Situ of the ancient dragon kingdom alone is enough to destroy our true martial sect. The current true martial sect couldn't be considered strong. It could even be said that anyone could bully them into being weak. The strongest person in the true martial sect, Chonglu Laozu, was only a divine pulse. Back then, when he fought with Imperial advisor Situ, he was defeated. Moreover, Chonglu Laozu's lifespan was nearing its end. Now that he was sealed, no one knew how long he could live. If Chonglu Laozu died, the true martial sect would be in a worse situation. They wouldn't be far from being destroyed. After letting Wang Hingji calm down at the side, the second elder raised his head and said with a smile, Crown Prince Long Hai, we'll pay. But how about you give us some time? Don't say that I'm unreasonable. 3 days, Prince Longhai said. If you can't pay in 3 days, all of you can scram. If you don't scram, I'll kill all of you. After Prince Longhai finished speaking, he directly leaped up and jumped onto the dragon boat. The huge dragon boat rumbled and directly shuttled through the void, disappearing from everyone's sight. At this moment, everyone could no longer see it. After Prince Longhai jumped onto the dragon boat, he went to a black-robed man with a fawning expression. This black-robed man sat cross-legged in a corner of the dragon boat. Although he didn't deliberately emit a powerful aura, just sitting there, it was as if he was the core of this world. Unconsciously, it made people feel shocked and oppressed. Prince Longhai smiled apologetically and tiptoed over. Sir, I've already told them. Give them 3 days. Either pay or scram. The black-robed man nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, the dragon scale of the true dragon beside him flew out. This is your reward. Prince Longhai hurriedly nodded. After receiving the dragon scale, he took his leave. Seeing Prince Longhai leave, the old man slowly raised his head. The black-robed old man slowly raised his head. His facial features were delicate and pretty, and he looked to be in his 20s. His appearance was somewhat incompatible with his calmness. The young man in black took out an incense burner. 3 incense sticks were lit on it. When the incense sticks burned, the void distorted, and 3 figures appeared from the air currents of the incense sticks. Qi Lian, how's it going? I've already started investigating the matter of Xing Liang, the black-robed man replied. The 3 figures in the air currents were also wearing black robes, preventing the world from seeing their appearances. One of them seemed to be an old man. The voice sighed and said, I observed the sky at night. This Shenwu Xingzong has been destroyed for so long. Why was the starlight so bright last night? I've never seen such a phenomenon before. Can a sect that has already been destroyed be revived? Don't forget, although the sect has been destroyed, that thing hasn't been found yet, another black-robed man said. Maybe that thing isn't in Jinwu's hands at all, someone retorted. Or maybe he left with that thing back then? No matter what, we have to destroy Jinwu Xingzong this time and completely eliminate the roots. But the prerequisite is to find that thing. Don't kill them all at once. What if someone has clues? The black-robed men speculated. In the end, the young man in black, who lit the incense, made the final decision. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'll sneak into Jinwu's sect first. Give me 3 months. If it's still not enough, we'll solve it with violence. Alright, Qi Lian, don't disappoint us. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of the black-robed men disappeared. The incense sticks had been extinguished. The black-robed man put away the incense burner and sat there motionlessly, like an old monk in meditation. The Jinwu sect was filled with anger at this moment. Too much, too much. Let's fight it out with them. It's better to live than to die. Don't be rash now. Let's think of a way first. Think of a way? Where can we find shelter money? Should we borrow some from the Heavenly Saint Nation? The elders fell silent when they heard the name of the Heavenly Saint Kingdom. When Jinwu Xingzong was at his peak, the Heavenly Saint Kingdom and Jinwu Xingzong were connected by marriage. The princess of the Heavenly Saint Kingdom was married to the sect master of Jinwu Xingzong. The 2 factions were as close as a family back then. But later, things changed too quickly. Jinwu Xingzong was destroyed for some reason, and the Heavenly Saint Kingdom had nothing to do with the current true martial sect. Who's going to borrow money from the Heavenly Saint Kingdom? An elder asked. Wang Hingji sighed deeply when he heard that. I'll go. Sect master, let me go, the second elder said. Borrowing money from the Heavenly Saint Kingdom meant that they were inferior. They had to pretend to be their grandson. Moreover, the other party might not necessarily lend them money. After all, the true martial sect and the Heavenly Saint Kingdom were no longer connected. I can't let this sect be destroyed, Wang Hingji said. I can give up my dignity and life. The Heavenly Saint Kingdom is still some distance away. The ancient Dragon Kingdom only gave us 3 days. It's not enough to go back and forth, an elder said. The true martial sect still has the Thousand Thoughts book, Wang Hingji replied. With the Thousand Thoughts book, we can travel through time. In less than 2 hours, we can communicate with the Heavenly Saint Kingdom. The Thousand Thoughts book was one of the few treasures left behind after Zhenwu Xingzong's decline. Let's use the Thousand Thoughts book to contact the Heavenly Saint Kingdom and see if they're willing to talk to us, the first elder suggested. Everyone nodded. Because of the storm in the ancient dragon kingdom, the disciples of the true martial sect were in low spirits. Xiao Anan pushed Su Zimo's wheelchair back to the mountain where she lived. Many places in the true martial sect were in ruins. There weren't many places that were still habitable. Therefore, there were still many disciples where Xiao Anan lived. She was good friends with Deng Linyu. The other party helped her push Su Zimo to the front of the courtyard halfway up the mountain. And then, you'll be dragged down by this cripple for the rest of your life, Deng Linyu said unwillingly. With your talent, you might be able to become an emperor in the future. Xiao Anan just smiled and didn't refute. Sister Deng is much stronger than me. I'm going to become a very, very strong expert in the future. Deng Linyu clenched his fists slightly. Chase away all the bad guys who bullied us. I won't chat with you anymore. I'm going back to cultivate and try to break through to the Emperor Meridian realm as soon as possible. After Deng Linyu finished speaking, he waved his hand and skipped down the mountain. Xiao Anan, on the other hand, settled Su Zimo down. After making sure that he still had a heartbeat, she heaved a sigh of relief. She gave Su Zimo a simple wipe. Su Zimo's body had a strange smell because he hadn't washed for a long time. By the time he was done, the sky was already dark. Xiao Anan sat cross-legged halfway up the mountain and began to cultivate. As soon as she started cultivating, a strange phenomenon appeared between heaven and earth. Around Xiao Anan, endless sword chi erupted. And she herself was like a sharp sword that reached the sky. Her sword was so sharp that it could cut through anything in the world. The sword chi was everywhere. Halfway up the mountain, countless rocks were rolling, trees were collapsing, even the air itself was breaking. Xiao Anan cultivated for an entire night. Until the next day, when dawn faded and the purple sun came from the east. It was only then that she stopped her presence and slowly retracted the sword chi back into her body. She seemed to have turned back into a gentle and weak girl. Her personality was a stark contrast to what she was cultivating. Xiao Anan looked at Su Zimo in the wheelchair. She quickly muttered to herself, "You must be hungry." She hurriedly went down the mountain to get some hot porridge. Xiao Anan moved Su Zimo's mouth away a bit and carefully poured the porridge into his mouth with a spoon. After Su Zimo finished eating, she began to cook for herself. Xiao Anan's life was very monotonous. Every day, besides taking care of Su Zimo, she would cultivate by herself, or occasionally Deng Linyu would come to play with her. A few days later, Wang Hingji and the others were already worried. Because they used the Thousand Thoughts book to contact the Heavenly Saint Kingdom, but there was no response at all. At this moment, they were standing at the entrance of the sect. The dragon boat of the ancient dragon kingdom descended once again. Rumble. A loud explosion was heard. The sky shook, and the dragon's might was vast. Crown Prince Long Hai was wearing a dragon robe and had an aggressive aura. The 3-day deadline is up. Can your true martial sect gather the money for protection? Crown Prince Long Hai, can you give us a few more days? Wang Hingji asked helplessly. I'm not a good person. Since you don't have the money, then scram, Crown Prince Long Hai waved his hand and shouted. Hearing this, Wang Hingji and the others' expressions changed slightly. Deng Linyu was angry and said, "This is our Zhenwu Xingzong's ancestral land, why should we leave?" Why? Because my fist is bigger, are you not convinced? Crown Prince Long Hai snorted coldly. He waved his hand. In an instant, countless dragons and serpents soared into the sky and surrounded the true martial sect in a dense formation. There were at least 100 of these dragons and snakes. Seeing so many of them, many people's trypophobia was about to act up. Damn it, Deng Linyu snorted. Let's fight, I'm not afraid of you. Kill them, Crown Prince Long Hai's eyes were red as he said coldly. Today will be the day of your true martial sect's destruction. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Countless dragons and snakes flew over, causing the entire void to shatter for no reason at all. Block, activate the formation, Wang Hingji shouted. The true martial sect was not very powerful now. It was no exaggeration to say that Wang Hingji and the other elders were not afraid of the dragons and snakes. However, these few disciples were not enough to fight against the dragons and snakes. Rumble. A loud explosion was heard. The sex formation was instantly activated and isolated the dragons and snakes outside. However, the people of the true martial sect did not feel relaxed at all. This was because the formation was not very powerful. At most, it could block them for a while, and the dragons and snakes would eventually break through the formation. At that time, what awaited them would be a massacre. Sect Master, what should we do? Someone asked. If I die in battle today, I'll be the first to bear the brunt, Wang Hingji said firmly and tragically. Everyone stared at the formation. About 10 minutes later. The surface of the formation was already full of cracks. The dragons and snakes seemed to be even more violent. One by one, they were boiling and roaring. Crack, crack. A corner of the formation began to shatter. The group of dragons and snakes followed this corner and surged in like a torrent. At the sight of this, everyone in the true martial sect became nervous. Right at this moment, there was a loud explosion. A loud shout was heard. Who are you to commit murder here? Hearing this loud shout, it was like thunder that reverberated in the sky. And the void was shattered by this voice. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn over. In the east of the sky, a figure stepped on the air and came over. This figure was surrounded by a righteous aura. The powerful aura affected the entire void, covering heaven and earth as it constantly fluctuated. This figure was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped on the air and arrived. The powerful aura crushed everything. Along with the crackling sound of explosions, there was the sound of explosions. When the figure stepped on the air and arrived from the horizon not far away, everyone saw his appearance clearly. Thick eyebrows, big ears, and a righteous face. He was wearing a long gray robe. The long robe was made of linen, and a powerful aura exploded in the surroundings. This person looked at a group of dragons and snakes. He directly pulled out the long sword at his waist. The sword light was piercingly cold, and the entire sky was illuminated by the sword light. There was a boom. This sword fell, and the entire sky was split into two. The large group of dragons and snakes in front of him were all annihilated by the sword energy. You. Who are you? Prince Longhai narrowed his eyes and asked calmly. Who are you? How dare you commit murder here in broad daylight? The young man who stepped on the air asked coldly. This is a private matter of the ancient dragon kingdom. Don't interfere, Prince of the Eastern Sea said. Then I, Yan Pingfan, will interfere today, the young man said tit for tat. Yan Pingfan, you are that Yan Pingfan who has become famous recently? Prince Longhai said in surprise. He defeated the Lianling 3 bandits and killed the rapist Wang Feng. That's right, Yan Pingfan said. What I hate the most in my life is people who bully the weak. Today, I will interfere in this sex matter. Then you have to have the ability, Prince Longhai roared. Behind him, endless dragons and snakes surged out. These dragons and snakes were densely packed, covering the entire void. One by one, they charged back fiercely. Heaven destroying 10,000 swords, Yan Pingfan said calmly. The long sword in his hand drew a sword flower, and the long sword began to dance. Every sword energy burst out. They all carried a shocking sword power. With each slash, a large group of dragons and snakes would die in the explosion. The thousands of dragons and snakes of the Dragon Sea Crown Prince were wiped out in the blink of an eye. The corpses of the dragons and snakes fell from the sky like rain. Crown Prince Longhai's expression changed greatly. He directly transformed into the body of a dragon python. At this moment, it looked like it was half dragon and half python, and it was in the middle of its transformation. The gigantic dragon python roared furiously. A foul wind and a bloody rain came out of his mouth. When the dragon python's gigantic body began to move, the surrounding void began to crumble. Its huge tail swung out. Yan Pingfan snorted and waved the long sword in his hand. Jianjing Tian, break the firmament. His figure became ethereal, and his sword qi enveloped the entire world. The sword in his hand was incomparably sharp. The tail of the dragon python was cut off as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The dragon python screamed in pain and anger. But Yan Pingfan didn't care at all, nor was he afraid. He stepped into the air and unleashed a powerful aura. He stepped into the air and landed on the head of the dragon python. The long sword in his hand was spinning. The tip of the sword pierced into the head of the dragon sea crown prince. Dragon roars. A powerful aura erupted. This was the strongest power of the dragon sea crown prince, and he threw Yan Pingfan out with all his might. Damn it, just you wait. The dragon sea crown prince fled into the distance with the humiliation of losing his tail. I will be back. When the time comes, the army of the ancient dragon kingdom will arrive. It will be the day of your death. It will also be the day of the true martial sect's destruction. The dragon boat quickly left and disappeared into the void. After everything calmed down, Yan Pingfan descended and arrived at the true martial sect. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my true martial sect, Wang Hingji said solemnly. He almost knelt down to Yan Pingfan. But Yan Pingfan held him in time. He said solemnly, don't say such things in the future. Cultivators of our generation are supposed to fight for justice, root out the strong and help the weak. This is what I should do. I wonder what exactly happened to cause the sect to be destroyed, Yan Pingfan asked. It's all because of the ancient dragon kingdom. Dang Linyu looked at Yan Pingfan, his eyes full of joy. He explained, they went too far. We had no choice. I believe you. In this world, the weak have always been helpless, Yan Pingfan replied. An elder beside him said worriedly, although the Dragon Sea Crown Prince was chased away this time. But the Dragon Sea Crown Prince is not very strong. When the ancient Dragon Kingdom's army presses on the border, what should we do? Yan Pingfan was silent for a moment and thought for a while. Finally, he said, since I participated in this matter, I will take responsibility. In that case, I will definitely take responsibility for it. That can't be, Wang Hingji hurriedly said. The matters of the true martial sect should not implicate you. Don't worry, I'm not afraid of the ancient dragon kingdom. Yan Pingfan shook his head and smiled. I will protect the true martial sect. Then I will thank you on behalf of the 53 disciples of the true martial sect, Wang Hingji hurriedly said. He did not want to trouble Yan Pingfan. However, Yan Pingfan was powerful and willing to help. At the moment, he did not have a choice. Or rather, he did not have a better choice. Yan Pingfan's arrival added a lot of vitality to the true martial sect. Wang Hingji received Yan Pingfan solemnly. For a moment, the true martial sect was extremely lively. On the mountain peak where Xiaoanan lived. However, it was very calm. Xiaoanan was cultivating at the moment, but no matter how she cultivated, she felt that something was wrong. After releasing the sword intent from her body, it could not condense together. At first, she felt that the sword intent was too little. Therefore, over the years, she cultivated more and more sword intent, but there was still no sign of it condensing. This also made Xiaoanan understand that the problem should not be here. Xiaoanan was frowning and thinking hard. A voice suddenly sounded. True martial sword body is not cultivated like this. Who is talking? Xiaoanan was shocked and immediately came back to her senses. She seemed to have thought of something. She saw the young man in the wheelchair. The other party opened his eyes and looked at her. His eyes were deep and pitch black. You're awake, Xiaoanan said excitedly. I just woke up, Suzimo replied. In fact, he had been awake for a long time. It was just that he had been repairing his body, so he did not wake up early. How do you feel? Xiaoanan asked. I'm okay, but I can't walk yet, Suzimo said. It's okay, I can push you, Xiaoanan said. Are you Laozu from Zhenwu Xingzong? Suzimo chuckled. It's somewhat related to Laozu. In essence, it's also Laozu. Zhenwu Xingzong of the Yuanyang continent and Zhenwu Xingzong of the Nine Realms were both created by Zhenwu the Great. In essence, there was no difference. They were all one family. And Zhenwu Xingzong of the Yuanyang continent had a longer history. Zhenwu the Great came to the Nine Realms to create Zhenwu Xingzong after ascending. Suzimo was also Laozu. Laozu, you said that I can't condense sword energy like this. What do you mean? Xiaoanan asked quickly. Call me young master, Su Zimo replied. Fine. Since you've been taking care of me these days, I'll show you the way. You have the true martial sword form, right? Yes. Xiao Anan nodded quickly. Laozi knows this constitution. I've asked many people before. They all said that it's a special constitution, but I've never seen it before. This constitution is very rare. It's one of a kind, Su Zimo replied. The true martial sword form. It used to be one of the 100 great constitutions of the Yuanyang continent. It was no exaggeration to say that it was one of a kind in the world. The true martial sword form was later obtained by Zhenwu the Great. It couldn't compare to the top constitutions. But it was still very powerful. And later, after Zhenwu the Great became a saint, he refined this constitution again. This made the true martial sword form fall out of the 100 great constitutions. This constitution was very strong. It was a natural sword form. For cultivators, it was definitely a supreme treasure. Su Zimo couldn't figure out why Zhenwu the Great left this constitution and why it fell into Xiao Ainan's hands. He asked, "How did you get this constitution?" "How?" Xiao Ainan shook his head in confusion. "I've had this constitution since I was born." "Since you were born?" Su Zimo smiled. "That's interesting." "Young master, you haven't answered my question," Xiao Ainan said hurriedly. "The reason why you can't condense your sword intent is because your sword chi is scattered every time." "That's because your constitution isn't complete," Su Zimo said. "If you want to condense the sword intent, you must first complete your constitution." "But how can it be completed?" Xiao Ainan was confused. Su Zimo did not answer. He squinted his eyes and thought to himself. "Great Emperor Zhenwu, oh great Emperor Zhenwu, is all of this a coincidence, or did you plan it all along?" Su Zimo slowly took out a token. It was a true martial token. When he left the Yuanyang continent, Sengoku had given him the token. They said that great Emperor Zhenwu had left them behind. With the token, future generations could go to Zhenwu Xingzong in the 9 zones. At that time, Su Zimo thought that the token was a simple symbol of identity. But now, as soon as the token was taken out, Xiao Ainan hurriedly said, "I felt a familiar presence from you before." "That's right, this is it." Xiao Ainan took the token. She could feel her true martial sword body trembling. As if she had found an item of origin. The sword chi burst out uncontrollably, and the nearby mountain wall was instantly cut in half by the sword chi. This was just Xiao Ainan's unintentional sword chi, yet it contained such shocking power. Can young master fix my constitution?" Xiao Ainan asked in shock. "Take it, this is for you," Su Zimo said. "Thank you for your kindness, young master," Xiao Ainan said as she knelt down in front of Su Zimo. She was a shy girl. But when it came to cultivation, she never wanted to fall behind others. Unfortunately, because of her constitution, Xiao Ainan had been troubled since she was little. Everyone said that her aptitude wasn't bad, but no one had ever been able to cure her physique. Xiao Ainan's body trembled slightly. "Go fix your constitution first." Su Zimo didn't say much. In fact, during this period of time, his strength had recovered quite well. He estimated that it would take a few days for him to fully recover. Before Su Zimo came to Zhenwu Xingzong, he had prepared everything. He didn't expect that Zhenwu Xingzong was not like this. He scanned with his divine soul and found that the strongest person was only a dying divine pulse realm old man. But he raised his eyebrows slightly. "I did find something interesting." And Xiao Ainan couldn't wait to fix the true martial sword body. She held the token in her hand, and a powerful aura surged. Rumble. The sword chi in her body turned into a substantial power, and it kept rioting. Of course, it wasn't just that. The true martial great emperor had hidden a lot of his cultivation in the sword body. It wasn't as simple as just patching it up. In other words, after the sword body was fixed, Xiao Ainan's strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. This was the power of Zhenwu Great Emperor. Within the true martial token, boundless sword intent enveloped her. Finally, after a period of time, Xiao Ainan slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. The chi was as sharp as a sword, and it directly shattered the void. So strong. Xiao Ainan was a little surprised. You couldn't condense sword chi when you were young, but because your cultivation never stopped, you cultivated endless sword chi. So this time, the fusion of sword chi was unprecedentedly powerful. Su Zimo explained. As for Zhenwu Great Emperor, Su Zimo didn't mention it. Because he had just arrived in Zhenwu Xingzong, there were many things he didn't know. Xiao Anan wanted to thank him again, but Su Zimo stopped her. Get up, I have a few things to ask you, Su Zimo said. Laozu, go ahead. Xiao Anan quickly nodded. What about Zhenwu Great Emperor and the others? Su Zimo asked. I don't know. According to the sect master, he didn't see the ancestor when he entered the sect. Let alone us new disciples. Xiao Anan said if the ancestor was still alive, Zhenwu Xingzong wouldn't have been destroyed. What about Emperor Sandao, Emperor Shenxing, and Empress Hong Tian? Su Zimo asked again. I've never heard of these names. Are they also Laozu of our sect? Xiao Anan replied. Laozu can ask the sect master about this. Maybe he knows something. It was obvious that Xiao Anan's knowledge was limited. Su Zimo could not get an answer out of him. He nodded and said, push me around the sect. Okay. Xiao Anan nodded obediently. She pushed Su Zimo's wheelchair and walked down the mountain step by step. As soon as she went down the mountain, she ran into Deng Linyu. Deng Linyu was taking Yan Pingfan around Zhenwu Xingzong. Young Master Yan, this is one of the main peaks. Deng Linyu was currently bringing Yan Pingfan to tour the various parts of the true martial sacred sect. Seeing Xiao Anan, Deng Linyu hurried over. She smiled and said, Anan, let me introduce you. This is young Master Yan, the great benefactor of Zhenwu Xingzong. He helped us defeat the Crown Prince of Longhai. And he plans to settle down in Zhenwu Xingzong. This is Xiao Anan, my good sister. Really? Xiao Anan nodded slightly. She said, thank you, young Master Yan. You're welcome. Cultivators should be chivalrous. This is my duty, Yan Pingfan shook his head and replied. Ah, he's awake. Deng Linyu saw Su Zimo open his eyes. Linyu. Xiao Anan hurriedly pulled Deng Linyu. She whispered, be careful. This is our Laozu. Anan, don't be fooled. Look at him. He doesn't have the demeanor of a master, Deng Linyu said with a smile. Look at this young Master Yan. He is the real master. Senior sister, don't say that, Xiao Anan hurriedly replied. She was not stupid. Su Zimo had directly healed her true martial sword physique. From this point alone, it was already something that countless people could not do. Deng Linyu was a little unwilling to let it go. She was also afraid that Xiao Anan would be deceived. After all, they were very close. Hey, you said you are Laozu. Do you have any proof? Deng Linyu looked at Su Zimo and asked. Little girl, don't be in the mood to argue. I don't need to prove anything, Su Zimo replied. I think you are afraid. You don't dare to tell me because you are afraid of being exposed. I'm not as gullible as Anan, Deng Linyu replied. Whatever. Su Zimo waved his hand. He looked at Xiao Anan and said, take me around. Do you want to come with me? This young Master Yan also wants to see Zhenwu Xingzong, Deng Linyu said. She stared at Su Zimo. He was afraid that his junior sister would be deceived. Senior sister, don't talk nonsense, Xiao Anan reminded. Okay. I won't say anything, Deng Linyu replied. Xiao Anan pushed Su Zimo's wheelchair and the four of them walked together. Most of the places in Zhenwu Xingzong had been destroyed and turned into ruins. Therefore, there were very few ancient lands that could be visited. This time, the four of them arrived in front of a valley. The mountain peak was at least a few thousand meters tall. Standing at the foot of the mountain peak, it gave people a feeling of looking up at it. However, this mountain peak had actually been sliced in half from the middle. Most importantly, there was a small path in the middle of the mountain. There were still endless sword and tents rampaging in the one-line sky. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, the sword and tent still hadn't dissipated. Of course, if it was just this, many experts could do it, even Su Zimo after reaching the eternal realm. It could also achieve eternal indestructibility. However, this eternal indestructibility was only the sword intent. Other things couldn't be preserved. The sword intent in the one-line sky not only preserved the sword intent, but also the law when the sword was sliced. This was a little terrifying. After people came here, they could comprehend the law here and cultivate. It was an ordinary place that had been forcefully turned into a treasure land for cultivation. Cultivating sword intent and law here would be twice the result with half the effort. The figures of the few people stopped here. Dang Lingyu introduced to Yan Pingfan. It said that this Buzhou peak was cut down by the ancestor of Zhenwu Xingzong, Saint Zhenwu. The ancestor is the strongest expert in the sect. In the celestial domain, he can be compared with the 10 great families. I've heard of Senior Zhenwu's name. He's an expert that I admire. Yan Pingfan nodded and said, if possible, I wonder if your sect has any books left behind by Senior Zhenwu. I hope I can read them. Then go to the library when the time comes. I'll find them for you, Dang Lingyu said without holding back. It was obvious that she trusted Yan Pingfan very much. Even from her words, there was a trace of a young girl's first awakening of love. Although it was still very faint now, after all, they had just met. After they became familiar with each other, she would probably fall for him sooner or later. Thank you, Miss Dang, Yan Pingfan said quickly. Young Master Yan, you're my benefactor. You're Zhenwu Xingzong's benefactor. Whatever I do is what I should do, Dang Lingyu replied. Looking at the two of them being polite to each other, Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Xiao Anan explained, this place was left behind by the ancestor's sword intent. I used to come here often when I condensed sword energy. It's a pretty good place. Su Zimo nodded. Is there anything special about Zhenwu Xingzong? Yan Pingfan suddenly asked. Dang Lingyu shook her head slightly. She really couldn't think of anything special. However, Xiao Anan said, does the Zhenwu Trial Tower count? Yes, the Zhenwu Trial Tower. Dang Lingyu also nodded. That's one of the wonders of Zhenwu Xingzong. Back then, the sect was destroyed. Many places have been destroyed, but the Zhenwu Trial Tower was the only thing that remained. Oh, Yan Pingfan said with interest. Can you take me there to have a look? No problem. Dang Lingyu nodded. Then, the four of them walked toward the Zhenwu Trial Tower. Along the way, Yan Pingfan asked many questions about the tower. Dang Lingyu also said directly, it said that the Zhenwu Trial Tower was a treasure refined by the ancestor, the Zhenwu Supreme Sage. This tower is for the later generations to cultivate. As long as one ascends to the Zhenwu Trial Tower, one will be rewarded greatly. It's a pity that this tower has stood in this sect for hundreds of thousands of years, but no one has been able to ascend it. No way. Zhenwu Xingzong was also a glorious scene when it was at its peak. There are many talented people in the sect and there are many elites. Could it be that no one has been able to ascend the tower? Yan Pingfan asked in disbelief. I don't know about that either. According to Laozu, ascending the tower depends on one's Dao heart. It has nothing to do with one's strength, Dang Lingyu replied. Brother, you seem to be very curious about the Zhenwu Supreme Sage. Su Zimo, who was lying lazily in his wheelchair at the side, asked. Yan Pingfan glanced at him. There seemed to be a faint light in his eyes. Then, he frowned slightly. He said, Senior Zhenwu is one of my pursuers. It's not easy to meet him, so I'm a little curious. Brother, please don't take offense. This is Zhenwu Xingzong's business. Do you really think of yourself as Laozu? Dang Lingyu looked at Su Zimo speechlessly. I can't be bothered to expose you. You'd better speak less. As expected, love always makes people blind. Su Zimo shook his head. Young master, please don't blame her. Senior sister Dang is actually very kind. It's just that sometimes she speaks without thinking, Xiao Anan explained in a low voice. But she's a very good person. She often takes care of us. If I really had bad intentions, I wouldn't have let her be so presumptuous, Su Zimo replied. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xiao Anan nodded slightly. She was actually afraid that Su Zimo and Dang Lingyu would quarrel. It would be difficult for her to be caught in the middle. However, Su Zimo obviously couldn't be bothered to quarrel with Dang Lingyu. Xiao Anan felt that Su Zimo just wanted to observe this place. He was kind to Zhenwu Xingzong. The four of them soon arrived at the True Force Trial Tower. Looking up, they finally saw this Tower of Wonders. The True Force Trial Tower didn't have any floors. Normally, a tower would have several levels. On the other hand, the True Martial Trial Tower was a perfectly straight tower with no floors at the top. The entire tower was very simple, and the top of the tower was vaguely hidden in the white clouds. An ancient aura constantly filled the air. Is this the True Force Trial Tower? Yan Pingfan exclaimed. This tower wasn't on the ground, but floating in the void. The True Force Trial Tower is a supreme treasure refined by the True Force Supreme Saint. Xiao Anan also sighed. This tower will evaluate your Taoist heart by color. Red, yellow, green, blue, white, black. There are a total of 6 colors. Red is the lowest, and black is the highest. It is said that a black Taoist heart can own the True Force Trial Tower. Hearing this, Yan Pingfan said with a smile, Miss Deng. Can I try it? I just want to test my aptitude. Deng Linyu was silent for a moment. Finally, she said, it should be fine. Logically speaking, only the disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong are qualified to enter the True Force Trial Tower. However, young Master Yan is our sex benefactor. We should make an exception this time. Senior sister, we have to tell this to the tower elder, Xiao Anan replied. I know. Let's go now, Deng Linyu replied. She pulled Xiao Anan and the few of them went to the bottom of the True Force Trial Tower. They didn't know what material the True Force Trial Tower was made of, but they stood under the tower. They only felt that it was incomparably majestic. As if they were just a grain of sand in the vast sea. And below the True Force Trial Tower, the entire Zhenwu Xingzong knew that there was an old man guarding the tower. She slept the whole day. It was as if he had never left this place in his entire life. Because the old man's seniority was especially high, even sect master Wan Hingji had to be polite when he saw him. Grandpa Dao, Deng Linyu stepped forward and said with a sweet smile. What is it? The old man slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to be in his twilight years. His voice was muffled, and his mental state was not good. He looked at Deng Linyu, then his gaze swept past the others. There are so many new faces today. I brought a friend here. This is young Master Yan Pingfan, Deng Linyu hurriedly said. Can he enter the True Martial Trial Tower? No. The old man shook his head. Those who are not disciples of the sect are not allowed to enter without my permission. Grandpa Dao, just let him in, Deng Linyu said coquettishly. He is Zhenwu Xingzong's savior. Rules were dead, but people were alive. What will outsiders think of Zhenwu Xingzong if you do this? All right. The old man waved his hand. Little girl, I'm about to fall apart because of you. Then let him in, just this once. Thank you, senior, Yan Pingfan hurriedly said. The old man looked up and sized him up for a long time, then nodded lightly. He seemed to be indifferent to Yan Pingfan. The old man waved his hand. A black vortex suddenly appeared in front of the True Martial Trial Tower. There was no door inside. It was up to the old man to decide whether he could enter or not. Yan Pingfan bowed to everyone, then stepped into the vortex directly. Looking at Yan Pingfan's disappearing figure, Deng Linyu smiled and said, What color do you think young Master Yan's aptitude will be? It won't be more than black, the old man said calmly. Nothing is impossible. Deng Linyu did not believe it. She said, I think it will be at least white. Maybe it will be black. Black? Little girl, you dare to think about it? The old man laughed. In the history of Zhenwu Xingzong, there are less than 3 people who have reached black. So harsh? Even Deng Linyu was stunned. Is it black? In the future, he can become a great sage, as strong as our ancestor. No, white is a great sage, black is a Dao fruit powerhouse, the old man shook his head and said. Dao fruit powerhouse? Speaking of this, Deng Linyu was a little uncertain. After all, that was too far away. It was so far away that he did not dare to imagine. Look, the trial tower is lit up, Xiao Anan suddenly looked up and said. the entire tower of trials began to flicker. First, it was the most basic red. Then, it quickly turned yellow. After yellow, it paused for a moment, then turned green. So fast, Deng Linyu said. Now it seems that young Master Yan's aptitude is very powerful. After green, it paused for a moment. Then it turned blue. After reaching the blue level, the entire trial tower began to become unstable. The entire tower began to fluctuate and shake. This won't collapse, right? Xiaoanan asked. No, it's normal. The old man waved his hand. Finally, after struggling for a long time, blue jumped onto white. Great sage aptitude, young Master Yan has great sage aptitude, Deng Linyu said excitedly. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly, she just stared at the trial tower. Turn black, turn black. Above the white trial tower, more and more immortal chi began to burst out. The immortal chi became more and more vast. And the true force trial tower became more and more active. Finally, it was completely extinguished. All the colors disappeared, leaving only the original appearance of the true force trial tower. This failed, Deng Linyu replied. But white is also very good. You can try, Su Zimo looked at Xiaoanan and said. Maybe you have great sage aptitude. I can't, Xiaoanan hurriedly waved his hand. I tested it before, it was blue. Su Zimo smiled. In fact, Xiaoanan's true force sword body was completed, so his aptitude could definitely reach white. Young master, do you want to try? Xiaoanan asked curiously. Maybe young master will be black. Not maybe, if I go in, I'll definitely be white, Su Zimo said with a smile. You're just bluffing, tricking a simple girl like Xiaoanan. Deng Linyu couldn't stand it anymore. She said, if you go up, you might not even be as good as young Master Yan. You, stay away from that Yan Ping fan, this is my advice. Su Zimo said indifferently, don't lose everything when the time comes. What are you talking about? Deng Linyu frowned and asked. There's no such thing as a true son of heaven, understand, maybe it's just a poisonous pie. Su Zimo had said all he could. As for whether the other party would listen or not, that was her business. Speak clearly. Don't slander young Master Yan, Deng Linyu said with a frown. Girl, he's right. Stay away from young Master Yan. Grandpa Saber glanced at Su Zimo. Then, he quickly followed. What's wrong with all of you? Young Master Yan sacrificed himself to save Zhenwu Xingzong. It's fine if you're not grateful, but you keep talking about him, Deng Linyu said angrily. Su Zimo and Grandpa Saber were unwilling to say more. How should they put it, you could never wake up a person who was pretending to be asleep. And Deng Linyu was someone who could not be woken up. Grandpa Saber turned and looked at Su Zimo. Where are you from, young master? From your hometown, Su Zimo said with a smile. Is the everlasting flower okay? Grandpa Saber thought for a while and asked. Very good. I have the mandate of heaven and ruled over an era. The everlasting flower will eventually wither, but it will also bloom again, Su Zimo said with a smile. That's good, the old man said 2 words in a row. Then, he said, in the blink of an eye, the world has changed. It reminds me of the past again. Everything is fine. Su Zimo also nodded. It's just that the current Zhenwu Xingzong is indeed different. Grandpa Saber sighed and did not say anything. At this moment, the black vortex of the true martial trial tower appeared again. Yan Pingfan walked out covered in wounds. He looked very ferocious at this moment. His body was badly mutilated as if he had suffered a huge injury. Blood kept flowing out. Isn't it a trial? How did he end up like this? Deng Linyu turned around. She looked at Grandpa Saber and asked, Grandpa Saber, what did you do? Don't we usually injure our Dao hearts during trials? How did young Master Yan get so seriously injured? Then you should ask him what he did inside, Grandpa Saber said with a smile. Yan Pingfan waved his hand and did not say anything. Miss Deng, let's go. I need to find a place to heal. I have healing pills here, Deng Linyu quickly said. At this moment, Wang Hingji led a group of people and flew over from afar. A white tower has appeared in the true martial trial tower. I wonder which disciple has become a great sage, Wang Hingji asked excitedly. Father, it's young Master Yen, Dang Linyu replied. Ah, so it's young Master Yen. Wang Hingji smiled apologetically. He felt that he had been excited for nothing. After all, he was not Jinwu Xingzong's disciple. Eventually, he would have to leave. Senior Dao, Wang Hingji greeted the old man respectfully. The people from the ancient Dragon Kingdom are here? The old man asked. Yes, but young Master Yen chased them away. These people are getting more and more impatient. The old man sighed. At this time, Wang Hingji also saw Su Zimo. Fellow Daoist, you're awake too? Sect Master, this is our Laozu, Xiao Anan reminded in a low voice. She and Dang Linyu did not argue about Su Zimo's identity, but Wang Hingji was the sect master. This matter had to be clarified. Old Laozu, Wang Hingji stammered. He looked at Su Zimo. Father, don't believe him. He's a liar, Dang Linyu said. Linyu, stand down. You have no right to speak here. Wang Hingji's expression changed and he scolded. Although Wang Hingji usually doted on her very much. Because his wife had passed away early, Wang Hingji even let Dang Linyu take her surname in memory of her. However, he would never allow Dang Linyu to meddle in the affairs of the sect. Dang Linyu felt a little wronged. However, she still retreated to the side. Are you really Laozu from Jinwu Xingzong? Wang Hingji asked. You can ask him. Su Zimo pointed at Grandpa Dao. Wang Hingji hurriedly looked at the old man. Actually, he could not trust Su Zimo, but he had absolute trust in Grandpa Dao. This was because when he first joined Jinwu Xingzong, Grandpa Dao was already guarding the true martial trial tower. Whether it was in terms of aptitude or age, Grandpa Dao was more qualified than him. In a sense, he is indeed one of the Laozu from Jinwu Xingzong, the old man said with a smile. Grandpa Dao, you. Dang Linyu originally wanted to see Su Zimo make a fool of himself. However, she did not expect him to admit it. Girl, there are too many things you don't know. In this world, you are just a speck of dust. The old man replied, so, my reminder to you is to do more, see more, and ask less. Dang Linyu was taught a lesson. In the end, she could only lower her head. On Wang Hingji's side, after confirming Su Zimo's identity, he hurriedly led the elders to kneel down. Greetings, Laozu. I was blind and did not know that Laozu would come in person. Get up. It's normal that you don't know me. Su Zimo waved his hand. If you are Laozu, can you challenge this true martial trial tower? Although Dang Linyu was kneeling on the ground, she was still somewhat unwilling. The main reason was that she did not see any demeanor of a powerhouse in Su Zimo. Moreover, he had to sit in a wheelchair and be pushed by Xiao Anan. Linyu, if you continue to be like this, get lost and be grounded at the back of the mountain, Wang Hingji shouted angrily. This is the true martial trial tower. I just wanted to go in and take a look, Su Zimo sighed. It was not because of Dang Linyu. It was purely because he wanted to go in and take a look. Can I go in? Su Zimo looked at the old man and asked. Grandpa Dao nodded slightly. Of course, you can go in at any time. Su Zimo smiled and stepped into the black vortex. Everyone waited for the true martial trial tower to change color. Unfortunately, after a full hour, the true martial trial tower did not change at all. See, I told you he's fake, Dang Linyu said with a smile. He doesn't even have red. I'm afraid he's a mortal who doesn't know how to cultivate. Senior sister, my physique was cured by Laozu, Xiao Anan said, unable to stand it anymore. She felt that her senior sister's prejudice against Laozu was a little crazy. Anan, don't lie to protect him, Dang Linyu replied in disbelief. At this moment, the true martial trial tower suddenly vibrated. In an instant, it skipped the other 5 colors and arrived at black. It seemed that black was not Su Zimo's limit. The true martial trial tower was still vibrating. Unfortunately, black was its limit. After the black reached its limit, it finally returned to its normal color. The vortex of the true martial trial tower opened. Su Zimo walked out unscathed. Laozu, did you see something? Wang Hingji hurriedly asked. Su Zimo smiled but did not say anything. I heard that the true martial trial tower can obtain the right to use the tower, Wang Hingji asked again. Sect leader Wang, don't ask. This matter has nothing to do with you. Su Zimo smiled. He looked at Wang Hingji and said, there are some things that you can't touch with your current realm. Laozu is right. Wang Hingji quickly lowered his head. Laozu is back, and I'm relieved. Zhenwu Xingzong won't be destroyed so easily. Laozu of Zhenwu Xingzong has never left. Su Zimo glanced at Grandpa Saber vaguely. As for the so-called destruction. In this world, things decline when they reach the peak. Without destruction, how can there be a stronger new life? Are the other Laozu of Zhenwu Xingzong there? Wang Hingji asked. There are rumors. I heard rumors. In that battle, all the Laozus died. I'm tired. Su Zimo waved his hand. When Wang Hingji heard this, he instantly understood. When he first met Laozu, he was too excited and asked too many questions, so Su Zimo didn't want to talk to him at all. Wang Hingji felt a little wronged. Before Laozu appeared, he had been struggling to support Zhenwu Xingzong alone and lived in fear all day. Then I'll arrange a place for Laozu to rest, Wang Hingji said. No need. Su Zimo waved his hand. He pointed at Xiaoanan and said, let this girl follow me. I'll live on her mountain. Since Su Zimo said so, Wang Hingji naturally didn't dare to refute. He also felt that it was a pity. When he first found Su Zimo, he had guessed it. So he asked Dang Linyu to take care of him. Of course, there was some selfishness in it. It was just that Dang Linyu didn't want to. She didn't seize the opportunity. Now Wang Hingji had no choice. Since Su Zimo was Laozu and had been confirmed by Senior Saber. Of course, it couldn't be wrong. From the looks of it, it could only be said that Dang Linyu did not have such good fortune. On the other hand, the first elder was smiling like a fool. Like I said, good people will be rewarded. At that time, I didn't stop Anan from taking care of Laozu. You didn't stop it, I don't know who was the one who left in a huff. Wang Hingji looked at the great elder's proud expression. He was really annoyed and said directly, you guys can chat here. I want to be alone. Sect Master, who is Jingjing? An elder by the side asked with a smile. He looked at Wang Hingji's back as he left. Dang Linyu was still somewhat unwilling. She supported the severely injured Yan Pingfan and murmured, it was young Master Yan who saved our Zhenwu Xingzong. Since that guy is Laozu, he didn't do anything back then. Dang Linyu looked at Yan Pingfan. Navel said, young Master Yan, next time they will beg you. The ancient dragon state would not let this matter rest. When the time comes, we'll reveal this fellow's true face. When Yan Pingfan heard this, he only forced a smile. He did not explain anything to Dang Linyu. Dang Linyu helped him leave. Only Su Zimo, Xiaoanan, and Grandpa Dao were left. Xiaoanan was also ready to leave. She said goodbye, Grandpa Dao, we're leaving. Let's go, let's go. The old man waved his hand. With a smile on his face. Don't forget about the true martial trial tower. Young master, have you really mastered the true martial trial tower? Xiaoanan was also a little curious. Rather than saying that I have mastered the true martial trial tower. It would be better to say that the tower was placed there waiting for my arrival, Su Zimo replied. Xiaoanan didn't seem to understand. But in the end, she still brought Su Zimo back to the mountain peak. Ever since the dragon Sea Crown Prince was beaten away, Zhenwu Xingzong's days gradually returned to peace. As for Su Zimo, during this period of time, he began to cultivate. Among the inheritances he had obtained so far, the ancient gods already had the fire god, the wood god, the wind god, the water god, and the gold god. These inheritances were originally obtained separately. Therefore, Su Zimo did not pay too much attention to them. However, as the inheritances increased, Su Zimo also discovered something. To a certain extent, these inheritances could be fused. In other words, the 10 ancient gods cultivated the same Tao in the beginning. The paths they took in the end were just different. All Taos led to the same destination. During this period of rest, Su Zimo was also constantly pondering over these inheritances. They began to fuse one by one. Then, they quickly split apart. Su Zimo found it interesting. This kind of splitting and fusion was like the Tao. It could contain all things. All things could also be separated at any time. That night, Xiao Anan sat cross-legged. She was cultivating her true martial sword body on the cliff. Ever since Su Zimo helped her to complete the true martial sword body, this girl's cultivation speed could be said to be rapid. Now, she was already at the Emperor Vein realm. She was working hard to break through the divine vein. Su Zimo knew that it was because of the true martial sword body. That constitution was not just a simple sword body. There were also countless methods left behind by the true martial supreme sage. It was enough for her to cultivate to the peak of the great Emperor realm. As for whether she could become a saint, it would depend on her own ability. Come out. You've been hiding at the side for a long time. Su Zimo looked up at the sky. He suddenly said. There was silence all around. Only an unknown insect hid in a corner and kept chirping. And Su Zimo's voice fell. There was a soft laugh from the side. A figure wearing a wide black robe slowly walked out from the side. Are you really Zhenwu Xingzong's Laozu? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared, it was Yan Pingfan. Of course, the current Yan Pingfan was completely different from how he was before. This was not talking about looks. It was about temperament. The previous Yan Pingfan was like a modest gentleman in front of others. He was humble and polite. He was like a chivalrous hero who fought for justice. At this moment, the Yan Pingfan standing in front of Su Zimo still looked the same. However, his aura was powerful and domineering. Instead, it was a powerful force that kept making bang 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 sounds in the void. He was domineering and arrogant. There was a disdainful smile on his face. His aura was so strong that it almost condensed into a storm. The most important thing was Yan Pingfan's strength. Su Zimo smiled and said, a great saint came to Zhenwu Xingzong to pretend to be a chivalrous hero. That's interesting. What about you? Aren't you also here to pretend? Yan Pingfan replied. We've investigated. In the history of Zhenwu Xingzong, there has never been a Laozu like you. Oh, it seems that you've been investigating my identity these days. Su Zimo smiled. Why? What's the result of the investigation? Hearing this, Yan Pingfan frowned slightly. He had indeed investigated Su Zimo these days. But the result was that there was no information at all. It was as if this person had suddenly appeared. There were only two explanations for this result. Either Su Zimo had been hiding from the world before this. Or Su Zimo is not from the celestial realm at all, but from another realm of the 9 realms. As for Yan Pingfan himself, he strongly believed that Su Zimo had come from another region, or rather, he was more inclined to believe that Su Zimo had come from another region. After all, as long as one stayed in the celestial realm, it was impossible not to leave any traces behind. He also checked the past Laozu of Zhenwu Xingzong. After checking them one by one, he found that none of them met the requirements of Su Zimo. Therefore, Yan Pingfan thought that Su Zimo had the same purpose as him. In the night sky, the two of them faced each other. A cold breeze blew, and their hair fluttered in the wind. Su Zimo asked, "Who sent you?" "You don't need to know my identity," Yan Pingfan snorted. He said, "I'm just reminding you that no matter who you are, this muddy water is not something you should get involved in. Be careful of the assassin." What a coincidence. I like to live on the edge of a knife and walk on a tightrope, Su Zimo replied. Are you really looking for death? Yan Pingfan asked. Do you really think you're a match for me? Su Zimo's eyes narrowed. A powerful force lingered around his body. He waved his hand and directly grabbed Yan Pingfan. Yan Pingfan's expression changed slightly. The moment he made his move, he instantly sensed that Su Zimo's strength was stronger than his. When did Zhenwu Xingzong have such an expert? Yan Pingfan was surprised. At the same time, he also attacked with his palm. Their palms collided in the void and then exploded. There was a boom. The void was distorted, and countless spatial turbulences were flying. The powerful force shocked Zhenwu Xingzong at night. Yan Pingfan's palm print was directly shattered. Su Zimo's palm did not weaken, and it became stronger and stronger. It kept condensing the spiritual energy around him. Within a radius of 100 miles, all the spiritual qi was sucked clean like a whale swallowing everything. Yan Pingfan's expression changed greatly. Although he knew that Su Zimo was strong, he did not expect this fight to be beyond his imagination. Damn it, he snorted. The sword light in front of him flickered, and the endless sword intent shattered in the void. The shocking sword intent was indeed powerful. It directly annihilated everything, including Su Zimo's palm. Let's compete with weapons, Su Zimo snorted. The tyrannical shadow was unsheathed, and the saber was like thunder, with the powerful golden god Rusher's invincible gold law. It turned into a bolt of golden lightning. Directly shattered thousands of sword qi and attacked Yan Pingfan. Yan Pingfan hurriedly raised. There was another boom. It directly exploded and Yan Pingfan's body was blown away. When Pingfan's SS. His body was already covered in wounds. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Even a small portion of his body had been blasted to the point where no one knew where it had gone. Yan Pingfan was roaring. I will make you pay for today's pain 1,000 times in the future, Yan Pingfan roared. After he finished speaking, he did not continue to fight with Su Zimo. He directly fled into the distance. He knew that he was no match for Su Zimo. If he continued to fight, he would only put himself in danger. He might even die here. Looking at Yan Pingfan's back, Su Zimo did not chase after him. Instead, he looked in the direction of the True Force Trial Tower. He said in a low voice, Sandow, I also called you Laozu back then. I wonder if the saber in your hand is still sharp. As his voice fell, between heaven and earth, the night of the sky seemed to be torn apart by a saber light. Lie by the saber, die by the saber. A slightly deep voice sounded. The saber light that tore the darkness of the sky only lasted for a moment. It lit up the sky. Then, Yan Pingfan's head fell to the ground. The figure of an old man came from the sky not far away. The old man was hidden in the void. He looked very hazy. It was as if a moment ago, he was still a few hundred meters away. At this moment, he was just one step away. He was so close yet so far away. He was above the sky. The old man put away his saber and picked up Yan Pingfan's body. He grabbed the body with one hand and the head with the other. Then, the old figure disappeared into the darkness. All of this seemed to happen very slowly. In fact, it was just a moment. Just like the saber light, it disappeared in a flash. Nothing could be seen. Because of the explosion just now, Wang Hingji and many elders were naturally awakened. They all came from the sky to see what had happened. They came to the mountain where Su Zimo lived. Wang Hingji hurriedly asked, Laozu, what happened? It's nothing. Don't make a fuss. It was just caused by my cultivation, Su Zimo replied. Hearing this, Wang Hingji breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that some strong enemy had come to attack. He said, Laozu, if there's anything you need, just let me know. You can all leave. Su Zimo waved his hand. And Wang Hingji also left with the elders. Su Zimo looked in the direction of the True Force Trial Tower and smiled. What a sharp saber. I'm old, but that saber seems to be even sharper. Laozu, that young Master Yan is a bad guy, right? At this moment, Xiao Ainan's voice sounded from behind. She had just been cultivating at the top of the mountain. As for the battle between Su Zimo and Yan Pingfan, she immediately retracted her gaze. No matter from which perspective, she was on Su Zimo's side. That was why Xiao Ainan asked. The figure in the sky just now was very similar to Grandpa Saber. Lass, I know you're sensitive and intelligent. Su Zimo said, but there are some things that you shouldn't care about. Just like what I said to your sect master today. If you're not strong enough, don't ask. When you're strong enough, you'll naturally know. As for now, you just need to cultivate well. I'll listen to you, young master. Xiao Ainan nodded. The explosion that night was covered up by Su Zimo's cultivation. It was not the powerful enemy that Wang Hingji was afraid of. However, Wang Hingji's powerful enemy finally came before dawn. The huge dragon ship of the ancient dragon kingdom shuttled through the void. This time, the dragon ship caused a huge commotion. It was no exaggeration to say that before the dragon ship appeared, the power it brought had already shattered the void. Suzimo raised his head to take a look. He ignored it and continued to cultivate. As for Grandpa Saber in front of the True Force Trial Tower, his sleeping eyes slowly opened. There seemed to be a saber light exploding out. But then, he closed his eyes again and changed his posture to sleep. I'm old, I can't help sleeping. Even a little wind and wave can wake me up. I'm old, I'm old. Although Suzimo and Grandpa Saber did not care. But the other people of Zhenwu. All of them stared at the dragon ship and the shattered void as if doomsday had arrived. Before the dragon boats arrived, the dragon's roar had already resounded in all directions. Just this power and aura alone. Before the battle even started, the ancient dragon kingdom had already gained the upper hand. On the ancient dragon kingdom's side, when countless dragon boats appeared in the void, there was a loud boom. All of the void was shattered. Countless dragon boats broke through the air. This aura suppressed Zhenwu, and he was as silent as a cicada in winter. Wang Hingji led the elders and looked up at the sky. All of them fell silent. The 33 dragon boats of the ancient dragon kingdom. This is the entire dragon might army. This Crown Prince Longhai really thinks highly of us. He even brought these. Is he really not going to give Zhenwu a way out? Sect Master, what should we do? Someone looked at Wang Hingji and asked. The Dragon Might Army was the strongest army in the ancient dragon kingdom. Rumor had it that they had always been successful in expanding their territory. Wherever the Dragon Might Army went, everyone in the ancient dragon kingdom would tremble in fear. This was their reputation. And not only that. The Dragon Prestige Army had also cultivated a joint attack technique. Every soldier of the Dragon Might Army could turn into a dragon scale and fuse together. They could become a true dragon in the world and sweep through everything. On the ship at the front of the 33 dragon boats, Crown Prince Longhai was wearing a Python Emperor-colored robe, and his eyes were bright. Next to him was a woman. There were also 2 elders, one in black and one in white, following beside him. These were the black-white double demons. In the ancient dragon kingdom, there were 2 famous divine pulse powerhouses. One had to know that the strongest person in Zhenwu, Laozu, was only a divine pulse powerhouse in his prime. How could he fight against these 2 black-white double demons who were full of vitality? Moreover, the Dragon Might Army had arrived. They really didn't give him a way out. Crown Prince Longhai stepped into the air. He looked down at the entire Zhenwu, looking smug and arrogant. Zhenwu, tell that Yan Ping fan of yours to come out. Hearing Crown Prince Longhai's words, Wang Hingji finally reacted. He hurriedly asked, by the way, where's young Master Yan? Father, are you thinking of young Master Yan now? Dang Lingyu asked from the side. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. When I woke up this morning, I didn't see young Master Yan. We must have disappointed him. He has already left. He left, Wang Hingji said absent-mindedly. Haven't you always been on Laozu's side? Now that the army is here, where is Laozu? Dang Lingyu asked. Don't be rude, Wang Hingji scolded. Then, he looked at the great elder and said, go and ask Willow Laozu to come out of seclusion. Willow Laozu is currently sealed. I don't know how much longer he can last. The first elder sighed. He looked at the black-white double fiends in the sky. In fact, he knew in his heart that even if Laozu came out of seclusion, he would not be able to do anything. He was just dedicating his life to Zhenwu. But it couldn't solve the crisis at hand. Wang Hingji let out a sigh. He said, I'll go and find Laozu. The Laozu he was talking about was not Laozu, but Suzimo. In fact, Wang Hingji had no other choice. In terms of strength, strength was hard strength. If you had it, you had it. If you didn't, you didn't. Any schemes and tricks would be useless. On the mountain where Xiaoanan lived. She slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she had just broken through to the Divine Pulse realm. She was like a sharp sword that soared into the sky. The sharpness of the sword intent was revealed. With just a glance. 100 meters away, a mountain peak on the opposite side was actually cut in half by the shocking sword intent. It collapsed with a bang. Xiaoanan was overjoyed. She didn't expect that after the recovery of the true martial sword body, her cultivation could be said to be thousands of miles a day. In just a few days, she had rushed to the Divine Pulse realm. But at the same time, she could feel it. The more she cultivated, the less smooth the feeling was. Instead, there was more and more resistance. The time needed was also longer and longer. Xiaoanan understood that she had been spoiling things in the past few days. After the Divine Pulse stabilized for a while, she would break through to the Great Emperor realm. The Great Emperor realm was a top expert in the ancient dragon kingdom. She quickly stepped down the mountain, wanting to tell Suzimo the good news. But at this moment, Suzimo was sitting in a wheelchair. His eyes were closed, as if he had fallen into a special realm. His aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. There was even a faint light that was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. This feeling was very strange. Xiaoanan stood by the side and didn't dare to disturb him. She just looked at Suzimo. Laozu is so young, she muttered to herself. It's said that these seemingly young Laozu are actually old monsters who have lived for tens of millions of years. I don't know if it's true. What are you talking to yourself about? Suzimo's voice suddenly sounded. Xiaoanan was startled. She hurriedly jumped to the side. Then, she came back to her senses and said with a smile, "No, nothing. Laozu, I've broken through to the Divine Pulse realm. It's normal." You didn't break through to the Divine Pulse realm because of this sword body, Suzimo replied. If you can break through to the Great Saint realm, you can prove yourself. I know. I will work hard, Xiaoanan quickly said. Suzimo nodded slightly as he gazed into the distant sky. What are you looking at? Xiaoanan asked curiously. Your sect master should be coming, Suzimo said. Let's go. Push me to the sect gate. Xiaoanan quickly nodded. As a Divine Pulse expert, she could clearly feel that there was already a strong aura surrounding the entrance of the sect. And Wang Hingji's figure was approaching step by step. She pushed Suzimo down the mountain. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain, Wang Hingji came over anxiously. Laozu, where are you going? Wang Hingji asked. Where do you think? Suzimo asked back. Wang Hingji immediately reacted. He hurriedly knelt down and said, Laozu, please save Zhenwu Xingzong. My descendants are incompetent. They are weak and can't manage the sect. That's why they are in such a big trouble. This has nothing to do with you. Zhenwu Xingzong should have been destroyed, Suzimo said, shaking his head. On the contrary, you and your master are very close. In the difficult situation of the Ru family, you still rebuilt Zhenwu Xingzong. It's enough to imagine your sincerity. Laozu, you are right, Wang Hingji replied. Let's go. Come with me to see the ancient dragon kingdom, Suzimo said. On the road, Suzimo didn't walk fast. However, Wang Hingji was very anxious. He was afraid that the sect wouldn't be able to hold on. Suzimo waved his hand and said with a smile, Sect Master Wang, don't worry. The sky won't fall. Yes, but I just can't help it. I'm so anxious. Wang Hingji smiled bitterly. Finally, they slowly arrived in front of the sect gate. When they arrived at the entrance of the sect, on this side, Willow Laozu and the black and white double ghosts were already fighting. Thousands of dragon prestige army soldiers were guarding the surroundings. They were full of vigor, constantly beating the drums and calling out to the generals, watching the battle in the sky. Compared to the ancient dragon kingdom, the disciples of Zhenwu Xingzong were extremely weak. All of them looked at the battle in the sky eagerly. They did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Because once they were defeated, it meant that they would all be killed. And Willow Laozu was dressed in a green robe. He was already old, and he was wearing a particularly wide robe. In the strong wind, there were constant banging sounds. Willow Laozu's aura was very strong, and the power of his divine meridians was always moving. His true fate was a willow tree. Just like his main body, it was a willow tree that had attained the Tao. He was not a human. However, at this step, the black and white double ghosts were also not humans. One of them was a black tiger, and the other was a white tiger. It was said that the origin of Willow Laozu was when the great sage Sandao was fighting with the enemy. The saber intent had once torn the sky. It had destroyed a part of the world. However, in this part of the world, only the branch of a willow tree had survived. Therefore, the great sage Sandao picked up the branch. He brought it back to Zhenwu Xingzong. He gradually nurtured it into a human form, allowing the willow tree to enter the Tao. Although the great sage Sandao had never really taken in a disciple. However, Willow Laozu was the willow tree that was picked up back then. He had always regarded the great sage Sandao as his teacher. Therefore, his feelings for Zhenwu Xingzong, or even his respect for the great sage Sandao. This made him want to rebuild Zhenwu Xingzong. He took Wang Hingji as his disciple. He wanted this disciple to fulfill his wish. At this moment, Willow Laozu had transformed into a towering willow tree with an imposing aura. Even the siege of the black and white double ghosts might not be able to do anything to him. On the other hand, the two black and white tigers were whipped several times by the willow tree. In the end, they cried out in pain. "Good job!" Zhenwu Xingzong's disciples shouted. However, compared to these disciples, the elders, however, had worried looks on their faces. This was because they knew that Willow Laozu was experiencing terminal lucidity. He seemed to be very strong now. But towards the end, it would become weaker and weaker. In the end, they were defeated by the black-white double demons. Because Willow Laozu was too old, and his life was coming to an end. Of course, he was also lucky that his original body was a willow tree. If it had been anything else, it would have died long ago. Willow Laozu didn't want to live. However, he had not fulfilled his wish. He had wanted to see Zhenwu Xingzong rebuild his glory days before he died. Finally, after a great battle, Willow Laozu's power began to weaken. The black tiger found an opportunity and directly pounced on the trunk of the towering willow tree, biting it hard. As if it was going to bite off the willow tree. Willow Laozu's angry roar could be heard. Just from the sound, one could feel Willow Laozu's pain. "Damn it, I really want to go up and help Laozu. But we're too weak," a disciple said helplessly. People like them would just go up and give their lives away. So they couldn't do anything. "Don't hurt Laozu." At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Xiaoanan, who was pushing Su Zimo over, saw this scene and a powerful sword aura burst out from his body. He directly attacked the black and white double ghosts. As for Wang Hingji, who came with him, he was completely dumbfounded. Divine Pulse. Divine Pulse expert? Wang Hingji looked at Xiaoanan's figure in the air and seemed to be in disbelief. "Laozu, this is your doing?" "It has nothing to do with me, but it's indeed someone's credit." Su Zimo waved his hand. "Don't make a fuss. It's just a divine pulse, an ant. It's not a big deal." Wang Hingji was next to him, not daring to say anything. Laozu was awesome. Even a divine pulse was an ant. Then what was considered an expert? On the contrary, for an Emperor Meridian cultivator like him, he could only not dare to ask or speak. He could only watch silently. Xiaoanan stepped into the air because her attack was too sudden. As a result, Black Tiger didn't react in time. The long sword directly pierced through his abdomen. Black Tiger roared in pain, then he abandoned Willow Laozu and charged toward Xiaoanan. Willow Laozu wanted to help, but he was blocked by White Tiger. "Hurry up and finish off this little kid, then kill this old thing," White Tiger said. Although Willow Laozu was getting more and more exhausted as the battle went on. He wasn't that strong, but he still couldn't defeat him alone. Previously, when Prince Longhai asked for reinforcements, State Preceptor Sita came with him. But something unexpected happened on the way. The black-white double demons were pulled over as reinforcements to replace State Preceptor Situ. It was because they were afraid that they weren't strong enough that the two of them came together. Who would have thought that this Patriarch Willow would be defeated by a demon, and a little child would suddenly appear? Black Demon snorted coldly. His whole body was filled with dark aura, almost wanting to crush Xiaoanan in an instant. However, Xiaoanan's sword chi was very strong, the kind that could destroy everything. In front of Xiaoanan, the Black Fiend's defense was as fragile as paper. Therefore, Black Demon had to be very careful when approaching Xiaoanan. But after a few moves, Black Demon also found out. Although Xiaonan was strong, her combat experience was very poor, so poor that it was indescribable. It was as if she didn't advance step by step. Instead, she broke through to this realm in an instant, like riding a rocket. This also caused her combat experience to be inconsistent with her realm. Knowing this, Black Demon's attack became more intense. He wanted to kill Xiaonan as soon as possible. Seeing this scene, Wang Hingji also said anxiously, Laozu, Ainan's experience is too poor. I'm afraid she's not his match. Let's continue watching. It's not certain whether she's his match or not. Su Zimo said with a smile. Don't you think that this black fiend is a good training ground? Laozu wants to use Black Demon to train Ainan? Wang Hingji instantly understood. Yes, a very good whetstone. Su Zimo nodded. If you don't understand, don't worry so much. Just watch from the side. You're a sect leader after all. How can you be like a frightened bird? Laozu is right. Wang Hingji lowered his head, not daring to refute. Also, you're too weak. Su Zimo said. Find a chance to let you break through to the Great Emperor realm first. Break through to the Great Emperor realm? Wang Hingji was so shocked that he stuttered. According to his master, it was also because of his talent and Jinwu Xingzong's current resources. He probably wouldn't be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm in this lifetime. And Wang Hingji himself had never thought about it. At this moment, Su Zimo's words made him excited. Although Wang Hingji knew that such a thing was basically impossible. The Great Emperor realm was not a common realm. How could he break through just like that? However, he looked at Xiaonan. Her realm was once lower than his, but now she was already a divine pulse. It was probably just around the corner for her to become a great emperor. And now that he was at the Emperor Pulse realm, he only needed to cross the Divine Pulse realm to become a great emperor. Thinking of this, Wang Hingji hurriedly said, I beg Laozu to fulfill my wish. Get up. Even if I don't fulfill your wish, someone else will. You rebuilt Jinwu Xingzong. This is the reward you deserve, Su Zimo said. Wait for this battle to end. Okay. Wang Hingji nodded solemnly. Su Zimo raised his head again and looked at the battle between the few of them. The black-white double demons had gradually fallen. On the White Fiend's side, he was fighting with Willow Laozu. He was naturally no match for him alone. Although Willow Laozu's strength was not great, he was very powerful after all. Moreover, Willow Tree's Tao was the Tao of longevity. As for the Black Fiend, he could still suppress Xiaonan in the beginning. However, as time passed, Xiaoanan's combat experience became richer and richer. Most importantly, she could gradually adapt to the intensity of the Black Fiend's attacks. In the end, her defense became stronger and stronger. Later, she also began to counterattack. The black-white double demons became more and more anxious. The Black Fiend looked at Prince Longhai in the sky and shouted, Prince Longhai, are you still watching the show? Why don't you let the Dragon Prestige Army attack? If I knew that the two of you were so useless, I would have brought State Preceptor Situ here. Prince Longhai snorted in dissatisfaction. Then, he said, no matter what, I must destroy Jinwu Xingzong today. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. He looked at the Dragon Prestige Army behind him and shouted, kill them all. Today, we will show our might to the Dragon Prestige Army. Flatten Jinwu Xingzong. Hearing this, countless Dragon Prestige Army members kept roaring. Rumble, rumble. Kill, kill, kill. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Prestige Army descended from the sky like a torrent. Many of Jinwu Xingzong's disciples couldn't even hold their weapons steadily. Under such an imposing aura, some of them even started to fight with their legs. The disciples who were able to join Jinwu Xingzong were not very talented. Otherwise, they wouldn't have joined the declining Jinwu Xingzong. There were at least a few hundred people in the Dragon Prestige Army in the sky. As for Jinwu Xingzong's disciples, there were 56 of them. With such a strong and obvious contrast, no one could even muster up a shred of fighting spirit. Laozu, hurry up and do something, Wang Hingji said anxiously. These disciples aren't restricted from training. It wasn't easy for Jinwu Xingzong to recruit these disciples. Don't let them all die. What's the hurry? Su Zimo raised his head slightly. He snapped his fingers. Only a boom sound was heard. Like a sudden clap of thunder, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The sky seemed to have been split into two by the lightning. Above the lightning, countless dragon prestige army were blown up on the spot. Screams accompanied by a rain of blood fell. The dragon prestige army, which was originally full of vigor, was instantly in a mess. They had no chance to resist at all. A rain of corpses and blood fell from the sky. The disciples who were still trembling were all stunned on the spot. As for Deng Linyu, she originally had the attitude of watching a joke, but when she saw this scene, she couldn't laugh anymore. She kept wiping her eyes. This isn't real, it's not real. In the sky, Prince Long Hai's expression changed drastically. He kept shouting, "Don't panic, set up the dragon formation and condense the dragon soul. Don't forget, you are the invincible dragon prestige army." Hearing Prince Long Hai's words, the originally panicked dragon prestige army gradually perked up. One by one, they began to condense together. The dragon prestige on their bodies surged, and their dragon aura kept rising. Then, the dragon prestige army turned into white dragon scales. These dragon scales condensed together. 100-meter-long white dragon soared into the sky and kept roaring at Suzimo. "Noisy," Suzimo shouted softly. There was another boom. A purple lightning torrent descended from the sky and completely shot the white dragon down from the sky. This purple lightning torrent was too strong. The white dragon didn't even have a chance to resist. The white dragon landed on the ground, and countless dragon prestige army fell to the ground and wailed. When Prince Long Hai saw this scene like the black-white double ghosts, he turned around and prepared to escape without hesitation. But how could they escape? Suzimo raised his head and just stared at the void. The void directly distorted. Even time and space were imprisoned. And the three of them were directly imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Seeing this scene, everyone was in a daze, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Laozu was already so strong. Suzimo waved his hand, and the black-white double ghosts and Prince Long Hai fell to the ground. "Sect leader Wang, now is your time," Suzimo said. Wang Hingji swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Only then did he regain his senses from the shock. I got it." He slowly walked in front of Prince Long Hai. Prince Long Hai kept roaring. "Wang Hingji, you're finished. You're completely finished. I won't let you go. Prince Long Hai, you're a prisoner and you still dare to threaten me," Wang Hingji snorted coldly. He was the leader of a sect. Naturally, he couldn't afford to lose. He couldn't be at a disadvantage. Otherwise, he would be too inferior. "So what if I'm threatening you? Do you think you're so great because you have an expert? There are countless experts in our ancient dragon nation. It's not like we don't have great emperors," Prince Long Hai said. "Let this prince go right now and apologize to me. We still have a chance to discuss. Since you're not willing to let Jinwu Xingzong go, it's not bad to drag me down with you before we die," Wang Hingji said. As soon as he said that, Prince Long Hai's face changed slightly. He thought that he had pushed them too far and these people were going to give up. He hurriedly shouted, "Anything can be discussed. Let me ask you, why are you always targeting me, Jinwu Xingzong? We've already paid the money for protection. Why are you still forcing us again and again?" Wang Hingji asked. Prince Long Hai didn't answer. He just kept silent. "Let me do it," Suzimo looked at Wang Hingji's interrogation and shook his head with a smile. Wang Hingji was still too soft. How could a person survive if they weren't ruthless? Xiao Anan pushed the wheelchair and slowly walked forward. Suzimo didn't say anything. He first slashed and killed He Sha next to him. This action gave everyone a fright. "Still not willing to speak?" Suzimo asked. Prince Long Hai was already very scared, but he still kept his mouth shut. Suzimo slashed again. He Sha's head was also directly cut off. Like watermelons, they were cut open without any warning. Their brains exploded and blood flowed out. Someone like Suzimo was truly a butcher of 10,000 people. He no longer felt anything about killing people. That was why he could be so calm. "The next one will be your head," Suzimo said. Prince Long Hai was completely scared out of his wits. He directly knelt on the ground with snot and tears running down his face. He cried and shouted, "Just kill me. I really don't dare to say it. That person is too terrifying. He will destroy our ancient dragon kingdom." Hearing this, Wang Hingji frowned. It seemed that this time, there was someone else targeting Zhenwu Xingzong. And Prince Longhai was just an errand boy. At most, he had the responsibility of a hired thug. The kind that did not matter. You're afraid that person will destroy your ancient dragon kingdom, but you're not afraid that I'll destroy you? Su Zimo said. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zimo directly took out a corpse from the void and placed it in front of Prince Longhai. Take a good look at him, Su Zimo said. As soon as he finished speaking, before Prince Longhai could say anything, Dang Linyu beside him had already exclaimed. Young Master Yan. Everyone looked over. The corpse that Su Zimo took out from the void was actually Yan Pingfan's corpse. I was wondering why young Master Yan would leave without saying goodbye. So it was you who killed him, Dang Linyu said with grief and indignation. Seeing her emotional breakdown, Su Zimo frowned. He looked at Wang Hingji and said, Sect Master, you've taught your disciple well. Stupid woman, take a good look. Su Zimo snorted coldly. He looked at Prince Longhai and said, Can you tell me now? You killed him, Prince Longhai said in disbelief. Killing him was like slaughtering a dog, Su Zimo shrugged. What's the big deal? Okay, I'll tell you, Prince Longhai seemed to have made up his mind. The person who ordered me is one of the 10 great clans, the Gongshu clan. Gongshu family? Wang Hingji was stunned. Since when did Zhenwu Xingzong have a grudge against the Gongshu clan? Take a look at this person first. Do you know him? Su Zimo asked. The one who contacted me before was a black-robed man. Although this black-robed man had been hiding very well. But there was one time when I saw him in person. Crown Prince Longhai pointed at Yan Pingfan's corpse. He said, That's him. He's from the Gongshu family. You said that young Master Yan is from the Gongshu clan, don't randomly accuse others, Dang Linyu shouted. Framed, for someone like me who is about to die, what's there to frame? Crown Prince Longhai laughed. This person's alias is Yan Pingfan. Let me attack Zhenwu Xingzong, and then he will put on a chivalrous act to gain your trust. That way, he could easily sneak into Zhenwu Xingzong. You're talking nonsense. What's his purpose for sneaking into Zhenwu Xingzong? Dang Linyu asked again. What does Zhenwu Xingzong have that he covets? Little girl, you don't know anything. Zhenwu Xingzong used to be so prosperous. Although it has declined now, there must be a reason for its sudden decline. Crown Prince Longhai sneered, I guess that Zhenwu Xingzong must have something that the 10 great clans covets. Hearing this, Dang Linyu felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She collapsed to the ground. For a moment, she looked forward with lifeless eyes. Wang Hingji couldn't bear to see this scene. He looked at the 2 disciples next to him and ordered, Send her down to rest. 2 disciples supported the despondent Dang Linyu and left the place. She had originally thought that she had met the right person. His strength and temperament were first-rate. She didn't expect that it was just a trap set up by someone else. Fortunately, she hadn't fallen too deep. She just couldn't accept it for a while. Su Zimo looked at Crown Prince Longhai again. He asked, Have you been to the Gongshu family? I haven't. Although our ancient dragon kingdom is not bad, how can we be qualified to meet the 10 great clans? Crown Prince Longhai smiled bitterly and said, If it wasn't for Zhenwu Xingzong this time, I probably wouldn't have been able to meet the 10 great clans in my lifetime. At this point, Crown Prince Longhai still wanted to save himself. So he said, Can you let me go? I promise that I won't offend Zhenwu Xingzong in the future. Su Zimo chuckled. He patted Wang Hingji's shoulder and said, I'll leave it to you. Wang Hingji hesitated for a moment. Then, he slowly pulled out his sword. Crown Prince Longhai, although I want to let you go, unfortunately, I know an idiom. Eliminating eternal trouble. Perhaps I should be more resolute. As soon as he finished speaking, the longsword slashed. As for Xiaoanan, he pushed Su Zimo's wheelchair and arrived in front of the true martial trial tower once again. Grandpa Dao slowly opened his eyes. Are you here to say goodbye? I really have a hard life, Su Zimo said with a smile. All of this was prepared for you, Grandpa Dao replied. From the moment you picked up the true martial token. We planned everything. Alright, since it started because of me, I should end it myself, Su Zimo replied. On the way, I'll kill some people along the way. It can also be considered as giving Zhenwu Xingzong some more peace. Hearing this, Grandpa Dao smiled and nodded. He replied, take the disciples there and let them gain some experience. We'll meet at the finish line. Su Zimo nodded and looked at Xiaoanan. He said, go, and tell Sect Master Wang. Tell him to inform all the disciples that we're leaving Zhenwu Xingzong for a period of time. Leaving Zhenwu Xingzong? Where are we going? Xiaoanan asked in surprise. All the way to the east. Su Zimo gazed at the eastern horizon. Slaughter the ancient dragon kingdom and kill the 10 great families. Hearing this, Xiaoanan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Kill the 10 great families. If others knew that they dared to say this, they would probably think that they were crazy. At the peak of Zhenwu Xingzong, they were only on par with the 10 great families. But now, what did they have to kill the 10 great families? Go and tell Sect Master Wang that. If any disciple doesn't want to go, directly expel them from the sect, Su Zimo said. In the past, you didn't have the conditions, so it was fine if you fell. Now, you're giving everyone a chance to become stronger. If you don't fight for it, then you're really useless. Zhenwu Xingzong is not a place for trash to retire. Hearing Su Zimo's tone, it didn't seem like he was joking at all. Xiaoanan quickly nodded. Looking at Xiaoanan's back, Grandpa Dao said, this girl is not bad. I can't tell, Su Zimo said. I'm talking about aptitude. Oh, I'm talking about IQ. Su Zimo smiled. You've worked hard all these years. It's been hard, but it's nothing. Grandpa Dao shook his head. On the other side of the starry sky, there are people who have worked harder than us. Hearing Grandpa Saber's words, Su Zimo was silent for a long time. He asked, is it Hong Tian? No, it's Xinxing, Grandpa Saber said with a smile. Only he can go to the other side of the starry sky. Only he is willing to go. He once made up his mind to travel all over the mountains and rivers of the Yuanyang continent. Now that he has made up his mind, he also wants to travel to every inch of the 9 regions. Su Zimo smiled. He had forgotten about the divine travel Great Emperor. Because in the history of Zhenwu Xingzong, Zhenwu Great Emperor was the ancestor. He was the most famous. Empress Hong Tian's heavenly beauty had almost swept through everything and affected several eras. Even the great emperors after her were still shrouded in her shadow. As for Great Emperor Sandao, although he wasn't as famous as the two of them, his attacks were domineering. The everlasting flower was still blooming on the main road in front of Zhenwu Xingzong. Many sect disciples would subconsciously choose Great Emperor Sandao's inheritance when choosing the 4 Laozu's inheritance. Because his attacks were simple and crude. Therefore, Great Emperor Sandao was equally famous. Only the divine travel Great Emperor was not recorded much by the sect. Even back then. After the divine travel Great Emperor inherited the mandate of heaven, he rarely returned to the sect. He was traveling through the scenery of this world. He used his feet to measure every inch of this land. This was the great Tao of the divine travel Great Emperor. Su Zimo didn't expect that after arriving at the 9 regions, the divine travel Great Emperor was still walking his own Tao. The road was long and lonely, accompanied by loneliness and solitude. He was really a persevering person. What about Senior Saber? Are you also walking your own path? Su Zimo asked with a smile. In my life, I have been accompanied by the saber. After I die, I will also rest with the saber. Grandpa Saber smiled and said, along the way, I have met countless sect saintesses and fairies of the heavenly palace. But none of them could stop my footsteps. Only this saber has accompanied me all the way. His voice was a little emotional. The current him no longer cared about his image. When he was old, he was like an old man with one foot in the grave. After chatting with Grandpa Saber for a while, Su Zimo left. Xiaoanan pushed him to leave. On the way, Xiaoanan asked reluctantly, do we have to leave Zhenwu Xingzong? Why not? Su Zimo asked. After all, I grew up here. I don't want to leave, Xiaoanan replied. I'll be back, Su Zimo said with a smile. Just to do some things and kill some people. At that time everything would return to normal. The only change is that Jinwu Xingzong will be the ruler of the celestial domain. When Su Zimo said the last sentence, his voice was a little low. Even Xiaoanan couldn't hear it clearly. He pushed Su Zimo. Su Zimo asked, what did sect leader Wang say? The sect master has already informed all the elders and disciples of the sect, Xiaoanan explained. There should be a result soon. Then let's wait for the results, Su Zimo said. Also, push me to the monument of the sect to have a look. This monument of Jinwu Xingzong recorded some people who had made great contributions to the sect. However, Jinwu Xingzong was destroyed. No one had been to this monument for a long time. The last person recorded was from 500 years ago. Xiaoanan didn't ask much. She thought Su Zimo was revisiting the old place. So she silently pushed Su Zimo to the monument. They walked for more than 10 minutes. Although Jinwu Xingzong had been destroyed before, this place was still very big. More than 10 minutes later, the two of them arrived in front of the half-destroyed monument. There were a total of 300 monuments here. They recorded the most famous 300 Laozu people since Jinwu Xingzong was established. Unfortunately, many of the monuments had been destroyed. What entered his eyes were broken fences and dilapidated walls, as well as only 5 or 6 complete monuments. Wu Yuan Laozu. Jinwu Xingzong, the 3,000-year Laozu. He had killed 7 great sages and helped the sect quell the rebellion of Yachang. This monument was very large. Each one was dozens of meters tall. Below it were the deeds of Wu Yuan Laozu. These were the daily lives of the monuments. Su Zimo looked at them one by one. Most of the monuments only had half or a broken corner left. Young master, what are you looking for? Xiaoanan asked. I'm looking for the monument of your ancestor, the true martial sage, Su Zimo said with a smile. The ancestor's monument was broken a long time ago, Xiaoanan said regretfully. Then do you know where this monument was before it was broken? Su Zimo asked. It's inside. The ancestor used the first monument. It's easy to find, Xiaoanan said. When she pushed Su Zimo to the deepest part of the monument. Inside, there was an undamaged monument. The surface was made of black demon rock. There were a few large characters carved on it, exuding a strong martial will. The monument of the ancestor, true martial. It was created by Jinwu Xingzong for 60 years. After creating Jinwu Xingzong, he led the sect to its peak. Su Zimo read the records on the monument. Xiaoanan was shocked, but wasn't the ancestor's monument broken a long time ago? Why did it suddenly appear again? Who put up this monument? A monument can still be erected even if it's broken. A dead person can still come back to life, Su Zimo said, a bit confused. He didn't answer Xiaoanan's question. Su Zimo looked at her and ordered, put your hand on the monument. Xiaoanan didn't hesitate. When her right hand imprinted on the tablet, a shocking sword ray suddenly burst out. The sword phantoms kept flashing. Even the space around it was broken. And on the monument, there was actually a deep whirlpool. Su Zimo reached his hand out, took a sword from the vortex and threw it to Xiaoanan. What is this? Xiaoanan hurriedly caught the sword, feeling as if the sword was connected to her bloodline. The true martial sword body inside her became more and more violent. The sword phantom seemed to want to shoot up to the sky, bursting out uncontrollably. This is your ancestor's sword, you can call it the true martial sword, Su Zimo smiled. Ancestor, why would the ancestor's sword be here? Xiaoanan stuttered. Of course she left it for you, Su Zimo smiled. Left it for me, why? Xiaoanan didn't understand. Su Zimo glanced at her, but didn't answer. Instead, he explained, just take it, you deserve it. Even if I don't give it to you, that old man will eventually give it to you. I've picked up a bargain. Xiaoanan didn't understand what Su Zimo meant, only that Laozu's words were too roundabout. There were a lot of things she didn't understand. She could only happily put the sword away. She thanked him. At this time, Wang Hingji also arrived from afar. All right, it seems we should go. There's nothing here to stay. Su Zimo turned around. Wang Hingji shouted from far away, Laozu, Laozu. Why are you panicking? Are there more enemies coming? Su Zimo asked. No. Wang Hingji shook his head. It's the Heavenly Saint Empire. They sent people. Why did the Heavenly Saint Empire send people? Su Zimo asked curiously. Laozu, you don't know. Previously, when the Crown Prince Long Hai asked us for money for protection, we wanted to use the Thousand Thoughts book to ask for help from the Heavenly Saint Empire. But when we sent out the message, they didn't respond. Wang Hingji explained, when we were at the peak of Zhenwu Xingzong, the Heavenly Saint Empire was on good terms with us. They were even our subordinate forces. And in these years, the Heavenly Saint Empire has already lost contact with us. So this time, I don't know if they are friend or foe. Friend or foe, you'll know if you ask them. Su Zimo replied unhappily. If you have to ask me about everything, then what's the point of having you as the sect master? Laozu, that's not what I meant. Wang Hingji hurriedly explained. It's the Heavenly Saint Empire. There are more than 10 people who came this time. The leader is the Heavenly Saint Empire's state teacher Luan Ri. It's said that he's already at the peak of the divine range, a half-step great emperor. Laozu isn't by my side, so I don't dare to speak too loudly. What? In Zhenwu Xingzong, what else can they do? Su Zimo asked. That's not necessarily true. Our Zhenwu Xingzong's power has long been gone. Now, no one cares about us. Wang Hingji explained. Alright, then I'll go with you to take a look. Su Zimo said. Laozu is with me. Even if we don't do anything, I'll still have the confidence. Wang Hingji sighed in relief and said. As the sect master, he was really a coward. It seemed like anyone could bully him. Most importantly, Wang Hingji didn't dare to resist before. It wasn't easy for him to rebuild Zhenwu Xingzong. He didn't want it to be destroyed again. Even if the sect was weak now, at least it still existed. If the sect wasn't destroyed, then there was still hope. On the way there, Su Zimo asked again, and should have told you that the sect is leaving this place. How are your arrangements going? I've already informed them to adopt a resourceful attitude. There were a total of 53 disciples in the sect. 30 people were willing to go there. Out of the 17 elders, only 6 are willing to leave together. Hearing this, Su Zimo was a little surprised. The number of disciples was greater than expected. However, there were only 6 elders. But then, he felt relieved. The current elders of Zhenwu Xingzong were all here to retire. To be honest, there were only 5 or 6 people who truly cared about the sect and wanted to develop Zhenwu Xingzong. However, this was also good. It could identify some people who were loyal to the sect. Su Zimo wasn't in a hurry. He asked Xiaoanan to slowly push him. As for the people of the Heavenly Saint Kingdom, he asked them to wait slowly. 10 minutes later. Su Zimo asked, where are they? Waiting in the main hall, Wang Hingji replied. Find me a new main hall and ask them to come and see me, Su Zimo said. Come to Zhenwu Xingzong. How can I go and see them? Wang Hingji felt that Su Zimo was putting on airs, but he was Laozu. Helpless, he could only do as he was told. After emptying the sect's meeting hall and bringing Su Zimo in, he hurriedly went to inform the people of the Heavenly Saint Kingdom. Young master, will this make the Heavenly Saint Kingdom lively? Xiaoanan asked worriedly. As far as she knew, the Heavenly Saint Kingdom was one of the most powerful capitals in the celestial realm. It was as famous as the ancient Dragon Kingdom. As for their true martial sacred sect, it was just a small force that existed in name only after its glory days. It was just a small force that was struggling to survive in the cracks. Don't worry about these so-called etiquettes. Etiquettes are for friends, Su Zimo replied. With others, what matters is not etiquettes, but the size of one's fist. When the fist is big, everything is not a problem. Take Zhenwu Xingzong for example. At his peak, Zhenwu Xingzong could make the Heavenly Saint Kingdom submit to him, not because of etiquettes. Now, Zhenwu Xingzong is being controlled by various forces. Is it because of etiquettes? Hearing Su Zimo's words, Xiaoanan nodded. She also felt that it made sense. The bigger the fist, the more important the truth. While the two were chatting, the people of the Heavenly Saint Kingdom had already arrived. Before they arrived, complaints could be heard. What Laozu? Yuzhenwu Xingzong and Laozu? What a joke. When there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys become kings. Anyone can be Laozu. This time, we came to support Zhenwu Xingzong because of our past relationship. At this time, you are still putting on airs. You really don't know what's good for you. Listening to these voices, they should be some of the younger generation. Sure enough, after more than a dozen figures entered the main hall. Xiaoanan also saw clearly. Among these dozen figures, the one standing at the front should be State Preceptor Luanri. And behind him, there were more than a dozen young men and women in bright clothes. State Preceptor Luanri did not speak along the way. But when the disciples ridiculed, he did not stop them, which was enough to express his inner dissatisfaction. Walking into the main hall, State Preceptor Luanri's eyes instantly fell on Suzimo. It was a very young man sitting in a wheelchair. State Preceptor Luanri's eyes suddenly shone like two suns. With a dazzling light. It was as if he wanted to see through Suzimo. Suzimo raised his head slightly. In his eyes, an obscure blade light flashed. In an instant, the sun shattered and the light dimmed. State Preceptor Luanri exclaimed. His figure was in a trance and he almost fell to the ground. Master, what's wrong? The young men and women behind him hurriedly asked. All of you, shut up. State Preceptor Luanri scolded the group of young men and women he brought. Then he turned around and asked with a smile, Is this Laozu of Zhenwu Xingzong? Although he was smiling on his face. But his heart was cold. The blade wounds in his eyes were still faintly painful. If it was not for the fact that the other party did not want to kill him, his soul would have been shattered. Only when you know pain, you know fear, Suzimo said. I am Laozu of Zhenwu Xingzong. You seem to have some opinions about me. No opinions. State Preceptor Luanri hurriedly smiled. He glared at the disciples next to him. These disciples still could not see the situation clearly and wanted to speak up. Suzimo smiled. He asked, I heard that you are here to support our Zhenwu Xingzong? Zhenwu Xingzong and our heavenly holy kingdom are fated to exist. State Preceptor Luanri hurriedly replied. So the moment we saw the request for help, we came immediately. Suzimo heard this and sneered. State Preceptor Luanri, do you really think I'm that gullible? Suzimo said calmly. Look at those useless soldiers behind you. Did you bring these people here to help as well? What can they do to help? Hearing this, the disciples behind him felt insulted. What do you mean? We came from thousands of miles away. It's the thought that counts. That's right. Even if you're Zhenwu Xingzong's Laozu, is it wrong for us to help you? Are you really here to help us? Suzimo was not angry and asked. Laozu, just say what you want, State Preceptor Luanri said. Just as well. We're preparing to leave to destroy the ancient dragon kingdom. You can come with me, Suzimo said. Hearing this, the smiles on their faces froze. Laozu really knows how to joke, State Preceptor Luanri said with a smile. Joke? You think I'm joking? Suzimo looked at him calmly. State Preceptor Luanri's smile suddenly stopped. Then he said, It's not that I look down on Zhenwu Xingzong. What do you have to destroy the ancient dragon kingdom now? I really can't think of anything. I can destroy the entire ancient dragon kingdom with a flick of my finger. What's so difficult about that? Suzimo shook his head nonchalantly. Hearing this, State Preceptor Luanri and the disciples did not believe him. As fellow upper nations, they knew how powerful the ancient dragon kingdom was. If Suzimo could destroy the ancient dragon kingdom with a flick of his finger, didn't that mean that he could also destroy the heavenly holy kingdom with a flick of his finger? State Preceptor Luanri could not accept this. This was because they had always felt proud in front of Zhenwu Xingzong. This was the kind of pride that arose spontaneously when an upper sect looked down on a lower sect. If Zhenwu Xingzong returned to his former glory, they would not be able to adapt. I admit that Laozu is very powerful, State Preceptor Luanri said. But the ancient dragon kingdom is also very powerful. There were many great emperors among them. They were even in an alliance with the Azure Dragon clan. Among the heavenly domain's heavenly empire, the ancient dragon empire's strength can also be ranked in the top 3. Strictly speaking, even their heavenly saint kingdom was no match for the ancient dragon kingdom. Su Zimo was too lazy to argue with him about such things. He replied indifferently, since we've come to Zhenwu Xingzong, we've come here. Then I'm in charge here. If you listen, you can still live. If you don't listen, I don't mind killing you. As for your intentions for coming here this time, I can't be bothered to ask. You dare to kill us? Aren't you afraid of the revenge of our heavenly saint nation? You've already offended the ancient dragon kingdom. Could it be that you want to offend 2 great nations at the same time? That disciple said fearlessly. He believed that if Su Zimo was a smart person, he would definitely not hurt them. However, this disciple was clearly going to be disappointed. This was because Su Zimo only glanced at him when he finished speaking. A powerful distortion of the void had already appeared. That disciple did not even have time to scream before he was strangled by the distorted void. It seems that I'm a little too good-tempered, Su Zimo said indifferently. You killed him. State Preceptor Luan Ri's expression changed drastically. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Su Zimo asked. State Preceptor Luan Ri immediately kept quiet out of fear. The group of arrogant disciples behind him also lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. This guy really dared to kill. He was not afraid of offending the heavenly saint nation. This was also what made them afraid. This time, State Preceptor Luan Ri had brought them here to gain experience. At the same time, they wanted to find a sense of existence in Zhenwu Xingzong. They did not expect to meet such a murderous god this time. Su Zimo waved his hand disinterestedly. He said, "You're all dismissed. We'll set off tomorrow morning." "We'll follow Laozu's orders," Wang Hingji quickly said. The few people from the heavenly saint nation also let out a sigh of relief and quickly left. It was too depressing to be in this hall. After everyone left, Su Zimo closed his eyes. If someone could look into his body, they would see that in Su Zimo's mind, there was a shadow of a round tower. This tower was exactly the same as the Zhenwu Trial Tower. It was just many times smaller. Of course, at this moment, most of the tower was illusory. Only the bottom part of the tower was real. Su Zimo seemed to have entered a special state. Time passed little by little. At this moment, outside Zhenwu Xingzong, State Preceptor Luan Ri and a group of disciples were arranged to stay in a courtyard by Wang Hingji. During this time, State Preceptor Luan Ri was very polite. This also made Wang Hingji, as the sect leader, feel a sense of accomplishment for the first time. In the past, he was the kind of person who was looked down upon by others. It was not until Wang Hingji left that the disciples of the heavenly saint nation could not wait to talk. State Preceptor, this Zhenwu Xingzong is getting more and more arrogant. He killed senior brother. Are we just going to let this go? The disciples were furious. State Preceptor Luan Ri was obviously more cautious and calm. He said calmly, "If not, are you going to take revenge? We're definitely not his match, but our heavenly saint nation has countless experts. Could it be that he's afraid of a declining sect's ancestor?" A disciple smiled embarrassedly. State Preceptor Luan Ri snorted coldly. Then he said, "What's the hurry? Didn't he say that he was going to destroy the ancient dragon nation?" "This person is just boasting in front of us," a disciple replied in disbelief. "Then let's follow them. See if they really dare to go to the ancient dragon nation," State Preceptor Luan Ri said. "If he destroys the ancient dragon nation, you should know what to do. If not, he'll be killed by the ancient dragon nation, and we won't have to do anything." "State Preceptor, you're really far-sighted." The disciples next to him all began to flatter him. "That's enough. Stay calm during this period of time. Don't get killed in vain. This person looks very cruel." State Preceptor Luan Ri waved his hand and reminded them. The night passed quickly. Before dawn arrived, the last trace of darkness was expelled. Su Zimo also exhaled a long breath of black air. He slowly opened his eyes. Wang Hingji had also led all the disciples and a few elders to wait at the sect gate for a long time. The people of the heavenly saint nation were also waiting at the side. Xiao Anan pushed Su Zimo and slowly walked over. However, when the sun rose, someone suddenly realized. The true martial trial tower of the sect was gone. Originally, the true martial trial tower stood in the northern land and could be seen everywhere. But now, the true martial trial tower was gone, and the line of sight was somewhat empty. Wang Hingji understood that the disappearance of the true martial trial tower must have something to do with Su Zimo. Su Zimo had obtained the approval of the true martial trial tower. According to Lao Tzu's ancestral teachings, he could completely control the trial tower. However, Wang Hingji wanted to be on the safe side. Seeing Xiao Anan pushing Su Zimo forward, he still asked, "Lao Tzu, the tower disappeared. Let's go." Su Zimo glanced at him and said indifferently. The meaning was self-evident. "I know, but I'm too lazy to explain it to you." Wang Hingji smiled embarrassedly and then asked, "Then, Senior Dao, should I call him along? But he's old, and I'm afraid it's inconvenient for him to travel with us." "Don't worry about him. The true martial trial tower is gone. He has already left." Su Zimo waved his hand. Wang Hingji was a little puzzled. But he didn't ask too much. He now understood that talking too much would easily arouse Lao Tzu's dissatisfaction. It was better to be a mute sect master and follow along. It wasn't bad. Su Zimo turned his head and glanced at the people from the Heavenly Saint Kingdom. He ignored them. Instead, he said, "Find me a stretcher. I'm not comfortable sitting in this wheelchair." Hearing this, Wang Hingji hurriedly found a stretcher. Then, he had 4 disciples carry Su Zimo and slowly walk toward the ancient Dragon Kingdom. The main city of the ancient Dragon Kingdom was in Dragon City. It wasn't far from Zhenwu Xingzong. Because Zhenwu Xingzong was originally part of the territory of the ancient Dragon Kingdom. Su Zimo wasn't in a hurry, and no one dared to rush him. Just like that, the group slowly walked for half a month. During this time, Su Zimo also began to train these disciples. One day, they passed by a valley. This valley was vast, and it was filled with green fog. In the fog, countless pairs of poisonous snake eyes flickered. This was the Viper Valley. Su Zimo threw all these disciples into the valley and let them fight the poisonous snakes to the death. Every time they were about to die, Su Zimo would rescue them, treat them, and then throw them into train. One day later, they passed by a river. In this river, there was a clan of man-eating fish demons entrenched. Su Zimo had his disciples fight with all the fish demons in the water. The disciples were covered in cuts and bruises. There was not a single part of their bodies that was unharmed. This kind of hellish training also caused the people from the Heavenly Saint Kingdom to shudder and become tongue-tied. How could this be called cultivation? This was clearly torture. Although the cultivation process was tough, everyone was happy with their progress. The disciples' realms were advancing by leaps and bounds every day. Actually, thinking about it, it made sense. They wanted to find someone like Su Zimo who could heal their injuries at any time and let them fight without fear of death. It could be said to be very difficult. Zhenwu Xingzong's disciples did not have this privilege in the past. Now that they met Su Zimo, all of them became serious. At first, there were people who complained. Later on, they were like masochists. If they did not torture themselves for a day, they would feel uncomfortable all over. There were even people who took the initiative to look for Su Zimo and ask for more training. The days passed by themselves. Midway, Su Zimo found Willow Lao Tzu. The other party was sealed in a coffin, preserving what little lifespan he had left. The disciples carried the coffin all the way. Su Zimo opened the coffin and looked at Willow Lao Tzu inside. Willow Lao Tzu's qualifications were considered average in Zhenwu Xingzong. He had never seen the ancient Lao Tzu before. However, he still knew most of the Lao Tzu. He was not Su Zimo. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that Su Zimo was in existence of the same era as his master, the great saint of 3 blades. "Do you want to live?" Su Zimo asked directly in front of him. "If I had a choice, who would want to die?" Willow Lao Tzu said with a bitter smile. "You have done a meritorious deed for rebuilding Zhenwu Xingzong," Su Zimo said. "Master has done me a favor. This is what I should do," Willow Lao Tzu sighed. "It's a pity that I won't be able to see Zhenwu Xingzong rise to glory again in my lifetime." "You will see," Su Zimo said. "Since you have done a meritorious deed, I can help you extend your lifespan. It's useless. I have already taken a lot of life-prolonging medicine. My body has long been resistant to it. Willow Laozu shook his head and replied. Su Zimo did not reply to him. He only took out a leaf from the tree of life. He saw a strong burst of vitality erupting from the green leaf. Willow Laozu was stunned on the spot. He was a little excited. This is the leaf of life, Su Zimo said. Even if your body is resistant to the medicine, it can still extend your lifespan by 100,000 years, 100,000 years. State Preceptor Luan Ri was stunned on the spot. Things that could extend one's lifespan were extremely precious. Moreover, he had never seen anything that could extend one's lifespan by 100,000 years. He had probably never even heard of it before. This? Laozu is giving it to me? Willow Laozu felt that he was living in a dream and asked in disbelief. Until he saw Su Zimo nod. Only then did he take the leaf of life with trembling hands. Thank you, Laozu, for giving me a new life. Willow Laozu directly knelt down. Get up. Su Zimo waved his hand. Absorb this leaf of life as soon as possible and get rid of the seal of the dark coffin. Willow Laozu nodded heavily. He was already a little impatient. He hurriedly went to the side and began to cultivate. After seeing Willow Laozu leave, State Preceptor Luan Ri walked over in a flattering manner. He smiled and said, Laozu, do you still have that kind of leaf? Where are the leaves of a tree? What's wrong? Su Zimo replied. Can you give me a piece? State Preceptor Luan Ri said. He felt a little embarrassed. Licking his big face and begging for a reward. But the main thing was that 100,000 years of lifespan was really too tempting. Su Zimo did not reply and just looked at him with a faint smile. State Preceptor Luan Ri's old face turned red. He said somewhat unwillingly, whatever Laozu wants, as long as I can do it. I will promise you. This leaf is worthless to me. But I don't want to give it to you. I am so stubborn. What should I do? Su Zimo asked back. State Preceptor Luan Ri's expression changed slightly. These words already made him feel humiliated. He could not say anything more and could only reply, if that is the case, then I will disturb you. Su Zimo looked at him coldly and did not say anything else. There was still a long way to go. The Heavenly Saint Nation was just a group of clowns and was not in his goal. Finally, after half a month of long journey, Su Zimo led Jinwu Xingzong's people to Dragon City, which was in front of the capital of the ancient Dragon Nation. Dragon City had been famous for a long time. It was the largest city here, and there was no other. Su Zimo looked at the few disciples next to him. He ordered, go and call for a battle. Call what battle array? The disciple asked with some confusion. Hearing the disciple's question, Su Zimo said, since we're here to destroy the country, of course we're going to challenge them. Even if we're going to die, we have to make sure they understand. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the disciple was dumbfounded on the spot. There were only a few of them. Other than Su Zimo, Laozu, these disciples, including the sect master, Wang Hingji, and the other elders. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were a motley crew. They were going to challenge the huge ancient dragon kingdom. They were courting death. This was crazy behavior. As for the Heavenly Saint Kingdom, they didn't say a word along the way. They just looked at the people of Jinwu Xingzong as if they were watching a joke. How could there be someone who dared to challenge him so brazenly? Even if they were going to war with the ancient dragon kingdom, they had to be prepared in advance and then choose the most powerful way to catch the other party off guard. How could they be like Su Zimo, who wasn't even prepared? They were here to destroy the country. Of course, the people of the Heavenly Saint Kingdom didn't understand Su Zimo's thoughts. When two people fought, they definitely had to consider many things, which way was beneficial to them, and where to hit to kill. But in a battle between a man and an ant, there was no need to think so much. With a stomp, they would be trampled to death. And now, the ancient dragon kingdom in front of him was like an ant in Su Zimo's eyes. Of course, this ancient dragon kingdom was just an appetizer. It wasn't Su Zimo's goal, nor was it Jinwu Xingzong's goal. What are you in a daze for? Su Zimo looked at the disciple and asked. Laozu, I don't dare," the disciple lowered his head and said in shame. He really didn't dare to challenge the ancient dragon kingdom. This was the feeling of inferiority that many people had since Shenwu Xingzong was rebuilt. "You go," Su Zimo looked at Xiao Anan and ordered. Xiao Anan didn't hesitate. He directly stepped into the air and looked in the direction of the dragon boat. First, he took the true martial sword in his hand. Xiao Anan cherished the Zhenwu sword very much since he got it. Along the way, he had constantly honed his compatibility with the saber. She realized that the knife seemed to be tailor-made for her. It was very easy to use. Now, he could already master the true martial blade. "Where is the general of Dragon City?" Xiao Anan's crisp voice resounded between heaven and earth. She waited for a long time, but no one replied. On the city walls of Dragon City, some of the soldiers guarding the city were listless. The city was bustling with activity. Almost no one would pay attention to her shouting. They just thought that someone was playing around. Xiao Anan was not angry. He still shouted 3 times in a row. "Where are the generals of Dragon City? Where were the generals of Dragon City? Where are the generals of Dragon City?" 3 cries rang out, each one louder than the last. The aura around her grew stronger and stronger, as if it was going to soar into the sky. His voice reverberated in the sky for a long time. Only then did someone reply to her. "Why are you making a scene here?" An Emperor Vane realm figure stepped into the air and left. He faced Xiao Anan from a distance. He frowned and said, "What do you want?" "Go and report to the king of your ancient dragon kingdom. Because your Dragon Sea Prince has been targeting our Zhenwu Xingzong. Then, the Dragon Prestige Army attacked our sect. Today, we are here to destroy the kingdom." Xiao Anan's voice was crisp, and the knife intent was overwhelming. At this moment, she was like a valkyrie in the sky. Hearing this, the general sneered. "Zhenwu Xingzong, isn't it that declining trash sect? Little girl, destroy the kingdom? Uncle is not interested in joking with you." Xiao Anan didn't talk to him anymore. He directly raised the true martial blade in his hand and slashed out with the knife intent. There was a boom. The general's expression changed slightly. He crossed his arms in the shape of a cross. In front of his head, the knife intent exploded, and the general's figure was also sent flying backward. The general steadied his body and stepped into the air. He looked at the armor wrist guard on his arm. Under that slash, the wrist guard already showed some signs of damage. His expression was ugly. He said indifferently, "Little girl, I didn't want to argue with you because you were young. But now, it seems that you are courting death." As he said this, he stretched out his hand. He shouted, "Spear, come." His silver dragon spear was originally inserted above the city wall. At this moment, as soon as he finished speaking, endless spear intent soared into the sky. The silver dragon spear was like an afterimage. It transformed into a white dragon and returned to the general's hand with a roar. He waved his sword tightly and charged over with the tip of his spear. But Xiao Anan was not afraid. She also charged over. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 figures crossed each other in the void. Below, the first elder asked worriedly, "Isn't it all right?" After all, Xiao Anan was his granddaughter. It was understandable that he was worried. The other party is of the emperor bloodline. If she, a divine bloodline, can't defeat him, it would be embarrassing. "That would be too embarrassing," Su Zimo said. The first elder thought about it and agreed. He looked up at the sky. As soon as the 2 of them exchanged blows, the general's expression changed drastically. He had been suppressed. Moreover, Xiao Anan's attacks were continuous, which made him feel a little suffocated. When did Zhenwu Xingzong have such a disciple? The general was puzzled. But it was also because of this distraction. Xiao Anan kicked him in the abdomen, and then the Zhenwu saber burst out with endless saber intent. It slashed over. The general panicked and hurriedly blocked in front of him with his long spear. Kacha! Under the Zhenwu saber, his silver dragon spear directly broke. Boom! Xiao Anan hooked his leg and kicked him out with great force. More than half of the city wall collapsed. Xiao Anan stepped forward and stood in front of Dragon City. He stepped on the general covered in blood. Looking at the soldiers who were scared out of their wits, he said, "Go and tell your king that Jinwu Xingzong is here to destroy the country." "Yes, yes, 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 I'll go right away." The soldier next to him did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly scrambled down the stairs. "Young master, how was it?" Xiao Anan turned around and asked Su Zimo. "My challenge is not bad, right?" "Although it's not good enough, it's much better than them," Su Zimo said with a smile. At this moment, in Dragon City, many people also saw this scene. However, the residents of Dragon City did not realize the impending disaster. Instead, they began to talk with interest. In Dragon City, in front of a tea house on a main street, 5 people were sitting in it and drinking tea. 4 of the 5 people were young, 2 were men and 2 were women. The last person was an old man. His hair and beard were all white, and there was a strong aura surging around him. At first glance, one could tell that he was a powerful person. The 5 of them were originally drinking tea. It was quiet. The discussion of passers-by broke the silence here. "Go outside the city gate and look. Someone is going to destroy our ancient dragon kingdom." "Just kidding. Other than the 10 great families, who has the strength to destroy us?" End of chapter 1585. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.